A child's tender voice called out beside her ear, "Mom, wake up, please wake up." Song Yinshi had been busy organizing shelves until late last night, and had only fallen asleep in the early hours. Now her eyelids felt as if they were glued shut with super glue. It was nearly impossible to open them. Song Xingshan, today is Saturday, just let Mom sleep a little longer. There's milk and bread in the supermarket, heat them up in the microwave yourself. Let Mom sleep another hour, it'll make you a big lunch at noon. Song Yinshi turned over and continued to sleep drowsily. Mom, please just open your eyes, wake up. Song Xingshan's voice was filled with fear. As a mother's instinct, Song Yinshi sensed something wrong and sat up abruptly. Seeing the person in front of her, she immediately began to question her life. In front of her lay a small child of 3 or 4 with a loose top knot, and something red and green smeared all over her face. Who is this? Where is this? Am I dreaming? Mom, you're awake. Song Yinshi instinctively dodged the hand reaching for her, her mind filled with questions. What? She looked exactly like a paper effigy girl from a funeral shop. Am I seeing a ghost? It must be. Looking around, the thatched hut was cluttered with all kinds of farm tools. The window was nailed shut with wooden strips, leaving only a few gaps for faint sunlight to enter. The bed she lay on was just a frame with a thin pitch-black cotton quilt. A dream, it must be a dream. Song Yinshi turned over, closed her eyes, and forced herself to fall asleep. Mom, how can you go back to sleep? Wake up. It was still her son's voice. Song Yinshi sat up and looked again and again, confirming that this little girl was truly not her son. I must be having a nightmare. Son, stop calling. Mom will make you breakfast when she wakes up. Mom, wake up. How can you still sleep? Don't you see where we are? This is not a dream. Song Xingshan couldn't stand his mother's slow thinking. How could she still be thinking about sleeping at a time like this? Not a dream. Slap. Song Yinshi slapped herself on the face. As the sharp pain shot through her hand, she finally believed this was real. But in the next moment, Song Yinshi burst into tears. Song Xingshan, I told you not to watch that zombie movie, but you insisted. Look at you, you look like a ghost. How did my good son turn into this? How are you going to fool little girls in the future? Song Xingshan sighed, and rolled his eyes so hard they nearly disappeared. Ms. Song Yinshi, shouldn't your focus be on— How do we get here? Song Yinshi wiped her nose and tears, then sat up straight, like a primary school student ready to listen to Song Xingshan. Ever since divorcing that scumbag Song Mo, this household had been run like this. Song Xingshan made decisions on small matters, and Song Yinshi would ask Song Xingshan before making decisions on big ones. This child had a 10-year-old body, but an adult's mind. Song Yanx's friends all said that Song Xingshan had inherited all of his mother's brains at birth. How do we get here? Song Yinshi asked obediently. According to my analysis, we have probably time traveled. The dynasty is unknown, the history is unclear. As Song Xingshan spoke, he habitually reached to push up his glasses on the bridge of his nose, but when he couldn't find them, he remembered he had no glasses now. And a 3 or 4-year-old child making such a gesture was somewhat incongruous. So are we dead? How did we time travel? I remember yesterday, we were looking for the bracelet your grandmother left behind, but we didn't find it. It got too late, so we slept upstairs in the supermarket. Then you got hungry, I boiled water for instant noodles, and then I don't remember anything after that. So you're saying we time traveled just by falling asleep? That's too fantastical. Song Yinshi looked innocent. Ms. Song Yinshi, may I ask if you turned off the gas after boiling water? Gas poisoning can kill people, that's common sense. Song Xingshan stared at Song Yinshi with some anger, sighing inwardly at how he could have such a scatterbrained mother. No, how could I turn it off when I fell asleep? Xingshan, are you saying we died? So we time traveled to this place? Song Xingshan nodded solemnly. Song Yinshi suddenly burst into tears. No, this can't be. I can die, but you can't. You're still so young, you haven't experienced the wonders of this world. And you died so ugly, turning into a little girl. I don't agree. Ms. Song Yinshi, in broad daylight, do you think I'm a zombie resurrection? You time traveled, and I followed you. Also, I'm not a little girl. I'm a real man, pure and simple. Song Xingshan emphasized earnestly, although he himself wanted to tear off the little top knot on his head. But he couldn't. In this unknown world, everything must be cautious. What if inadvertently changing something triggered a butterfly effect, and both he and his mother would be doomed? Then let Mom check if it's still there. Song Yinshi gave him a knowing look, and Song Xingshan immediately grabbed his waistband. Mom, if you do that, you'll lose me as a son. Song Xingshan moved far away from Song Yinshi, afraid that his mother would pull down his pants. Concubine Song, are you still breathing? If you're breathing, answer me. An old woman's voice came from outside the door, carrying a hint of acerbity and disdain. Concubine Song. The old woman called again outside. Hearing no response, she grew anxious and hurriedly pushed open the door. Song Xingshan quickly burrowed into Song Yanx's arms, maintaining the same posture as when he woke up. Can't stand the cold just after the start of winter. Did you really freeze? The old woman tiptoed to the bedside and reached out to check Song Yanx's breathing. Good, she's still alive. The old woman was relieved, but she didn't care about the child. She gritted her teeth, and with all her strength pinched Song Yanx's arm hard. Song Yinshi was wearing thin clothes, and the old woman, used to heavy labor, had enormous strength. Instantly a burning pain shot through her arm. It hurts so much. Ouch, it hurts, let go, let go. Song Yinshi couldn't pretend anymore, it was too painful. This old woman really has a black heart. Song Yinchi thought of old Madame Rong, the one who pokes people with needles. If you feel pain, you're fine. Get up quickly. I've never seen a concubine as lazy as you, able to sleep in bed all day, and that bastard you gave birth to is just the same. Hurry up and clean yourself, then go to the prince's chamber to serve him. Remember, wash yourself clean first. The old woman added a final instruction, then covered her nose, and left the room, not wanting to look at Song Yinchi any longer. Serve the prince. Serve the prince. Is this a joke? What about Song Xingchen? What should I do? I don't want to serve some prince, I don't want to go, I'm not that kind of woman. Wait. Song Yinchi turned to look at Song Xingchen. Did you hear what that old woman said? A prince. A prince. This original owner is actually a prince's I heard. You'd better not resist in any way. Any unusual behavior could get us both game over. Especially in a prince's mansion, a concubine is just a servant with no say. So mom, go serve the prince. Good luck. And by the way, find me something to eat. I never got your instant noodles earlier, but now I can eat anything. Thank you, mom. Goodbye, mom. Good luck, mom. Pushed out the door by Song Xingchen, Song Yinchi frowned at the courtyard in front of her with only one thought in her mind. Hey, I don't know the way. Is concubine Song heading to serve the prince tonight? From your hesitant manner, one might think you're reluctant. The man who suddenly appeared behind her startled Song Yinchi. Do you walk without a sound? How can you just appear behind someone? Song Yinchi turned around, captivated by the man before her. Clad in a sky blue robe with a purple belt edged in gold, clearly of great value, and a pure white jade crown upon his head, he was unmistakably wealthy. Though Song Yinchi knew little of ancient attire, she had seen enough to recognize the difference. Compared to her own rags, this man was undeniably well off. Song Yinchi cleared her throat, recalling the mannerisms of ancient people from TV dramas, and gracefully bowed to the man. Greetings, young master. Since when did concubine Song learn to bow? Song Yimo cannot accept such courtesy. Come, I am on my way to check on brother Ouyang as well. If you delay any longer, you want to— Song Yimo, what did you say your name was? Song Yimo. Song Yinchi was stunned. This man shared the exact same name as her despicable ex-husband, the one who got his subordinate pregnant and schemed to leave her with nothing. The more she looked at him, the more she loathed him. Indeed, any man named Song Yimo was a dog. Concubine Song, have you been bewitched? Do you not recognize me? Song Yimo seemed to notice something amiss and circled around her twice. You dare to look me straight in the eye? You never used to raise your gaze to me. And Song Yimo was about to scrutinize her further when Song Yinchi hastily reminded him. Young Master Song, if you don't hurry to see your brother Ouyang, the sun will soon set. Hey, where are you going? The autumn cicada courtyard is this way. Are you lost or trying to run? Song Yimo called out to the bewildered Song Yinchi, shaking his head to dispel his confusion, and led her toward Ouyang Pu's courtyard. This Song Yimo is clearly no good. From now on, I'll steer clear of you. Who wants to run into a dog like you? And you talk too much while leading the way. Song Yinchi muttered. The more she walked, the more astonished she became. How extravagant these ancient people were. Why live in such a huge garden? If someone had trouble walking, they'd need an electric bike just to get home. Having not eaten, Song Yinchi grew hungrier with each step, her legs feeling weak. She missed her little electric bike, which had accompanied her for so many years. She would probably never see it again. A wave of melancholy washed over Song Yinchi. After many twists and turns, they finally reached a courtyard. At the entrance stood a man dressed in black who clasped his hands in greeting upon seeing Song Yimo and Song Yinchi arrive together. Young Master Song. He greeted them politely and gently. Concubine Song arrived a full incense stick late today. If the prince's treatment is delayed, Mama Chun will surely punish you. His tone was icy cold. Though he addressed her as concubine, there was not a trace of respect in his words. I happened to encounter concubine Song, and exchanged a few words which delayed her a little. Song Yimo spoke up in her defense, and Song Yinchi felt a flicker of gratitude. Chu Yang, tell Mama Chun to go easy on her, or else she won't be able to serve the prince tonight. Song Yimo raised his voice deliberately as he passed by Chu Yang. What a bastard. If you're going to say that, at least don't let me hear it. Such a snitch. Indeed, any man named Song Yimo is a dog. Song Yinchi silently swore, treating this as an eternal truth. Hate him as she might, she still had to do her duty. Otherwise it wouldn't just be a beating shed face. Song Yinchi followed closely behind Song Yimo. Just a few steps later, a young maidservant called out from behind. Concubine Song, where are you going? Who gave you the audacity to enter the prince's chamber without bathing? Song Yinchi turned to see a girl of about 18 or 19 emerging from a side room. She wore a pale pink silk jacket and skirt with a light blue silk sash at her waist. Though her head was unadorned save for a small silver hairpin, she looked lively and cute. Song Yinchi looked down at her own coarse clothes, her mind full of questions. Wasn't she a concubine? How could even a maidservant be dressed more impressively than herself? How little regard did her original self command? To live so miserably, she must have been quite— In ancient times, even a concubine without children could live decently. And this was a prince's concubine. Even if not covered in gold and jewels, she shouldn't be so shabby. Why did everyone here look down on her? Had her original self done something scandalous? She would have to find out. What's the matter, concubine Song? Crawling into the prince's bed used to be your favorite pastime. Why the sudden modesty? Have you changed your ways, or are you shy? The maidservant mocked her mercilessly from beneath the eaves. Chu Yang coughed, unable to bear it any longer. Miss Chunhua, please be careful with your words. Matters of the prince's bedchamber are private, it's inappropriate to discuss them openly. Chu Yang's words made Chunhua blush. She became even more coy, her gaze towards Song Yinshi, growing more venomous. But out of respect for Chu Yang, she held back her temper, spat out a final remark, and stormed off toward the courtyard exit. Concubine Song, your bathwater is ready in the side chamber. Hurry and bathe. Song Yinshi said, nothing, pushed open the door to the side chamber, and entered. The room was small, with a screen blocking the view from the entrance. Beyond the screen, a wooden bathtub stood waist-high in the center of the room. Song Yinshi touched the water. It was a bit cool. She searched for hot water, but found none. The 2 wooden buckets nearby were empty. With no other choice, her clothes were sticky and foul. Song Yinshi braced herself against the chill and stripped off everything. Just as she was about to step into the water, she noticed a layer of grease floating on the surface. Having lived for over 30 years, how could she not know what that was? Damn that Chunhua. In all her life, she had never had to use someone else's leftover bathwater. Song Yinshi gritted her teeth and endured it. Who cared if she stank now? She would deal with that wretched girl later. Splash, splash. The cool water sent shivers through her body. Was there no heating in this place? How hard life was for ancient people. Suddenly, as she raised her arm to wash, she saw the white jade bracelet her mother had left her. It had come with her to ancient times. This was too surreal. Touching her bracelet, Song Yinshi silently thought, if only some body wash could have crossed over too, then she wouldn't have to scrub so dryly without getting anything clean. With a thought, a bottle of Lux body wash fell directly into the bathtub. Song Yinshi looked closely, having no idea where it came from. Is this really body wash? Song Yinshi fished the bottle of body wash from the bottom of the wooden bath barrel, turning it over in her palm for a closer look. The pink bottle was a familiar sight, and when she pressed the pump, white lotion slowly oozed out. What the? It's even my favorite floral scent. She couldn't resist bringing her hand to her nose, but the smell only deepened her confusion. Was this the ancient world or the modern one? If it was ancient, why was there body wash? If it was modern, why did the ancient atmosphere feel so authentic? Concubine Song, are you done yet? Chunhua knocked impatiently from outside the door, muttering under her breath, no matter how much you wash, you're still a filthy beggar. Who are you trying to impress with your airs? Oh, we'll be right out. Chunhua spoke without restraint, and even her muttering was perfectly audible to Song Yinshi. Sighing at her own predicament, Song Yinshi quickly lathered the body wash all over, rinsed off the grime, and cleaned herself thoroughly. Thank goodness for the body wash, or her greasy skin would have been unbearable. But as soon as she stepped out of the tub, Song Yinshi hit a new problem. She was wearing only a thin robe, so where on earth was she supposed to hide this large bottle? Leaving it out would get her caught, and taking it with her was just as risky. Who knew what would happen later? Carrying an object that didn't belong in this era was like holding a ticking time. What am I supposed to do with this? If only it could just vanish into thin air. The moment the words left her lips, the bottle disappeared right before her very eyes, vanishing. What kind of sorcery is this? Or is someone playing tricks on me? Song Yinshi began searching the room frantically. It was a small side chamber meant for washing, visible at a single glance. There was nowhere to hide, let alone conceal, and what devilry is this? Come out, whatever ghost or demon you are. She shouted bravely into the room, and in an instant a pile of things came crashing down from above, burying her completely. Ah, you're crushing me. What is all this? Clawing her way out, Song Yinshi gasped for air, finally getting a chance to examine the heap that had buried her. Dolls, masks, a pumpkin head, and all sorts of creepy things. Aren't these the goods I prepared for Halloween? How did they end up here? She pulled each item out and inspected them one by one. She was absolutely certain this was the batch she had stocked tucked away at the back of the supermarket shelves, ready to be displayed for Halloween. One of the dolls still had a price tag shed stuck on, waiting to be peeled off. How could her supermarket goods be here? Song Yinshi couldn't fathom it. But then again, if something as absurd as reincarnation could happen, then other inexplicable things weren't entirely out of the question. After today, Song Yanx's capacity for shock had grown by leaps and bounds. Well, if that's the case, I'd like a self-heating hot pot, a bottle of iced black tea, and a spicy chicken feet snack. This was her golden combo whenever she was alone at the supermarket, her absolute favorite. Sure enough, everything she asked for appeared. Her stomach had been growling for ages, and seeing her favorite foods before her, even wolfing down, would have been a polite understatement. Not bad service from this merchant. Alright, clean it all up. I'm done eating. In the blink of an eye, all the dolls and her leftover scraps vanished without a single trace left. Song Yanx's excitement grew with each passing moment. Sure, she had been reborn into this ancient world as a lowly concubine, but now she had some kind of supernatural aid at her disposal. Let them all try to look down on her now. At that moment, the door was kicked open by Chunhua. Seeing Song Yinshi lounging about so leisurely, Chunhua's anger flared. Are you deliberately stalling, concubine? Who are you putting on airs for? Chunhua stepped into the room, initially suspecting Song Yinshi of doing something shameful. But finding nothing unusual, she relaxed, grabbed Song Yinshi by the arm, and hurried her out the door. You're hurting me. Chunhua applied more force secretly, and a red mark spread across Song Yanx's wrist. Do you have any idea what time it is? You might have time to waste, but I'm not about to be punished along with you. Chunhua said no more, shoving Song Yinshi straight into the main chamber and bolting the door shut before she... What a nuisance. As she walked away, Chunhua didn't forget to dust off her hands, especially the hand that had touched Song Yinshi. She rubbed it vigorously to vent her frustration, but the more she rubbed, the more she noticed a faint lingering fragrance on her skin, a scent so refreshing it left her feeling dazed. Is this my natural scent? It's actually quite pleasant. Chunhua didn't give it another thought, sniffing her hand as she made her way towards Steward Chu's courtyard. Inside the room, Song Yinshi stared at the tightly shut door, feeling a knot of tension in her stomach. So this was where she was supposed to spend the night. The prince wasn't in here. In her whole life, the highest-ranking official she had ever met was her school principal. What would a prince be in modern terms? A governor? A minister? Song Yinshi stole a glance behind her, but there was no prince in sight. There was, however, one person. That insufferable man Song Mo. Concubine Song certainly keeps grand airs, keeping me waiting all this time. Song Mo's eyes were full of mockery, making Song Yinshi feel deeply uncomfortable. Wait, was this insufferable man really the one she was supposed to serve tonight? Though the thought made her sick to her stomach, Song Yinshi knew her life, and her son's life, depended on this. She couldn't afford to hesitate. Steeling herself, she reached for her sash and pulled it open. Isn't this what you wanted? If you're so eager, then let's get on with it. She was wearing only a thin garment to begin with. The moment the sash came undone, the short jacket slid down her smooth, delicate skin. All that remained now was a flimsy undergarment, one that had been discarded by a maidservant and was far too small for her, accentuating her curves all the more. One glance was all it took for Song Mo to turn his head away, his face flushed with embarrassment, his voice tinged with panic. What is wrong with you, woman? Even a wanton woman wouldn't just strip in front of a man. I have no interest in you. Your man is lying on the bed in there. The medicine has been given. You may go in. With that, Song Mo turned his body sideways, desperately avoiding looking at her. Even with his head averted as he passed by Song Yinshi, a faint fresh scent drifted into his nose. Curious as he was about the fragrance, he was even more afraid she might do something outrageous again. He strode out of the room in a hurry and slammed the door shut behind him. Song Yinshi watched Song Mo flee in a panicked disdain, curling her lips. That man was nothing compared to her scumbag husband, blushing over such a trivial matter. Her worthless husband wished every woman in the office would join his harem. Even the cleaning lady flinched at the sight of him, a veritable beast in human form. Song Yinshi shook her head vigorously. She desperately tried to shake every memory of Song Mo from her mind. Now was not the time to dwell on that scumbag. She was still in danger. If Song Mo wasn't the prince, then who was she supposed to serve tonight? Song Yinshi hadn't forgotten her mission. Well, not her mission, but Concubine Song's. Curious, she crept toward the inner chamber. These ancients were so troublesome, draping countless silk curtains across a perfectly fine room, turning it into a labyrinth. Still, compared to the woodshed she called home, this place was a palace. As she explored, Song Yinshi wondered if there was any food around. Her son was starving, and her priority was to find something to eat. She also needed a quiet spot to figure out this shower gel situation. The inner room was a bedchamber, its four-poster bed draped in thick navy blue curtains that radiated opulence. The fabric felt peculiarly unique, and although Song Yinshi knew little of textiles, she could tell it was exceptionally soft to the touch. Song Yinshi searched the entire room without finding a single soul. The only place left was the bed. Could the prince they spoke of be lying there? Would it be too forward of me to just pull back the curtain? Even as she muttered to herself, her hands moved. With a swift swish, she drew back the blue curtain. Sunlight flooded the bed, and the man lying within furrowed his brow, but showed no sign of waking. Song Yinshi froze, staring at the man on the bed. Her usually chaotic mind slammed to a halt, and the air grew so still she could hear only her own breathing and the sound of her swallowing. Is this the legendary Sleeping Beauty? Is he a mannequin? She inched closer to the face on the bed, hesitantly reaching out to touch his cheek. It was warm, alive, a living person, though his breathing was faint. Instinctively, her nursing training kicked in, and she moved her fingers to his neck to check his pulse. How can a man be this beautiful? Back in the modern world, talent scouts would have worn a path to his door. Look at that face, dewy enough to pinch out water. And that nose. Did he get an implant? How can it be so perfectly sculpted? The man on the bed seemed to embody Song Yinxi's ideal of beauty. Modern men were all about being pale and skinny, but this one was pale, yet powerfully built, his chiseled features radiating masculine valor and dominance. Even with his eyes closed, his devastatingly handsome face remained captivating. It only added to his mystique. The man seemed to be unconscious, showing no reaction, no matter how Song Yinshi poked or prodded him. Song Yinshi was puzzled. Why was he so deeply unconscious? This wasn't the stillness of sleep, it was more like a coma. Driven by curiosity, she slowly lifted the thick quilt covering him. Beneath it, the man was stark naked, not a single stitch of clothing. And his manhood stood erect, proud, and imposing right before her eyes. It looked just as formidable as its owner. Damn it! A hot rush of blood gushed from Song Yinxi's nose. The warm sensation made her jerk her head back desperately, trying not to let it drip onto the man. She pinched her traitorous nose tightly. Her other hand instinctively searched for a tissue. But of course this era had no tissues. Song Yinshi no longer cared about the man's stunning looks. Her nosebleed was turning into a flood. She was going to bleed out just from looking at an ancient man. She grabbed the blue bed curtain and with all her might tore off a piece. Her technique was that of a professional, a skill honed from years of tearing gauze in the hospital. After wadding the cloth and stuffing it up her nose, Song Yinshi finally managed to look past his tempting physique and focus on the wounds on his body. His body was tall and muscular, every inch of flesh firm and well-defined. The only flaw was the scars, old and new, that covered him. The most severe was the wound on his chest. Although wrapped in gauze, a pale yellow fluid was seeping through and a faint foul odor emanated from the area. It was clearly infected and already beginning to fester. Without prompt treatment to reduce the inflammation, this man would surely die. No wonder his breathing was so weak. But why wasn't he running a fever? With an infection this bad, shouldn't a normal person be burning up? Despite her confusion, Song Yinshi didn't waste a moment. She immediately began unwrapping the gauze. As layer after layer came off, her unease grew. How could anyone be so severely wounded? Who could have inflicted such a vicious injury? They must be truly heartless. No sooner had the thought crossed her mind than Song Yinshi sneezed loudly. Damn it, it's freezing in here. Even if this guy is on the verge of death, he's still breathing. The least they could do is provide a brazier. Song Yinshi was still in her thin clothes after her bath. She hadn't felt the cold when she first entered, but now standing close to the man, her body was trembling uncontrollably. The wounds on the man's body had festered. The gauze didn't cover one wound, but several, with the most severe being just a fingernail's width from his heart. Song Yinshi marveled at how incredibly lucky this man was to be alive. All this dead tissue needs to be removed, then the wounds disinfected and dressed. He also needs antibiotics. Unfortunately, my medical kit isn't here. If I had it, this would be a piece of cake. Oh, how I miss my little medical kit. As Song Yinshi mumbled to herself, a huge, three-tiered pale pink medical kit materialized out of thin air, landing squarely on the man's lower abdomen. The sudden intense pain tore a muffled groan from the unconscious man. My medical kit. Forgetting the man's discomfort, Song Yinshi hugged her precious kit, patting it gleefully. Doryman. Really Doryman. I think of something and it appears. Haha, I love myself so much. Long live the transmigration. Ha ha ha. Her joyful reverie was interrupted by a loud knock at the door. The voice of the guard, Chu Yang, rang out. Concubine, Song, time is almost up. Hurry up, the prince still needs his medicine. Alright, coming right away. Song Yinshi answered, quickly opening her medical kit. She took out her tools and began to deftly treat the wounds. Song Yinshi first sterilized the scalpel with alcohol, then carefully cleaned away the necrotic tissue around the wound. This process demanded extreme caution. In ancient times, Guanye's scraping of the bone to heal a wound was celebrated as a tale of valor, which made it all too clear how excruciating the pain was. Every movement Song Yinshi made was exceedingly gentle, yet she could still feel the body trembling slightly beneath her touch. She wished she could use an anesthetic, but despite pondering for a long while, none appeared. She had no idea what went wrong. However, she couldn't afford to dwell on it. Before the guards returned, she had to finish treating the man's wound. But now Song Yinshi faced a major dilemma. The man's manhood stood erect before her, and no matter how strong her professional ethics, she couldn't help stealing glances at it. That little thing was simply too captivating. Well, Song Yinshi silently reproached herself 100 times, then casually pulled the sheet from the man's side to cover the little fellow. To her surprise, even beneath the sheet it remained proudly upright, propping up a small tent. What kind of medicine did he take? Why is this little thing so excited? Suddenly Song Yinshi recalled her mission. My heavens, could this man have taken a drug? No wonder. Song Yinshi suppressed her wandering thoughts and began tending to the wound again. Earlier she had been leaning over the man's side to treat the injury, but the wound was on the right side, making this position highly inconvenient. Now that the little fellow was covered, Song Yinshi straddled the man's abdomen and bent over to treat the wound. This position indeed made things much easier, except that when she straightened her back, she inevitably bumped into the little fellow. Feeling it grow even stiffer upon contact, Song Yinshi made a conscious effort to adjust her movements, avoiding it as much as possible. She was genuinely afraid that if this continued, the man might burst from the strain. Half an hour later, Song Yinshi finished dressing the wound. She shook her sore arm, cleaned the blood from the man's body with gauze, carefully wiped the wound with iodine, and then took out the anti-inflammatory medicine. But as she stared at the pills, she felt a pang of hesitation. I wonder if he can swallow the medicine. If he can't, the wound will get infected. Song Yinshi gently patted the man's face and shook his body. Hey, handsome, wake up. Time to take your medicine. Hey, wake up. The man remained completely unresponsive. Song Yinshi sighed, uncertain of what to do. She walked over to the table and shook the white thermos sitting there. Fortunately, there was water inside, but only the thermos, no cup. Abandoning all pretense of decorum, Song Yinshi lifted the thermos to her lips and drank directly. The cool water flowed down her throat, bringing a wave of relief. She hadn't had a single drop of water since waking up, and she had no idea how long this body had gone without drinking. The water tasted as sweet as nectar. Carrying the thermos, Song Yinshi returned to the man's side. She took the anti-inflammatory pills from the medical kit, popped them into her own mouth, and grimaced as the bitter taste flooded her palate. Tilting the thermos, she gulped down a large mouthful of water, then leaned down and pressed her lips to the man's. So soft. How can a man's lips be this soft? It's utterly unfair. Song Yinshi silently screamed in her mind, almost swallowing the water herself. Suppressing the chaotic thoughts, she pried open the man's mouth with her teeth and pushed the dissolved medicine and water deep into his throat. The pills had mostly dissolved in her mouth, but the remaining lump lodged in his throat, too large to pass. No choice. Without hesitation, Song Yinshi lifted her head, took another gulp of water, and pressed her mouth against his again. Fearing the medicine might leak out, she sealed their lips tightly with her hand and moved her tongue around inside his mouth, accelerating the dissolution of the pill. Antibiotics were inherently bitter, and lingering in the mouth in this way only intensified the taste. Song Yinshi felt her entire body grow bitter, and she longed to find a basin of water to rinse out her mouth. After more than 10 minutes with the last swallow of water, the man finally managed to down both pills. Song Yinshi had no idea how he felt, but her own brows were tightly furrowed, her face twisted in agony. Lady Song, the hour is up. Allow me to escort you back. The prince needs to rest. Chu Yang had knocked several times only to be brushed off by Song Yinshi. This time, unable to wait any longer, he pushed the door open and entered directly. Ignoring her own discomfort, Song Yinshi concentrated her mind, and the medical kit at her feet vanished into thin air. Then in a flurry, she began tidying up the gauze. By the time Chu Yang approached, Song Yinshi had just finished wrapping all the gauze around the man's body, leaving everything exactly as it had been before. Chu Yang glanced warily at his prince's complexion, finding nothing amiss, and relaxed slightly. His gaze towards Song Yinshi was inscrutable, but deep down he felt nothing but contempt. Yet to preserve the prince's bloodline, he had to swallow his disgust and allow this woman to touch the prince. After all, only Dr. Song Mo had declared that this woman's constitution could withstand the prince's overwhelming energy. Song Yinshi gave Chu Yang an innocent, "Then please take good care of the prince, guard Chu. He'll be going now." "Just kidding. Do you think I want to stay here? I'm like Doraemon now. I need to hurry back and conjure up a mountain of delicious food for my son. My boy is still starving." Song Yinshi cast one last glance at the man on the bed, silently saying, "Farewell, you honk." Then without sparing another look at Chu Yang, she dashed out of the room. As soon as she stepped out of the courtyard, Song Yinshi froze. By the lotus pond outside the gate, Song Mo was still there, lingering not far away. Recalling their earlier encounter, Song Yinshi felt a bit awkward, but he stood right on the path she had to take to return home. Should she greet him, or pretend not to know him and just walk past? Song Yinshi decided she preferred the latter option. So lowering her head and quickening her pace, she strode towards Song Mo with a look of utter indifference. "Lady Song, leaving in such a hurry. Just one more step, and she would have passed him," but Song Mo called out. Song Yinshi silently cursed his ancestors down to the 7th generation. "Master Song, what a coincidence. You're here too. I didn't see you just now. I'm in a hurry to get home to my child. He'll take my leave now." After rattling off a few hurried pleasantries, Song Yinshi tried to bolt, but Song Mo stepped directly in front of her, blocking her path. "Concubine Song, have you forgotten something important?" Song Mo's unique masculine scent carried by the cold wind rushed unexpectedly into Song Yanx's nostrils, and her mind suddenly began to grow hazy. What does young Master Song mean? I'm not quite sure. A wave of heat began to surge through her body. Song Yinshi felt as if a fire had ignited within her, its blazing flames threatening to dry her out completely. The aura emanating from Song Mo was like a block of ice water. The closer she drew to him, the cooler she felt. Song Yanx's body involuntarily began to lean towards Song Mo. "You haven't taken your medicine today." Song Mo produced a small brown bottle from his sleeve and extended it towards Song Yinshi. She didn't know what was inside, but it probably wasn't poison. Why else would he still want her to warm his bed? If he wanted her dead, he could have just killed her outright. Song Yanx's mind was nearly melted by the fire within her, her ability to think reduced to zero. Without any hesitation, she took the bottle, popped the cork open, and finding it filled with a liquid, raised it to her lips, and drank it all in one go, then handed the empty bottle back to Song Mo with a flourish. The change happened in an instant. Before Song Mo could even take the bottle, Song Yinshi unexpectedly spat out a mouthful of blood. The blood sprayed all over Song Mo, who was closest to her. His first instinct was to protect his face with his hands, thankfully managing to shield it from the spray. Song Yinshi wanted to say that his face, no matter how well protected, couldn't compare to the one in the room, but she found herself unable to speak, collapsing limply against Song Mo, all strength drained from her body. "Concubine Song, what's wrong?" Song Mo wasn't entirely heartless. He reached out to support her shoulders, preventing her from having a close encounter with the cold, hard ground. Song Mo's hand rested on Song Yanx's wrist, his brow furrowed as he examined her pulse. "I don't know. I just feel so hot, like there's a fire burning inside me, consuming me." Song Yanx's voice grew weaker, her body becoming more limp. Song Mo thought she was about to faint, but was surprised when a soft, delicate hand suddenly climbed onto his chest, rubbing continuously, while another slithered up his thigh, heading towards his rear. Song Mo was shocked. This was the first time a woman had treated him this way. His face flushed crimson, and his breathing became ragged. "Concubine Song, did you touch the water jug in the room? That contains an aphrodisiac." What other chaotic medicines have you taken? Are you trying to kill yourself by taking random drugs? Song Yimo shoved Song Yinshi away and she stumbled back, falling against the stone railing of the lotus pond, clinging to it, and gasping for breath weakly. Ultimately his heart softened. He couldn't bear to see her like this. Song Yimo stepped forward, intending to help her up and escort her back to her room. There was no antidote for this medicine, but it would pass within an hour or so. The moment Song Yimo touched Song Yanx's arm, her sinuous body coiled around him once more. Her unique, subtle feminine fragrance overwhelmed Song Mo's senses. Sensing danger, he instinctively shoved her away. With a dull thud, Song Yinshi stumbled back 2 steps and fell directly into the lotus pond. It was early winter, so the pond hadn't frozen over, but that didn't make the water any less bone-chillingly cold. Song Yinshi struggled for a moment before realizing the water only reached her thighs. Song Yimo, standing on the bank, watched her with an amused expression, showing no intention of pulling her out. The icy water instantly dispelled her previous drowsiness. Grabbing hold of a nearby reed, Song Yinshi slowly stood up, covered in mud and looking even more disheveled. Wiping the mud from her face, she waded towards the edge of the pond. Song Yimo crossed his arms and watched her, curious to see what she would say. But Song Yinshi merely shot him a venomous glare, crawled onto the bank, and staggered unsteadily towards her own quarters. Song Yimo didn't follow. He knew his own medicine. After a dip in the water, its effects would have mostly worn off. The only strange thing was that Song Yinshi seemed different. Before, she was timid and submissive in his presence, not even daring to look him in the eye. But today she not only dared to look at him, but she even dared to touch him. Utterly audacious. Meanwhile, on the other side, just as Song Yinshi rushed out of the room, something miraculous happened. The man who had been unconscious on the bed suddenly opened his eyes and turned his head to look at Chu Yang, who stood by the bedside. Chu Yang had only intended to clean up Ouyang Pu. After all, the prince had just endured a terrible ordeal. Chu Yang didn't dare dwell on that image. To see his war god prince reduced to such a state was 10,000 pangs of agony for his heart. Before his heart could finish bleeding, Chu Yang witnessed an unbelievable sight. The prince's eyes were open, glaring at him with undisguised fury. "Your Highness, you're awake. This is wonderful. Dr. Song said your chances were slim, that you might not survive these 2 days, and even told us to prepare for the worst. Seeing you awake is the greatest relief." Men rarely weep, but Chu Yang clung to Ouyang Pu's arm, sobbing uncontrollably. This man of unwavering resolve cried for the first time like a young bride. "Enough, dry your tears. I have some matters for you to investigate." Ouyang Pu paid little heed to Chu Yang's emotions. Resolving the questions in his mind was of utmost. "Your Highness, please speak. Investigate what Concubine Song has been up to these past few days. Report every detail to me. Also have someone discreetly monitor her movements and report to me every night. And also find out who Doraemon is." The first 2 tasks made sense to Chu Yang, but the last one puzzled him. What dream? Where did the prince hear such a strange name? Any other questions? Seeing Chu Yang still standing before him, Ouyang Pu felt a flicker of annoyance. Any other questions? No. Then why are you still here? This subordinate is going now. Chu Yang scurried out of the room, a rare smile gracing his face. At last there was a glimmer of joy in this gloomy prince's residence. "Wait." Ouyang Pu called him back, adding another instruction. "Do not tell anyone that I am awake, not even my wet nurse. And have Concubine Song come to serve me again tomorrow night." Chu Yang looked at Ouyang Pu on the bed, bewildered. What did the prince mean by this? Could it be? Chu Yang's mind wandered into forbidden territory. No, impossible. How could the prince be that kind of person? Yes. Chu Yang clasped his fists and hurried out of the room, not daring to think further. Alone in the room, now, Ouyang Pu tried to move his body. It ached sorely, but he could manage to shift slowly. Looking down at the bandage on his chest, he carefully undid it, his eyes narrowing as he studied the brownish medicinal stains upon it. "Woman, who exactly are you?" The lingering bitterness of the medicine still clung to his lips. Ouyang Pu licked them as if he could still feel the soft, supple touch of Song. Foolish woman, taking advantage of a man's weakness. As Song Yimo stepped into the room and caught sight of Ouyang Pu's expression, a flicker of amusement danced in his eyes. Curiosity stirred within him about what had transpired before his arrival. "Looking rather well, aren't you? How was it? Quite refreshing, I imagine." Song Yimo and Ouyang Pu had been bosom friends since childhood. Others dared not jest in his presence, but Song Yimo did. In fact, it was he who had slipped the aphrodisiac into Ouyang Pu's drink that very day. Song Yimo knew Ouyang Pu's constitution well. Leaving behind a male heir was the final kindness he could offer his old friend. "You drug me?" Ouyang Pu asked with an unreadable expression, yet his gaze remained fixed upon the azure curtain overhead. "No need to thank me. I also gave her a fertility tonic. This time it's all but certain. Rest assured, after you're gone, I'll treat these 2 children as my own and raise them with the utmost care." When Song Yimo spoke these words, he was utterly sincere. Ouyang Pu could sense the melancholy woven into his voice. "I never touched that woman," Ouyang Pu said softly, gesturing at the wounds on his body with a raised brow. "It seems I won't be dying after all." Ouyang Pu recalled the image of Song Yinshi frantically feeding him medicine, and the corners of his mouth curled up involuntarily. "What is this? Who did this?" Song Mo examined the wounds on Ouyang Pu's body, closely, his hand directly pressing upon his pulse. That woman did this. What did she do to you? How is your body recovering so quickly? Even with my ice silk curtain you should have. Mentioning the ice silk curtain, Song Mo abruptly looked up at where Ouyang Pu had been staring. A gaping tear marred the deep blue silk curtain. My ice silk curtain, worth 1,000 pieces of gold. Who did this? He'll kill her. Song Mo instinctively knew it was that woman's doing. Without another word, he rose furiously to confront Song Yanxi. 10 snow lotus blooms. Ouyang Pu's words proved effective, though it was the allure of the snow lotus that truly worked. Song Mo gritted his teeth, forcing a smile uglier than a grimace. The prince is most generous. Then this humble one shall take his leave, and not disturb your recovery. Do remember to deliver the snow lotuses to my herb garden. Unaware of the calamity, she had narrowly escaped. Song Yanxi changed into clean clothes, and sat in the woodshed staring blankly at the empty room. Where had Song Xingqian gone? He was but a child of 3 or 4. If he encountered any danger, what would she do? Song Yanxi lamented. If only she had a smartwatch, she could track where Song Xingqian had wandered off to. Every time they went out, she would make sure he wore one. The moment the thought crossed her mind, a brand new Wenkuxing smartwatch dropped directly into her palm. Could my superpower be back? Why didn't it work earlier when I wanted anesthetic? Song Yanxi stared at the smartwatch in a daze while Song Xingqian pushed open the door and walked in with a burp. Song Yanxi blinked, and the watch in her hand vanished. Where did you go? We're strangers in this place. You mustn't run off again. If you got lost, how could I go on living? Song Yanxi scolded Song Xingqian sternly, but seeing the child's nose red from the cold, her heart softened. Mom, I was just so hungry that I snuck into the kitchen. The cook there is such a kind person. She secretly gave me a huge steamed bun and a chicken leg too. Look. From the innermost pocket of his little padded jacket, Song Xingqian carefully produced a glistening chicken leg. It was clearly freshly cooked, still exuding the savory aroma. Mom, the chicken leg, you eat it. Song Xingqian held the chicken leg up high. Though he found it tempting himself, he knew his mother must not have eaten either. Mom's not hungry, you eat it. I already ate the big bun, so I'm not hungry anymore. From now on you won't need to go to the kitchen. We'll have whatever we want. No more chicken legs for us. We'll feast on a grand banquet with delicacies from land and sea. Whatever you desire you shall have. Mom, are you catching a cold? You're starting to talk nonsense. Or are you so hungry you've gone delirious? Song Xingqian's little hand reached up to feel Song Yanx's forehead. It was cool to the touch, nothing unusual. No, neither. Your mom has gained a superpower. I can conjure anything I want. Song Yanxi pulled Song Xingqian's little hand into hers to warm it. What do you want to eat most right now? Mom will make it appear for you. Though Song Xingqian found it childish, he didn't want to disappoint his mother when he saw the eager look in her eyes. His gaze darted around before he said, Mom, I want KFC. It was Song Xingqian's favorite food. Whenever she had time, Song Yanxi would take him to KFC. Alright, let's get 2 family buckets. 10 chicken wings and 20 burgers. You can eat to your heart's content. With that, Song Yanxi closed her eyes and focused her mind with all her might. She tried once, twice, 3 times. Until she was grinding her teeth in strain, yet no food materialized in the room. Still refusing to give up, she squeezed her eyes shut and pushed with all her strength, looking like someone struggling with constipation, writhing and twisting to no avail. Mom. Song Xingqian watched the fine sweat forming on Song Yanx's forehead with growing worry. He feared that the trauma of crossing worlds had driven her mad, and if that were the case, his world would come crashing down. It's not working, son. KFC won't come. Could you pick something else? Mom, I don't want anything anymore. Let's just eat the chicken leg. It's perfectly fine. Song Xingqian tried to console her, but Song Yanxi grew stubborn. No, it must be something you truly love. To soothe her, Song Xingqian casually blurted out an answer. Then I want a pack of instant noodles. The Baixiang brand, the chicken and mushroom flavor you love so much. That's too simple a request. The chicken and mushroom flavor is too. Before Song Yanxi could finish, a pack of Baixiang instant noodles appeared in her hand. The green package, the kind found in every supermarket. Mom. Song Xingqian stared in disbelief at the instant noodles in Song Yanx's hand, then back at her. The world had suddenly become surreal. Could his mother truly possess superpowers? Xingqian, I did it. I actually did it. Did you see that? Mom really has magical powers now. He'll never let you suffer with me again. Mom, you did it. You really did it. Song Xingqian was somewhat excited, but after the initial thrill, Song Yanxi waited for him to share some heartfelt words of gratitude. Instead, he turned away to study the instant noodles. This world is physical. Our crossing over is a miraculous event, but it's essentially an exchange of matter. Something extraordinary must have happened at the moment of our death, causing our bodies to swap. But Mom, the fact that you can now bring modern objects into this world is also a form of exchange. Yet what triggers that exchange? Song Xingqian stared intently at the instant noodles before him, lost in thought. Far away, 1,000 miles distant here, was the capital of the Daxia Kingdom, the most prosperous place in the realm. In the imperial palace of Daxia, lanterns and festoons were hung today, a scene of great bustle and excitement. Today was the winter solstice festival on the lunar calendar, one of the most important festivals for northerners. Even the poorest common families would gather the most sumptuous meal they could afford on this day, with the whole family reuniting much like the New Year celebration. Yet today the palace banquet was rather desolate. Many of the old ministers from the previous dynasties steadfastly supported the war god Ouyang-pu and were indignant that Ouyang-sun had suddenly ascended the throne while Ouyang-pu was away on campaign. Hence they all refused to attend Ouyang-sun's banquets. For as long as Ouyang-sun had been emperor, these old men had protested. But how could an arm twist a thigh? No matter how the old ministers opposed, his throne only grew steadier. Half a year passed, and the greatest rival was exiled to Lingnan. The third prince, Ouyang-qing, had never harbored any desire for the throne. With his wild nature that indulged in landscapes, he posed no threat to Ouyang-sun. You old ministers are not satisfied, are you? Then vacate your positions for those loyal to the emperor. Now in every ministry the majority were Ouyang-sun's people. Only now did Ouyang-sun's mood improve slightly. He no longer lay awake at night, or ate without tasting. After all, only Ouyang-sun himself knew how he had come by. The imperial edict of succession clearly stated that the throne was to pass to the great prince Ouyang-pu. How it became Ouyang-sun's, and what had transpired in between Ouyang-sun remembered vividly. The main dish of today's palace banquet was also dumplings, but the dumplings in the imperial palace were naturally different from those in common households. The fillings were a world of their own, and the imperial chefs had taken great pains with the dumplings' appearance. Yet such exquisite dumplings placed before Ouyang-sun could not stir his appetite in the slightest. The palace banquet was so cold and cheerless that Ouyang-sun simply retreated to his study, out of sight, out of mind. Take it away. I don't wish to eat. Have there been any news of Song Yinshi recently? Ouyang-sun watched the grand eunuch Chun Yuanchuan directing several young eunuchs to clear the dishes from the table. He picked up the jade pendant at his side and toyed with it. After the assassination attempt on Ouyang-pu by your majesty, she has been silent. However, scouts from Lingnan have reported that Ouyang-pu is mortally wounded and beyond recovery. He seems unable to leave his bed, and the scouts have not seen him step out of his room for a long time. Chun Yuanchuan answered cautiously. After all, this was not particularly important news. It was merely a reply from peripheral scouts. He had been unable to contact Song Yinshi himself, unsure whether she had been killed in the assassination attempt on Ouyang-pu, or had encountered some danger that prevented her from sending word. Useless. I want to see the person alive, or the corpse dead. Don't report uncertain matters to me. Contact Song Yinshi as soon as possible. I want to know the true situation of Ouyang-pu. Chun Yuanchuan looked at Ouyang-sun with difficulty and asked softly, Your Majesty, do you think Song Yinshi might have betrayed you? It has been a long time without news from her. This is unusual. Ouyang-sun looked at the white jade in his hand, smooth as congealed fat, and smiled faintly. Betray me. Unless she dies, absolutely not. After all, we still hold a fatal leverage over her. Chun Yuanchuan nodded, echoing Ouyang-sun's words. How wise, Your Majesty, is to have kept Song Yang's daughter by your side from the very beginning. Otherwise, how could you have made this woman wholeheartedly serve you? Ouyang-sun's eyes lit up, and suddenly he became greatly interested. I haven't seen that child for a long time. By reckoning, I am still this child's imperial uncle, am I? Today is the winter solstice. Go bring that child here, and let me have a look. Chun Yuanchuan received the order, and soon the young eunuch under him, Ma Run, rushed off toward the southernmost part of the palace. The southernmost part was a sealed courtyard. Apart from the two fixed palace attendants who delivered meals inside, no one knew who exactly lived there. After the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, a woman leading a little girl of about 3 or 4 years old appeared at the study door, awaiting an audience. The woman was dressed in a purple martial outfit. Unlike other women, she bore not a trace of powder or rouge. She wore no jewelry or pendants. Her hair was neatly coiled atop her head, and her entire demeanor exuded the clean and crisp bearing of a female, chivalrous wanderer of the martial world. Her gaze at others was cold and merciless, yet when she spoke to the little girl, a hint of warmth would involuntarily seep into her eyes. Who would have thought that a bounty hunter once famous throughout the martial world would appear in the imperial palace? This woman in purple was none other than the most renowned bounty hunter in the Great Xia dynasty, and the only female bounty hunter, Ning Nanjing. Master, who are we going to see? Is it the master of this palace? The little girl was named Song Xingyu. Ning Nanjing had discovered this name written in blood on the thin blanket that wrapped her. Perhaps it was her mother's name, or perhaps it was a name given by her relatives. Ning Nanjing had no way of knowing, but she was also someone who disliked trouble. For the sake of convenience, she gave the little girl this name. He is the most honorable person in the entire palace, and the most honorable person in the entire Great Xia dynasty. He is also the one who placed you in my care. When Ning Nanjing spoke to Song Xingyu, her tone softened considerably. Although still cold, the young eunuch Ma Run beside her clearly sensed a different treatment. Along the way, Ning Nanjing had not even given him a single glance. He was the godson of Chun Yuanchuan, the most favored eunuch by the emperor. Everyone bowed and scraped before him. Even the highest officials had to yield to him. This woman was truly arrogant. Miss, the emperor invites you both to enter. Nanjing glanced at Ma Run, said nothing, and directly led Song Xingyu into the study. Song Xingyu looked around curiously as she walked. It was only natural for a child to behave like this, especially in such a splendid palace that dazzled the eyes. Sensing something unusual behind her, she glanced back and saw the young eunuch rolling his eyes at her master's back, seemingly muttering something under his breath. Suddenly Song Xingyu felt a sense of oppression behind her. She turned her head and met Ma Ren's contemptuous and venomous gaze. The innocent, harmless expression Song Xingyu had shown before Nanjing instantly turned into sinister cruelty. She narrowed her eyes at Ma Ren as if looking at a corpse. For the first time in his life, Ma Ren saw tangible killing intent in the eyes of a 3-year-old child. He trembled, all over curled up in fear, and dared not meet Song Xingyu's gaze again. He himself had seen life and death in the Emperor's presence, but he did not know why he felt so tense and afraid this time. Seeing Ma Ren's reaction, Song Xingyu withdrew her gaze with satisfaction. She smiled sweetly at the young eunuch, then etched his appearance into her heart before turning around and closely following Nanjing. Apart from Ma Ren, no one present noticed this scene. Who exactly was this girl? No one knew. Everyone speculated about her identity. I, Ning Nanjing, a commoner, pay my respects to your majesty. Ning Nanjing led Song Xingyu into the study and knelt respectfully directly below Ouyang Sun to perform the ceremonial obeisance. Song Xingyu imitated her master's movements and knelt awkwardly. She had never knelt to anyone in her entire life, and her heart was filled with 10,000 reluctance to kneel, but since her master had already knelt, she had no choice but to follow suit. Rise, Lady Ning, you are too courteous. You have worked hard over the years to care for this child. Ouyang Sun spoke polite words, yet his eyes did not even glance at Ning Nanjing. Instead, they were fixed unwaveringly on Song Xingyu beside her. Song Xingyu rose together with Ning Nanjing. She was extremely displeased by the man's gaze from the chair opposite and met his stare with a proud, defiant look. Ouyang Sun was greatly startled in his heart. This child actually looked exactly like Ouyang Pu when he was young, truly identical. The rebellious arrogance in her eyes, the disdain directed at him, were practically the same. This gaze reminded Ouyang Sun of many things from his childhood. Although Ouyang Pu's mother was a palace maid of lowly birth holding only the rank of noble lady, it did not hinder Ouyang Pu from being outstanding. Ouyang Pu had always been the most dazzling among the 3 brothers. As for himself, he had once looked down upon Ouyang Pu because his own mother's birth was nobler than Ouyang, until Ouyang Pu surpassed him in every aspect and his mother would scold him every day. Why couldn't he measure up to a bastard born of a palace maid? Why couldn't he surpass him? In the end, every time Ouyang Pu triumphed in public, it was the time he suffered physical punishment. Until finally, when Ouyang Sun personally pushed his own mother into the lotus pond, then he truly found liberation. These painful memories had always been buried deep in Ouyang Sun's memory. After years of being above the myriad people, he seemed to have forgotten those disgraceful past events. Now seeing Song Xingyu's face, those memories surged forth like a flood bursting a dam. Ouyang Sun's breathing became rapid, his gaze scattered. The sound of his mother's scolding seemed to echo in his ears, piercing and terrifying. Your Majesty, Your Majesty. Seeing that Ouyang Sun was not himself, Qin Yuanchuan softly called out to remind him, which brought Song Xingyu back to reality. Oh, this child has grown so big. Speaking of which, I haven't seen her for 3 or 4 years. Ouyang Sun switched back to a loving expression and beckoned to Song Xingyu. Come child, come to me. Song Xingyu had long noticed the look Ouyang Sun had given her earlier. It was the gaze of an enemy, a look that seemed to want her dead. Ever since she could walk, Ning Nanjing had been training Song Xingyu. She had no childhood. In the 3 or 4 years of her growth, aside from practicing martial arts, she learned how to read people's expressions. What she learned most was how to kill as quickly as possible. Thus, even a master of disguise like Ouyang Sun could not escape her eyes. Song Xingyu looked at the hand Ouyang Sun extended, but did not step forward for a long time. She glanced at Ning Nanjing beside her, who closed her eyes and nodded. This gesture meant that the man could be trusted. After receiving her master's affirmative response, Song Xingyu slowly walked over to Ouyang Sun's side. Ouyang Sun pulled Song Xingyu into his embrace. Gazing at the face so close to as though his heart was filled with extreme disgust, he still pretended to be benevolent. What is your name? Song Xingyu. Oh, who gave you that name? Master. Song Xingyu could sense the true thoughts of the person beside her, so she felt even more uncomfortable in his arms. It was an assassin's instinct for self-protection, a desire to flee from danger. Xingyu, I know you may not recognize me, but it was I who entrusted you to your master. I should be the one closest to you in this world. The closest person in the world, shouldn't that be one's parents? Are you my father? Song Xingyu looked at Ouyang Pu curiously. I'm sorry, I am not your father. You are the child of an old friend of mine. I promised him that I would take good care of you. Now that you have grown up, you should know your own background. What background? Song Xingyu looked at Ouyang Sun curiously. She had never had parents since she was young. Whenever she saw the words father and mother in books, she would ask her master, who are my parents? But her master did not know. When she asked the palace attendants who brought her meals, they did not even dare to speak to her. Song Xingyu grew even more curious about her own origin. Your parents were killed by a great villain named Ouyang Pu. Although I am the emperor, I could not execute him. I could only exile him. But I still regret that I could not have... Alas, can you forgive me? Forgive my incompetence. When Ouyang Sun said this, he actually showed a trace of sincerity and squeezed out a few tears from the corners of his eyes. After all, not killing Ouyang Pu was truly a regret of his. You don't need to blame yourself. It's not that you are useless, but that the villain is too strong. What you could not accomplish, let me do it. I am still young. If I can't kill him in 1 year, then 2 years. If not in 2 years, then 10 years. One day I will kill him. Then you will have to work very hard. There will be many things to learn and many things to sacrifice. Are you willing? Ouyang Sun looked at Song Xingyu sincerely. I am willing to endure any hardship. The flame of hope in Song Xingyu's heart regarding her parents was completely extinguished after hearing Ouyang Sun's words, replaced by a powerful will for revenge. Good. Starting tomorrow, I will find more tutors to teach you. You must study hard. When you have learned everything, that will be the time for you to kill Ouyang Pu. Everything that happened today put Ouyang Sun in a buoyant mood. Watching the backs of the master and disciple as they walked out of the study, Ouyang Sun laughed heartily. Chen Yuanchuan cheerfully brought a bowl of hot tea to Ouyang Sun and asked, "It seems your majesty is very fond of this child." Wrong. I hate her. No, not hate. I loathe her. I loathe her face, that face identical to Ouyang Pu's. I loathe her father. So I will destroy her, and make her a sword in my hand, a sword to pierce Ouyang Pu's heart. Since Song Yinchi cannot be relied upon, I will make her daughter my next pawn. Ouyang Sun took a sip of the hot tea. The heat rushed recklessly through his body, but did not warm his cold heart in the slightest. Go to the brothels in the capital, and find the most skilled courtesan at serving men. I want to make Ouyang Pu's daughter a whore available to any man, or perhaps send her to Ouyang Pu's bed, just like Song Yinchi. Ha ha ha, isn't that interesting? I can't wait for that day. In the woodshed, Song Yinchi felt a chill down her back. She thought it was from falling into the lotus pond earlier, so she hurriedly got onto the bed and wrapped herself tightly in a tattered quilt. She never imagined that there was another girl in this world who shared her bloodline. Seeing Song Yinchi in such a state, Song Qinxing assumed she had caught a cold and hastily draped all the clothes in the room over her, but Song Yinchi stopped him. Never mind that. Let me first study my superpower. Our future wealth and glory depend on it. Song Qinxing obediently walked over and sat beside Song Yinchi on the rickety little bed. Mom, how do you think your superpower came about? Do you feel any different from before? Like, is there something extra, or does this body have any special traits? Recalling the sci-fi movies he had watched at school, Song Qinxing thought that people with superpowers usually gained them after some extraordinary encounter, or they obtained some special artifact. Strange. Song Yinchi tried to recall, then suddenly a flash of inspiration struck. She stood up, rolled up her sleeve, and showed it to Song Qinxing. This is the strangest part. Look. On her fair wrist hung a translucent, white, jade bracelet one both of them knew well. It was because they had been searching for this very bracelet that they had failed to return home, and ended up staying in the supermarket. Mom, doesn't this look exactly like the bracelet Grandma left you? Song Qinxing still doubted his eyes. Maybe it just looked similar. Aren't all bracelets the same? What do you mean looks like? This is mine. See this tiny crack? It happened when you were 1 year old, just learning to walk. You almost fell, and I caught you accidentally scratched. Song Yinchi pointed to the barely noticeable crack on the bracelet for Song Qinxing to see. Indeed, there was a small fissure, making the matter even more incredible. How had this bracelet followed Song Yinchi here? Mom, could the bracelet be the key? To test his theory, he and Song Yinchi decided to conduct an experiment. Mom, now think of something you want while wearing the bracelet. Then take it off, and try again. That way we can see if the bracelet is the source of everything. Song Qinxing spoke thoughtfully to Song Yinchi. She nodded at him, her mind searching for what she desired. What did she want? What she craved most now was their huge bed back home, where she could roll freely and enjoy the luxurious comfort. She hadn't appreciated it before, but now stuck in this godforsaken ancient era, she realized how wonderful it was. Song Yinchi closed her eyes, silently filling her mind with the image of her bed. 1 second, 2 seconds, 5 seconds, 10 seconds. 3 minutes passed, and nothing changed around her. She opened her eyes, staring at the empty floor, a pang of disappointment in her heart. It's not working. Why does my superpower work sometimes and fail at others? I can't figure it out. Song Yinchi felt a headache coming on. This puzzle was truly baffling. Which link in the chain had gone wrong? Seeing her frustration, Song Qinxing asked softly, Mom, what did you wish for this time? Why didn't it appear? Our bed at home, the one we both love. But you see, nothing appeared. This damn superpower of mine is so unreliable. Mom, try thinking of something else, preferably something different. Then I want a bottle of Mizone. I haven't had a proper drink since I got here. Song Yinchi suddenly recalled the water she had drunk in Ouyang Pu's room, and her mouth felt parched. With a thud, a blue bottle of Mizone landed directly in Song Yanx's hand, still cool to the touch. This sensation, it was exactly the temperature of her favorite drink straight from the fridge. This superpower really knows me, even knowing I like my drinks at this temperature. Putting aside the experiment for now, Song Yinchi unscrewed the cap, took a sip, and handed it. Mom, now take off the bracelet, and think of Mizone, but nothing else, okay? Song Qinxing reminded her as he took a sip and capped the bottle. The secret of the superpower remained unsolved, and he was reluctant to drink too much of the precious beverage. Okay, Mizone, a bottle of Mizone, one more bottle. Song Yinchi removed the bracelet and placed it on the bed. Her mind and lips kept murmuring, Mizone, Mizone, but everything remained still with no new drink appearing. Mom, I get it. The truth must be. Song Qinxing felt he was on the verge of the answer, and shouted excitedly, momentarily forgetting to control his voice. What truth? What mischief are you two up to again? Chunhua kicked the door open without knocking. Song Yinshi was after all the prince's concubine, yet none of the servants in the mansion treated her with even basic respect. Sometimes Song Yinshi wondered how the original owner had ended up in such a miserable state. Little did she know it all had to do with the original owner's background. When Ouyang Pu was exiled, he once encountered a band of assassins. Already wounded and unconscious Song Mo had taken the prince and become separated from the group, disappearing for 3 days and 3 nights. When they returned, they brought the original owner with them. According to Song Mo, Song Yinshi was a beggar they had met in a ruined temple. The prince was delirious with fever, and while Song Mo was gathering herbs, Ouyang Pu somehow seized the girl. Since Song Yinshi was a pure maiden violated by Ouyang Pu, she was determined to die. In desperation, they had no choice but to bring her back. Song Mo had always suspected that Song Yinshi had taken advantage of Ouyang Pu, but since the prince himself never spoke of it, how could a friend meddle? Granny Chen thought it best to let her stay as a chambermaid. Unexpectedly, before long, Song Yinshi became pregnant. The prince had always been indifferent to women, and at 25 or 26 this was his first child. Though Granny Chen found it repulsive that a beggar should bear the prince's child, she also yearned for the prince to have an heir, so she granted the original owner the title of concubine. But everyone in the mansion knew that Song Yinshi must have used some trick. How else could the noble and aloof prince have taken a fancy to a beggar? Moreover, the original owner was always timid and servile in the mansion, looking down at everyone, which only made others despise her more. That was why Chunhua dared to barge into a concubine's room so brazenly. So you dared to steal Granny Chen's bracelet. As soon as Chunhua entered, Song Qinxing and Song Yinshi hastily stuffed the Mizone bottle into the straw beside them, but they forgot about the bracelet lying on the bed. Seeing the bracelet, Chunhua shouted, though inside she was delighted. She had been looking for a chance to cause trouble for Song Yinshi and her daughter, but the woman had never done anything out of line, so she had no leverage. Yes, Chunhua was envious. How could a beggar lower in status than herself have climbed into the prince's bed? If anyone deserved such a chance, it should be someone close to the prince. Like, what are you talking about? This is my mother's bracelet, Song Qinxing retorted loudly to Chunhua. Chunhua ran to the bedside to grab the bracelet, but Song Yinshi had already noticed her intentions. She stepped forward and snatched the bracelet into her own hands, putting it on. This is my superpower. Without the bracelet, how would I achieve a life of wealth and prosperity in the future? And perhaps with this bracelet we could return to the modern world. How could I give it to this despicable woman? This is clearly Chun Mama's bracelet. I saw it with her once. How can it be your mother's? Moreover, how could a pathetic beggar like you possess such a fine bracelet? Chunhua still hadn't sensed the oddity in Song Xingqian's words. Wait, what did you just call her? Chua's eyes sparkled with anticipation. If the bracelet was a small handle, this could be an unexpected delight. You actually called her mother. Chunhua looked at Song Qinxing with glee, her mind already planning how to drive Song Yinshi away and take Song Qinxing for herself. If the prince were to visit the child, and they had a night of romance, she could at least be a concubine, right? If she doesn't call me mother, what should she call me? Father. Song Yinshi had already disliked Chunhua at their first meeting, and now her gaze towards Song Qinxing was even more You, a concubine, don't deserve to let the prince's child call you mother. If she calls you aunt, that would be your sweet fortune. With your lowly status, you only deserve to be a beggar. Entering the prince's residence would sully its threshold. Chunhua looked at Song Yanx's face and suddenly felt that today Song Yinshi seemed different, more radiant. Perhaps it was because Song Yinshi was looking at her directly with her head. Huff. I don't even know what filthy means you use to get close to the prince. Don't think that just because you gave birth to a child you are impressive. If the prince doesn't drive you out, that's his kindness. How dare you let this child call you mother, and even steal Mama's bracelet? I'm telling you, Song Yinshi, you're finished today. I'm going to tell Mama right now and have you thrown out of the residence. Song Yinshi, however, was not at all anxious. She wasn't angered by Chunhua's words, and even smiled. She walked over to Song Qinxing and covered her ears. How can you have children without doing something sordid? This child has a share of your prince's contribution. Without him, how could I possibly have given birth? Are you saying you can be both male and female, and give birth yourself? Chunhua, a sheltered girl, could not handle such crude words. Her face flushed red, and she stamped her feet in agitation. How can you as a woman say such things? How shameless. If you had any shame, how could you climb into the prince's bed? You want to climb, but you were kicked out halfway. But it's no wonder, you have neither figure nor beauty. How could the prince possibly like someone like you? Seeing Chunhua's face turning ugly, Song Yinshi felt even more pleased, and became even more relentless with her words. The prince has his eyes set on my figure. I have a 36D bust and a superb touch. The prince has also said he likes my skills in bed. What do you, a mere maid, know about such matters? Song Yinshi felt she hadn't even begun to unleash her full potential before Chunhua covered her face and ran out continuously cursing, shameless woman, seductive. Using that term to describe Song Yinshi seems quite fitting. The two men in black on the roof thought the same, but no one dared to voice it. What a joke! If she is a seductive harlot, what does that make our prince? Only Ouyang Pu standing behind them had a face as dark as the night, blending in with the surrounding darkness. Chuyang looked curiously at his prince's heart, swirling with thoughts. So this is what happens in the prince's chamber. All these years he hasn't been close to women because he hadn't encountered a woman with a figure like Song Yang's. The noble image of the prince seemed shattered in his heart. That scene was too beautiful, he couldn't dare to imagine. Ouyang Pu felt warm liquid trickling from the corner of his mouth, something he couldn't control. For the sake of his image, Ouyang Pu turned and headed towards his courtyard, leaving without a trace of nostalgia. Mother, it seems you've gotten into trouble. Song Xingchen looked at Song Yang's proud face, carefully tugging on her hand, unsure of what would happen next. When soldiers come, I'll defend them. When water comes, I'll block it. Your mother has never feared anyone. Song Yinshi comforted Song Xingchen, pulling her into her embrace. When that scoundrel Song Mo cheated, he tried to force Song Yinshi to leave empty-handed by using all sorts of despicable means, ruining her stable job at the city hospital and infuriating her parents to the hospital. During the supermarket's opening, he hired thugs to cause trouble. Song Yinshi's gentle nature transformed into her current fierce demeanor, all forced out by Song Mo. She really had to thank that scoundrel. Having overcome such difficulties, Song Yinshi didn't believe she couldn't survive in this ancient world. Moreover, fate had not been unkind to her, granting her a superpower like a golden finger. Even without being a concubine, she could manage well with her child in this era. However, Song Yinshi still overestimated her abilities. Before long, Chunhua burst into Song Yinshi's room with several aggressive women. Before Song Yinshi could react, several people tied her up and began to drag her outside. Song Xingchen desperately tugged to save her, but Song Yinshi suddenly winked at him. This was their unique signal, letting Song Xingchen know that Song Yinshi had a way to handle it, and that he needn't worry. In their mutual dependence, the two shared such a tacit understanding. The two on the roof felt a little flustered watching several women restraining Song Yinshi. They didn't know how to handle the situation. Mu Yao, what should we do? Should we intervene? The prince only instructed us to watch Song Yinyang's every move, but didn't say anything else. Guang Xiu, you follow them. I'll go ask the prince. After speaking, he vanished into the night. Although Song Xingchen knew Song Yinshi must have a plan, he pretended to be anxious, struggling, and deliberately biting Chunhua's. Chunhua, in pain, cursed while baring her teeth, raising her hand to slap Song Xingchen. Suddenly, a small stone struck the back of Chunhua's head, causing her to forget about hitting Song Xingchen and instead clutch her head, howling in pain. Enough, don't waste time. Mama Chun is still waiting for us to take this wretch away. If the little one is disobedient, bind her up. Song Xingchen was tied to the bed by several women and couldn't move. He kept cursing them, not knowing who was secretly twisting his arms and hands. Song Xingchen deliberately shouted loudly and cried, hoping to call someone to rescue him and his mother, but it seemed useless. No one came. Song Xingchen recalled the past encounters between himself and his mother. He had always believed that his father would be the mightiest tree in the world for his mother and him, shielding them from the wind and rain. Yet the cruel truth told him that all their storms were brought by this man. Song Xingchen collapsed onto the bed, staring at the empty room, and let out a silent sigh. When Mu Yao went to find Ouyang Pu was sitting upright by the bedside, his blood energy just stabilized. Xu Yang was carrying a basin of water to pour out when he saw Mu Yao rushing in. Xu Yang was about to ask a question when he heard Ouyang Pu shout from inside, "Get in here." No wonder Ouyang Pu was angry. The words Song Yinshi had spoken today were heard by his closest subordinates, and his face had nowhere to hide. The only thing Ouyang Pu was grateful for was that Song Mo hadn't heard it, or he would mock him about it for the rest of his life. Mu Yao nodded at Xu Yang and entered the inner chamber. By the bedside, Ouyang Pu held a slip of paper in his hand, frowning as he pondered something. "Why aren't you guarding? Why come running?" Madame Song was tied up by a few servants from old Madame Chen's courtyard. She should be at Suanxing Hall by now. Guang Xiu is following her. "This subordinate has come to ask your highness, should we intervene? Mind your own duties, they don't meddle in other matters." Ouyang Pu was clearly still angry at Song Yinshi. After hearing his words, Mu Yao understood and withdrew. Ouyang Pu threw away the slip of paper, his mind in turmoil. Xu Yang approached, picked it up, and saw several large characters written on it, "Beware of Song Yinshi." Who exactly was she? Wasn't she a beggar? Then who was she? Someone from the emperor's side. Had she stayed by his side to kill him? And what about the child? For the first time, Ouyang Pu's heart was in great turmoil. When he saw Song Xingchen, he yearned to speak to her, to hear her call him father. He had never had a child before. He had been constantly under assassination, unable to care for himself. Now that he was slightly better, his first thought was to see the only child and the only woman Song Yinshi he had in this world. But now with this news, Ouyang Pu didn't know how to treat Song Yinshi and Song Xingchen. Seeing Ouyang Pu like this, Chu Yang sighed. "Your Highness, it's still early. Shall we go visit old Madame Chun?" Ouyang Pu glanced at Chu Yang, snatched the paper from his hand, and tore it to shreds. "No. Only if I remain unconscious will the foxes in this courtyard show their tails." Chu Yang inwardly lamented. It seemed His Highness still had no feelings for Song Yinshi. Was he destined to die alone? It's been a while since Song Mo last consulted for the wet nurse. Go see if he's resting. Yes. Chu Yang's enthusiasm revived, and he trotted off to the adjacent courtyard to find Song Mo. The room fell silent, leaving only Ouyang Pu. He stealthily pulled out a small bundle from under his pillow and slowly opened it. Inside were neatly folded gauze bandages still stained with patches of crimson blood. Weren't these the bandages that Song Yinshi had used to dress his wounds? When Song Mo removed them, Ouyang Pu had placed them in this bundle. Staring at the bandages, he could recall the scene of Song Yinshi feeding him medicine. The bitter liquid entering his mouth brought a sensation he had never experienced. The bitterness piercing to his head intertwined with a fatal temptation charging through his body and mind. Even now he remembered that feeling. Song Yinshi, who exactly are you? At this moment Song Mo was busier than ever. Ouyang Pu's body had suddenly changed, but he couldn't figure out the cause. The medicine inside him was unlike anything he had seen before. Utterly clueless, Song Mo threw himself into a pile of medical books, searching desperately. All the books were scattered on the floor, and he lay on them looking utterly hopeless. Physician Song. Shu Yang took one look at the scene and knew Song Mo was in a foul mood. But he had a mission, so he braced himself and greeted him. Get out. Physician Song, His Highness requests you to attend to old Madam Chun. Get out. He showed no respect for Chu Yang, nor for Ouyang Pu. Physician Song, it's been a while since your last consultation. Could you make an exception? Chu Yang began coaxing Song Mo. I'm not in the mood. Am I the only doctor in the— Song Mo turned over feeling gloomy and unwilling to say another word to an irrelevant person. Well, His Highness also mentioned that Madam Song is at old Madam Chen's place, and asked you to check on her as well. Seems it's unnecessary. Chu Yang muttered, slowly turning around, but his eyes never left Song Mo. Who did you say? The moment Song Mo heard the words Madam Song, he perked up as if injected with adrenaline. How foolish he was, torturing himself with research when he could simply go ask Song Yinshi directly. He'll go. Song Mo dashed out of the room in a flash. Before Chu Yang could even see his figure, he was already outside the door. Physician Song truly has a benevolent heart. Madam Song is saved. Chu Yang couldn't help but sigh. Old Madam Chen's Suanxing Hall was not far from the woodshed where Song Yinshi lived. Several matrons noisily escorted Song Yinshi along the way. Maids, matrons, and servants in the mansion stood in the corners to watch the spectacle. With such a drama unfolding late at night, no one felt sleepy. Chuanhua, walking at the front, looked triumphant, like a victorious general returning to court. Though she dared not act recklessly in front of the matrons, she had already schemed 100 times in her mind. She was just thinking about how to fan the flames once Song Yinshi was punished. Suanxing Hall was the most luxurious courtyard in the mansion. Ouyang Pu had been exiled to Lingnan, and the county magistrate here was his own man. As soon as Ouyang Pu arrived, the magistrate vacated his residence for the party, claiming it was for the prince to recover from his injuries before proceeding to the place of exile. In truth, this courtyard was Ouyang Pu's property. To keep up appearances, everyone lived very frugally. But old Madam Chun had raised Ouyang Pu since childhood, and had even lost her only son protecting him. After Ouyang Pu's mother passed away, he treated old Madam Chun as his own mother. So if asked who held the most authority in this mansion, Ouyang Pu would be second, and the first was this wet nurse. At that moment, Song Yinshi felt like Granny Lu entering the Grandview Garden. As the matrons pressed her into the courtyard, she was awed by its grandeur. She never imagined that beyond the small gate lay a hidden paradise. Pavilions, towers, bridges, flowing water, every comfort imaginable. Every scene catered to Song Yinxi's aesthetic. This was the courtyard of her dreams. Song Yinshi thought that if she could live in such a place, she would wake up laughing even in her sleep. Before Song Yinshi could even admire the scenery, the old matrons shoved her into the central room. The main house was surely where the master resided. Though Song Yinshi wondered why a governess would occupy the main quarters, she wasted no time in putting on a performance. She summoned every sorrow she had ever known, instantly transforming into a delicate, pitiable flower, her tearful eyes evoking nothing but sympathy. 2 or 3 maids and matrons stood in the outer hall of the main house, evidently all in service to Governess Chun. Governess, we've brought Concubine Song here. The matron who had bound Song Yinshi shoved her to the ground the moment she entered, then reported respectfully toward the seat of honor. Song Yinshi stared at the matron's face, silently committing it to memory. A gentleman's revenge is never too late. If I don't bring misfortune upon this face within half a month, my name isn't Song Yinshi. For a mere concubine, you've made quite the commotion. Aren't you afraid of disturbing the prince's recovery? The figure in the seat of honor spoke slowly and unhurriedly. Indeed, one who dwelled in the master's chambers commanded authority with every word. But old Madam Chun had raised Ouyang Pu since childhood, and had even lost her only son protecting him. After Ouyang Pu's mother passed away, he treated old Madam Chun as his own mother. So if asked who held the most authority, governess, we wouldn't dare disturb the prince, but this woman is truly audacious. She actually let her own child call her mother. Chunhua feared the governess might let the matter slide without punishing Song Yinshi. Since she was the one who had exposed her, she stepped forward to speak first. Oh, if the child of her womb doesn't call her mother, then what should the child call her? Governess Chun showed no anger, merely fixing her gaze directly upon Chunhua. What status does she have? How could she be worthy of being called mother? A woman of such base origins should be nothing but a beggar. How could she ever be worthy of the prince? Governess Chun took another sip of tea, then said with a smile, then tell me who is worthy of being called mother. At those words, everyone drew in a sharp breath. This Chunhua was truly foolish. What was all this talk of mother? Wasn't Governess Chun herself a wet nurse? Rumor had it that Governess Chun came from no noble family. She was merely the dowry made of the prince's late mother. Every word Chunhua spoke was an indirect insult to Governess Chun's lowly origins. Though Chunhua meant no such harm, no one could stop their minds from wandering there. Naturally, it should be the matriarch, the principal wife, the legitimate consort. Chunhua answered the governess with complete self-righteousness, never expecting the scalding tea to be hurled directly into her face. Everyone answered with their backs half-bowed, so the tea struck Chunhua square on the forehead. A lump swelled there at a speed visible to the naked eye. Boiling water streamed down Chunhua's cheeks, leaving her face scorched red. She dared not wipe it away but fell to her knees in terror. Governess, spare me. Governess, forgive me. Though Chunhua had no idea what she had done wrong, confessing was the safest course. At a time like this, speaking more only meant make. Song Yinshi, splashed by the hot water, bit back the sting on her face and stole a glance at Chunhua. Her heart was bursting with glee. Serves you right. Heaven punishes the wicked. Let's see you stay arrogant now. What exactly have you done wrong? Governess Chun remained in that same imposing manner, her tone revealing neither pleasure nor anger. I. How could Chunhua possibly know her crime? She had reported Song Yinshi. Surely that was a meritorious deed. Shouldn't the governess be punishing Song Yinshi instead? How had things turned against her? Chunhua couldn't fathom it. You don't understand, do you? Let me tell you. First, no matter how base the mother the child Song Yinshi bore is the prince's own blood. You should address her as princess. Second, whether Song Yinshi is a concubine or a principal wife, she is the prince's woman, and therefore your mistress. A servant accusing her master. Are you trying to rebel against heaven itself? It seems this prince's mansion is too small to contain a Buddha of your stature. Governess Chun rose to her feet. The young maids around her instinctively reached out to support her hand as she walked closer to Chunhua and Song Yinshi. I am not a cruel-hearted woman. I haven't the heart to send you to some vile place. I am a devout Buddhist and will not commit such sinful deeds. Tomorrow I shall summon a matchmaker to find you a master worthy of your tastes. That will honor the bond we've shared all these years. With that, Governess Chun turned to retreat into the inner chamber, not sparing Song Yinshi a single glance. It was plain to see that the governess truly disliked Song Yinshi. She wouldn't even waste a word on her. Governess Chun, I truly didn't mean to report Song Yinshi, but she really did commit a crime. She stole your bracelet. The white jade bracelet you treasure, most the one hidden in the jade casket behind your pillow. Chunhua was terrified. She knew that being sold off by a matchmaker was already the governess' mercy, but a maidservant's life was worth nothing. If she fell into the hands of a cruel master, she might not survive 3 days. Life in the prince's mansion was the most carefree one could hope for. How could Chunhua let her future be destroyed? Song Yinshi, don't blame me for being ruthless. Today it's either you or me. What did you say? At the mention of the white jade bracelet, all of Governess Chin's earlier composure vanished without a trace. Clearly that bracelet meant, you dare. How dare you? Governess Chun could barely form her words. She strode before Song Yinshi, pointing a trembling finger at her. She was beside herself with fury. Governess, the white jade bracelet she stole is right on her wrist. If you don't believe me, just look at her arm. Two quick-witted matrons stepped forward, pinning Song Yanx's shoulders and rolling up her sleeve. The crystalline white jade bracelet was exposed for all to see. Governess Chun stared at the bracelet before her tears streaming down her face in torrents. How dare you steal my bracelet? It is the last keepsake I have left. How could— In her voice was nothing but heartbreak and towering rage. No one had ever seen the governess this angry. It seemed Song Yinshi was in for a world of trouble today. Everyone silently lit a memorial candle for Song Yinshi in their hearts. This concubine Song was surely doomed. Let go of me. This is my bracelet. You say it's yours, so it's yours. You say I stole it, so I stole it. Where's your proof? With a sharp crack, Governess Chun struck Song Yinshi hard across the face. The slap carried every ounce of her strength. So much so that the governess' own arm went numb. Song Yanx's cheek swelled instantly, the distinct imprint of 5 fingers vivid against her skin. The evidence is on your very wrist, and still you make excuses. I have never seen such shamelessness in all my life. Chunhua saw her moment and poured oil on the fire. Governess Song Yinshi was nothing but a beggar to begin with. She's committed countless petty thefts, and today we finally caught her red-handed. Who knows how many wicked deeds she's done in secret. Governess, you must not let her off lightly. I risked my life to report her for the sake of this mansion's reputation and peace. You cannot forgive this wicked woman. Chunhua's words were so moving that the surrounding matrons and maids actually nodded in agreement, thinking that such a loyal maidservant as Chunhua was a rare find indeed. Very well. Governess Chun nodded. Stewardess Chun was the ultimate authority in this courtyard. Since she had given her verdict, Song Yanx's fate was all but sealed. The surrounding matrons surged forward at once, seizing Song Yinshi with a flurry of hands, awaiting Stewardess Chin's command on how to deal with her. Pinned down and immobile, her mouth muffled, Song Yinshi couldn't utter a sound. It was in this moment that she truly felt the despair of being trapped in the ancient world. Take off my bracelet first. If it gets damaged, 100 deaths won't be enough to atone for her. Stewardess Chin's eyes had been fixed on the bracelet around Song Yanx's wrist. She had long since devised a punishment, but held back only out of concern for the jewelry. Chunhua harbored the deepest hatred for Song Yanxi. Seeing this rare opportunity, she wouldn't let anyone else seize it first. Grabbing Song Yanx's arm, she yanked the bracelet off without regard for her wrist. Song Yanx's wrist immediately reddened, and sharp pain shot through her thumb and pinky. But she had no time to dwell on the pain. As Chunhua removed the bracelet, everyone's attention was fixed on her hands. Seizing the moment, Song Yanxi quietly conjured a bottle of ketchup and hid it in her bosom. Didn't they often use such things to fake blood in TV dramas? If she couldn't escape, this might come in handy. Better to be prepared. Madam, your bracelet. Chunhua presented the bracelet with both hands raised high, offering it to Stewardess Chun like a prized treasure. Good. You've done well. Stewardess Chun gave Chunhua a meaningful look, then handed the bracelet to her most trusted maid beside her. Chuantao put the bracelet back in its place. If it's lost again, you need not remain in my courtyard. I don't keep useless people. The warning in Stewardess Chin's tone was unmistakable. Chuntao's heart trembled, but her hands didn't dare make a single mistake. She carefully wrapped the bracelet in a handkerchief and walked into the inner chamber. Only after the most important matter was settled did Stewardess Chun leisurely turn her gaze towards Song Yanxi. I had thought that since the prince has taken you in, as long as you obediently knew your place, there would be a spot for you in this household. But I never expected you to be so shameless. Don't blame me for being harsh. Stewardess Chun glanced at the matrons around her. Come, give her a thorough beating. The matrons cracked their knuckles eagerly, and Song Yanxi swallowed hard. She couldn't blame them for their excitement. Song Yanxi was a mistress. A chance to strike a mistress was a thrilling prospect. Though Song Yanxi had never mistreated them, all the grievances they'd endured from their own masters could now be vented on her. The thought alone sent a wave of satisfaction through their bodies. These matrons were accustomed to rough labor, their strength far exceeding that of ordinary women. Each blow landed solidly on flesh, deliberately targeting Song Yanx's most vulnerable spots. Someone even delivered vicious kicks to her stomach and waist. Song Yanxi had been serving the prince's bedchamber these past days. The sinister intent behind such attacks was truly chilling upon reflection. Despite the pain, Song Yanx's stubborn nature flared up. No matter how they beat her, she refused to make a single sound. The ketchup now seemed like an unnecessary precaution. Her entire body ached without exception. The more she remained silent, the more frenzied the matrons became. A stifled rage rose in Song Yanx's chest. She lowered her head and squeezed half a bottle of ketchup into her mouth, which bulged out like a giant steamed bun. Drawing a deep breath with all her might, she widened her eyes, raised her head, and sprayed the ketchup from her mouth directly onto the faces of the surrounding matrons. The red liquid, propelled by the pressure in her mouth, scattered in all directions, splattering across the matrons' faces and clothes. Who in the ancient world had ever seen ketchup? This thick, crimson dripping substance was unmistakably blood. The matrons looked as if they'd been doused in dog's blood, a fitting description. Wiping the blood from their faces, fear began to creep into their hearts. Had they beaten her too severely? After vomiting this much blood, the girl surely couldn't survive. They screamed and fled in panic, scattering like rats. Some stumbled, some frantically wiped their eyes, others wiped their faces, and those who couldn't see where they were going collided with and trampled others. A cacophony of wails, screams, and cries of pain filled the air. Song Yanxi lifted her head with difficulty, watching the bedraggled chaos around her, and felt an intense satisfaction in her heart. Stewardess Chin's fury only grew at the sight of the disorder. With a sharp slap of her hand on the table, the matrons fell silent at once. Her chest heaved violently, and her eyes narrowed as she stared down at Song Yanxi on the ground. You dare to resist. It seems you don't know your wrongs. What wrongs have I committed? You stole my bracelet and had me beaten. Even before the Emperor or the King of Hell, I'd be the one in the right. In the victim here. You abuse your authority, you gang up on me. I refuse to accept this. Song Yanxi tried to straighten up and confront Stewardess Chun, but her traitorous body lacked the strength to rise no matter how hard she tried. She could only tilt her head, her eyes brimming with disdain and defiance. Even Stewardess Chun felt a tremor in her heart at that gaze. Could she have wronged the girl after? But then she reconsidered. Impossible. The witnesses and evidence were all present. This matter was as certain as a nail driven into a board. Fine. You say I abuse my authority. Then I will. I refuse to believe I can't handle a mere concubine like you. You servants outside, get in here. Ordinarily, male servants were not permitted in the women's quarters. By summoning them now, Stewardess Chun was escalating this far beyond a simple beating. Men and women were different. At a woman's hands, one might suffer flesh wounds at most, but a man's hands could be lethal. Suddenly, Song Yanxi felt genuine fear. She wasn't afraid of death herself, but she had a son. If she died, how would Song Xingchen survive alone in this world? Who's been so blind as to make you this angry stewardess? No sooner had Stewardess Chin's words fallen than Song Mo strode in. He was a frequent visitor to this house, always wearing a cheerful grin, and everyone was fond of him. Stewardess Chin treated him like a half-son. At the sight of him, most of the anger on her face subsided. It's this wretch who stole your bracelet and refuses to admit it. Chunhua was the first to rush up to Song Mo and tattle. Song Yanxi, however, felt a flicker of hope. In TV dramas, the man who showed up at this moment was always the rescuer. Could this Song Mo be here for a heroic rescue? Stealing. And stealing from stewardess at that. Song Mo remarked, stepping closer to the figure on the ground and examining her carefully. Isn't this Concubine Song? She stole something, huh? Song Mo gave Song Yinshi a malicious smile. Stewardess, you're too merciful. A thief like this should be beaten to death outright. Why bother sisters with all this effort? In my view, drag her out, beat her to death with clubs, and toss her into the mass grave. There's no need for you to sully your temper over someone like this. Song Yinshi heaved a heavy sigh inwardly. She had been a fool to hope. Every man named Song Mo was indeed worthless. What you say does make sense. Nanny Chin glanced at Song Yinshi about to speak when hurried footsteps echoed from the inner chamber. Nanny, it's haunted. Chun Tao rushed out in a panic, clutching 2 white jade bracelets in her hands. Who's seen a ghost? You're always making a fuss over nothing. When will you ever learn to be composed, girl? Nanny Chin scolded Chun Tao impatiently. After all, she was her personal maid, and to lose her composure like this in front of Song Mo was a disgrace to Nanny Chin's own. Nanny, look too. There are 2 bracelets. Chun Tao held up the bracelets for Nanny Chin to see. Indeed, lying in her palms were 2 identical white jade bracelets. This time not just Nanny Chin, but everyone around was dumbfounded. What kind of trick was this? But then again, they thought weren't bracelets usually sold in pairs. Isn't having 2 perfectly normal? Nanny Chin, however, remained silent. With trembling hands, she took the 2 bracelets from Chun Tao, brought them close to her eyes, and compared them meticulously. Truly, they were identical. Even the grain patterns on the 2 bracelets were continuous, clearly carved from the very same piece of jade. My hua are these. These are my huatis bracelets. It really is my hua. I gave him this bracelet with my own hands 20 years ago. Nanny Chun rose unsteadily from her chair. Chun Tao and several maids moved to support her, but she pushed them all away. Stumbling a few steps, she knelt beside Song Yinshi and held out the 2 bracelets before her. Where did you get these bracelets? Nanny Chun raised the bracelets and asked Song Yinshi. Song Yinshi, however, was in no hurry to answer. She lowered the chin she had just been holding so high, prostrated herself on the ground, and avoided Nanny Chin's gaze. I told you I didn't steal them. These bracelets are truly mine, but none of you believe me. I have never suffered such injustice in my entire life. There was still plenty of tomato juice in her mouth. Song Yinshi feigned a few coughs, spraying the red liquid onto the ground around her, sending a chill down everyone's spine. Just tell me where you got these bracelets, and I will avenge you. Whoever wronged you, I will make them repay you 10-fold, 100-fold. The hearts of those present tightened. They had all laid hands on Song Yinshi just moments ago, especially Chunhua, who had been at the forefront of everything. Nanny, don't let this wench deceive you. Even if these bracelets aren't yours, she must have stolen them from somewhere else. Chunhua tried to slander Song Yinshi further, but Song Yinshi, now looking as fragile and pitiable as Lin Dayu, coughed incessantly, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. A sight that would move anyone to sympathy. I had thought that innocence would naturally clear itself, and I didn't want to say anything more. But I never expected people to keep trying to frame me. I truly didn't want to speak. Song Yinshi clasped Nanny Chen's hand. Nanny, these bracelets are truly mine. They were left to me by my mother. She said my father on his deathbed instructed that I should take these bracelets to find my grandmother. But before I could find her, my mother passed away, and I was left to beg on the streets. You're lying. When you came here, you said you had no family left at all. Chunhua pointed a finger at Song Yanx's face, confronting her loudly. Cough, cough. I had never met my grandmother. If I had told you I had family, you surely would have cast me out. I was left with no other choice. Nanny Chun was somewhat moved, yet still not fully convinced. After all, her son had gone missing when he was quite young. How could he possibly have a daughter this old? Then tell me, what is your grandmother's name? Nanny Chin sat up straight, her gaze fixed intently on Song Yinshi. Well, Xia Yuha. My grandmother's surname is Xia, and her given name is Yuha. Nanny, she can't possibly be your granddaughter. Everyone knows your surname is Chun. How foolish of her to claim kinship without even getting the name right. Chunhua crawled to Nanny Chin's side, tugging at her skirt, and shot a smug look at Song Yinshi. Nanny, how could some stray mongrel of unknown origin be your granddaughter? Now she's guilty of 3 offenses. You must not spare her life this time. You mean I should just end her life right here? Of course. Nanny is most wise. A resounding slap echoed through the room, even louder than the one Song Yinshi had received earlier. The crowd could hardly believe their eyes as Nanny Chun dealt Chunhua a heavy blow, then kicked her fiercely to the ground. Nanny. Chunhua was even more incredulous, staring at Nanny Chun in terror. My name is Xia Yuha. Surprised. The prince's mother's surname is Chun. Ew, I changed my surname after accompanying her as part of her dowry. Guards. Sell this vicious woman off, sell her to the filthiest place there is. Nanny Chin had seen clearly how Chunhua had kicked Song Yinshi in the stomach and waist. She had initially planned to turn a blind eye, but now she could not tolerate it in the slightest. As if all the life had been drained from her, Chunhua collapsed limp on the floor, offering no resistance as the servants outside dragged her away. Thinking of the days to come, she felt death would have been a mercy. My child. While Song Yinshi secretly gloated at Chunhua's downfall, Nanny Chin came over and took her hand, tears streaming down her aged face, leaving Song Yinshi somewhat at a loss. Song Yamo had not managed to get a word in edgewise. The sudden turn of events caught even him off guard. You've suffered so much, child. Come let grandmother have a look at you. Nanny Chun tried to pull Song Yinshi to her feet, but despite her considerable effort, Song Yinshi did not budge an inch. Nanny, perhaps we should first help Lady Song up and tend to her wounds. Look at all this blood she's coughing up. If we delay any longer, it may be too late. Song Yamo surveyed the tomato sauce splattered across the room and the maid's clothes. As a physician, how could he not recognize that it wasn't human blood? Right, quickly help her into the inner chamber. After hearing Song Mo's words, Nanny Chen, fearing she might lose her only remaining kin, ordered several maids to support Song Yinshi. Song Yamo spoke again. Nanny, there are no medicinal herbs here. For proper treatment, it would be better to go to my infirmary. Yes, grandmother. I would only dirty your room. Please let me go to the infirmary. Song Yinshi echoed in agreement. Nanny, don't hesitate. If we delay treatment any further, I'm afraid. Alright, let's take Lady Song to the infirmary. Nanny, there's no need for you to come along. This injury will take some time to treat. But rest assured, I stake the century-old reputation of the Song family on it. I will return to you a lively, healthy granddaughter. Song Mo's words finally eased Nanny Chen's worries, and she gave up the idea of following them. Watching Song Yinshi being taken away, Chun Mammy lingered at the door, gazing after her with reluctance. 1,000 words burned within her heart, yet this was not the time to speak them. The bloodstains still marred the ground, and as her eyes fell upon them, an overwhelming tide of regret surged through her. Alas, I should never have heeded the slanderous whispers of that girl Chunhua. Had it not been for me, this child would not have suffered such grave injuries. In that moment, Chun Mammy seemed to age a decade. The news of her son's demise had shattered her spirit, and she had been enduring through sheer willpower alone. Though she had finally laid eyes upon her granddaughter, Chun Mammy's heart remained torn asunder. The agony of burying one's own child was a sorrow only she could truly comprehend. Mammy, please do not blame yourself so harshly. Had you not listened to Chunhua, how would you have ever discovered your own flesh and blood? Would you not agree? And do not fret over much. You know all the skill of Dr. Song. The young mistress will surely be fine. Chun-Tao had been by Chun Mammy's side since childhood and knew precisely how to soothe her. She supported the elderly woman toward the inner chambers, but as they crossed the threshold, she cast a furtive glance at the crimson liquid upon the floor. A flicker of unease stirred within her, yet she dismissed it without further thought. Chun-Tao, that child cannot return to her quarters for some time. The young princess staying alone worries me. Go and bring her here to us. Mind you go personally. I trust no one else with this. Chun Mammy clasped Chun-Tao's hand tightly as she spoke. Yes, Mammy, I shall go at once. Rest assured, I will bring the young princess back. You will soon have the joy of doting on your grandchild. At last, Chun-Tao's words coaxed a faint smile onto Chun Mammy's weary, bitter face. Heaven has not been unkind to me after all. I never imagined that after all these years I would still meet my grandson and great-grandson. Yet they were by my side for so long, and I never even realized it. Chun Mammy lapsed into another round of wistful sighs. Fearing that more reminiscence would stir her grief, anew Chun-Tao murmured a few words of comfort and set off toward the woodshed where Song Yinshi had once dwelled. Previously, it had been Chunhua who tended to the daily needs of Song Yinshi and Song Xingchen. Chun Mammy had never spared a thought for a mere concubine. Though Song Yinshi bore a child, it was but a daughter, and in this era daughters held the least standing of all, let alone the offspring of a concubine. Aside from the occasional passing inquiry, Chun Mammy had paid them no heed whatsoever. Chun-Tao had likewise been unaware that Song Yinshi and her child resided in a woodshed. When she finally pushed open the door, she was utterly stunned by the sight before her. Though the prince's household was currently in exile, the prince's influence across the realm remained formidable. Who could have imagined that a prince's concubine and his very own flesh and blood would be quartered in a woodshed? Even more inconceivable was that the two would freeze to death in the early winter. Who are you? What do you want? Spotting Chun-Tao entering, Song Xingchen retreated warily into a corner, eyeing her with cautious suspicion. His demeanor was so innocent and frail that it stirred an instinctive urge to protect him. Young princess, I am Chun Mammy's personal maidservant. I have come to escort you. At the mention of Chun Mammy, Song Xingchen recalled that the group who had seized Song Yinshi earlier had claimed to act upon Chun Mammy's orders. You've come to arrest me. Song Xingchen observed the uniform Chun-Tao wore, identical to Chunhua's, and immediately lumped her into the same category, that of a malicious petty maidservant. Not arrest, invite. Chun Mammy requests that you come stay with her. Chun-Tao strove to keep her tone gentle, for children, after all, needed patient coaxing. Stay? With my M.O. The word mother had barely escaped his lips when Song Xingchen recalled how Chunhua had once threatened to report Song Yinshi for that very word. It seemed mother was not an option. What of my concubine mother? The term felt foreign and grating on his tongue, yet he suppressed his disgust and asked Chun-Tao. Well, Chun-Tao faltered, uncertain how to respond, for Song Yanx's fate remained hanging in the balance. Something's happened to my mother. Chun-Tao nodded. She's injured. Another nod. Song Xingchen could contain himself no longer. He sprang from the corner, rushed to Chun-Tao, and seized her hand, demanding answers. Where's my mother now? How is she? Is it serious? Chun-Tao was taken aback by the intensity radiating from the boy. He bore an uncanny resemblance to the prince in his moments of fury. Truly he was the prince's son. That commanding presence was innate. I do not know. The young mistress is at Dr. Song's medicinal hut. We have no word on her condition. Shin Mammy sent me to fetch you. Let's go. Without another word, Song Shinshin grabbed Chuntao's hand and pulled her out the door. Chuntao's heart lightened. This child was easy enough to handle after all. She had barely said a word, and he was already following her. But Chuntao had celebrated too soon. Staring up at the sign reading medicinal hut, she questioned her own sanity. How on earth had she ended up bringing Song Shinshin here? My mother is in there. Song Shinshin sought confirmation once more. Yes, Dr. Song is tending to the young mistress inside. Young princess, please do not disturb them. Let us. But before Chuntao could finish her sentence, Song Shinshin had already released her hand and dashed straight into the medicinal hut. The hut was modest, a single room, surrounded by open grounds planted with a diverse array of medicinal herbs. Though varied in species, they were arranged with meticulous order. Before the house stretched a wide flat expanse covered with countless large bamboo trays, each holding different contents in a vibrant assortment of colors that pleased the eye. But Song Shinshin had no mind for such sights. Song Yinshi was inside. In a few swift strides he reached the door and shoved it open with force. The scene that greeted him, however, left him utterly dumbfounded. His eyes flew wide as he stared at the two figures within at a complete loss. Let us rewind to the moment Song Yinshi was brought to the medicinal hut. As Song Mo watched the servants clumsily deposit her upon the bed, a secret smile tugged at his lips. One glance told him her injuries were hardly severe. How did she manage to make it look as though she were at death's door? All of you leave us. The serving women exchanged hesitant glances at Song Mo's words. A man and a woman alone together. It was hardly proper. Though they all addressed him as Dr. Song, he was no ordinary physician. The Song family was the foremost medicinal dynasty in the Great Xia Kingdom. Most of the realm's physicians hailed from their lineage, and their apothecary business spanned every corner of the land. Song Mo was the second son of the Song household. His elder brother was destined to inherit the family enterprise, while Song Mo was free to live life as he pleased. Whatever he wished to pursue, the family supported without question. When he wished to join Ouyang Pu on the battlefield, the Song family supplied men and resources to ensure his safety. When Ouyang Pu was exiled, Song Mo followed him without hesitation. Had it not been for the Song family's backing, Ouyang Pu could never have lived in such comfort during his exile. Thus Song Mo's word carried the same weight within the household as Ouyang Pu's own. As the women filed out, Song Mo ignored Song Yinshi lying on the bed and went to fuss over the medicine shelf on his own. Song Yinshi secretly watched Song Mo bustling about, curious. This fellow neither took her pulse nor asked where she was hurt. He simply busied himself with gathering and mixing herbs. It hardly looked like he was trying to save anyone. Young Master Song, what are you doing? Song Yinshi finally spoke, having remained silent, while feigning her near-death state, which Song Mo found somewhat unusual. Gathering herbs. But you haven't even checked my pulse or determined my injuries. How can you prepare medicine? Though Song Yinshi was often careless about other matters, she was rigorous when it came to healing. Are you injured? Song Mo paused his work at her words, looked at her, and let out a sinister smile. Song Yinshi felt a chill run down her spine at that smile. How you could tell, eh? It was just for self-preservation. I did sustain some minor flesh wounds, but I can manage them myself. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave and not disturb your rest. Song Yinshi gave an awkward smile and rose to get off the bed, but the movement aggravated her injuries. Wincing, she rubbed her waist and arm, then hobbled towards the door, supporting her back. Just as she neared the exit, Song Mo blocked her path. Leaving? It won't be that easy. Song Mo's eyes were filled with danger as he looked at her. Song Yinshi felt she had escaped one den of tigers only to walk into a wolf's lair. Could Song Mo possibly have improper intentions towards her? She instinctively clutched her collar tightly. As Song Mo advanced step by step, the closer he got, the more Song Yinshi felt her suspicions were correct. This Song Mo was a beast in human clothing. Though the original owner of this body was beautiful, she was currently covered in wounds. For him to harbor such thoughts towards a girl in this state, Song Mo, was truly despicable. Song Mo, I know exactly what's on your mind. I'm telling you this is unethical. As a physician, do you deserve the title of doctor? Sorry, what does doctor mean? Song Mo looked at her curiously, leaning in. It means the same as physician. Oh, then it is indeed unethical. But I'm truly curious and eager to have it. Even if it's wrong, I don't care. I can compensate you later. Song Mo spoke with ease, leaving Song Yinshi dumbfounded. Weren't ancient people supposed to be reserved? How was Song Mo more open-minded than her modern? I don't want your compensation, and I won't let you have your way. Don't even think about it. I have my limits. Song Yinshi clutched her collar even tighter, inwardly lamenting that her bracelet was gone. Otherwise, she could conjure some pepper spray and give Song Mo a taste of his own medicine. Unfortunately, man proposes, heaven disposes. Young Master Song, this sort of thing requires mutual consent, doesn't it? And we're not even familiar with each other. Isn't this a bit of an imposition? Song Yinshi became polite, knowing this was not the time to provoke a man. Indeed it is. But I don't mind. Song Yinshi sighed helplessly and pulled out a piece of paper that Song Mo had secretly slipped to her while they were at Aunt Chen's place. Young Master Song, am grateful you came to my rescue. But if you harbor such intentions, then I'm no longer grateful to you. The note in her hand read, trust me, I'll save you. Song Imo had slipped it into her palm when he approached her, which was why she had played along. But she never expected him to be a beast. Song Yinshi tore the note to shreds, anger coloring her face. Whether you're grateful or not doesn't matter. He'll get what I want. Song Imo sat down beside her, and the very air around them seemed to grow thin. Song Yanx's breathing became rapid. I am the prince's concubine. If you do this to me, aren't you afraid of angering him? Song Yinshi scrambled backward, desperate to keep distance between them, fearing any physical. He won't be angry. If he didn't agree, why would you be here? You two are already that close. Song Yanx's impulsive remark was met with Song Mo's confirmation. That's right. We grew up together, sharing life and death as one. Well, Song Yinshi was at a loss for words. To encounter a pervert upon returning to ancient times. What incredible luck she had. Why is my life so miserable? Guangxiu, hiding on the rooftop, listened to their conversation, images churning in his mind. He never imagined Song Imo could be like this, and the prince had agreed. Truly the world of the masters was beyond his understanding. Yet he dared not intervene, for Song Imo had said the prince approved. Miserable. All I want is your prescription. You don't have to look like you're marching to your death. Prescription? Song Yinshi was taken aback. What was this all about? What prescription? She didn't think she had anything Song Imo would covet. The medicine you gave Ouyang Pu. It's remarkably effective. His condition improved greatly within half a day. You mean the antibiotic? Song Yinshi finally understood. He wasn't after her beauty, but the antibiotic. However, her bracelet was still with Aunt Chun, and she couldn't conjure antibiotics out of thin air. Was she supposed to manufacture some? But how would one even produce that? Anti-what? Song Imo had never heard such a name, and was extremely curious as it differed from any medicine he knew. Nothing. I don't have it now. It's all used up. Song Yinshi dared not admit she couldn't produce it, so she resorted to lying. Do you think I believe that? Song Mo's gaze turned dangerous. Believe it or not, I don't have it. I knew you wouldn't hand it over easily. Then don't blame me for being rude. Song Imo shoved her down onto the bed, pinched her mouth open, and poured the powdered medicine he had been grinding into her mouth. Before Song Yinshi could react, Song Imo pressed her jaw shut, forcing the powder down her throat. When Song Xingqian entered the room, this was the scene that greeted him. Song Imo was leaning over Song Yinshi, his hand gripping her neck. Song Xingqian's eyes blazed with fury. Memories of those who had come to bully them flooded back, and every nerve in his body seemed ready to explode. Without a second thought, he threw himself between them. Let go of my mother, you bastard. Song Xingqian yelled, rushing to Song Yanx's side, and frantically striking Song Imo with his small hands. Song Imo had never seen Song Xingqian before, but anyone who would defend Song Yinshi so fiercely and call her mother could only be Ouyang Pu's daughter. Song Imo deliberately wanted to tease the little girl. Instead of releasing Song Yanx's neck, he tightened his grip. Little brat, you want to save your mother, huh? Let's see what you've got. Song Imo flashed a sinister smile, his face screaming I'm the villain. Song Xingqian, trapped in a 3 or 4-year-old body, could hardly budge a grown man like Song Imo. Yet Song Xingqian refused to give up. After being shoved aside several times, he spotted the softest spot on Song Mo's arm and bit down with a crunch. That spot had to hurt the most, because whenever his mother pinched him there, it was excruciating. Oh, you little bastard, you really bit me. Song Imo howled in pain as Song Xingqian, like a puppy, dangled from his arm without letting go. Startled by the sudden change, Song Yinshi snapped out of her daze, broke free from Song Mo's grip, and caught the swinging Song Xingqian in her arms. Xingqian, let go, please let go, you'll get hurt. Song Yinshi hugged him protectively, and only when she spoke did Song Xingqian release his teeth. Song Imo gritted his teeth, clutching his arm, and glared furiously at Song Xingqian. You little bastard, you actually bit me. Are you a dog? Is this how your mother raised you? Utterly ill-bred. Song Imo thought he hadn't said anything harsh, but Song Xingqian stood up from Song Yanx's arms, pointed at him, and cried out, everyone who bullies us, a widow and her orphan, is a villain and deserves to die. My mother works so hard to raise me. All we want is to live in peace. Why is it so hard? Why do so many people always want to bully us? Song Yinshi, heartbroken, took Song Xingqian's hand, and he held hers in return. I've grown up now. I won't let anyone bully my mother again. If you want to touch her, you'll have to step over my dead body. I tell you, even if I have only one breath left, I won't let. She's endured so much pain, always shielding me under her wings. She feared I'd be hurt, feared I'd suffer, feared I'd lose faith in this world. She gave me all the beauty and bore all the hardship alone. My mother, they'll protect her. Even if it costs me my life, I won't let anyone harm her. Song Xingqian's words were both fierce and warm. Not only did they move Song Yinshi to tears, but they also stunned Song Imo, the terrified Chuntao at the door, Guangxiu on the rooftop, and Ouyang Pu standing in the corner of the courtyard. This child whom he had never met must have suffered so much to speak such words. Ouyang Pu's face remained expressionless, but his heart churned with turbulent emotions. Early the next morning, when Song Imo arrived at the herb hut, he saw Song Xingqian in the courtyard washing her face with a basin of water. The sight was clumsy and adorable. The wooden basin was almost as tall as she was. Yet she performed the task with meticulous seriousness, a rather incongruous scene. Little girl Uncle Song came to see you. After yesterday's incident, Song Mo dared not provoke this child again. Song Xingqian, however, was disgusted. He was a pure man, yet dressed in this girlish form, and called little girl by that detestable man who had bullied his mother. Song Xingqian showed no kindness to Song Mo. A sly smile curled at the corners of his mouth as he looked at the basin of water. He secretly gripped the wooden basin, and with a sudden force flung the entire basin of water straight at Song Mo. Song Mo dodged swiftly, but the person behind him was not so lucky. The full basin of water splashed onto him, without a single drop spared. Ouyang Pu, you finally got what you deserve. Ha ha. Ouyang Pu's hair and clothes dripped with water. His dark robe, now soaked, clung to his body like a second skin. Seeing him like that, Song Mo's anger from being pranked by Song Xingqian instantly vanished. It was the first time he had seen Ouyang Pu so humiliated by a child. His mood brightened, and he laughed heartily, not bothering to restrain himself. Song Yinchi heard the commotion outside, and wanted to get up, but her battered body ached even more after a night's rest. She didn't feel like moving, and since Song Xingqian was probably not in danger, she decided to let things be. Song Yinchi sighed, turned her head, and chose to ignore the scene in the courtyard. I'm sorry, I didn't mean it. I'm really sorry. Song Xingqian's childish voice was truly soothing. Ouyang Pu surprisingly wasn't angry. As Song Xingqian approached to wipe the water off him, Ouyang Pu, he wanted to call the child by name, but then realized he hadn't even given her a name. Ouyang Pu felt he owed this mother and child far too much. What's your name? Whose child are you? Ouyang Pu asked Song Xingqian. This was a question Song Xingqian had answered dozens of times a day in kindergarten, so it rolled off as, my name is Song Xingqian, my mother is Song Yinchi, my father is Song Mo, and I live at South Wei Road. Song Xingqian's voice trailed off as he realized with a sinking feeling that he had forgotten this was ancient times. Ouyang Pu didn't catch the rest, but he clearly heard my mother is Song Yinchi, my father is Song Mo. Father. That must mean dad, right? Song Mo, who had been laughing heartily moments ago, suddenly stopped. Hey kid, don't set me up. How am I your father? I'm not. Ouyang Pu, listen to me. I really. Song Mo felt he could never explain himself. This kid must be getting back at him. So cunning, just like her mother framing him in front of Ouyang Pu. Kids say such things in jest. I understand. Ouyang Pu crossed his arms and looked at Song Mo, but his tone and expression said otherwise. Seeing that smile, Song Mo knew Ouyang Pu had already thought of a way to deal with him. He wanted to run, but Ouyang Pu grabbed him and dragged him towards Song Yanx's room. Hey, my mother is resting. You can't go in. Song Xingqian spread his small arms, blocking the two men. And if I insist? No, my mother's room. Only my father can enter. Song Xingqian had no other excuse. He could only use the prince's authority. Surely these two were afraid of the prince. I am your father, you little rascal. You're quite bold. He'll save this punishment for later. If you dare do this again, he'll punish you for everything at once. Ouyang Pu picked up Song Xingqian and gave her a light smack on the bottom. Song Xingqian considered himself a man, but now being spanked like this, he immediately lost face. Struggling in Ouyang Pu's arms, he flailed his limbs wildly, while still cursing incessantly. You bastard, let me go. Put me down. How dare you spank me? I tell you I will make you pay for this, you bastard. Ouyang Pu's expression grew darker. He kicked open the door and threw Song Xingqian onto Song Yanx's bed. Song Yinchi sat up, pulling Song Xingqian into her arms. She caressed his angry face with concern, and he immediately hid behind her. Concubine Song, since when did I become her father? Can you give me an explanation? Before Ouyang Pu could speak, Song Mo ran up to Song Yinchi with a look of grievance. Father? Whose father? She said her father's name is Song Mo. What do you care who my father is? Why are you aggrieved? Song Xingqian, seeing Song Mo's tattling, poked his head out from behind Song Yinchi and retorted indignantly. I am Song Mo. You acknowledge me as your father, and you don't know who I am. Song Mo felt more wrong than doughy. What kind of family was this? Mother, then who is my father? Song Xingqian looked at the man who had just spanked him, feeling a bit uneasy. Probably it should be the one who hit you. Song Yinchi deliberately lowered her voice, but Ouyang Pu and Song Mo heard it clearly. What did probably and should be mean? Ouyang Pu's gaze grew increasingly stern. He had come early in the morning to see his daughter, only to be met with such a scene. His enthusiasm was doused with a bucket of cold water. Indeed, he had been greeted by a bucket of cold water at the door. I am your father, the only father. Your father can only be me, Ouyang Pu. Ouyang Pu looked at Song Yanx's demeanor and no longer wanted to be a loving father. He bent down, pinching Song Yanx's chin with one hand and Song Xingqian's chin with the other, looking into their eyes and saying word by word, do you remember? The two nodded obediently with only 4 words in their minds, domineering CEO. The tense atmosphere in the room was finally broken by Song Mo's helpless voice. If you want to flirt as a family, you can do it behind closed doors. Right now I care about your medicine. Ouyang Pu's injury, which has just improved, cannot be without medicine. Right, Concubine Song? Song Mo directed all attention to Song Yinchi. Song Yinchi cursed Song Mo dozens of times in her heart. Without her bracelet, how could she produce medicine? I don't have any medicine. Still being stubborn. Once or twice we thought you were playing hard to get. But too many times it's not fun anymore, is it? Song Mo's manner of speaking was truly disgusting. Both Song Yinshi and Song Xingqian felt he was utterly repulsive from the bottom of their hearts. Never mind, then continued to warm the bed. Isn't Concubine Song quite willing? Oh no, I'm not willing. Song Yinshi felt that these two had ulterior motives. She couldn't let herself be tricked by them. Come to think of it, she was still sick. Where was my ketchup? Ketchup, save me. Your Highness, young Master Song, I've just been injured. My heart is willing, but my body is weak. When I'm better, I will definitely find a way to develop the medicine you want. In her heart, Song Yinshi thought once I'm better, they'll take my son and run away. To hell with Song Mo and Ouyang Pu. She fumbled under the pillow and found the ketchup. Squeezing a large blob into her hand, she pretended to cough. As she covered her mouth, red liquid trickled from the corner. I am truly. Song Xingqian cooperated, crying with tears streaming down his face. Mother, what's wrong with you? My mother is like this, and you still pressure her. Are you trying to drive her to death? What's like this? What's like this? The door was open. Old Madam Chen strode in with her maid Chuntao. Seeing Song Yang's blood-red mouth, old Madam Chen felt both heartache and regret. She should have kept Song Yinshi with her yesterday, instead of coming to the medicine hut. Men indeed knew nothing about taking care of others. Grandmother, save me. Song Yinshi cried out from the bottom of her heart. Now only old Madam Chen could save her right. Grandmother. Song Xingqian's mind raced. Was this a new character? Mom, give me a hint. Child, come quickly, call me great-grandmother. Song Xingqian threw himself into old Madam Chen's arms, and sweetly called her great-grandmother. Old Madam Chen, who was deeply affectionate, could not resist such a sweet attack. If not for her concern over Song Yang's injury, she would have already taken Song Xingqian back to her courtyard to pamper him with good food and drink. Good, such a good child. Child, how is your injury? Why are you spitting blood again? Let grandmother see. Grandmother. Ouyang Pu had heard about Song Yang's recognition of kinship yesterday, but seeing the deep bond between grandmother and granddaughter, he still felt uncomfortable. After all, when he had brought Song Yinshi back, old Madam Chen had strongly opposed it, even nearly ordering people to beat Song Yinshi out with sticks. Viewer, I haven't had a chance to tell you yet. This child is actually my son's descendant. Although I haven't found my son, finding a granddaughter brings me great comfort in my old age. I never expected that you were the one who found her. Fate is truly wonderful. Then I congratulate you, old madam, on finding your descendants and being reunited as a family. Indeed, old madam, your granddaughter's return is quite coincidental. Having such a grown granddaughter is truly a blessing from heaven. Song Mo's words clearly carried a hidden meaning. How could old Madam Chen not detect it? Young Master Song, there is no need to doubt. Every child of the Song family has a triangular birthmark on the back of their neck. I saw it yesterday. She has it, she truly does. Mother, you also had this birthmark before. I saw it when you carried me on your back as a child. Quiet, don't speak. Song Yinshi, afraid that Song Xingqian would let something slip, quietly covered his mouth. How could that be? Yesterday the note Song Mo had given Song Yinshi had not only instructed her to obey him, but also had the name Xia Yuha written on the back. Song Mo had kept it for emergencies, never expecting to actually use it. But how had Song Yang's identity as old Madam Chen's granddaughter become so ironclad? Song Mo couldn't figure it out. Child, you've suffered all these years. Tell grandmother whatever you want, and I will grant it. Really, anything. Song Yang's eyes lit up. Really? Then I want my bracelet. Song Yinshi blurted out. Alright, I'll give it to you. Old Madam Chen raised her hand, and Chuntao took out the bracelet from her bosom. Song Yinshi took it, and examined it carefully. It was indeed hers. This doesn't count. This bracelet was originally yours. What other wish do you have? Grandmother can fulfill it for you. Old Madam Chen spoke to Song Yinshi, but her gaze shifted to Ouyang Pu. The implication was clear, she wanted Song Yinshi to take the opportunity to ask for a status. Then grandmother. I want to divorce the prince. Shin Mamo's face changed drastically. She even doubted her own ears. It was Song Yinshi herself who had cried and begged to enter the prince's mansion, declaring she wanted no title, only to be by the prince's side. Yet only a few years had passed, and now her heart had changed. What nonsense are you speaking? Think carefully before you answer. Shin Mamo shook her head, signaling Song Yinshi with her eyes, while still scolding her sternly. Shin Mamo had rushed over with Chuntao upon hearing that Ouyang Pu had arrived at the medicine hut. She hoped to leverage her own standing, and with the newfound opportunity of finding her granddaughter, secure a proper title for Song Yinshi. After all, Shin Mamo's heart ached at the thought of her granddaughter being merely a lowly concubine. Grandmother said everything was possible just now. Why is it not possible anymore? Song Yinshi muttered regretfully, but upon seeing Chun Mamo's look of disappointment, she obediently fell silent. Yet feeling the bracelet on her wrist, Song Yinshi didn't feel so regretful. At least her bracelet was back. Nanny, rest assured. Since Song Foreign is your granddaughter, I naturally won't treat her poorly. From today, Song Foreign is promoted to side consort. There will be no principal consort in this mansion, as she will manage the entire household. The entire household. That meant many people and many troubles. And it was unpaid labor. How could that be? Me? How could I possibly manage? I don't know how. Please, Prince, find someone else. Song Yang's head began to ache. She detested household trivialities, wishing only to live a carefree life with her son. Besides, a side consort was still a concubine. In modern terms, she would be the mistress. Though Ouyang Pu claimed he wouldn't take a principal consort, who could predict if a principal consort entered later, she as the mistress would have to bow and scrape. Song Xingqian was also born to a concubine. She could bear any humiliation herself, but she wouldn't let Song Xingqian suffer. What if the principal consort's children bullied Song Xingqian? No. Seeing Song Yanx's posture, she seemed ready to refuse again. Quick as a flash, Chen Mamo covered her mouth and pressed her head down to bow to Ouyang Pu. Thank you, Prince. This child is simply overjoyed and at a loss for words. With this old servant's help, I assure you the mansion will be well managed. Rest assured. Chen Mamo, shrewd with age, could see Song Yanx's intentions and stopped her from speaking further. Having finally gained Ouyang Pu's favor, she couldn't let this girl ruin. If the side consort is feeling well, she may resume her duties in the prince's chambers tonight. As Ouyang Pu and Song Yamo departed, he paused looking at Song Yinchi, and Song Yinchi cursed him as a beast in her heart, but a sweet smile graced her lips. Yes, Prince. Finally seeing those two plagues off, Song Yinchi breathed a long sigh of relief. Yinchi, you were too impulsive. Chen Mamo gently touched Song Yanx's head, looking at her face with heartache. Even with your grandmother's care in this mansion, a woman still needs a man for security. The prince is your sky. You must never defy him. As long as he dotes on you, you'll have the final say in this mansion. Who knows, you might even contend for the position of principal consort in the future. Don't cut off your own path. Song Yinchi couldn't refute Chen Mamo's words, knowing they were for her own good. Besides, you have a child. Even though it's a girl, it doesn't matter. They'll find you some good fertility medicine. Remember to take it before you serve the prince. You could get pregnant again. A mother's status rises with her child, making it easier to secure a title later. Song Yinchi paid little heed to Chen Mamo's advice, but a question lingered: why did everyone insist Song Xingqian was a girl when he was clearly a boy? Moreover, the original owner had dressed him as a girl. What secret lay behind this? If everyone knew Song Xingqian was a boy, wouldn't the original owner's life have been she wouldn't have been left to freeze in the woodshed? Grandmother. Song Yinchi wanted to ask Chen Mamo. Moi. Oh, nothing. Thank you, grandmother. Please take good care of Xingqian in the future. Song Yinchi didn't dare to ask. Unsure of the secret, she decided it was best not to act rashly. Don't worry. We are of the same Song blood. I will treat her well. Grandmother will leave now. I'm getting old. I tire easily after being out for a while. Chen Mamo initially wanted to take Song Xingqian to her room, but Song Xingqian stayed behind, claiming he needed to care for Song Yinchi. Mother and son had much to discuss, and Song Xingqian was full of questions. Mother, how did you become Chen Mamo's granddaughter? And what's the deal with that father? Song Xingqian asked, tugging at Song Yanx's hand. Do you remember there being a family tree at grandmother's house? Song Yinchi said with a smile. Song Xingqian thought for a moment, trying to recall. I think there was a genealogy. It said this bracelet belonged to our great-great-great-grandmother, who was separated from her family and never found again. You mean... Song Xingqian's eyes widened in disbelief. Yes, Chen Mamo should be that great-great-great-grandmother who was lost back then. Song Yinchi stroked the bracelet on her wrist. I suspected it when I saw two identical bracelets. Your grandmother once told me our ancestor might have come from a noble family, but I never imagined she was the prince's wet nurse. So I decided to try my luck, and I guessed right. Song Yinchi recounted the entire process to Song Xingqian. Song Xingqian also marveled at finding a relative in this strange place. It felt both mystical and wondrous, as if everything was preordained. So, mother, are we staying in the prince's mansion forever? Are you really going to be a side consort and live with that Ouyang Pu? This was what concerned Song Xingqian. Though he felt no affection for his absent, good-for-nothing father, the idea of his father being replaced was hard to accept all at once. You must be joking. Wouldn't it be a disgrace for a modern person like me to be a concubine to an ancient man? Besides, we have this. Song Yinchi pointed to her bracelet. We'll continue running our supermarket in this era, live a life of luxury, and not care about any prince or princess. Song Yinchi grandly outlined her plans for the ancient world, and Song Xingqian listened, his blood stirring with excitement. Mother, have you ever thought about what happens when the things in the bracelet run out? What will we do then? Dousing cold water was Song Xingqian's specialty. Song Yinchi hadn't considered that. Also, I noticed that everything you can take out is from our family supermarket. Look at this bottle of Mizone. I found my sticker on it. I thought it was fun to put my favorite stickers on all our drinks. Mother, look. Song Xingqian took out the bottle of Mizone that Song Yinchi had materialized from his pocket. Sure enough, at the bottom was an Ultraman sticker distinguishing it from other bottles of. So your bracelet has established some kind of connection with our family's supermarket, allowing you to control it with your mind. Whenever you want something, the bracelet automatically retrieves it for you from the store. This is incredible. Is the supermarket like the spatial realms those transmigrators talk about? Song Yinchi asked excitedly, tugging at Song Xingqian's sleeve. It should be similar, but their realms allow them to enter physically. What functions does yours have? Can I enter it? Song Yinchi had never considered that possibility. If she could enter, she wouldn't be so vulnerable in dangerous situations. She could simply flee into the supermarket with Song Xingqian, stocked with food and drink, and hide out for months if necessary. Let's see if we can get in. Song Yinchi nodded and closed her eyes, concentrating hard on entering the supermarket. But after immense effort, she was drenched in sweat and had made no progress. Alas, it's no use. I can't get in. What a pity. Song Yinchi couldn't help but feel disappointed. Are you hungry? How about Mama conjures up a piece of bread for you? Song Yinshi decided to stop pondering the supermarket issue, as Song Xingqian's stomach was already growling loudly, distracting her from further thought. No need, Mama. We don't know when the supermarket supplies will run out. We shouldn't waste them. We might need them to save our lives in the future. Song Xingqian sensibly declined Song Yang's offer. Xingqian, from now on call me mother instead of Mama. That term is too modern and might invite trouble. Alright. Song Xingqian had just nodded in agreement when footsteps echoed from outside. Concubine. A frantic knocking followed, accompanied by an unfamiliar female voice. Hearing herself being called, Song Yinshi responded. A woman in coarse clothing opened the door, a basket hanging from her arm. The moment she entered, Song Yinshi caught the savory aroma of freshly cooked food. But the moment she saw the woman's face, her appetite vanished. It was a bizarre, expressionless face, stiff and heavy, resembling the visage of a botched modern plastic surgery. Stewardess, Chin sent me to deliver your meal, Concubine. You must be hungry. Oh, thank you. Just leave it there. Unaccustomed to being waited on, Song Yinshi tried to stop the woman from setting the table, insisting she could manage herself. But the woman ignored her, not only laying out the dishes, but also filling a bowl for Song Xingqian and placing it in his hands. Strangely, the woman made no move to serve Song Yinshi. When Song Yinshi moved to help herself, the woman firmly blocked her. Seeing that Song Xingqian hadn't touched his food because Song Yinshi hadn't eaten, the woman grew impatient. With a flick of her wrist, a puff of smoke shot from her sleeve. Before Song Xingqian could react, he slumped unconscious onto the bed. What have you done to him? Song Yinshi cried out in alarm, rushing to hold Song Xingqian and pressing her fingers to his nose. His breathing was steady. He was clearly it's just a bit of sleeping powder. No need for such a fuss. As long as you cooperate, your children will be safe. Who are you? What do you want? Song Yinshi clutched Song Xingqian tightly and edged back on the bed, trying to put distance between herself and the stranger. Don't play dumb with me, Song Yinshi. The master is angry that you haven't completed your mission. You know the consequences. As the woman drew closer, Song Yinshi felt an aura of danger emanating from her, a murderous intent honed by countless deaths. Stay back. What mission? I don't know what you're talking about. Leave now. This is the prince's residence. If you come any closer, I'll scream. Song Yang's mind went blank. This woman must be what they call an assassin. She had never encountered one before, and fighting one would be suicide. What is your purpose? What do you want me to do? They'll do anything as long as you don't hurt my child. With nowhere left to retreat, Song Yinshi fell back onto the bed, still holding Song Xingqian. The woman showed no sign of backing off, closing in relentlessly. The master commands you to quickly uncover Ouyang Pu's hidden strength and then kill him. Otherwise, not just you but your children will die a miserable death. With that, the woman stopped advancing and produced a pink pill from her sleeve. This is last month's antidote. It's a few days late, yet you haven't shown any signs of poisoning. But you won't be so lucky next time. You'd best remember your duty. If I find out you're being duplicitous, you and your children will suffer a gruesome fate. The woman finished her warning, picked up her basket, and left the room without another word. Song Yinshi looked down at Song Xingqian in her arms, her gaze turning complicated. The woman had said children, hadn't she? That meant she had more than one child, didn't it? What was going on? Song Yang's mind was a whirlwind of confusion. From the rooftop, Mu Yao and Guang Xiu sensed the woman's extraordinary skill and dared not get too close. They couldn't hear the conversation clearly, but they knew they had to report this to Ouyang Pu. Ouyang Pu, is Song Yinshi really involved? Song Mo was incredulous after hearing the scout's report from Ouyang Pu. You mean she was the one who tried to assassinate you those times? How is that possible? Song Mo had rarely interacted with Song Yinshi before, but his recent encounters had shown him she was nothing more than a fragile, helpless woman. A chill ran down Song Mo's spine. If she really was an assassin, she had hidden it incredibly well. It was terrifying. He had been completely fooled by her harmless appearance. Your Highness. Mu Yao reported what he had witnessed in the room. Which courtyard does that woman belong to? She seems to be from the back courtyard, tasked with cleaning. The front courtyard staff are mostly family retainers, but a few laborers in the back were bought locally. We never expected a spy to infiltrate among them. Don't confront her. Just follow her discreetly. I want to see what they're plotting. As for Song Yinshi, Ouyang Pu paused, anger flashing in his eyes. The concubine didn't seem to recognize the woman, Your Highness. I could tell she was genuinely terrified. Also, it appears the concubine has been poisoned. Unfortunately, they hadn't been able to hear the full conversation, Mu Yao lamented. It's fine. Keep watching and report any developments. Song Yinshi stared at the pill in her hand, her heart pounding with anxiety. She finally understood how the original owner had died, not from cold, but from poisoning. And her child, left unattended, had perished alongside her. These people were committing atrocities. Clenching the pill tightly, Song Yinshi burned with rage. But one question plagued her: was the poison still in her body? The original owner was dead. Would she still suffer the poison's effects? Song Yinshi tucked the pill into her sachet. Whatever the case, she needed to find a doctor first. She couldn't just take medicine blindly. Song Yang's mind was in turmoil. Since her transmigration, she had discovered that the original owner of this body harbored far too many secrets. What was her true identity, and how could she possibly be connected to assassins? All the lingering questions of these past days had been gnawing at her. She had to unravel everything quickly, or else, if the poison struck again, what would become of Song Xingqian? She drifted into a restless sleep until nightfall, when a few maidservants and matrons knocked on the door of the medicine hut. It was time for the nightly service. From the matron's chatter, Song Yinshi learned that this particular hour was mandated by Song Mo, who believed it was the most auspicious time for conception. Song Yinshi felt like nothing more than a vessel for bearing children. How could even the timing of such intimacy be dictated? Old Madame Chun, being tactful, had Chun Tao take Song Xingqian to her own council hall, and also sent someone over to meticulously dress up Song Yinshi. After bathing and dressing, Song Yinshi looked at her reflection in the mirror, and couldn't help but admire herself. As the saying goes, pure beauty arises from clear water, natural and unadorned. With just a hint of makeup, she already looked stunning. If she had access to modern cosmetics, wouldn't she be an unparalleled beauty? It was a pity she was stuck in ancient times. If this were the modern world, she could be a model or a celebrity earning a fortune. Song Yinshi touched her rouge-covered cheek, lost in these fantasies when Chu Yang arrived to urge her along. Concubine, the prince awaits. At the door, Chu Yang's eyes held not a shred of respect, but rather looked at her as if she were an enemy. Especially this time, his gaze towards Song Yinshi was even more hostile. Song Yinshi racked her brain, but she didn't think she had ever offended this man. Could it be the original owner of this body had wronged him? Alright, I'm coming. Escorted by the maidservants and matron, Song Yinshi arrived at the prince's courtyard. It was just as before, with only Chu Yang as the sole guard. For someone of royal blood, having just one guard is truly careless. Song Yinshi covertly glanced at Chu Yang's grim face, rolled her eyes, and pushed open the door to step inside. Chu Yang remained stationed outside, not following her. Just like the first time she had entered, there was no one else around outside. The silence was unnerving. Ouyang Pu was nowhere to be seen either. Didn't he summon me for the night? Why is there no one here? Song Yinshi walked unceremoniously towards the inner chamber. Even as she entered, Ouyang Pu didn't appear. She guessed he must be inside, and indeed there he was, lying on the bed in the inner room, his eyes shut tight, looking as if he were in a deep slumber. This man was truly strange. He calls for her, then falls asleep himself. Song Yinshi watched him lie perfectly still, then quietly crept towards his bed. A wave of cold air emanating from the bed made her shiver. How can anyone sleep on a bed this cold? I wonder if he's frozen to death. The closer Song Yinshi got to Ouyang Pu, the more intense the bone-piercing chill became. Looking at his pallid face, if it weren't for the fact that he had visited her at the medicine hut this very morning, she would have truly believed he was a corpse right now. Your Highness! Your Highness! Song Yinshi called out softly, but got no response. Ouyang Pu! Oh! Yang! Pu! She raised her voice, leaning in closer, yet the man on the bed remained unresponsive. Is he really dead? Curiosity getting the better of her, she leaned in and slowly extended a hand towards the tip of his nose. Her movements were slow and gentle, wary of startling the man on the bed, lest he suddenly sit up like a corpse reanimating. Suddenly the sound of rustling fabric broke the silence, and her wrist was seized in a powerful grip. What do you think you're doing? Caught off guard, Song Yinshi was yanked forward by the momentum. She had been half bent over him, and now she tumbled down, landing with a thud directly on top of Ouyang Pu, her face smashing into his chest. Song Yinshi felt as if she had collided with a brick wall. Ouyang Pu's chest was hard and firm. Frowning, Song Yinshi tried to push herself up, but her wrist remained firmly trapped in his grasp. He held her pinned against his chest with no intention of letting go. I wasn't trying to do anything. I just wanted to see if you were okay. You weren't responding at all. Song Yinshi tried to pull her wrist free, but instead of loosening, Ouyang Pu's grip tightened. She let out a pained grunt, feeling as if her wrist might snap. Let me go. You're breaking my wrist. Song Yinshi winced in pain, but Ouyang Pu showed no intention of being gentle. He lifted her wrist, his eyes fixed sternly on hers. Who exactly are you? Song Yang's eyes widened in shock. Why would he ask her that? Could he have seen through her transmigration? Who else would I be? I'm Song Yinshi. Her voice betrayed a hint of nervousness, which Ouyang Pu keenly caught. He pressed on. I know you are Song Yinshi. I'm asking who you truly are, and how you came to be here. You know? How do you know? Song Yinshi was startled. She was genuinely curious how Ouyang Pu could have discovered her secret. If you don't want anyone to know, don't do it in the first place. Ouyang Pu's reply was cryptic and unfathomable. Truly, you are the prince. Nothing escapes your notice. Song Yinshi couldn't help but sigh. So what do you intend to do with me? It wasn't my choice, you know. I had hoped to fool everyone, but I never expected you to see through me. What to do with you? What do you think would be a fitting punishment? Ouyang Pu found her flustered and helpless expression rather amusing. Whatever you do to me, I beg you to spare my child. He's innocent. He was just unlucky to have a mother like me. Do with me as you please, but I only ask that you let him live a good... Song Yinshi looked at him with pleading eyes, awaiting her sentence. Fine. He is my flesh and blood after all. I won't let him suffer. Now I have a question for you. Ouyang Pu finally released her wrist. Song Yinshi rubbed it, looking at him with bewilderment. Who sent you here, and what is your purpose? Ouyang Pu had a rough idea, but he wanted to hear it explicitly. Who sent me? Who sent me? Song Yinshi found the question difficult to answer. The heavens. The king of hell. She ventured a guess, watching as Ouyang Pu's face darkened with displeasure. It was clear her answer was not to his liking. Take a guess. Who do you think sent me? Or rather, do you know how I got here? Can you send me back? If Ouyang-pu could send her back to the modern world, she would be eternally grateful. What nonsense is this? You are not being honest at all. Ouyang-pu was genuinely angry this time. He reached out to grab her, but Song Yinshi dodged. As his large hand was about to catch her back, she sensed the danger, screamed, and squeezed her eyes shut. The anticipated pain never came. Instead, she heard a dull thud, as if a heavy object had fallen to the floor. When Song Yinshi opened her eyes, she saw Ouyang-pu half hanging over the edge of the bed in front of her. It was quite an acrobatic pose. She slowly approached and realized he was truly motionless. Hey Ouyang-pu. Ouyang-pu, wake up. Song Yinshi cupped Ouyang-pu's face, patted it, and called out a few times. This man had been threatening her just moments ago, and now he had simply passed out. Don't try to fool me. I won't fall for your tricks. Song Yinshi shook Ouyang-pu again, but there was still no response. Summoning her courage, Song Yinshi reached out and placed her hand under Ouyang-pu's nose. Fortunately, he was still breathing, but his breath was rapid and scalding hot, as if a fire were burning within him. Is this guy on fire? Why is he so hot? Song Yinshi placed her hand on Ouyang-pu's forehead and felt that it was burning as well. Is he having a fever again? Has the wound become inflamed again? Song Yinshi thought it must be because his previous injury hadn't healed. He had only taken anti-inflammatory medicine once before, so the effects must have worn off. Since you're the cheap father of my son, I'll save you one more time. If you die, life for us orphans and widows will probably be even harder, right? Ouyang-pu, it's lucky you ran into me, or your little life would definitely be lost. Song Yinshi sighed, trying to help Ouyang-pu into bed, but the man was dead weight. She was drenched in sweat by the time she managed to push him onto the bed. Ouyang-pu, what did you eat to grow up? Why are you so heavy? Song Yinshi grumbled, but didn't bother with much else. She tore open Ouyang-pu's middle garment to check his wound. Fortunately, it was only reddened, not festering. Song Yinshi threw back the quilt to make it easier to apply medicine. Fortunately, Ouyang-pu was wearing pants today, so Song Yinshi wouldn't be too embarrassed. With a thought, her medicine box appeared directly in her hand. Song Yinshi deftly opened it and took out the iodine and anti-inflammatory medicine. Huh. Song Yinshi couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. She noticed that she had fed Ouyang-pu 2 anti-inflammatory pills earlier, which should have left 6 pills in the blister pack. But when she took it out today, the pack had reverted to 8 pills as if none had been used. Could this space be able to restore itself? Song Yang's mind raced with excitement. If it were true, that would be wonderful. She quickly checked the iodine. She had used nearly half a bottle of the newly opened iodine on Ouyang-pu's wound. When she opened the bottle, she was overjoyed to find it completely full, just as it had been when she first took it out. Heavens be praised. It really is inexhaustible. Enrich, ha. My supermarket is now a cornucopia. Endless spending, endless use, ha. Song Yinshi hummed a tune as she applied medicine to Ouyang-pu. Her mood was so good that even Ouyang-pu's face seemed several times more handsome, and he didn't seem as detestable. Now I'm giving you your medicine. I'm not taking advantage of you. This time Song Yinshi was smarter. She took out a bottle of rock sugar pear drink to dissolve the anti-inflammatory medicine, which at least made it less bitter. Besides, she didn't dare drink the water in this room anymore. Who knows what strange things were in it. She put the pill in her mouth, took a big gulp of the rock sugar pear drink, and waited for the pill to dissolve. Whoever said this would make it less bitter was wrong. It was still very bitter. Moreover, the combination of the sweet rock sugar pear and the bitter medicine created a truly strange flavor, both sweet and bitter. Song Yinshi didn't dare hold it in her mouth any longer. She lowered her head, pressed her mouth against Ouyang-pu's, and was about to pour the mixture into his mouth. Just as their lips touched, Ouyang-pu's eyes snapped open. Their eyes met. Song Yinshi looked into Ouyang-pu's dark, bright eyes, panic surging in her heart. Her mouth, no longer under her control, swallowed the liquid in one gulp, followed by a loud burp. Ouyang-pu stared at Song Yinshi, who was so close, and his large hand immediately clamped around her neck. What are you trying to do? Song Yinshi struggled to breathe. She wanted to scream, but no sound could escape her throat. Let go of me, you're Chalk. Ing. Me. Song Yinshi forced out a few words, but Ouyang-pu showed no sign of loosening his grip. This bastard is trying to kill me. Help. My cornucopia saved me. Chili powder, right, chili powder. The supermarket has some freshly stocked, insanely hot chili powder. Song Yang's mind raced. Suddenly remembering something, just before her consciousness began to fade, she mustered all her strength and flung the chili powder she had retrieved directly into Ouyang-pu's face. Fortunately, Ouyang-pu hadn't been guarding against her. Her hands were free. A cloud of chili powder flew toward him. Ouyang-pu, a man from ancient times, had never seen chili peppers before, let alone knew what chili powder was. Seeing the chili powder flying toward his face, Ouyang-pu assumed it was some ordinary knockout powder and immediately shut his eyes and held his breath. But he underestimated the power of chili powder. The skin that came into contact with the chili powder immediately began to burn with intense pain. Ouyang-pu's nasal passages were filled with the pungent spiciness of chili, and his eyes began to sting and burn so badly he could no longer keep them open even a crack. You vicious woman. What kind of poison is this? Ouyang-pu finally released Song Yinshi his hands frantically rubbing at his face and eyes. But the more frantic he became, the more places seemed to hurt, and the stinging intensified. Song Yinshi, caught off guard by Ouyang Pu's sudden release, fell to the ground with a thud. Watching Ouyang Pu flail about in a panic with tears and snot streaming down his face, Song Yinshi felt a great sense of relief. Rubbing her nearly broken neck, the anger in her heart was barely containable. Song Yinshi, you'd better give me the antidote right now, or it'll make you die a miserable death. The power of the chili powder was rapidly eroding Ouyang Pu's patience. He now wished he could snap Song Yanx's neck, but he couldn't even open his eyes. Then he'll save you, but you must not kill me. Otherwise we'll both die together. Song Yinshi mustered her courage and tried to negotiate with Ouyang Pu. Fine, I won't kill you. Just give me the antidote. A man's mouth is a liar's ghost. Song Yinshi didn't quite believe him. Swear you won't kill me. Fine, I swear. Hurry up, I think my eyes are going blind. Ouyang Pu rarely showed such weakness. Song Yinshi spun around, ran to the door, and shouted, Chuyang, bring a large basin of clean water. Your prince needs water. Before long, a large basin of warm water was placed on the table beside the bed. Song Yinshi didn't dare let Chuyang enter the room, so she struggled to carry the water inside herself. Song Yinshi led Ouyang Pu by the hand to the table. The skin around Ouyang Pu's eyes was bright red, a terrifying sight. This man's endurance was truly remarkable. An ordinary person would have been rolling on the ground crying for their mother by now. Don't move. He'll rinse off the chili powder, and then he'll put some eye drops in. You'll be fine. Song Yinshi rinsed Ouyang Pu's eyes repeatedly. When they no longer looked so red, she took eye drops from her medicine box and applied them several times. Only then could Ouyang Pu slowly open his eyes a crack. The first thing he saw was Song Yanx's ingratiating smile. Ouyang Pu clenched his fists tightly, the sound of his knuckles cracking loudly. Song Yinshi cried out nervously. You said you wouldn't kill me. You swore. You can't go back on your word. You said you wouldn't kill me. You swore an oath. You cannot break it. It was evident that Ouyang Pu was enduring great discomfort. The potency of chili powder was truly formidable, and even the battle-hardened Ouyang Pu could not resist. What poison did you use? Why is its power so devastating? Curiosity overshadowed his anger. Song Yanx's medicine chest naturally fell within Ouyang Pu's line of sight, but he was in no hurry. Suddenly, he found himself possessed of a newfound patience to uncover the secrets hidden within Song Yinshi, wondering what other excuses she could devise. It's chili powder. Isn't it found in every kitchen? Kitchen? You mean this is a seasoning? Ouyang Pu had never imagined that something so potent could originate from a kitchen. Yes, chili. Haven't you ever tasted it? Song Yinshi observed that the region wasn't particularly cold, even in winter, suggesting it was in the south. Didn't southerners have an affinity for spicy food? Some even considered meals incomplete without it. Nonsense. I have never heard of such a thing as chili. If you intend to deceive me, at least devise a more plausible tale. Ouyang Pu was utterly unconvinced by Song Yanx's words. Her mind raced. Could it be that this era had no chili peppers? Many novel heroines had amassed fortunes by selling chili. Could she perhaps do the same? A potential path to wealth suddenly dawned upon Song Yinshi. You had better explain yourself clearly. And what is that white box? Though his eyes still stung, driven by curiosity, he walked over to Song Yanx's medicine chest. It was an oversized family-sized medicine chest stocked with various common medications neatly arranged in aluminum blister packs within the box. It's a medicine chest. Song Yinshi replied, nonchalantly retrieving the anti-inflammatory pills from within. Here, take these. They're anti-inflammatory pills, the same ones I gave you before. Now that you're awake, I don't need to feed them to you anymore. Take them. With practiced ease, Song Yinshi popped 2 pills from the blister pack and placed them in Ouyang Pu's palm. Ouyang Pu examined the strange white pills carefully, then brought them to his nose and sniffed. It was the same scent he remembered from when Song Yinshi had administered them before. Without hesitation, he tossed the pills into his mouth. Without water, the pills clung stubbornly to the back of his throat. Song Yinshi had been careless. She hadn't anticipated Ouyang Pu trying to swallow the pills without any water. Watching Ouyang Pu gag and retch, Song Yinshi felt an urge to laugh. But catching the look in his eyes, she stifled the amusement, forcing the smile back down. Who takes medicine without water? You really are. A sharp glare from Ouyang Pu made her trail off into a mumble. Drink some water quickly, or else they'll get stuck for good. Glaring at me won't help. Drink. But the only liquid on the table was the chili water used to rinse his eyes earlier, which certainly wasn't suitable for drinking. He'll just go for it. Resolving herself, Song Yinshi produced a large bottle of Nongfu spring mineral water from her supermarket, thrust it before Ouyang Pu, and commanded loudly, drink. Swallow hard. Wash those pills down. Ouyang Pu stared stunned at the peculiar bottle that had appeared out of thin air. Seeing his lack of action, Song Yinshi grew irritated. She twisted off the cap and shoved the bottle to his lips. Crystal clear spring water poured into his mouth. Ouyang Pu was forced to gulp down large mouthfuls. After nearly half the bottle was gone, the pills were finally washed down. Song Yinshi continued to hold the bottle to his lips, pouring more water. Choked, Ouyang Pu could barely breathe. He pushed the bottle away, gasping for air before he could recover. Song Yinshi, are you trying to drown me? Ouyang Pu glared at her, furious, as she raised the bottle again, seemingly intent on feeding him more. Alright, it's down now. Stay away from me. Ouyang-pu took another moment to catch his breath, then picked up the mineral water bottle to examine it. What is this? Where did it come from? I saw it appear out of thin air. Well, Your Highness, how about we make a deal? Song Yinshi looked at Ouyang-pu timidly, her mind in turmoil. Should she confess her secret to him, or keep it hidden? But a single lie would necessitate countless more to cover it up, and that was utterly exhausting. Moreover, given her current predicament, she desperately needed an ally. The poison in her body, the safety of herself, and Song Xingqian. So many burdens weighed upon her. As a modern person, it was incredibly difficult to bear alone in this ancient world with its unfamiliar customs. If she could find someone to help her path here would surely be much smoother, wouldn't it? What deal? I detest people bargaining with me. However, if your offer proves beneficial to me, I might consider it. Ouyang-pu resumed his haughty demeanor, looking at Song Yinshi, waiting for her to speak. Very well. I can provide you with a continuous supply of various goods, things you've never seen or imagined. I believe they would be of great help to you. Just like this bottle of water, I can produce countless more at any moment. And what is it that you want in return, eh? Outwardly, Ouyang-pu remained impassive, but inwardly his thoughts were in turmoil. The ability to conjure unlimited supplies, provisions, water, even things like that chili powder, would be a tremendous advantage. If he were to march back to the imperial capital one day, it would be like adding wings to a tiger. Logistical concerns would vanish entirely. I want to live. I want to ensure the survival of myself and Song Xingqian. And I want freedom. I hope to have autonomy in the future. I don't want to be confined within these walls for the rest of my life. I will help you achieve what you desire. In return, you provide us with a safe place. I just want to live a quiet, peaceful life. Her request was not unreasonable. Ouyang-pu considered it briefly and nodded in agreement. After all, a woman's fate was of little consequence to him. Fine. However, I must know all your secrets. How do you obtain these goods? Who are you truly? Who sent you? And where do these things come from? Ouyang-pu gestured to the medicine chest and the water bottle. Your Highness, have you heard of parallel dimensions? Despite his vast learning, Ouyang-pu was baffled by such scientific terminology. What is a parallel dimension? It means I am not the Song Yinshi of this era. I am a Song Yinshi from another dimension, possibly from hundreds or thousands of years in the future. The implications were staggering. Ouyang-pu steadied himself and sat down by the table. Continue. Song Xingqian and I are both from thousands of years in the future. Your aunt and her child died 2 days ago. We happened to die at that same moment, and through some force we entered their bodies. So you're saying the two of you are wandering spirits who have taken over Song Yangsis and my daughter's bodies? Not exactly. It's more like we swapped bodies. But I have no idea where your concubine and the child went. Perhaps they survived in the modern world, or perhaps they were reincarnated and will never return. As Ouyang-pu listened, a profound sorrow welled up within him at the thought of his child's death. He realized he had never even held the baby, nor had he given her a name. Your daughter's name is Song Xingqian. Ouyang-pu thought the name was beautiful. His own child had perished before receiving such a lovely name. He truly was a failed father. Yes, and Your Highness, Song Yinshi said with solemn gravity. Song Xingqian is a boy. Song Yinshi had always wondered why everyone assumed Song Xingqian was a girl. Perhaps Ouyang-pu knew the reason. What did you say? A boy? How could a boy enter a girl's body? Are you saying his soul is male? No, he is male through and through. Song Yangsis' gaze flickered meaningfully towards a certain part of Ouyang-pu's anatomy, making it unmistakably clear that Ouyang-pu's child had been born a boy. Impossible. Song Yinshi. No, the previous Song Yinshi gave birth to a girl. The midwife was one of our own from the manor, there's no mistake. Although I wasn't present, the wet nurse saw the child and confirmed it was a girl. How could it possibly be a boy? Ouyang-pu couldn't believe it. Had his child been switched? He grabbed Song Yangsis' arm, his mind racing. Nothing else mattered now, if the whereabouts of his child was paramount. Could the baby have been swapped? A sudden crucial thought struck Ouyang-pu. He tightened his grip on Song Yangsis' arm. Song Xingqian's body is that child's. Have you noticed any distinctive birthmarks or marks on it? Marks? Song Yinshi tried to recall. There seemed to be some kind of mark, but he couldn't remember it clearly. Oh right. The child has a red pea-sized birthmark on the back of the neck. Ouyang-pu swiftly turned around, revealing his own neck. Pointing to the back of his neck, he asked, like this, eh? Yes, exactly like that. You have the exact same birthmark. This is a birthmark unique to our clan, passed down through every generation of the Ouyang family. Song Yinshi and Ouyang-pu fell into a stunned silence. This meant Song Xingqian was indeed Ouyang-pu's child. But how did a daughter become a son? Why had the original owner dressed up a perfectly healthy boy as a girl? That was a question only the original owner could answer. I will investigate this matter slowly, Ouyang-pu said with a sigh. For now, tell me about your abilities. Ouyang-pu sighed, pushing the troubling thoughts about his child aside. He would get to the bottom of this mystery in time. Well, it all relies on. Song Yinshi was about to mention the bracelet, but a mental alarm blared in his mind. He couldn't reveal its existence. If Ouyang-pu coveted it, his life would be in danger. I guess it's a superpower I was given by the heavens when I arrived. Superpower. Ouyang-pu, a man of the ancient world, naturally couldn't comprehend such a concept. It's like magic. Like a conjuring trick, Song Yinshi said, searching for words Ouyang-pu would understand. My see. Can you conjure anything? Not everything. Just everyday items. I can't conjure up airplanes or cannons. Airplanes. Cannons. What are those? They're advanced weapons. I can only conjure things we use daily. For example, as he spoke, Song Yinshi retrieved 2 sticks of gum from the supermarket. He popped one into his own mouth and handed the other to Ouyang Pu. Eat it. It's candy. Song Yinshi chewed the gum vigorously, the sweet flavor flooding his taste buds and washing away the lingering bitterness. Ouyang Pu tasted the candy for the first time. It was sweeter and more distinctive than any confection he had ever had. It was so sweet it seemed to reach his very heart. Whoever said men don't enjoy sweets simply hadn't tasted anything this good. This thing. I can only conjure up food and drink. Don't expect me to produce anything super powerful. Song Yinshi looked at Ouyang Pu with an earnest expression while Ouyang Pu was still trying to process the shock of what he had just learned. This is enough. I don't need anything powerful. On the battlefield, I rely on my own strength. I am a man who I won't depend on a woman. Being able to provide me with provisions and water is more than sufficient. So what's your secret? Are you planning a rebellion? Song Yinshi had heard nothing but praise for the prince as the war god of the Great Xia dynasty, but how did a war god end up in exile? It was either a wrongful conviction or a rebellion. Don't all capable princes in the dramas aspire to be emperor? Who told you that? Ouyang Pu's gaze turned fierce. He had never harbored any desire for the throne. If Ouyang Sun wanted to be emperor, he could have it. But to seize power through such treacherous means was truly despicable. Ouyang Pu had never intended to make a move, but Ouyang Sun didn't see it that way. The assassination attempts never ceased, and his wounds kept accumulating. Years spent in a cycle of injury and recovery had left Ouyang Pu utterly weary. I have never wanted to be emperor. But if I don't take the throne, I will be killed. Ouyang Pu's voice was filled with nothing but resignation and despair. I understand. If you want to be emperor, then do it. If there's anything I can provide, just ask. But can you keep my secret? If people find out who I am, they'll surely capture us as monsters for experimentation. Song Yang's concern was valid. An innocent man with a coveted treasure is a crime. Alright, I will protect you both. Also, I believe the original owner of this body had a mysterious identity. A woman came 2 days ago and gave me an antidote. The original owner might have died from poison. I know. Mu Yao came to inform me. I've already placed that woman under strict surveillance. Ouyang Pu didn't hide his actions from Song Yinshi. If they were to be allies, there must be honesty between them. But I really don't know if I'm poisoned now. Don't worry. Tomorrow, I'll have Song Mo come and examine you thoroughly. After their long conversation, Ouyang Pu grew even more fascinated by the future world Song Yinshi described. Neither of them slept that night. Song Yinshi didn't reveal too many modern items, wanting to maintain an air of mystery. The important things should be saved for critical moments. He brought out some cola and potato chips and spent the night regaling Ouyang Pu with tales of modern life. Outside the door, Chu Yang noticed the candle burning all night and wondered what the prince was doing that required such a sleepless vigil. Song Mo was still asleep when Chu Yang burst into the room and roused him. Though Song Mo was usually amiable, it did not mean he was immune to morning irritability. At this moment, his vexation was written all over his face, his handsome fair countenance devoid of its usual smile. Just as he was about to vent his ire, Chu Yang, without giving him any chance to speak, grabbed him by the collar and dragged him to Ouyang Pu's doorstep before vanishing in an instant. Ouyang Pu, you'd better have a good reason, or else I'll. As Song Mo pushed open the door and stepped inside, he was taken aback by the harmonious scene of Song Yinshi and Ouyang Pu within the room. Have they grown this close already? Inside, Ouyang Pu sat upright at the table, while Song Yinshi perched beside him arranging the tableware. The scene exuded a cozy, almost marital warmth. At that moment, there was a peculiar box before Ouyang Pu emitting waves of steam. With the steam came a unique aroma of food that permeated the entire room. What a delicious smell. What are you sneaking a bite of? Song Mo closed the door and leaned in toward the odd box in front of Ouyang Pu, inhaling deeply through his nose. Ouyang Pu, what is this? It smells strange. I've never encountered such a scent before. Song Mo felt the aroma burrowing into his nostrils as if awakening his body, and suddenly his stomach began to growl. How is it so hot? Where's the stove? Song Mo was curious about how the box could remain steaming hot without a nearby kitchen or the smell of burning charcoal. How did they manage it? It's a self-heating pot, a pot that cooks food without fire. Song Yinshi explained casually. Song Mo was about to ask further when Song Yinshi spoke first. Alright, it's done. It's ready to eat. Please help yourselves. Song Yinshi gently lifted the lid and a pungent spicy aroma assaulted the taste buds of both men. Ouyang Pu had grown somewhat accustomed to the scent, having spent considerable time with chili powder the previous day. Song Mo, however, was not so fortunate. As soon as the aroma reached him, he covered his nose and began sneezing, tears and mucus streaming down his face as if a tap had been turned on. He had to move away from the steam to feel better. Is it really cooked? Ouyang Pu touched the side of the self-heating pot. Being a martial artist, he was naturally impervious to heat, but the temperature was scorching, causing him to withdraw his hand quickly. Can a box really cook a meal without fire? Ouyang Pu's words astonished Song Mo even more than the food itself. Ouyang Pu, are you joking? How can you cook? Ouyang Pu, try this. It's food made with chili. Song Yinshi was in no rush to explain the principle. After all, how could she make two ancient people understand terms like quicklime aluminum powder or activated carbon? It had taken the Chinese people centuries of study to grasp the concept of chemical reactions. Explaining chemistry to two ancients is no easy feat. I'll explain it to you slowly later. Song Yinshi pushed the self-heating pot closer to Ouyang-pu. Give me a pair of chopsticks. Song Yimo pulled up a stool and sat tightly beside Ouyang-pu. Just don't cry later. Enjoy it. Ouyang-pu, recalling the power of the chili powder, hesitated to pick up his chopsticks. Seeing this, Song Yimo defiant thought to himself, can I really be intimidated by a little food? He picked up a slice of potato and tossed it into his mouth. The moment his teeth bit down, a pungent, spicy sensation shot straight to his crown chakra, mingling with the soft yet crisp texture of the potato. A truly unique experience. Though it was spicy, every organ in his body seemed to cry out, take another bite, grab another piece. Ouyang-pu, you have to try this. It's really good. The flavor is amazing. The spiciness is authentic and potent, much stronger than the spicy ginger we usually eat. I absolutely love this taste. Bold, intense, and thrilling. Ouyang-pu, give it a try. Ouyang-pu tasted. Song Yimo was devouring the food from the self-heating pot in large mouthfuls. Ouyang-pu, captivated by his enthusiasm and watching the diminishing contents, felt a stirring of curiosity. He slowly picked up a fishball and placed it in his mouth. The chili's power was overwhelming. Ouyang-pu's face immediately flushed, his nose and tongue feeling as if they were on fire, his entire body ablaze. This sensation was different from the earlier chili powder. Ouyang-pu, who had hardly sweated in years, now had fine beads of perspiration on his nose. Seeing Ouyang-pu in such a flustered state, Song Yimo started laughing raucously, his mouth numbed, but he couldn't care less, doubled over with mirth. Ouyang-pu, you've finally met your match. Huh. Song Yinshi, get me some water. This stuff is too spicy. What is this thing? I feel like my tongue is gone. Is this a new poison you've concocted? Song Yinshi rolled her eyes at Song Yimo and handed him the half-empty bottle of mineral water next to her. Song Yimo stared at the strange bottle. It had a cap, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't twist it open. Song Yinshi, this bottle won't open. Hurry, pour me some water. Are you trying to kill me? You have to twist it open. How else would you drink from a bottle? Even a 3-year-old knows how to unscrew a cap. As soon as she said it, Song Yinshi regretted it. These ancient people really didn't know how to open a bottle cap. Let me help. Song Yinshi unscrewed the cap for Song Yimo. Without a thought for dignity, he snatched the bottle from her and gulped down the water, feeling as if a fire was raging in his stomach that nothing could quench. Give me a bottle of water. Ouyang-pu's voice was hoarse as he tugged at Song Yinshi's sleeve. The chili had completely overwhelmed his throat. All right. Song Yinshi smiled and handed Ouyang-pu a bottle of cola, the fastest way to counteract the spice. Here, have something good. Ouyang-pu, disregarding everything else, trusted that Song Yinshi would never harm him. Though the liquid inside was dark and mysterious, the burning sensation in his mouth left him no room to question. He twisted off the cap and gulped down the cola. The carbon dioxide bubbles and the unique flavor of cola surged through his body, rampaging with abandon. Ouyang-pu felt a force within him trying to rush upward to his head, a pressure he could not suppress. Finally, unable to hold back any longer, he sprayed out the half bottle of cola in one explosive burst. Seeing this, Song Yinshi dodged far away just in time. Song Yimo, who had just recovered from drinking water, hadn't even caught his breath before being drenched in a cola rain. He couldn't avoid it in time, and the sticky liquid covering his face and clothes made him retch involuntarily. Ouyang-pu, you've gone too far. Song Yimo finally lost his temper, wiping the cola off himself, only to find it growing stickier. He roared, Chuyang, you bastard. Prepare my bathwater. Ouyang-pu, you scoundrel. After bathing, Song Yimo changed into Ouyang-pu's new robe and re-entered the room with a fierce countenance. Ouyang-pu, having drunk water, was now a far cry from his earlier disheveled state. Ouyang-pu sat at the table while Song Yinshi explained the principles of a self-heating pot. After a night of Song Yanxi's explanations, Ouyang-pu was no longer completely baffled by these items. Yet the chemical transformations were indeed profound, and he listened intently to her every word. It was a pity that such miraculous things were used merely for leisure by people of the future. If applied in ancient times, could they not be used on the battlefield, ensuring victory? Don't you think it's time you two gave me an explanation? Upon entering, Song Yimo had been captivated by the self-heating pot. Now, with a calmer mind, he found everything that day deeply bizarre. What were these unfamiliar items? He had been by Ouyang-pu's side all along. How could he have conjured up such novelties overnight? You explain it. Maybe using ancient terms will help him understand better. Song Yinshi looked at Ouyang-pu, signaling him to explain to Song Yimo. She is a wandering soul from another place who borrowed a corpse to return to life, inhabiting Concubine Song's body. All these things are her doing. Ouyang-pu finished the explanation in a single sentence. Song Yinshi was speechless. It seemed somewhat accurate, yet also utterly wrong. Ouyang-pu, are you telling? As a man of ancient times, Song Yimo naturally believed in ghosts and gods. However, facing such supernatural matters directly for the first time, even he, a grown man, felt a surge of nervousness. Yes. Ouyang-pu confirmed without hesitation. Song Yinshi wanted to object, but explaining the theories of transmigration and parallel universes again would require copious amounts of breath. So she simply resigned herself to the situation and chose to go along with it. Yes, it is exactly as he says. Every word he spoke is correct. So this thing that cooks without fire is from your world. Yes, you're right. Song Yinshi had no desire to elaborate. Then you must teach me. Once I learn, can I brew medicine anytime, anywhere? Hearing Song Mo's words, Song Yinshi was reminded of the sealing tools in her shop. In modern times, herbal medicine is boiled, cooled, and sealed in plastic bags for preservation lasting for days, and saving the need for daily brewing. Far more convenient than in ancient times. However, Song Yinshi was not ready to reveal this, yet, as it would require lengthy explanations. Her stomach was already growling with hunger. She only wanted Song Yimo to take her pulse, and then enjoy a peaceful breakfast. Song Yinshi looked anxiously at Ouyang Pu, signaling him with her eyes. There's no rush for that. First take her pulse. We suspect her body was poisoned previously. Suspect? No need to suspect. She is indeed poisoned. Song Yimo stated flatly. I took her pulse before. There is indeed a mysterious poison with... Rage began to well up inside Song Yinshi. She shouted at Song Yimo. You knew I was poisoned, why didn't you tell me? You never asked. Besides, I don't understand this poison. What would I do if you asked me to cure it? Song Yinshi suddenly realized his logic was somewhat sound. She shook her head, wondering if she had lost her mind to be persuaded by an ancient man. Is there truly no way to cure it? Ouyang Pu, maintaining a clear mind, looked at Song Yimo seriously. Not necessarily. I am the heir of the prestigious Song medical family. Detoxification is our core expertise. If I cannot cure it, who else in this world could? It's only a matter of time. Song Yimo looked at Ouyang Pu, curiosity piqued. The suggestive look in his eyes made Ouyang Pu feel distinctly uncomfortable. Previously you didn't care about her life at all, even neglecting your own child. Why the sudden concern for her health now? Ouyang Pu, something's not right with you. Song Yimo leaned closer, but Ouyang Pu grew impatient, shoving him away while his eyes darted evasively. Just focus on detoxifying her. She will be of great help to our grand plans in the future. Do your utmost. With that, Ouyang Pu strode out of the room. Watching Ouyang Pu's retreating figure, Song Yimo smirked sinisterly before turning to Song Yinshi. Alright, let's go. Time to start the detoxification. Song Yinshi still wanted breakfast, but seeing Song Mo's demeanor, she realized her meal was likely ruined. Are you confident you can cure me? Seated in a chair in Song Mo's study, watching him rummage through piles of books, Song Yinshi felt a knot of anxiety. The detox can wait. First I want to study how this corpse possession resurrection works. Song Yinshi choked on her own saliva. What? The detox can wait. That poison was life-threatening. This fiend actually wanted to study her transmigration first. Indeed, no matter the era, there are always eccentric experts. 1,000 miles away, Ouyang Sun sat upright on the dragon, throwing his brush, moving tirelessly, without a moment's rest. The memorials presented at the morning court session needed to be reviewed by noon, and in the afternoon, he had to discuss state affairs with several ministers. At this time, Ouyang Sun disliked being disturbed the most. The young eunuch Ma Run paced hesitantly by the door for a long while, not daring to enter and deliver the message. Come in. Your pacing is making my head spin. Ouyang Sun called out to Ma Run with evident anger, prompting the eunuch to dare push the door open and enter. Your Majesty, Master Nanjing requests an audience. She has been kneeling outside for quite some time. Ma Rin knelt to report. Did you not tell her I am handling state affairs? Ouyang Sun's anger was barely contained. Nanjing was still useful, he couldn't afford to break ties with her. Maintaining the image of a benevolent ruler would better serve his purpose of using her. This servant did inform her, but she insisted on seeing your Majesty. Should I have her driven away? Ma Rin internally cursed Nantang's entire family for being foolish and dragging him into this mess. No need. Summon her in. Ouyang Sun straightened his robes, put down his brush, and rotated his wrists, which were indeed feeling sore. This humble woman pays respects to your Majesty. Nanjing still wore the same clothes as her last audience with Ouyang Sun, but her face showed signs of weariness, appearing several years older. Master Nanjing, is there an urgent matter for me? Has something happened to Song Xingyu? It's not too serious. Nanjing found it difficult to speak, being an unmarried woman herself. But she had endured this matter for too long, and could no longer remain silent. Nanjing gritted her teeth, steeled her gaze, and bowed deeply to Ouyang Sun. Your Majesty, this humble woman has limited skills to teach Xingyu, but I believe what I teach are life-saving abilities. However, the 2 teachers you recently assigned are teaching Xingyu things that might not be suitable for her to learn. Oh, Master Nanjing feels the teachers I selected for Song Xingyu are failing in their duties. No, that's not what I mean. It's just that Xingyu is only 3 or 4 years old, yet the teachers are instructing her on how to please men. Isn't that inappropriate for her? Does Master Nanjing mean that I have chosen an unsuitable teacher for Song Xingyu? Ouyang Sun's previously genial countenance contorted into a ferocious grimace upon hearing Nanjing's words. Yet Nanjing kept her head bowed, thus she could not perceive the transformation on Ouyang Sun's face. However, from his tone, she could discern the shift in his emotions. Although Ouyang Sun had always been cordial and gentle toward her, Nanjing never presumed upon his favor. She was keenly aware that Ouyang Sun was the emperor, and even the most benevolent sovereign possessed the majesty of the Son of Heaven. She also understood her own station. For an emperor to lower himself to treat her, so was already a rare honor. She should not make excessive demands. Yet today she had to step forward not for her own sake, but for Song Xingyu. In the 3 years she had spent with Song, Xingyu Nanzheng had long come to regard her as her own child. Though she could not give Song Xingyu a childhood like other children, she still wished to do her utmost to protect her. She did not know why Ouyang Sun had Song Xingyu learn the arts of brothels and courtesans, but she was well aware of the fate that awaited a girl who mastered such skills. She absolutely would not allow Song Xingyu to sink to that level, nor permit her to become such a person. I merely believe these subjects are unsuitable for Xingyu. I humbly beg your majesty to select other tutors for her. Nanzheng summoned her courage, and voiced her heartfelt. Having spoken, she kowtowed, pressing her forehead to the ground, and remained prostrate. As the foremost bounty hunter in the realm, Nanzheng possessed her own pride. Even the most exalted personage was merely an employer in her eyes. Yet today she knelt submissively before Ouyang Sun, so humbled all for Song Xingyu. Watching the once untouchable bounty hunter of Daxia grovel so abjectly before him, Ouyang Sun could not deny the satisfaction swelling within him. Alas, Master Nanzheng, you will never understand my pains. Do not raise this matter again. Song Xingyu must learn every subject I have assigned. If you find it unbearable, you may leave the palace. I will entrust her to other tutors. Ouyang Sun employed a retreat as an advance. How could he allow himself to be manipulated by a woman? He was the Son of Heaven. Those beneath him need only obey his decrees. To dare to defy him was to challenge imperial authority. Had Nanzheng not still been of use, she would already be a corpse. Master Nanzheng, I will grant you a substantial sum of money enough to live comfortably in Daxia. Tomorrow I will have someone escort you from the palace. Ouyang Sun's tone was resolute, leaving no doubt that he meant what he said. Panic seized Nanzheng instantly. Your Majesty, I do not desire wealth. Sensing Nanzheng's inner turmoil, Ouyang Sun grew even more smug. This woman might once have been the mightiest bounty hunter in Daxia, unbeatable by any. But now she had a weakness, Song Xingyu. Once a person had a weakness, they were doomed to fail to be controlled. Such a person could no longer be the best in the world. This money is to thank you for your years of care and education of Song Xingyu. You must accept it. From now on you need not trouble yourself with her affairs. Farewell, Master Nanzheng. Having said this, Ouyang Sun paid her no further heed, immersing himself in memorials. The eunuch Ma Ren stepped forward and respectfully invited Nanzheng to leave. Master Nanzheng, His Majesty still has state affairs to attend to. Perhaps you should take your leave. Nanzheng had not yet recovered from her shock. Hearing Ma Ren's words, she did not rise, but instead bowed lower, prostrating herself before Ouyang Sun. Your Majesty, I have realized my error. I beg you not to expel me from the palace. Henceforth, whatever Xingyu learns, I will wholeheartedly assist the tutors and voice no further complaints. I beseech your Majesty to see my sincerity. The thudding of her forehead against the floor bespoke Nanzheng's unwavering resolve. It also made her realize that Song Xingyu was never truly hers. She had always been under Ouyang Sun's control, and Nanzheng had no right to choose. Neither did Song Xingyu. Song Xingyu had none either. Stumbling out of Ouyang Sun's study in a daze, Nanzheng gazed at the resplendent palace and felt a creeping dread. It was like a slumbering beast ready to devour everything without a trace. Song Xingyu was now trapped within its maw, and so was she. No, I cannot stand by and watch Xingyu descend into ruin, watch her become a tool and a weapon for others. Nanzheng's heart cried out. Her entire life had been spent in bloodshed and strife, killing was the thing she detested most. Yet from the moment she became a bounty hunter, her fate was sealed. But Song Xingyu was different. She was still young, deserving of a brighter future, a life that Nanzheng had dreamed of but never attained. Having made up her mind, Nanzheng ceased her anguish and began to formulate her plan to take Song Xingyu away to escape the cage of the palace and grant her a life of freedom. Unaware of Nanzheng's intentions, Song Xingyu enjoyed a rare moment of solitude. Today Nanzheng was absent from the courtyard, and the tutors had dismissed early, leaving Song Xingyu alone. The unaccustomed sense of freedom stirred a restless curiosity in Song Xingyu. She longed to see the rest of the palace beyond this courtyard. For years Nanzheng had kept her close, never allowing her to venture outside alone. Song Xingyu had yearned for the outside world. Where should she go first? Song Xingyu stood at the courtyard gate pondering. If her master caught her, she would surely receive a severe beating. But since she was going to be punished anyway, she might as well do everything she had ever wanted. Then the beating would be worth it. Hee, that little eunuch. Song Xingyi's first impulse was to settle the score with the eunuch who had once disrespected her master. His face was etched in her memory, in her mind. She had already tormented him mercilessly. Thus Song Xingyi's first stop was to exact revenge on that eunuch. Who was this eunuch? Naturally Ma Ren. He had no idea that he had become a target. He had just seen Nanzheng off, never expecting to encounter her disciple so soon. At this hour, Ouyang Sun's luncheon was imminent, so Ma Ren had to go to the imperial kitchen to oversee preparations. He had walked the same path for over a decade, yet today felt different. Ma Ren felt as though a pair of eyes were fixed on him from the shadows, like a predator stalking its prey, and he was the helpless quarry. But when he turned to look he saw no one. This unsettling sensation accompanied him all the way to the imperial kitchen. The moment he entered the feeling intensified. Ma Ren tried to reassure himself that it was merely his imagination, likely due to having slept too late the previous night. Eunuch Ma, what is the matter? You seem unnerved. A young eunuch from the imperial kitchen noticed that Ma Ren was not his usual self and approached him warmly. I know not why, but I feel as though someone is following me today. My heart is uneasy, though I fear something is about to happen. Ma Ren confided his feelings to the young eunuch, who was inwardly elated. This was a prime opportunity to ingratiate himself. Thus the young eunuch approached Ma Ren with a beaming smile, and said, Eunuch Ma, you worry too much. This is the imperial palace. What scoundrel would dare cause trouble here? Besides, you are a favorite of his majesty. Which fool would have the audacity to oppose you? The young eunuch's flattery proved effective. Ma Ren, swelling with pride, cast aside his earlier fears. Indeed, who would dare harm him within the palace? Was he After finishing his routine inspection of Ouyang Sun's noonday meal, Ma Ren intended to take a brief respite in the imperial kitchen. At this hour his master was attending to Ouyang Sun, so the time was his own. The steward of the imperial kitchen had specially arranged a small room for Ma Ren, furnished with a narrow bed and a side table laden with various fruits and pastries. At that moment Ma Ren felt he was living more luxuriously than the emperor himself. The emperor was still working on an empty stomach, while he had already eaten. Outside, Song Xingyu watched his smug expression with seething rage. That such a man could enjoy a comfortable life was an injustice of heaven. Suddenly the pebble in his hand seemed too small. Song Xingchen ran far away, gathered a heap of fist-sized stones, wrapped them in his robe, and returned to the window of Ma Ren's room. Die, you bastard! Song Xingyu shouted in his heart, and one by one stones flew through the window with a thud. The window was merely covered with a thin layer of paper. Though Song Xingyu was young, he had been training in martial arts since he could speak, and his strength surpassed that of an ordinary. Each stone was aimed precisely by Song Xingyu, targeting Ma Ren's vital points. The stones whistled through the air, charging at Ma Ren with vigor. Poor Ma Ren, who had just been fantasizing about a life more splendid than the emperor's, was now being pelted by stones, scrambling to cover his head as he fled. Help! An assassin! Someone save me! Ma Ren's head was struck several times, blood gushing freely, staining his outer robe and hands crimson. This small room was at the innermost part of the imperial kitchen, and it was nearly noon, the busiest time. The clatter of pots and pans drowned out Ma Ren's cries. Watching the stones continue to fly in, Ma Ren felt a glimmer of despair. Was he to die here today? His survival instinct was strong. Being battered was better than perishing. Thus, wrapping his bedding around his head, Ma Ren braved the hail of stones and dashed desperately out of the small room. An assassin! Murder! Murder! Someone come quickly! He ran, shouting loudly. In the courtyard, servants emerged to deliver meals. When they saw a blood-soaked figure in the imperial kitchen, they were terrified and dared not approach. A few bold ones pulled aside the bedding and saw a face that was a bloody mess, yet strangely familiar. Oh, wasn't this Ma Ren who had been resting? Save me! Save me! Ma Ren had lost a great deal of blood. Having used his last strength to escape, his speech was already weak. An assassin! Someone, an assassin! The eunuchs and maids began shouting frantically outside. Seeing Ma Ren in such a state, the assassin must be utterly ruthless. Panic and fear took hold as they scattered to summon guards and physicians, causing chaos and disorder. Song Xingyu watched Ma Ren's pathetic state, humming a tune, and was about to leave in satisfaction when a large hand suddenly covered his mouth, lifted him, and swiftly carried him away from the imperial kitchen. Song Xingyu was startled by this sudden turn of events. It was his first experience of such a situation, and he did not know whether the newcomer was friend or foe. He tried to resist, but found himself powerless. This person was far stronger than he. Song Xingyi's mind raced as he assessed his predicament. Bastard, he cursed inwardly. Out of options, he opened his mouth wide and bit down hard on the newcomer's hand. Ah, you child, how could you bite? The man, indeed a man, cried out in pain, dropping Song Xingyu to the ground and looking at his hand helplessly. I never bite people, but if some beastly thing happens to ram into my mouth, what can I do? Song Xingyu calmly dusted off his clothes and glanced at the man before him. His white robe was embroidered with a proud pine tree, giving him a spirited appearance. His jade belt, though simple in design, exuded an air of nobility. His face was as fair as jade, and despite Song Xingyu having just bitten him, his eyes still held a hint of kindness. Moreover, Song Xingyu felt a strange familiarity with the man's features, as if she had seen him before. You little one, you have quite a sharp tongue. Where are you from, little girl? You're quite bold to dare harm Ma Ren. Do you have a death wish? Which eye of yours saw me harm Ma Ren? Uncle, making false accusations requires evidence. With that, Song Xingyu tried to head toward her own courtyard, but the man grabbed her hand. She tried to shake him off, but his grip was too strong. She couldn't break free no matter how hard she struggled. You'd better let me go or else. Where are you from? If you don't explain clearly today, I won't let you go. Song Xingyu didn't want to linger here. Her master would surely return to the courtyard soon, and if she went back, now she might suffer fewer beatings. The man kept pressing her, so Song Xingyu steeled herself. She reached into her pouch, grabbed a packet of medicine powder, and flung it at the man. A pungent odor filled the air between them. Sensing danger, the man released Song Xingyi's hand, instantly covering his mouth and nose as he retreated a few. Taking advantage of the gap, Song Xingyu vanished like a wisp of smoke. When the smoke cleared, there was no trace of Song Xingyu. The man hadn't expected a child of 3 or 4 to possess such agility. And more importantly, he had spotted the birthmark unique to the Ouyang family on the back of the child's neck. This man was the third prince, Ouyang Qing, the most inconspicuous prince in the imperial city. If not for the birthmark on Song Xingyi's neck exposed by her vigorous stone-throwing, Ouyang Qing would not have intervened. He was curious about the child's identity. Ouyang Sun, for some reason, had never had children, and he himself remained chaste, never touching a woman. Could this child be the second? Song Yinshi had truly been very busy these past few days. During the day, she had to go to Song Mo to help herself with the detoxification. Every day felt like being a specimen as Song Mo researched her in various ways. Her medicine box was not spared either, as Song Mo had nearly emptied her entire stock, sampling all the remedies within. Song Yinshi feared that if her poison wasn't cured, Song Mo might end up poisoning himself first. Currently, Song Mo's dream was to create an anti-inflammatory medicine. Song Yinshi found this ambition quite admirable, but reality was harsh, and she really couldn't offer much help. In the evenings, she belonged to Ouyang Pu. Each night, Song Yinshi would explain various chemical principles, common knowledge, and the changes of the future to him. Ouyang Pu was clearly more interested in chemistry and physics, especially after hearing the stories of Watt and Edison. He suddenly developed an almost fanatical obsession with electricity and trains. He wanted to see what electricity really was. Could a train really run without being pulled by horses? What would that feel like? Song Yinshi thought to herself that she hadn't even mentioned airplanes or spacecraft yet. If she did, and this guy asked her how they worked, she might genuinely not know how to explain. Grandma Chun was very pleased to see such a situation. After all, Song Yinshi was now her granddaughter, and being summoned by the prince every day indicated that this child was quite promising and had a deep bond with him, ensuring her position in the royal residence. Even without her wet nurse's support, Song Yinshi would still find her life in the palace quite comfortable. However, spending all day with Song Mo made Grandma Chun a bit worried. After all, Song Mo was a young man, and it wouldn't be good if someone started gossiping. Determined to find a moment to give Song Yinshi some advice, she found herself unable to find an opportunity after several days. During these few days, Song Xingchen had no mother to supervise him, and with Grandma Chen's attentive care, he was visibly gaining weight. His previous clothes truly could not fit him anymore, and they were too worn out. Grandma Chun called a few seamstresses from the residence to prepare some new clothes for Song Xingchen, especially undergarments, which were long overdue for a change. However, Song Xingchen was hiding under the covers, making Grandma Chun quite anxious. Xingchen dear, come out quickly. Great-grandmother is making you some new clothes. You need to come out, and let the seamstress measure you. Song Xingchen buried his head in the blanket, his voice muffled. Great-grandmother, I don't want new clothes, the ones I have now are just fine. Naturally, measuring was impossible, as he was still small, but if they needed to make undergarments, wouldn't he have to take off his clothes for the measurements? Then wouldn't his identity as a boy be exposed? Song Yinshi had warned Song Xingchen not to let anyone discover his secret of dressing as a boy until they had investigated the reasons behind it. Good child, your clothes are too small, they are tight and uncomfortable. Great-grandmother feels heartbroken seeing that. Let's make you some comfortable clothes with good materials, won't that? Grandma Chun was still trying hard to coax Song Xingchen, but he remained stubbornly hidden under the covers. With no other options, she turned to Chun Tao for help. Little princess, making new clothes is great. Once you wear them, you'll be even prettier. Naturally, all little girls love beauty, but Song Xingchen wasn't a girl and didn't care for such things. Chun Tao's approach didn't work either. I don't want to be pretty, even fine as I am. You don't need to persuade me. Hurry and let those seamstresses go. Seeing the two of them so persistent, Song Xingchen had no choice but to pretend to be angry. Hearing the anger in his voice, Chun Tao decided to make one last effort. Little princess, don't you want to go out to play? It's winter now, and the lake is frozen over, making it the perfect time for ice boating. Our ice boats are truly one of a kind. It would be a shame not to go. Chun Tao was good at persuasion, and her tone was filled with longing. Although Song Xingchen was just a child, the desire for fun was innate in all kids. Is it really that fun? Song Xingchen finally poked his head out from under the blanket, blinking his big eyes as he asked Chun Tao. Of course. We can sit on the boat and enjoy the scenery along the banks. The boat moves extremely fast, almost like flying. Plus, there will be delicious snacks and acrobatic performances on board. Chun Tao vividly described the wonders of the ice boat, and Song Xingchen's attention shifted entirely from making clothes to going out to play. Ever since he traveled to this ancient time, he had been cooped up in the residence, never having seen what this ancient world was like. The ice boat is really that fun. Great-grandmother, I also want to ride the ice boat. Please take me. Song Xingchen climbed over to Grandma Chen's side and tugged at her. Grandma Chen's eyes filled with deep admiration as she quietly gave Chun Tao a thumbs up. Alright, I'll take you, but great-grandmother has one condition: you must first have some thick clothes made. It's freezing outside, and with you dressed so lightly you'll definitely catch a cold. Okay, please make me some clothes, and once they are ready can we go out to play? Of course. Great-grandmother will take you out for a good time. Can we take mother with us? Song Xingqian felt like he hadn't spent time with Song Yinshi in a long time and wondered what she was busy with. He really wanted to go out and play with her. Sure, let's take everyone along. Should we bring your father too? Grandma Chen smiled as she looked at Song Xingqian. Since this child was born, the prince had been sick and attacked, never having really looked after her. Grandma had always thought she was just a girl not worth much attention, especially since she was born of a concubine and a beggar. But now things were different, as she was her great-granddaughter, and she certainly wanted to secure her more affection. Bring the prince. Song Xingqian's enthusiasm suddenly dropped by half. Remembering how Ouyang Pu had spanked him, he thought this cheap father was not good, and he didn't like him at all. Xingqian, you don't like the prince. Grandma Chen observed Song Xingqian's suddenly fallen expression and had her answer. It's not that I like or dislike him, I just don't know him well, and I don't have strong feelings. I just think he seems fierce. When Song Xingqian said this, he sounded remarkably like an adult. Then great-grandmother will find a way for you to get to know the prince better. I'm old now and don't have any big aspirations left. Since I've found you too, I will do everything I can to ensure you live a good life. Song Xingqian felt this statement was familiar. His grandmother had said something similar during their hardest times. She sold their old house and gave most of her savings to Song Yinshi. Grandma was the elder Song Xingqian trusted the most. At this moment, Grandma Chen's face overlapped with that of his grandmother, and Song Xingqian truly regarded Grandma Chen as a beloved and reliable elder. Xionyang had waited so long that at last she could take measurements. Every maid was diligent, performing each step carefully. It was Song Xingqian's first time having clothes made this way, and naturally she was curious since her previous garments had always been ready-made from the department store. Alright, little princess, let's take off your trousers. Xionyang reached for the drawstring of Song Xingqian's pants, but the girl clung to it tightly, refusing to let go. Little princess, to make your undergarments we must measure without the trousers. I am a woman as well, there is nothing to be shy about. Xionyang continued, trying to persuade Song Xingqian to release her grip. But Song Xingqian would not listen, as she only clutched the cord more firmly. Xionyang looked helplessly at Chuntao beside her. Just measure over the trousers. The child grows quickly, so making them a bit larger won't hurt. Chuntao said resignedly to Xionyang, for it was already a rare concession that Song Xingqian allowed any measuring at all. There was no need to be too particular. Xionyang had no choice but to measure through the fabric. However, as soon as her hands began, she sensed something amiss. Her hands paused for a few seconds, her expression turning grim, but she said nothing and continued her task. Miss Chuntao, I am finished. I can now report the little princess measurements to the matron. Xionyang set down her tools and looked at Chuntao respectfully. Chuntao found it somewhat unbelievable that the measurements needed to be reported to Matron Chun. When had that become the rule? Yet seeing the faint trace of panic in Zayunyang's eyes, she acquiesced. Very well. The matron is resting in the inner chamber, he'll take you there. You girls take good care of the little princess. After instructing the young maids to watch over Song Xingqian, Chuntao personally led Xionyang to see Matron Chen, for anything concerning Song Xingqian was not to be taken. Matron Chen was lounging lazily on the soft couch, half closing her eyes in rest, appearing somewhat weary. After all, Matron Chen was advanced in years, and caring for a child was strenuous work. She had run several laps with Song Xingqian, and then knelt beside her, coaxing her for a long, while now her waist and legs ached all over. Matron Xionyang has something to report. As soon as Chuntao entered the room and saw Matron Chen in that state, she habitually crouched by the matron's legs and began. Why didn't you go straight back to the embroidery pavilion after measuring? Why come to me? Irritated at having her rest disturbed, Matron Chen opened her eyes and looked at Xionyang with a puzzled frown. I don't know, but she seems to have something to tell you. She's been with the manor for a long time. I wonder what she wishes to report. Shall we see her? Let her in. Matron Chen felt somewhat refreshed, and she was curious about what Xionyang had to say. Alright, I'll fetch her. Xionyang followed Chuntao into the room and immediately knelt at Matron Chen's feet. Matron, I have something to report. Xionyang looked up cautiously at Matron Chen. Speak, what is so urgent? But as she gazed at the matron's face, she suddenly hesitated and dared not speak. Why have you stopped? Don't be afraid, the matron is most kind. Speak boldly. Seeing Xionyang hesitate again, Chuntao couldn't help urging her. Matron, I discovered that the little princess is actually a boy. Xionyang made up her mind and blurted out the words in one breath. The words struck like a thunderbolt, leaving Matron Chen and Chuntao stunned. Say that again, what about the little princess? Matron Chen could not believe her ears. The little princess is a boy. This time she heard it clearly, yet she still could not accept it. How is that possible? I personally witnessed the midwife deliver the child, and I examined the newborn myself. It was of royal blood, and indeed a girl. Matron Chen muttered to herself. She had strictly inspected the child back, then, oh, how could royal blood be confused? Suddenly a thought struck her, and her heart skipped. No, this matter was too suspicious. She must safeguard the prince's interests. I felt it clearly, it is indeed a boy. Please trust me, matron. This matter will be investigated by me. Once you leave, forget what you have seen. If any rumor spreads outside, this matter will be investigated by me. Once you leave, forget what you have seen. If any rumor spreads outside, you will be held accountable. Having served by Matron Chen's side for years, Chuntao had a certain authority. Hearing this, Xionyang was terrified and repeatedly vowed to keep her lips sealed. No need to be nervous. If this matter is resolved, you will be credited with the greatest merit, and you will be duly rewarded. You may go now. This tactic of the carrot and the stick was not new to Chuantao, and Matron Shun was quite satisfied with her performance. Indeed, she had learned much over the years under her tutor. Matron, what should we do now? About the little princess. Chuantao grew restless. The thought of a child being swapped in the prince's household was horrifying. Wait until Yanxi returns, and he'll question her first. For now, go quietly and observe the child. Is it truly a boy or a girl? These past days, she wouldn't even let us watch her bathe. Clearly something is amiss. Today you must see her bathe. If necessary, peek secretly. Also check her neck for the Ouyang family mark. Chuntao received her orders and went straight to Song Xingchen's room. Matron Shun stared blankly at the sunlight streaming through the paper window, feeling uneasy. If the child was not the prince's, what should she do? Could she bring herself to do it? In the capital, the new year was approaching. As the most bustling commercial street, it was exceptionally lively today. Nobles and officials would take this opportunity to hold several grand gatherings to appreciate plum blossoms and snow. At such times, buying gifts became the biggest headache for every household. If the gift was too light, it would be a loss of face. Gift too heavy, it would strain one's finances, making the new year difficult to endure. However, the merchants were overjoyed as this was the most profitable time of the year. The most lucrative shop in the capital was the one at the very center of the commercial street. The shop primarily dealt in jade, but occasionally displayed rare treasures. Especially during Yu Yaxian's exhibitions, the elite would gather, and even Ouyang Sun, when not busy, would come in disguise to rent a private room and steal a moment of leisure. Today was the day of Yu Yaxian's exhibition. Word had spread that the owner had acquired several rare treasures from somewhere, and everyone was eager to see what wonders warranted such importance. The owner of the Jade Elegance Pavilion was a man named Fan Sheng, a person of unknown origin and age. All that was known was that Fan Sheng had arrived in the capital to conduct business 3 years prior. Within half a year, he had transformed a nameless jade shop into the most profitable establishment in the entire Great Xia Kingdom. This feat evidenced his remarkable acumen and capability, earning him widespread respect. Though he held no official title or rank, everyone in the capital treated him with considerable deference. Fan Sheng was an enigmatic figure. 3 years ago, he looked exactly as he did now, and the passage of time seemed to leave no mark upon him. Guessing his age was a futile endeavor. He possessed a profound world weariness that hinted at the twilight of life, yet his skin was smooth, his lips were red, and his teeth were white, the very picture of a radiant, spirited youth. It was likely due to his striking appearance that many noble ladies of the capital harbored deep affections for him. However, Fan Sheng held none of them in his regard. Thus, catching a single glimpse of him had become the most cherished New Year's wish for countless young women of the capital's elite families. Today, Fan Sheng was clad in a silver-white fox fur coat trimmed with golden thread. Its boundless luxury stood in stark contrast to his utterly indifferent expression. Ladies and gentlemen, Fan thanks you all for gracing the Jade Elegance Pavilion with your presence at our exhibition. The items on display today are being sold on consignment from a friend of mine. They are exceptionally precious, and it would not be an exaggeration to say they are one-of-a-kind in this world. There is paper on the table. Should any of you wish to acquire these pieces, simply write down your price. Our pavilion operates with absolute fairness and transparency. The highest bidder shall prevail. Fan Sheng paused, and noticing there were some nobles present for the first time, added another statement. We will only record your table number, not your name. Only the winning bidder will be announced, and all other bids will be kept strictly confidential by the Jade Elegance Pavilion. Please rest assured. This statement was undoubtedly intended to put the newcomers at ease. After all, who would want their dignity questioned if a low bid were made public? Conversely, bidding too high might paint one as a fool. This method of secret bidding was comfortable for everyone present. Very well, enough idle talk. Let us welcome the first item of the day. Fan Sheng slowly stepped aside, and a gracefully dressed young woman glided onto the stage carrying a golden tray covered securely with a piece of red silk. Why is the Jade Elegance Pavilion being so secretive today? All this hiding and covering. Could it be that the treasure is so precious you're reluctant to let us see it? Previously, the pavilion had not employed such methods. The displayed items were always top-grade jade, and rare pieces were indeed seldom seen. But never had they been this ceremonious. In modern terms, it was all about building a sense of occasion. Esteemed guest, please do not be hasty. Good food is worth the wait. Let us be patient, I promise you will not be disappointed. Fan Sheng's words silenced those who were about to voice their sarcastic remarks. In a private booth, Ouyang Sun, seated by the window, was rather curious about the red-covered object on the floor. Across from him, Ouyang Qing, displaying no interest whatsoever, leisurely poured himself a cup of tea. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to present the first item, the quicksilver mirror. As Fan Sheng finished speaking, the young woman lifted the red silk. The crowd, which had been eagerly anticipating a rare treasure, was utterly disappointed to see a mirror. Who doesn't have a mirror at home? What kind of treasure is that? The Jade Elegance Pavilion must be trying to ruin its own reputation today. The man who spoke smirked maliciously at Fan Sheng. Fan Sheng recognized him as Wang Er, a jade merchant from the street. Indeed, business rivals are natural enemies, always ready to seize any... The man who spoke smirked maliciously at Fan Sheng. Fan Sheng recognized him as Wang Er, a jade merchant from the street. Indeed, business rivals are natural enemies, always ready to seize any chance to kick you down. Everyone please calm down. I ask you to examine this mirror closely. If it is not a treasure, then I, Fan, will personally cover all of today's expenses. Well then, thank you kindly, boss Fan. Wang Er shouted, his heart filled with glee at the prospect of Fan Sheng's humiliation. It truly is a treasure. Look at this. Exclamations of surprise erupted from the women in the hall, quickly followed by similar gasps from the men. More and more cries of astonishment rose from the crowd. Those seated closest leaned in to inspect the mirror, unable to believe their own eyes. Mirrors of this era were mostly made of bronze. Even with the finest craftsmanship, they produced a somewhat distorted reflection. But this mirror was incredibly realistic. It was as if another version of oneself stood opposite. Not just the figure, but every pore on the face was visible with perfect clarity. This was nothing short of miraculous. Of course, this was not a craft of this era. One can always trust the craftsmanship of Yiwu and modern manufacturing techniques. Come and see. This is the first time I've seen myself so clearly. I never knew I was this handsome. This is truly a treasure. Boss Fan, I want it. The continuous exclamations from the hall drew the attention of Ouyang Sun and Ouyang Qing in their private booth. Of course, Fan Sheng's true objective was precisely to attract the attention of these two, who everyone else was merely a supporting cast. As you can all see, this mirror is no ordinary object. It is a work of divine craftsmanship. I am confident that none of you have ever beheld such a perfect mirror before. There is no need for me to expound further on its wonders. Please place your bids. The Quicksilver mirror goes to the highest bidder. Some people wanted to ask how the mirror was made, but Fan Sheng remained silent on the subject. Because Fan Sheng himself didn't know how it was made. His master had sent it over to be sold, so his only task was to fetch a good price for it. The entire hall fell silent, broken only by the soft, swift strokes of writing brushes on paper. Even Wang Er, who had mocked Fan Sheng earlier, was now earnestly writing. Interesting. The items at the Jade Elegance Pavilion are becoming more and more intriguing. Ouyang Sun stared at the mirror on the floor, his expression unchanged. It was just a mirror after all. He found it interesting, but it did not ignite any desire to possess it. Brother, aren't you going to try it? Ouyang Qing looked at him curiously. After all, the wealth of the entire nation was in Ouyang Sun's hands. It was strange that he showed no interest in such a novel item. A mere parlor trick. It does not capture my interest. Fan Sheng patiently waited as the attendants collected the slips of paper and brought them to him. As an attendant approached, he gave a slight shake of his head. Fan Sheng immediately understood the mirror had failed to capture Ouyang Sun's attention. Alright, the first item is won by Official Song from Table 8. As for the amount, Fan naturally did not announce it lest people start calling Official Song a corrupt. Song Ju, the Vice Minister of Revenue. Not bad, quite impressive. Ouyang Sun commented casually, showing no strong reaction. He was well aware of the principle that water which is too clear has no fish. Today was for leisure, not for matters of state. Congratulations, Master Song. Next we present the second item. This time no one dared to be careless. Anticipation swelled within the crowd as they wondered what treasure would be unveiled next, and what wonders it might bring. A young woman stepped forward this time, draped in an ethereal flowing gown. A sheer white veil obscured her face, lending her an air of dreamlike mystery. Yet all eyes were fixed on the tray she carried, and no one paid her any mind. Master Fan, what is this item? A curious voice called out from the crowd. Yes, stop keeping us in suspense, and show us already. The crowd buzzed with chatter, urging Fan Sheng to reveal the second treasure. Very well, since you're all so eager, we shall not delay any further. Unveil it. The young woman slowly lifted the red cloth from the tray, revealing a black box-like object underneath. A wave of disappointment washed over the crowd once more. After all this wait, it was just a box. Master Fan, is this box truly a treasure? Are you mocking us? Indeed, what's so special about a mere box? I have hundreds of boxes like this at home. Just as the crowd was about to continue their grumbling, the young woman gently pressed a spot on the black box. Whoosh! A blinding white light shot out from its front. Accustomed only to the faint flicker of candles, the people were utterly unprepared for such brilliance. They squeezed their eyes shut or shielded them with their hands. Master Fan, what kind of treasure is this? How can it emit such a dazzling light? It's as radiant as the sun itself. Everyone, this object is called a lamp. It comes from the collection of a foreigner. With this in your home, you'll have no need for candles. Place it in the sunlight during the day, and when night falls it will shine with brilliant light. So it stores sunlight. The crowd was intensely curious about its mechanism, but Fan Sheng remained tight-lipped. This was of course a modern solar-powered lamp. But how could the ancients comprehend solar energy? The mirror earlier could be chalked up to ingenious craftsmanship, but this lamp seemed otherworldly. Their understanding was rooted millennia in the past. How could they instantly accept such advanced technology? A lamp. What kind of person could create such a thing? To illuminate without fire. This is a miracle. Ouyang Sun's eyes burned with desire as he gazed upon the solar lamp. With unwavering determination, he scribbled a series of numbers on his paper, his curiosity about Fan Sheng deepening. Brother, you seem quite taken with this lamp. Naturally. Who wouldn't want such a marvel? If we had more of these, we'd never need torches. Imagine the Xia army marching at night with these. It would be as bright as, I must buy it, and have the imperial craftsmen study it. Ouyang Sun smiled smugly, already envisioning his troops advancing swiftly under the cover of darkness, fighting ceaselessly, and emerging victorious in every battle. However, his hopes were overly optimistic. Though the imperial craftsmen were master artisans chosen from 10,000, when they opened the solar lamp, they found only a solar panel, a tangle of wires, and an LED bulb. Such items were utterly foreign to them. For half a month they worked day and night, neglecting even food and drink, yet they couldn't fathom how the lamp produced light. In a fit of rage, Ouyang Sun had all 30-plus craftsmen executed by flogging. But that was a tale for another day. Fan Sheng looked at the note the attendant had brought him, saw the price written upon it, and a satisfied smile spread across his face. The fish had finally taken the bait. Item number 2 has been acquired by the esteemed guest in box 1. Congratulations. A graceful maiden carried the tray directly to Ouyang Sun's private room. Today Ouyang Sun had brought only Ouyang Qing. All others were stationed outside. Seeing no servants, the maiden handed the tray to Ouyang Qing, who was nearest. Second brother, this item is truly remarkable, but the price is just as steep. Ouyang Qing carefully fiddled with the solar lamp. The maiden had already explained how to use it before leaving with a stern warning not to open the black outer casing. But would Ouyang Sun ever be so obedient? It seems Yu Yaxian does have some remarkable things to find such curiosities. Everyone, let us welcome our third and final item for today. While the crowd was still reeling from the previous shock, Fan Sheng presented the last treasure. This time a woman clad in fitted attire stepped forward. The object on the tray was clearly very small, and beneath the red cloth it appeared slender and elongated, much like a chopstick. The crowd craned their necks, straining to catch a glimpse, but the red cloth concealed it completely, revealing nothing. Attendant, bring a cup of hot water and a piece of ice. Fan Sheng ordered his servant, who placed the 2 items and a sheet of paper on the table beside the young woman. Master Fan, what sort of trick are you planning? Must it be so complicated? Yes, just show us what it is. No more theatrics. Alright, this is the last item. I won't waste any more of your time. At Fan Sheng's signal, the young woman removed the red cloth, revealing a simple, unassuming pen. Having learned from previous experience, no one dared underestimate it. Miss, please write a few characters on the paper. Following Fan Sheng's instruction, the young woman wrote 3 large characters, Yu Yaxian. It was the first time anyone had seen a pen so different from a brush. Though novel, it wasn't yet enough to elicit awe. It was just a pen, hardly worth a fortune. Miss, please hold the paper near the hot water. The young woman complied, placing the paper beside the steaming cup. A miraculous sight unfolded. The ink on the paper visibly vanished before their very eyes. Miss, now hold the paper near the ice. Again she obeyed. And now the writing reappears at the same speed. It was utterly astonishing. How could such a pen exist, one that could control its own markings? The crowd cried out in disbelief, yet the evidence was right before their eyes. They had no choice but to accept it. This was in fact the most common erasable pen found in any schoolchild's satchel, its ink disappearing with heat and reappearing with cold. Such a simple object was in this ancient setting nothing short of revolutionary. Silence fell over the entire room. Everyone was mentally calculating a suitable bid, for such a curiosity was truly rare. This is a fine item. I like it as well. Ouyang Sun was also diligently writing down his price. It seemed his visit today had not been in vain. He was deeply curious as to how Yu Yaxian managed to gather such an array of astonishing and peculiar treasures. Regardless of the bids, Fan Sheng would ensure the last item went to Ouyang Sun. After all, he was playing a long game, aiming to catch the biggest fish. When Fan Sheng carried a heavy chest of silver into the secret chamber, Chu Yang was sprawled lazily on a soft couch, munching on an apple. He sat up only when Fan Sheng entered. Done. This is the silver we collected. You deliver it to the master. Also, the exhibitions will now be held monthly instead of every 3 months. Remember to bring the goods on time. Chu Yang reached out to take the box, but nearly dropped it. He hadn't expected it to be so heavy, and the weight startled him. This much this time. Chu Yang shifted the box to his other arm, bracing it with his free hand, yet still found it extremely cumbersome. As a trained martial artist, he could only imagine how substantial this bounty was. The items you brought this time are exceedingly rare, master. Yuya Pavilion has made a spectacular debut, though I expect the profits next time will be even greater. I've already deducted the costs. This is merely 60% of the earnings. 60%. Chu Yang couldn't believe that 3 palm-sized objects could be worth so. He wouldn't earn this much in official salary in a lifetime. Beyond shock, Chu Yang left without a word to Fan Sheng. They were fellow disciples. Why could the man remain so composed upon seeing such wealth, while he could not? It was rather embarrassing. Chu Yang glanced secretly at the money in the box, shook his head with a sigh, mounted his horse, and galloped southward. At the back door, Fan Sheng watched Chu Yang leave safely, and only after confirming no hidden watchers lurked nearby returned to Yuya Pavilion. Most of the guests had already departed. Only a dozen or so remained in the main hall. A few were still discussing today's items, and 3 or 4 attendants were tidying up. When they saw Fan Sheng emerge, they gathered around him. Congratulations, brother Fan. You've hit the jackpot this time. Congratulations. Wang Er, who had been snide earlier, now wore a fawning expression and spoke to Fan Sheng with uncharacteristic humility. You flatter me, Boss Wang. This isn't my own merchandise, it's a friend's collection. I'm merely selling it on consignment, earning a modest commission for my trouble. Fan Sheng knew exactly what these men were after, but he kept his counsel and waited to see what they would propose. Your friend is truly remarkable, Boss Fan, to possess such treasures. Why not introduce us to this resourceful friend? We'd love to broaden our horizons alongside you. The heaviest of the men, Boss Liu, who owned a restaurant nearby, was known for his love of petty gains. However, when Fan Sheng first arrived in the capital, Liu had been somewhat helpful, and Fan Sheng always treated him with respect. Otherwise, he wouldn't have dared to make such a brazen request. The others, fearing Fan Sheng's displeasure, wouldn't have spoken so boldly. Since Boss Liu puts it that way, I naturally must oblige. After all, without your help, I wouldn't have found my footing here in the capital. It's just that my friend lives 1,000 miles away, making a meeting difficult. However, his goods are truly top-notch, and he commands a vast team of skilled artisans. He lacks nothing in quality. The only problem is his remote location makes it hard to sell, which is why he sought my help. Fan Sheng's act was flawless. The men's eyes lit up with greed. This was a golden opportunity, and they thought Fan Sheng was incredibly lucky to have such a friend. But my Yuya Pavilion is just a jade business. Selling rare oddities is fine, but my friend's goods cover everything from clothing and food to shelter and transport. We wouldn't dare sell such varied items, as we wouldn't want to encroach on everyone's business. The implication was clear: he couldn't sell everything himself, so he might need partners for consignment in the future. If they could collaborate with Fan Sheng, their own profits could be immense. Their minds raced with avarice. Everyone had seen the huge chest of silver Fan Sheng carried into the back hall today. To claim they weren't envious would be a lie. Their own small shops would never earn that much in a decade. Brother Fan, you're too modest. If you can't sell it all, we brothers will help you. Just introduce us to your friend, and you'll be well rewarded. Wang Er now styled himself Fan Sheng's brother, practically eager to embrace him on the spot. However, such shamelessness drew a silent sneer from Fan Sheng, who turned his gaze to Boss Liu. Alright, since you all treat me as a brother, I accept your kindness. In a while, my friend will send a shipment to the capital. When that time comes, I may need to trouble you all. Today, allow me to play host, and invite you all for a drink. We can discuss matters over the table. Brother Fan, what are you saying? I own a restaurant. You can't pay for this. Come to my place, and I'll have the chef prepare some of our signature dishes. Then I'll be in your debt, Boss Liu. Fan Sheng clasped his hands in gratitude, acknowledging Boss Liu's hospitality. Sensing the footsteps of two people approaching from behind, he deliberately lingered instead of leaving. He was waiting for Ouyang Sun to take the initiative and speak with him. A remarkable feat, Boss Fan. Ouyang Sun's tone was tinged with appreciation, curiosity, and a hint of resentment, given how much of his money had ended up in this young man. You honor me, sir. I must thank you for your patronage today. Fan Sheng's flattery was measured and polite, devoid of any fawning servility. Then please, Boss Fan, inform me first whenever you come by something interesting. I wouldn't want to miss out on such intriguing items. Ouyang Sun made a point of instructing Fan Sheng, and left an address not far from the Imperial City. It was a place where he changed clothes whenever he left the palace, always guarded by his men. This was the address he used for all his external dealings. Of course, for every monthly exhibition, I'll reserve the number 1 private room for you, sir. You may enter directly. Pleased with Fan Sheng's tact, Ouyang Sun nodded approvingly, and left with Ouyang Qing satisfied. As Ouyang Qing walked away, he cast a lingering glance back at Fan Sheng, who returned it with a smile. Their eyes met briefly, and then parted. No further exchange passed. That evening, Song Yinshi returned from Song Mo's quarters to Kunso Hall for dinner. A large table was laden with dishes, yet Chen Momo hadn't touched a single bite. Song Xingchen, however, was eating with gusto on both sides, leaving the attendant Chuntao scrambling to keep up with serving him. Miss Chuntao, you don't need to feed him. He's a big boy now, and can feed himself. Just give him the chopsticks. Song Yinshi gave a stern look at Song Xingchen, who was devouring his food. Over the past few days, everyone had pampered him excessively, and he had grown plump, his temper also worsening. Just now he had tossed a disliked dish onto the table. Song Yinshi had had enough. It's no trouble, Concubine. I'm not tired. The little prin. Chuntao suddenly remembered Song Xingchen's true identity as a boy, and the unfinished word hung awkwardly in the air. All of you leave us. Chen Momo, who had remained silent, slammed down her chopsticks with a sharp crack at Chuntao's words. The sound was loud, clearly carrying anger. Everyone held their breath and scurried out, as if fleeing. Chuntao took Song Xingchen to her own room to play. Song Yinshi was about to follow them out when Chen Momo called him back. Yinshi, stay. Song Yanx's heart began to pound as she watched Chen Momo's grim expression. What was wrong? Had her identity been discovered? Or had she done something to displease the old lady? Chen Momo really did resemble her own mother. When angry, her face turned thunderous, and she fell silent, which was utterly unnerving. Grandmother, what's the matter? Are you angry? Who dared to upset you? Tell your granddaughter, and I'll go give them a piece of my mind. Song Yinshi plastered a smile on her face, sidled up to Chen Momo, and clung affectionately to her arm, giving it a gentle shake. But today Chen Momo was not as affectionate as before. She withdrew her arm, brushing Song Yanx's hand away. Don't play these tricks with me. If you're hiding something, you'd best come close. Chen Momo's sharp gaze bore into Song Yanx's eyes. The old lattice stare was quite intimidating, making Song Yinshi feel as though she could see right through her. How could I possibly hide anything from you, grandmother? Has someone said something to you? Or has something happened? Please just tell me directly. I truly have no idea what— Song Yinshi genuinely had no idea what Shinmomo was referring to. What secrets did she mean? She had so many secrets that she couldn't possibly guess which one had been uncovered. Confessing everything would take forever and might just infuriate Shinmomo to death. Is Shinshin a boy or a girl? Oh, that's what this is about. Song Yinshi breathed a sigh of relief. So that was it. Don't tell me you didn't know Shinshin is a boy. Why did you dress him as a girl? And when he was born I was there. The child was definitely a girl. How did he become a boy? Grandmother, I was going to tell you about this even if you hadn't asked. Song Yinshi let out another sigh of relief. Ouyang-pu had predicted that Chun Momo would eventually discover Song Xingshin's identity, so the two of them had already prepared an explanation. Grandmother, I didn't mean to deceive you. This was all arranged by the prince. When I gave birth he had just been exiled, and everything was unstable. If people knew the prince had an heir, it would surely bring danger to the child. By claiming the child was a girl, no one would pay attention, and he could grow up safely. Everything else was arranged by the prince perfectly and seamlessly, so even you didn't notice. Song Yinshi spoke with such sincerity, portraying the anxiety of a mother protecting her child with great skill. She deftly shifted the blame onto Ouyang-pu, leaving herself completely blameless, leaving Chin Momo with no grounds to continue her reproach. Grandmother, please forgive me. I can't lose Shinshin. We've depended on each other in this household. If anything happened to him, I wouldn't know how to go on living. Song Yanx's performance managed to fool Chin Momo, though it wasn't entirely an act. Song Shinshin was truly her lifeline. If he were ever in real danger, she would indeed lose her mind. Chin Momo reached out, gently wiping away the tears at the corner of Song Yanx's eyes, and touched her face with heartfelt tenderness. You've had a hard time, child. Your grandmother isn't unreasonable, but when it comes to the prince's lineage, I cannot be careless. The prince and the consort dowager have shown me immense kindness. Even if it meant turning against my own family, I could not allow any harm to come to the prince. I hope you can understand. Chin Momo sighed, took Song Yanx's hand, and revealed a bracelet on her wrist identical to the one Song Yinshi wore. Child, your grandmother is sorry. I failed to find you sooner. You must have suffered so much. From now on I will protect you both and make up for all the hardships you endured. Here, this bracelet was always meant to be a pair with yours. Now that I've found you again, I'll give this one to you as well, so they can be together. Keep it safe, it's yours now. With reluctance, Chun Momo slipped the other crystal-clear bracelet off her own wrist and gently placed it on his Song Yanx's. Do they look good? Song Yinshi returned to Song Xingshin's room, proudly showing off the two bracelets on her wrist. Isn't that a bit odd? One on each wrist. Who wears bracelets like that? Mother, guess what I just thought of? Song Xingshin giggled while nestled in Song Yanx's arms. The image in his mind was something he dared not reveal to her, or shed sure. What did you think of? Song Yinshi asked, curiously, still admiring her bracelets. The police putting handcuffs on you, one on each wrist. Haha, you little brat. Making fun of your own mother. He'll teach you a lesson. Song Yinshi rarely had a day without visiting Ouyang-pu. It had been a long time since she had this kind of close time with Song Xingshin. Although Chin Momo had prepared a room for her, Song Yinshi still wanted to stay in Song Xingshin's room and sleep with him tonight. Since she had transmigrated, so much had happened that it felt like ages since she had last cuddled up with her son. They played around for a while, then Song Yinshi held Song Xingshin close in high spirits, telling him stories to lull him to sleep. Chin Momo said, you don't have to dress as a girl at home anymore. Everyone here is trustworthy. If you kept pretending to be a girl, she was afraid you'd lose your masculine spirit. Isn't that good news? Song Yinshi lovingly stroked Song Xingshin's face. It had truly been a hardship for him to pretend to be a girl all this time. So that's why Annie Chuntao always kept watch when I bathed, and even insisted on scrubbing my back several times. So there was a purpose. You adults are so scheming. Song Xingshin couldn't help but sigh. Consort, are you asleep? It was Chuntao's hushed voice from outside, trying not to wake Song Xingshin, but her tone was urgent. Not yet. Is something the matter, Chuntao? Guard Chu is here. The prince requests your presence. Song Xingshin's lips immediately pouted. Mother, you're quite popular. Can't he go a moment without seeing you? You haven't held me while I sleep in ages. Song Yinshi inwardly groaned. Where on earth did this child learn such nonsense? Song Yinshi gave Song Xingshin a light pat on the back. You little rascal, always picking up such nonsense. Ouyang-pu and I are just partners. Our future freedom and good life depend on this big benefactor. Don't you get any wrong ideas. There is absolutely no romantic feelings between us. Song Yinshi vowed solemnly, and only then did Song Xingshin let her leave. Guard Chu, weren't you supposed to be in the capital? Back so soon. You certainly made quick time. Song Yinshi walked behind Chu Yang. It was the middle of the night and the silence around them was unsettling. Walking behind, she felt a bit scared, and Chu Yang was striding so quickly without any intention of waiting for her. Thanks to your good fortune the matter was resolved smoothly, so I returned early. Chu Yang actually spoke to her with such respect. This was a first. Song Yinshi genuinely wondered if this Chu Yang had been possessed. Or maybe he had also been reborn. The reason for Chu Yang's sudden shift in attitude towards Song Yinshi was naturally her innate ability to attract wealth. He was well aware of the treasures his lord possessed. These past days the lord had spent every night with Song Yinshi, and then he produced such extraordinary items. Who would believe that Song Yinshi had nothing to do with it? However, Chu Yang would never pry into his master's affairs, such was the duty of a loyal guard. Yet he dared not treat a benefactor like Song Yinshi as he had before. Song Yinshi had no time to ponder Chu Yang's attitude for the moment. She reached the door. Ouyang Pu pulled her into the room. To an outsider, Ouyang Pu must have seemed incredibly impatient, unable to wait even a moment. Song Yinshi knew, however, that Ouyang Pu was truly a man of virtue. Chu Yang's face twitched. His lord hadn't been like this before. Had these recent days awakened some newfound appetite in him? Why the urgent summons? I was finally able to spend a day with the child. Song Yinshi habitually withdrew her hand, naturally maintaining a distance from Ouyang Pu. My lord, I haven't had a proper chance to care for my child in days. This had better be something urgent. Song Yinshi habitually took out some spicy strips and a cola from her supermarket, sat by the table, and ate and drank without a care for her image. If only there were a television here, but alas there was no electricity, so even a TV would be useless. The items you gave me, I had Chu Yang take them to the capital to sell. Ouyang Pu wore an unusually happy expression. Song Yinshi noticed that his smile had become much more. Perhaps it was because he had grown familiar with her. His earlier stern face was just a sign of social awkwardness. Did they sell? Can the ancients accept such things? Song Yinshi probed, having tried her best to provide items that the ancients could use. What do you think? Ouyang Pu struggled to pull out a large wooden chest from under the table. What's this? Song Yinshi was curious. What could be in a chest that even Ouyang Pu struggled to lift? Open it and see. Ouyang Pu's tone was filled with excitement. Song Yinshi, not one to dampen the mood, directly lifted the lid of the chest. Oh, this is... The chest was packed to the brim with silver and gold, each piece the size of a palm. Song Yinshi rubbed her eyes in disbelief. The dazzling gold illuminated by the candlelight made her eyes swim. Is this money? Ouyang Pu pinched me. Is this a chest full of money? Song Yinshi grabbed Ouyang Pu's sleeve. How much money is this? I don't understand the value of your ancient silver. You must tell me slowly, or I might have a heart attack. Song Yinshi picked up each piece of gold to examine it. Though the gold wasn't as pure as modern standards, gold had always been precious. A woman's pursuit of it was etched deep in her bones. I don't know the value of your modern currency, but this chest could sustain the entire prince's mansion for over a decade. An ordinary family couldn't earn this much in 10 lifetimes. Song Yang's jaw dropped in astonishment. That much? It must be equivalent to about 1,000,000 yuan. Ouyang Pu, so how much are you planning to give me? Song Yinshi looked at Ouyang Pu with eyes full of hope. Looking at all that money, her heart yearned, endlessly wondering what her share would be. But knowing Ouyang Pu's character, he probably wouldn't shortchange her share. Give you a share? Why should I? Ouyang Pu, you're going too far. You hurriedly called me here just to show me all this money. Being so stingy, you're a complete miser. Song Yang's temper flared up at these words. Why shouldn't she get a share? She had put in the effort. Without her supply, how could he have sold for so much? What I meant was I don't want any of it. This is all yours. I don't want a single bit. Ouyang Pu looked helplessly at Song Yang's scrunched up little face, finding it inexplicably amusing. A smile involuntarily crept onto his face. Are you serious, Ouyang Pu? All this money is for me. You're not joking. Song Yinshi had never seen so much money before. The chest of gold and silver was poured out into a small mountain-like pile. She carefully stroked the glittering treasures and laughed heartily without restraint. I'm rich. Haha, I'm rich. I can walk with a swagger now. I'm the ultimate gold daddy. Haha, I'll buy a whole courtyard full of handsome young men to serve me every day. Haha, I'm rich. Chu Yang heard Song Yang's unrestrained laughter and felt nothing but disdain. Indeed, compared to this beggar, he was far more composed. Ouyang Pu's expression suddenly darkened. The indulgent smile from before vanished completely. What was this about handsome young men? Though he wasn't a modern man, he could understand the implication. Ouyang Pu secretly glanced at his own reflection in the mirror. Wasn't he handsome? This woman had a man of power, status, looks, and wealth right in front of her, yet she wanted to find some handsome young man. She deserved a beating. With all this money, where am I supposed to keep it? There are no banks in this ancient time. I can't just carry all this money around with me, can I? Song Yinshi muttered. This was indeed a rich person's problem. She as a poor person never had to deal with. What's a bank? Ouyang Pu heard another new term and asked curiously. It's an institution run by the state. People can deposit their money there, it's kept safe for them, and they receive interest over time. The state uses the money for construction. The term interest wasn't entirely foreign to Ouyang Pu. Banks also issue paper money, so people don't have to carry around such heavy loads of coins. Banking. Paper money. These sound quite promising. A concept for a bank began to form in Ouyang Pu's mind. Song Yinshi, however, had no such grand thoughts. Her mind was preoccupied with how to hide the money. If only I had one of those spatial dimensions from the novels. I could just whoosh my money into it. The moment Song Yinshi said this whoosh, the chest before them vanished into thin air. Ouyang Pu, where's my money? Where did it go? Wall, where's my money? Song Yinshi felt like the sky had fallen. She had just become a wealthy woman, and now she was back to square one. Song Yinshi had too many miraculous things about her. Ouyang Pu was already used to it. He was much calmer than she was. But for the money to vanish right before their eyes, the two stood frozen, staring at each other, unsure of what to do. What did you just do to make the money disappear? Ouyang Pu held Song Yanx's hand to calm her. I just thought I wanted a space to put my money in. And then the chest vanished. Song Yinshi paused, stunned by her own words. Could she have acquired a spatial realm? If I really do have a space, I'd love to see what it's like. The moment she thought this, whoosh, Song Yinshi disappeared, just like the chest vanishing into thin air right in front of Ouyang Pu. Ouyang Pu had been holding her hand tightly just a moment ago. The warmth still lingered in his palm, yet she was gone. Ouyang Pu. Song Yinshi blinked, and the scene before her was completely different. This wasn't Ouyang Pu's room, it was a vast empty space. It stretched endlessly, feeling as hollow as a massive warehouse, with the chest sitting alone at her feet. I have a spatial realm. How much can I store in this huge space? Oh my god, you're like my real dad. Song Yinshi ran wildly within the space, but no matter how far she went, she couldn't reach the end. When she finally returned panting to the chest, she finally realized how vast the space truly was. Let me out, my lovely space. As soon as she desired to leave, she was instantly back outside with a whoosh. Ouyang Pu's heart began to race with anxiety as he stood rooted to the spot, utterly bewildered. It was only when Song Yinshi suddenly reappeared that he snapped back to his Song Yanx's face lit up with joy, eager to share the wonderful news about her space, but Ouyang Pu, in a fluster, pulled her tightly into his arms. His breath came in ragged gasps, and the deep furrow of his brow left Song Yinshi feeling utterly confused. You're back? Thank heavens. I thought you had returned to the modern world. I thought you had traveled back and would never return. The words that had been on the tip of Song Yanx's tongue died in her throat. She had never seen this side of Ouyang Pu before. She could have sworn she just saw a flicker of lingering fear in his eyes. Could he truly have been afraid that she would vanish from his life? How could that be? He was a prince, and she was just an ordinary woman. Song Yinshi forcefully suppressed the thought, plastering a smile on her face as she patted Ouyang Pu. Well, here I am, aren't I? Don't worry, I still have business to do with you. I'm not going anywhere. Ouyang Pu, I have some great news for you. Song Yinshi naturally extricated herself from his embrace. If they stayed like that any longer, she feared she might suffocate. What good news? Does it have anything to do with your disappearance? Ouyang Pu also felt a bit awkward as he let her go. Although he and the original owner of this body had even had a child together that had happened while he was injured and unconscious. He had absolutely no experience with matters of the heart or intimacy. His action just now was purely instinctive, a primal urge to hold Song Yinshi close. I have a space now. I told you before, lots of people who travel through time have their own space. I remember feeling sorry for myself back then, wondering why I didn't have one. But today I discovered I have one too. Isn't that great news? From now on I can store anything I want in it. How did you suddenly get a space? What did you do? Ouyang Pu's question prompted Song Yinshi to retrace her steps, thinking about anything unusual that had happened to her that day. That was it. Earlier in the evening, Nanny Chun had given her that bracelet, and it was after that she realized she had a space. Song Yinshi caressed the new bracelet on her wrist. She quietly slipped it off, closed her eyes, and concentrated with all her might on entering the space. As she suspected, without the bracelet on her wrist, she couldn't access the space at all. So it meant that one bracelet could conjure items from the supermarket, while this other one was a boundless infinite space. A bold new thought struck Song Yinshi. Could she bring someone else into this space besides herself? A mischievous glint in her eye, she looked at Ouyang Pu and extended her small hand towards his. Seeing Song Yinshi looking at him with such a lecherous expression, a faint blush crept across Ouyang Pu's usually stoic face. Ouyang Pu, I need your help. The moment she finished speaking, with a soft whoosh, they both vanished from the room. When Ouyang Pu opened his eyes again, he found himself in a completely unfamiliar place. He had only ever heard Song Yinshi describe it before. Experiencing such a mystical phenomenon firsthand felt utterly surreal. So this is the space you mentioned? Ouyang Pu's certainty grew when he spotted Song Yanx's box on the ground. Yes, isn't it amazing? Haha, I'm someone with a space now. I can store anything I want in here. The possibilities are endless. And look, you can come in too. If we're ever in danger, we can hide in here. It might just save our lives in a pinch. That also means I can study your modern inventions in here without anyone finding out. Ouyang Pu's heart began to stir with excitement. The chemistry knowledge he had learned from Song Yinshi could now be freely explored and researched here without any fear. Of course, no problem. But I will have to charge you rent, Song Yinshi declared with a proud air. You eat my food, live in my house, and you want to charge me rent. Even the body you're using right now belongs to my woman. Should I be charging you rent for that too? Ouyang Pu looked her up and down, a dangerous glint in his eye. Sensing the shift in atmosphere, Song Yinshi quickly changed her tune. Let's not be hasty. No rent. Song Yinshi was terrified that Ouyang Pu might suddenly give in to his primal urges. What would she do if he decided to claim his rights to his woman's body? Song Yinshi and Ouyang Pu carefully explored their surroundings, but found nothing else of note. They could only continue to slowly uncover the space's secrets over. When they reappeared in the room, Song Yinshi was staring blankly at the candle, her eyes fixated. What are you staring at so intently? Ouyang-pu thought she had lost her soul. Did you notice? The candle. Song Yinshi murmured, still staring at the flame. Yes, we were in there for quite a while, yet the candle has barely burned down. It's truly strange. Ouyang-pu nodded in tacit understanding. Are you saying the time inside the space is different from here? It moves much slower. Ouyang-pu and Song Yinshi were both incredibly excited that night. But as the hour grew late, Song Yinshi could no longer keep her eyes open and insisted on sleeping. They followed their usual arrangement, Song Yinshi on the soft couch, Ouyang-pu on the bed. It wasn't that Ouyang-pu was being fussy, but his bed was made of precious cold jade. Song Yinshi was afraid that if she slept on it for a few nights, she would freeze into a stiff corpse. At the Imperial Palace, Ouyang-qing had been searching for Song Xingyu for days, but no one in the palace had ever seen such a young girl. Just as he was about to give up that evening, Ouyang-qing was fishing alone by the lotus pond located in the southwestern corner of the palace. In winter, the lotuses had withered, leaving only a pool of dead stems and fallen leaves. Apart from the occasional patrolling guard, few palace staff ever came here. It was the perfect secluded spot for Ouyang-qing. When he grew tired, Ouyang-qing would retreat to a small pavilion by the pond to warm himself by a fire. The area was exceptionally quiet now in the dead of winter. He closed his eyes, nestling comfortably by the crackling flames. Suddenly the sound of footsteps broke the silence, growing closer and closer, startling Ouyang-qing awake. He suppressed his presence, curious to see who was approaching and what they intended. The newcomer was a woman in her 20s, simply dressed with minimal jewelry. She was clearly not a palace maid, nor did she look like one of the noble ladies. Ouyang-qing was certain he had never seen this woman before. The woman scanned her surroundings, and after making sure she was alone, leaped straight into the lotus pond. The pond was fed by a hot spring, so the water wasn't freezing, but it was still icy cold. A regular person jumping in would likely be in grave danger. Is she trying to end her life? Coming here to the lotus pond to drown herself? Many palace maids had fallen into this pond and never resurfaced. Watching the girl jump in, Ouyang-qing couldn't bear it. A life was a life after all. Without a second thought, he dove into the water with a splash, not even bothering to remove his outer robe, and began searching frantically for the woman. The water was bitingly cold. Even Ouyang-qing, a man skilled in martial arts, felt his limbs growing numb and sluggish. His anxiety grew. A frail woman in this water wouldn't last long. There were no ripples or signs of a struggle, leaving him with no clue as to her location. Refusing to give up, Ouyang-qing prepared to swim deeper. Who are you? As he continued his painstaking search, a woman's voice suddenly sounded from behind him. A sharp dagger pressed against his neck, colder than the very water of the pond. Miss, what is the meaning of this? Blades are merciless. We haven't reached the point of drawing weapons, have we? Who are you and why are you following me? What is your purpose? Speak. Ouyang-qing couldn't see the person behind him. The dagger pressed against his neck, its coldness seeping into his skin. A single move from the woman would slice open his flesh and draw blood. You really are ungrateful. I saw you jump into the pond and came to save you out of kindness. Not only do you not appreciate it, but you repay kindness with enmity. I'll have you know I'm freezing right now. If you plan on staying in this pond, I'm not sticking around. We'll meet again. Ouyang-qing, with dissatisfaction, walked towards the shore on his own. Suddenly an ominous feeling washed over him. His eyelids grew heavier, a rope seemed to tighten around his skull, threatening to split his head in two. His limbs felt alien, completely beyond his control. Ouyang-qing knew deep down that his old ailment had resurfaced. The ailment that hadn't flared up for years chose this moment to return. Helpless, Ouyang-qing gathered his last vestiges of strength, trying to reveal his identity to the woman behind him, hoping that even being left in a crowded place might lead to rescue. Save me. Those were his last words before he collapsed into unconsciousness. With a splash, he fell straight into the water, a stream of bubbles gurgling to— Hey, what's wrong with you? The man who was just debating with her moments ago had vanished into the water. Puzzled, the woman stepped out from the shadows. Under the moonlight, she appeared gentle and alluring, yet her brow held a decisiveness as sharp as a man's. This woman was the world's premier bounty hunter, Nanzheng. Hey! Nanzheng called out several times, but received no response. The bubbles on the surface were dwindling. With a resigned sigh, she sheathed her dagger, tucked it into her waistband, took a deep breath, and plunged into the water. Ouyang-qing's body sank deeper into the lotus pond water, weeds slowly entangling his limbs, while mud and silt invaded his mouth and nose. Men are such a bother. Nanzheng grumbled inwardly, then kicked her legs with effort, propelling herself towards Ouyang-qing. It didn't take her long to find him, but Ouyang-qing was a tall man over 6 feet, and saving him would inevitably require physical contact. Yet Nanzheng despised men and despised touching them. If Ouyang-qing hadn't jumped into the lotus pond to save her, Nanzheng wouldn't have cared less about this strange man's fate. Damn it! Nanzheng cursed under her breath. As Ouyang-qing continued to sink, she reached out to grab him, expecting to catch his arm, but instead her hand grasped his hair. There was no time to worry about that now. Nanzheng tightened her grip, pulled Ouyang-qing by the hair, and swam towards the shore, without looking back. Upon reaching the shore, the campfire in the pavilion had died out. Nanjung dumped Ouyang onto the flat ground by the bank, a large clump of hair in her hand. Awkwardly, she tossed the hair away where it couldn't be seen. Seeing no movement from Ouyang, she checked his breathing. Fortunately, he still had a faint pulse of breath. Nanjung initially thought of leaving Ouyang in the pavilion, but in the dead of winter, if no one found him, he'd surely die. She might as well not have saved him in the first place if she was going to go through all this trouble. Consider yourself lucky. Nanjung bent down, hooked an arm under him, and hoisted Ouyang onto her shoulder, like a sack of potatoes, carrying him unsteadily towards her courtyard. Her master had been going out for the past few days. Though Song Xingyu didn't know why, she was delighted because with her master away, no one was there to control her. Song Xingyu had wandered through all the nearby palaces, playing pranks on the servants, from hiding, scavenging food and drinks, causing chaos everywhere. The day before yesterday, her master caught her in the act and punished her with a day of horse stance, nearly breaking her legs. Her legs still ached when she walked. As soon as her master left, Song Xingyu was about to sneak into the imperial kitchen to steal some pastries as a treat for herself. Before she could even step out, she saw her master appear from nowhere, carrying a large object on her shoulder. Squinting, she realized it was a man, and a soaking wet one at that. Song Xingyu quietly retreated step by step into her own room, slipped under the covers, and pretended to be asleep. Stop pretending. Get up and find me some men's clothes. Nanjung was well aware of Song Xingyu sneaking around, but as long as she wasn't in danger, she often turned a blind eye. Now she truly needed her help. There were naturally no men's clothes in the courtyard. The man, having been in cold water, needed a change of dry clothes immediately. This was where Song Xingyu's usefulness came in handy. Yes, master. Song Xingyu hadn't gotten a clear look at the man on Nanjung's shoulder. Receiving the order, she headed towards the nearest palace. It was a rare opportunity for her master to grant her leave, and she wasn't going to waste it. Men's clothes. Song Xingyu searched the entire courtyard and could only find a eunuch's uniform. But in her mind, eunuchs were men, so this should do. Clutching the clothes, she made her way back to the courtyard in a few swift moves. That fast. Looks like you've been sneaking out quite a bit. You're well practiced. Tomorrow you'll be punished to stand on the plum blossom stakes outside all day. Nanjung took the clothes, looking at Song Xingyu with a meaningful gaze. Master. Got a problem with that? No. No problem. Song Xingyu felt wronged. She was helping, and yet she was being punished. Her master was being utterly unreasonable. Go back to sleep. Having brought a man back, Nanjung needed to get rid of Song Xingyu first. Oh. Song Xingyu pouted reluctantly, pushing open the door to her own room, but her gaze kept stealing glances towards her master's room. Who did she bring back secretly? Master never brings anyone back. She won't let me look, but I'm going to look anyway. Song Xingyu lay flat against the window, watching the commotion in Nanjung's room. Only after Nanjung closed the door did Song Xingyu dare to tiptoe out of her room, creeping towards the window behind Nanjung's house. Hey, wake up, wake up. Nanjung moved Ouyang from the floor to a chair, but even with such a commotion, he remained unresponsive. He's passed out cold. Nanjung retrieved a sewing kit from under her pillow, took out a gleaming silver embroidery needle, carefully selected the longest and widest finger on Ouyang slender hand, and jabbed it hard. Ah, it hurts. Ouyang voice was still weak. The pain shot through his fingers, connecting to his heart, and all his senses were jolted awake. Since you're awake, get up and change into these clean clothes yourself. Otherwise, if you die in my room tomorrow, I'll have to deal with your corpse. Nanjung's cold demeanor returned, her eyes filled with vigilance and caution. It was you who saved me. Thank you, miss, for reviving me. It wasn't a save, just a prick of a needle. I wouldn't have guessed that you know medicine, miss. My respects. Ouyang stretched his body, feeling utterly weak, and slumped in the chair, panting heavily. Medicine? No, I just poke wherever it hurts. I'm still grateful to you, miss. If not for you, I would have met my end in that lotus pond. Ouyang felt a bit of strength returning to his body, but his head still ached, as if it might split open, a sensation he hadn't experienced in a long time. At this moment, asking him to change clothes on his own was indeed a challenge. But I have one more impertinent request. Ouyang looked at the clothes beside him. They were clearly eunuch garments. Still, something was better than nothing, and his main concern was persuading the young lady to help him change. If it's impertinent, then don't say it. Nanjung could not stand people beating around the bush or speaking hesitantly. Miss, my old ailment has flared up, and I can barely move. Could you help me change clothes? You told me not to speak, but I must say it anyway. Ouyang felt that his life was more important. Whatever the young lady said, he would simply pretend not to hear. What if I say no? Nanjung never expected a man to have such thick skin, asking a young woman to help him change clothes. Though she was a martial artist and didn't view the distinction between men and women as strictly as common girls did, how could he even bring himself to ask? You wouldn't do that, miss. You have a compassionate heart and wouldn't watch someone die. If it's inconvenient, I can close my eyes, or... Ouyang wanted to continue, but his mind was already failing him, a drowsy sensation creeping over him. His head lolled, and he slid off the chair. Hey, pretending to be dead won't work. I want. As Ouyang head hit the floor with a heavy thud, even Nanjung felt a pang of pain at the sound. An ordinary person wouldn't have the heart to hurt themselves so badly. Nanjing finally believed that Ouyang Qing had truly fainted. She crouched down, and with a look of disgust placed her index finger on his forehead. It was burning hot. He had a fever. This was urgent. I should have just thrown you into the lotus pond and been done with it. Bringing back such a big trouble is so annoying. Nanjing glanced at the men's clothes on the table. In the end, kindness triumphed over everything. She helped Ouyang Qing up and tossed him onto her bed, then sat on the edge and clumsily began to strip off his soaking wet garments. It was her first time doing such a thing, so naturally, she felt too embarrassed to look directly. She kept her eyes fixed elsewhere, not daring to glance at the man's body. When Song Xingyu climbed onto the windowsill, this was exactly what he saw. His own master was undressing a man, and the man's pale skin was gradually being revealed. These days he had learned a great deal about the affairs between men and women from several courtesans. In this regard, 10 Nanjungs could not match one Song Xingyu. Master has quite a peculiar taste. Likes this kind of thing. A sleeping beauty. As Song's zingiest little head appeared at the window, a flying pillow struck him squarely, making him wince in pain. Still not sleeping? If you don't want to sleep, then you don't have to tonight. Go practice your martial arts, came Nanjing's stern voice. I'm sorry, master. He'll sleep right now. Song Xingyu covered his forehead and dashed to his room, without a moment's pause, finally closing the door tightly and letting out a long sigh of relief. Naughty little rascal. Nanjing scolded softly, then turned her attention back to Ouyang Qing. Looking at the clothes that had been torn into disarray, she felt a bit ashamed. She sighed and continued to peel off Ouyang Qing's garments. She had trained in martial arts since childhood and had killed countless people, seen many male bodies. But she had never seen one like Ouyang Qing's. How could a person have so many scars? Yes, scars. Large and small wounds covered every part of his body. Though none were fatal, the wounds varied in age. What had this man experienced over the years? This body seemed as if it had been torn apart and then stitched back together piece by piece. Even Nanjing, a seasoned bounty hunter, was shocked. She actually felt a pang of sympathy for this man. Nanjing stopped being coy. She swiftly stripped Ouyang Qing completely naked, then clumsily dressed him in clean clothes. Eunuchs were usually sent to the palace as children, and most were physically underdeveloped, so they never grew very tall. The clothes on Ouyang Qing looked like an adult wearing a child's outfit. Every inch of fabric clung tightly to his body. Fortunately, he was unconscious. If he woke up, even a slight turn would probably burst the seams. Nanjing pressed her hand to her forehead, feeling exasperated. Finally, she gave up. She stripped Ouyang Qing completely and wrapped him tightly in her own quilt. Nanjing admitted that Ouyang Qing's face was very attractive. If he had been ugly, she might not have carried him back. But she would never admit that she was taken by his looks. After all, in her 20-odd years, she had never thought a man was handsome like this. He'll brew some medicine for you. If you don't take it, your brain will burn out. If you become an idiot, that would be my fault. As Nanjing prepared the medicine, the image of Ouyang Qing's fair body still lingered in her mind. She even felt a secret relief. At least such a handsome man is, after all, she had personally verified it. A flush crept up Nanjing's face. Realizing how absurd her thoughts were, she slapped herself. Nanjing, what's wrong with you today? Are you crazy? Calming down, she stopped her wild thoughts and began to analyze Ouyang Qing's identity. This is the Imperial Palace. He's not a eunuch, but can move freely within the inner court. He must be a member of the Imperial family. If he learns of my plan, will it reach the Emperor? Then it would be extremely difficult for her to safely leave the palace with Song Xingyu. So Nanjing's final decision was to send this man away as quickly as possible. Every moment he stayed was a risk. When the pungent, acrid medicine was poured into his mouth, Ouyang Qing's first instinct was to spit it out. The liquid reached his lips, but Nanjing clamped his mouth shut tightly. Half of the dark, bitter potion went back down his throat, while the other half gushed out of his nose. Hey, you've made my bed dirty. Nanjing slammed the bowl heavily onto the stool and glared at Ouyang Qing angrily. I'm sorry. Ouyang Qing apologized habitually. Throughout his life, these were the words he had said most often. They were etched into his very bones. Lie back down. Don't get up. Seeing Ouyang Qing sitting up stark naked, Nanjing's first reaction was to find a quilt and cover him properly. Off. Ouyang Qing's scream barely left his throat before Nanjing clamped her hand tightly over his mouth. This was the Imperial Palace. If this guy summoned the guards, she would never be able to explain herself, even with 100 mouths. Ouyang Qing felt a bit of strength returning to his body. He nervously wrapped himself tightly in the covers. After years of keeping his virtue intact, he had been seen naked by a strange woman today. He felt both vexed and angry. He had merely saved someone. How did it come to this that he had to offer up his body? What did you do to me? Seeing that Ouyang Qing no longer seemed inclined to scream, Nanjing lowered his hand. What could I possibly do to you? You're a grown man. You asked me to change your clothes, didn't you? Don't tell me you've lost your memory. Nanjing was getting angry. This man was acting like a completely different person than before. Yes, I agreed, but I asked you to change my clothes, not strip me naked. Where are my clothes? Give them back. Ouyang Qing was stark naked, his heart racing with panic. He felt he'd be safer once he had some clothes on. Those on the floor are yours. Nanjing pointed at the pile of shredded cloth on the floor, speaking calmly. And you still say you did nothing? How else did my clothes end up in tatters? In his mind, Ouyang Qing replayed the image of the small, slender girl, sitting on him tearing at his clothes, while he was utterly powerless to resist. The more he thought about it, the more absurd it seemed. He had clearly suffered a great loss. What if I said the fabric just wasn't sturdy? Would you believe me? Early the next morning, Song Yinshi, who always woke up early when she had things on her mind, struggled out of bed the moment she opened her eyes. She had promised Song Xingshan she would have breakfast with him, and she didn't want to break her word. She still hadn't gotten used to the hard sleeping platform. These ancient people were fine in many ways, but they just didn't like thick mattresses. Even the so-called soft couch was anything but soft with its stiff, unyielding padding. Song Yanx's lower back ached every morning, but today it was especially bad. She must have kicked off the blanket again during the night, making things even worse. Her back hurt so much she could barely straighten up. She had to support her waist with her hand just to move around. It was only after some stretching that she felt somewhat alive again. Ouyang Pu was rarely home, but he happened to be waking up just as Song Yinshi stirred. He tapped the corner of the outer room's table, and Chu Yang brought in a prepared tray. The tray held a basin of water, a cloth, and a cup for mouthwash. After setting it on the table, Chu Yang stood quietly beside it. "What's wrong with you?" Ouyang Pu looked worriedly at Song Yanx's pained grimace. Chu Yang, seeing her emerge from the inner room, clutching her waist, silently lowered his. "It's nothing, just the bed being too hard. I'm not used to it. He'll be fine after moving around a bit." As she spoke, Song Yinshi naturally began to wash her face. Chu Yang wanted to stop her, but it was too late. That was the prince's washing water. It was against all rules for a side consort to wash in the prince's chambers. Song Yinshi reached for the mouthwash, and Chu Yang opened his mouth to protest again, but Ouyang Pu interrupted him. "Wait for me. I have nothing to do today. Steward Chen said she wanted to discuss something with me. He'll go with you to Kunsu Hall for breakfast." Ouyang Pu spoke while washing his own face. Chu Yang's jaw dropped. He couldn't believe this was his prince. When had the prince ever used someone else's washing water? Even unused water had to be fresh and clean. The prince's doting on the side consort had exceeded Chu Yang's imagination. He began to admire Song Yinshi, and was even more curious about what she had done to earn such indulgence from the prince. "Alright, I'll wait for you. I promised Song Xingshan I'd have breakfast with him." After rinsing her mouth, Song Yinshi put down the cup, and went back inside to tidy her own bed. Even though there were maids to do it, she preferred to handle her personal belongings herself. Seeing the cup was only half full, Chu Yang turned to prepare a new one. "Your Highness, I'll go get." "No need." A subtle smile played on Ouyang Pu's lips as he picked up the cup Song Yinshi had used and finished rinsing his mouth with the remaining water. Chu Yang's heart was in turmoil. What was he witnessing? His prince using the side consort's cup. This shattered his perception of the prince, and also of Song Yinshi. What kind of love potion had the side consort given the prince to turn the cold, aloof man into this? "Since I came to this era, I haven't had a proper breakfast with Song Xingshan." Song Yinshi and Ouyang Pu walked side by side towards Kunsu Hall. Previously, when the prince was rumored to be on his deathbed, Song Yinshi had been sent by Steward Chun to attend to him, hoping she might bear him an heir, as she was the only titled woman in the household. But as soon as the prince recovered, even slightly, he had forbidden her from coming near him. Now that the prince was fully recovered, Song Yinshi not only slept in his chambers every night, but he also accompanied her everywhere. Especially with her hand on her back as she walked, it seemed almost like a show of pride. The maidservants sneered at the sight, but inwardly they were green with envy, wishing it were their own backs that ached for who wouldn't want to serve a prince as divine as him. "The prince and the side consort are here." The maidservant at the door had been waiting. The moment she spotted them, she dashed inside to inform Steward Chun. 7 or 8 types of breakfast were laid out on the main hall's table: porridge buns, side dishes, and a few boiled eggs. Song Yinshi had grown accustomed to the prince's mansion's breakfast. Chun Tao had said it was the best in the city, which Song Yinshi had doubted at first. But over time she realized that the prince and Steward Chen all ate the same simple fare. It seemed modern life had spoiled her, making her assume that ordinary people in ancient times should live just as well. "Greetings, grandmother." "Mother." Before Ouyang Pu had even stepped through the door, Song Yinshi rushed in excitedly and greeted Steward Chen warmly. Song Xingshan then flew into her arms. "No manners. You came with the prince. How dare you walk ahead of him?" Although Steward Chen's words were scolding, there was no anger in her tone. She was merely making excuses for Song Yinshi in front of the prince. "Nanny, we're a family here. There's no need for so many formalities." Looking at Song Xingshan in Song Yanx's arms, Ouyang Pu suddenly felt a desire to hold the child like that. Today Song Xingshan was dressed in boy's clothes. His moon-white robe gave him an air of elegance, and despite his youth he carried himself with a proud, noble bearing that seemed both dignified and mighty. "Xingshan, pay your respects to your father." Song Yinshi gently pulled Song Xingshan from her embrace and nodded. Only then did the boy reluctantly bow to Ouyang Pu. "This son pays respects to father." The 4 of them sat around the table eating in quiet contentment. Steward Chun, being older, took a few bites, and then dabbed her mouth with a napkin. Watching Song Xingshan eat, she cleared her throat, and turned her gaze to Ouyang Pu. "Your Highness, this old nursemaid has a matter to discuss with you." Ouyang Pu had guessed that Nurse Chen must have something to say today, which was why she had asked him to come for breakfast early. "Please speak, nursemaid." Ouyang Pu wiped his mouth and regarded Chen Momo with a calm demeanor. "I know Xingchen's situation was your arrangement, but the child is grown now. It is not a long-term solution to keep dressing him as a girl. A girl's name matters little, but a boy should be given a proper name to be recorded in the family genealogy. This child has already suffered much. Chun Momo's voice trailed off, for one feels no pain unless a knife cuts their own flesh. Naturally, her heart ached for her own great-grandson. Nursemaid is right. Ouyang-pu was about to speak when Song Yinshi tugged at his sleeve. The name Song Xingchen was chosen by his mother herself. She hoped his heart would be as vast as the stars. Every time she called his name, she felt as if her mother were by her side, granting her strength. Now they wanted to change his name. If he was no longer called Song Xingchen, Song Yinshi could not get used to it, nor did she wish to. Can we not change his name? Song Yinshi offered no further explanation. She leaned close to Ouyang-pu and whispered in his ear. To outsiders, their intimate posture spoke volumes. Please, I'll do anything you ask. Ouyang-pu looked at Song Yanx's earnest expression and asked no questions. It was not the time for them anyway. Alright. The tacit understanding they had developed over these days required no further words. Nursemaid, we will discuss the name change when the child comes of age. The boy is still young, and I do not wish to put him in danger. Rest assured, I have only this one child now, and I shall only have this one in the future. He is to inherit the princely mansion. I hold great hopes for him. Though Ouyang-pu spoke facing Chun Momo, his words were also meant to reassure Song Yinshi. But Song Yinshi did not accept this reassurance. She and Song Xingchen would leave eventually. What was the princely mansion to her? She did not covet it, and neither would Song Xingchen. All she wanted was a simple life. Good. With your words I am at ease. Chun Momo let out a long sigh. The heavy stone in her heart finally lifted, and her smile relaxed considerably. There is another matter. Tomorrow is the winter solstice, the perfect time for a river excursion. Xingchen wants to ride on the ice boat. Shall we all go out for some fun together? We have been cooped up in the mansion these days. It's time we all went out to enjoy ourselves. I have never been on an ice boat either. I would like to see it. Chun Momo was old. How could she truly wish to go out? This must be Song Xingchen's desire. Ouyang-pu nodded and looked at the boy with affection. Song Xingchen rolled his eyes at him and leaned closer to Song Yinshi. Song Xingchen simply could not warm up to Ouyang-pu. His own unreliable father had left too deep a shadow on him. Suddenly having to call a stranger father was a word he simply could not bring himself to utter. No one objected to the outing, and all preparations were left to Chun Tao. Song Yinshi was eager to share the news of her spatial realm with Song Xingchen, so she naturally took him back to their room early. Watching Song Yinshi rub her lower back as she walked, Chun Momo smiled knowingly. Ouyang-pu had been about to leave, but Chun Momo detained him with a long list of admonitions to take care of his health. When he finally emerged, his cheeks were flushed. Chu Yang was curious, but dared not ask. It must have been something Chun Momo said that left his master in such a state. As Chu Yang and Ouyang-pu left Kunsu Hall, each lost in their own thoughts, they walked in silence. To any onlooker, they seemed to be slinking away in shame. Neither of them noticed the pair of dark, sinister eyes lurking in the corner of Kunsu Hall, fixed intently on their receding figures. The Imperial Palace was unusually lively that day, all because of a bizarre incident. A figure, whether eunuch or guard, was streaking naked through the palace grounds, wrapped only in a quilt. This terrified the palace attendants coming and going. Trays were dropped, tasks forgotten, feet were crushed, and heads were bumped. Chaos reigned throughout the palace. Everyone wondered who this was daring to do something so shocking. Since the palace was built, this must be a first. Unfortunately, the man's face was covered with a cloth strip, so there was no chance for gossip. The news reached Ouyang's son, who ordered that this madman be captured and Ouyang Qing hid under his blanket, burying his head deep, unwilling to come out. His personal eunuch, Xiao Huanzi, tried to coax him out, but to no avail. The eunuch had no idea what was wrong with his master. He had only just arrived for his shift when he found the prince hiding under the covers, and he hadn't even seen his face yet. Your Highness, what is the matter? You're scaring your servant. Get out. Ouyang Qing felt he had lost all face this day. That little wretch was truly wicked. He swore he would make Song Xingyu pay. Though Ouyang Qing had been in an embarrassing predicament, fortunately Nan Zheng had gone out early in the morning to find him some clothes. As luck would have it, Song Xingyu took advantage of his master's absence to see what kind of man his master had hidden in his room. Enemies are especially bitter when they meet. Though they weren't exactly enemies, Song Xingyu, with his vendetta-driven nature, had already added Ouyang Qing to his list of grudges. Now with him in this state of undress, wasn't it the perfect chance to have his way with him? Song Xingyu didn't carry many poisons, but his pouch was full of love potions. Clutching the most potent love potion given to him by the courtesan, Song Xingyi's face broke into a triumphant grin. Still acting so high and mighty. Offending me is the biggest mistake you'll ever make. The room was not large, and as soon as Song Xingyu scattered the potion, it drifted directly towards Ouyang Qing. The powder carried a faint, sweet fragrance. Though Ouyang Qing didn't know what it was, he was highly vigilant. He grabbed the tattered remains of his clothes, covered his nose and mouth, weighed his options, and bolted out the door wrapped in the quilt. Seeing her prey about to escape, Song Xingyu refused to give up. She mustered all her strength to grab hold of the quilt, but her strength was no match. She only managed to tear off a section of it before watching Ouyang Qing disappear from sight. Furious, she stamped her feet, but there was no time to be angry. She turned and rushed to Nanjing's room to erase the evidence of her crime. Ouyang was tall and broad, and the shortened quilt could no longer conceal his form, gifting the entire palace a free visual feast. Lingnan, situated at the southernmost edge of the Great Xia Kingdom, experiences winters far milder than those in the capital despite the season's arrival. Thus winter here is brief, with only the winter solstice causing the river to freeze into a thick layer of ice. It is during this time alone that the people of Lingnan can savor the joy of northerners, gliding across the ice in ice boats. An ice boat closely resembles a modern boat, but with iron strips fixed beneath its hull. On either side, sturdy men use ice picks to repeatedly strike the surface, propelling the boat forward with astonishing speed. Without water's resistance, gliding on ice is even smoother, offering a unique pleasure that many Lingnan natives cherish. Compared to a water boat, the ice boat provides an entirely different experience. A typical small boat accommodates at most 7 or 8 people. Ouyang brought only Chu Yang, Mu Yao, and Guangxiu were also granted an enforced holiday. Although Song Yanx's identity was now clear, Mu Yao and Guangxiu were still assigned to guard her day and night. However, today was a family gathering, and Ouyang wished to avoid too many disturbances. Mama Chun brought only the maid Chuntao. The others waited on the shore, anticipating their return. The area bustled with numerous iceboat riders, creating a lively, bustling atmosphere. Standing on the boat, Song Yanxi felt a surreal sensation. How could these ancient people be so ingenious? Wasn't this just an enlarged version of an ice sled? The boat consisted of 2 levels. The lower deck was where the oarsmen worked. Several burly men swung their ice picks with formidable vigor. This vessel matched the speed of a modern car, and besides being remarkably stable, it was also quite warm. The upper deck contained 7 or 8 charcoal braziers with thick curtains to retain heat. Wherever one went, a warm aura enveloped them. Song Xingqian, experiencing an ice boat for the first time, ran about excitedly waving to passing boats. Chuntao chased after him, relentlessly terrified that the child might accidentally fall overboard. Mama Chun, amused by Chuntao's flustered antics, beamed with joy as she sat by the edge, enjoying the scenery and watching their play. Song Yanxi strolled leisurely to the stern, watching the surrounding landscape blur past. A myriad of emotions surged within her. Her own life seemed akin to this scenery, often without choice, cycling endlessly through seasons forced forward against her will. Such thoughts might be overly pessimistic, but a sudden wave of sorrow washed over Song Yanxi. She thought of her mother. She wondered how she was faring, what immense blow she had suffered since her daughter's disappearance. What was her mother, who had been her sole companion since childhood, doing now? Did she miss her? Would she ever find her way back? And who would care for her mother in her absence? What if she fell ill? Who would help in an emergency? These thoughts dampened Song Yanx's spirits. She pulled a chair to the stern and sat there lost in a daze. The cold wind at the stern stealthily crept upon her, causing her to shiver. Just then a warm fox fur cloak was draped over her shoulders. Song Yanxi turned. It was Ouyang, his own black fox fur cloak now wrapped around her. What are you thinking about? His voice was lowered, as if afraid to disturb the joy of Song Xingqian further ahead. Nothing. Just daydreaming. Her gaze drifted distantly, but Ouyang's eyes never left her. Today Song Yanxi seemed different. Since morning, Chuntao had summoned her to Mama Chun, where several maids surrounded her, adorning her with great care. The newly tailored clothes from days ago were also ready. The exquisite fabric flowed over her figure, fitting her perfectly. A light blue skirt adorned with a white jacket free of any excess ornamentation made Song Yanxi appear even more ethereal. This face was indeed beautiful. Earlier she had always kept her head down, and no one found her particularly striking. Now, with newfound confidence and grace, anyone who saw her felt a spark of brightness. Ouyang in particular had never been one to indulge in beauty. The imperial palace was filled with countless beauties, yet in over 20 years none had ever stirred such feelings in him. He adored the Song Yanxi who spoke eloquently by candlelight, but today he was also captivated by the melancholic, lonely figure in the cold wind. When Song Yanxi mentioned she disliked the soft couch, he had Chu Yang search for the softest bed and place it in the inner chamber early that morning. When she craved snacks, Ouyang had Chu Yang bring in a dozen chefs on standby day and night, ready to cook whatever she desired. Song Yanxi knew none of this. Yet now Ouyang sensed that she seemed unhappy, though he could not fathom the reason. Song Xingqian noticed his mother talking with Ouyang and scurried over to her. Mother, come to the front. It's absolutely breathtaking, just like the Titanic. Now I finally understand that feeling from the movie. What is the Titanic? Chuntao's head popped out from behind Song Xingqian. She had heard every word, but the meaning eluded her entirely. It's a huge ship that sails on the sea, Song Yanxi quickly explained. Mother, come on, let's experience it together. Song Xingqian simply disliked seeing his mother near Ouyang. That man's gaze was too intense. It was clear he wanted to take Song Yanxi away from him. Mother belonged to him, and no one would take her away. Alright, let's go. I'll accompany you to see it. Song Yanxi collected herself, took Song Xingqian's hand, and walked toward the bow. The large boat sped swiftly along. Unlike the barren Northlands in winter, Lingnan's scenery remained beautiful, especially the plum blossoms which bloomed with the most vigor in the bitter cold. Pink, white, and dazzling red blossoms mirrored each other across the riverbanks. Even in her modern life, Song Yinshi had never seen such a sight. She was utterly captivated by the beauty. Suddenly, a night of fragrance blooms, scattering spring across the universe. Song Yinshi recalled Wang Mian's poem. He seemed to have a special fondness for writing about plum blossoms, but this was the only line she remembered. Ouyang Pu followed them to the bow, smiling warmly as he watched the mother and son play. Everything was so harmonious and beautiful. No one noticed that the ice boats around them were gradually dwindling and the surroundings grew quieter. The poem is good, but what a pity, no one will ever know it. A woman suddenly appeared at the stern, startling everyone. Chu Yang drew his sword and shielded the group. Not bad, Song Yinshi. You've been enjoying your life as a secondary consort these days, haven't you? Have you forgotten your mistress's orders? And your own identity? The woman looked familiar. It was the one who had given Song Yinshi the antidote some time ago. Ouyang Pu had already sent men to monitor her closely, yet he never expected she would still manage to escape following them, without their knowledge, like a ghost. Her words hinted at exposing Song Yinxi's identity. It seemed that after days without killing Ouyang Pu, these people were ready to abandon Song Yinshi as a pawn. I will never help you harm the prince. Don't think you can use me as a tool to kill him. Song Yinshi warned the woman with righteous indignation, for she had to show her loyalty at this moment. If the scheme to sow discord succeeded, she would have no place to call. Who are you, and what do you want? This is the prince's boat. If you value your life, retreat at once, and we will let it slide. Shin Mamo, supported by Chuantao, stood beside Ouyang Pu and scolded the woman sternly. I know very well whose boat this is, the criminal Ouyang Pus. Despite being exiled, you live a life of ease here in Lingnan. This is treason. Today I shall rid the great Xia dynasty of this black sheep. With that, the woman drew her soft sword and engaged Chu Yang in battle. Song Yinshi grabbed Shin Mamo with one hand and Song Xingqian with the other, shielding. Grandmother, stay close to Song Xingqian. If danger comes, hide behind me. Don't rush forward. Ouyang Pu thought that when danger struck, Song Yinshi would immediately seek his protection, but he never expected she didn't even think of him. Chu Yang and the woman were evenly matched in martial arts, making it difficult to reach Ouyang Pu. Such mediocre skills, and you still dare to assassinate the prince. Truly overestimating yourself. With a twist of his sword tip, Chu Yang left a bloody gash on the woman's body. You're thinking too simply. The woman grinned darkly, and a foreboding feeling seized Chu Yang's heart. The boat had already drifted far from the shore. Surrounded by unfamiliar scenery, the most terrifying part was that there wasn't even a single boat nearby. No escape route. These people had indeed planned this for a long time. With a creak, the ice boat that had been speeding forward came to an abrupt halt. Song Yinshi and the others, due to inertia, slammed violently toward the bow. Fortunately, Ouyang Pu was quick-witted. He grabbed Song Yangxi's waist with one hand and tightly held Shin Mamo with the other. Song Xingqian nestled in Song Yangxi's arms, spun half a circle, and also stopped. Poor Chuantao, losing her balance, hurtled straight into the wooden railing at the bow and fainted. Chu Yang and the woman, unable to steady themselves, also flew toward the bow. Their blades still clashing, they swiftly leaped off the boat and crashed not far ahead. Song Yinshi and Ouyang Pu breathed a sigh of relief as they watched the woman fly away. They walked together to the edge of the boat to observe the situation on the first deck. If the burly men down there were all on her side, they were in dire trouble. Calling for help would be futile. The sounds of hacking and screaming erupted below. When Song Yinshi and Ouyang Pu looked down, only 4 or 5 of the burly men remained, the rest had been killed by these few. It seemed these men had infiltrated the boatmen and were in league with that woman. Kill Ouyang Pu and the master rewards 10,000 gold taels. With a shout, they began climbing up to the second deck. You're quite valuable. Song Yinshi looked at the several big men, leaned close to Ouyang Pu, and whispered. Can you defeat these people, eh? If it's just me, I should manage. Ouyang Pu still kept his hand on Song Yinshi, calmly calculating in his mind how to protect the elderly, the child, and Song Yinshi, while also repelling these attackers. Go ahead and fight without worry. They'll take them into the space. We'll be perfectly safe. You can go without a care. Ouyang Pu looked at Song Yinshi with some disappointment. Shouldn't a normal woman be afraid, and then burrow into her man's arms? Why was this woman even calmer than him? And what did she mean by go without a care? It didn't feel like any concern at all. Alright, take care of Nanny and the child. You stay safe too. While they exchanged whispers, the several men had already climbed onto the second deck. Though Song Xingqian usually behaved like a child at this moment, he was remarkably composed. Shin Mamo, advanced in years, but well-seasoned, also remained calm. Mother, what should we do? Yinshi, take Xingqian and go. I, an old woman, can still hold them off for a while. We can't let Xingqian get hurt. Don't worry, grandmother. I have a plan. Song Yinshi separated from Ouyang Pu. Ouyang Pu engaged the rushing, burly men, single-handedly holding off 3 of them, but one still charged towards Song Yinshi and the others. This man understood that these people were Ouyang Pu's loved ones. Capture them, and Ouyang Pu would have no choice but to comply. Hold my hand tightly, and close your... Song Yinshi instructed, grasped both their hands, and focused her mind on entering the space. Previously entering the space had been effortless, but at this critical moment the space chose to fail her. When Song Yinshi opened her eyes again, the three of them were still on the boat. The burly man was already right in front of her, his massive fist hurtling toward her chest. Song Yanx's pupils dilated. She hadn't expected the space to fail. Now it was too late to dodge. She might well meet her end here today. Ouyang Pu had felt reassured knowing Song Yinshi had the space, but she hadn't entered it. Now it was too late for him to come to her rescue. Look out! Though Chin Mamo was old, her movements were swift. She broke free from Song Yanx's grip and leaped in front of her, shielding her. Song Xingchen made the same move, wanting to protect Song Yinshi, but Chin Mamo was faster and also pulled him into her embrace. The burly man's fist was like a sledgehammer. It struck Chin Mamo's chest with tremendous force, also affecting Song Xingchen behind her. The impact continued backward, hitting Song Xingchen, but Chin Mamo absorbed most of the power, or else Song Xingchen would have been in grave danger. When Chin Mamo let go of Song Yinshi felt much lighter. Just as the burly man's fist continued its assault, Song Yinshi and Song Xingchen vanished from his sight. With no resistance behind her, Chin Mamo flew backward and crashed into the boat's railing. With a puff, she spat out a mouthful of crimson blood. She tried to get up, but only upon entering the space did Song Yinshi come to her senses. So the space could only bring one person in at a time. Why hadn't she investigated this before? Song Yinshi was both vexed and guilty. Song Xingchen, wait here. I'm going to save grandmother. Without time to explain further to Song Xingchen, Song Yinshi turned and left the space again. When she reappeared, Song Yinshi held a dagger in her hand. One she had shamelessly begged from Ouyang Pu, claiming she needed it for self-defense in a crisis. She never expected her words to become a prophecy. The sudden disappearance of Song Yinshi and Song Xingchen left the burly man utterly bewildered. In all his years he had never encountered such a phenomenon. How could two living, breathing people simply vanish in a thin air? In the blink of an eye, Song Yinshi reappeared. The man, casting aside his confusion, lunged at her with a raised fist. You bastard, die. Song Yanx's eyes were bloodshot. She had no time to check on Nanny Chun, as she had to deal with the man before her first. Song Yinshi hurled a handful of chili powder directly into the man's face, followed by several more handfuls aimed toward Ouyang Pu. Ouyang Pu, now experienced with this tactic, covered his mouth and nose the moment he caught the scent of chili, retreating several steps to stay beyond the powder's reach. The air itself turned crimson thick with the pungent, stinging aroma. The burly men, like Ouyang Pu had been before, had no idea chili powder could be so devastating. As the red haze enveloped them, their screams of agony and pain rang out one after another. Seizing the opportunity, Ouyang Pu made his way towards Song Yinshi. With her scarlet eyes fixed menacingly on the man before her, she slowly raised the dagger in her. The man, clutching his eyes and howling in pain as he doubled over, was completely unaware of Song Yanx's approach. Bastard, I'll take your life. Song Yinshi seemed possessed by a god of slaughter. The dagger in her hand glinted with a cold light as she stabbed again and again, 1, 2, 3 times. The man's belly became riddled with holes like a sieve. With each withdrawal of the blade, scarlet blood sprayed across her, drenching her from head to toe, dripping steadily onto the ground. The man was long dead, yet Song Yinshi continued to wield the dagger furiously, plunging it into his lifeless body over and over. Ouyang Pu grabbed Song Yanx's hand and pulled her into his arms. She was still flailing the dagger. He dodged the sharp blade, knocked it from her grasp, and sent it flying, piercing straight through the heart of a nearby thug. Die, all of you, just die. This was Song Yanx's first time taking a life. Her entire body trembled, her eyes filled with terror and helplessness. Ouyang Pu held her tightly against his chest, gently patting her back in comfort. It's over, it's all over. They're all dead. Song Yinshi, were safe. Song Yinshi was on the verge of hysteria. It took a long while in Ouyang Pu's warm embrace before she finally regained her senses. Ouyang Pu. Once lucid, Song Yinshi felt a wave of relief at the sight of Ouyang Pu. Grandmother. Suddenly remembering Nanny Chin's song, Yinshi scrambled out of Ouyang Pu's arms in a panic, frantically searching for her. Beneath the ship's railing, Nanny Chun was gasping for air, her breaths ragged and labored. Grandmother. Song Yinshi shrieked, rushing to Nanny Chin's side. Grandmother, where are you hurt? Tell me where it hurts. Seeing Song Yinshi approach, Nanny Chin struggled to sit up, but the movement caused her to spit out another mouthful of blood. As a nurse, Song Yinshi knew exactly what was wrong. Broken ribs must have punctured her internal organs. This kind of massive hemorrhage was the most critical and dangerous. With modern equipment there might be a chance, but this was ancient times. How could it be possible? How could it not be? Grandmother, don't speak. They'll take you back. Well, find the best physician. You'll be fine. Song Yinshi desperately wiped the blood from the corners of Nanny Chin's mouth, but no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't clean it all away. No need. Nanny Chin swallowed a large mouthful of blood before she could force the words out. No, grandmother, you'll be fine. You have to stay by my side, help me take care of Song Xingchen, watch him grow up. Without you, how will I survive in the prince's mansion? Aren't you afraid? Song Yinshi clutched Nanny Chin's hand, tears streaming down her face. I'm sorry, child. I can't walk with you any longer. You must take care of yourself. Your Highness. Nanny Chin's gaze fell upon Ouyang Pu. Nanny, please speak. Oyang-pu was a man. Even in his grief, he wouldn't show it as openly as Song Yinshi. Yet his eyes were brimming with tears. When his mother had passed, it was Nanny Chun who stayed by his side, comforting him like a mother. Now was he about to lose his nanny too? Your Highness, Yinshi is headstrong and stubborn. If you can tolerate her, let her live peacefully as your concubine. Let her live a stable life. If you cannot bear her temperament, then give her my private savings. Let her leave the mansion and live a carefree life. I only ask that you look after her from time to time for this old woman's sake, and let her live the life she wants. Though Nanny Chun hadn't spent much time with Song Yinshi, she had seen through her intentions at a glance. Grandmother, I don't want any of that. I just want you to live. Don't say such foolish things. Grandmother is old. Grandmother, it's all my fault you're hurt. I don't want to be your granddaughter anymore. I want to be your granddaughter. You can just be Nanny Chun again. If you don't acknowledge me, maybe you'll live a long life. Nonsense. The first time I saw you, even when everyone doubted your identity, I knew in my heart you were one of our family. That's the bond of blood, something no bracelet. Child, remember, grandmother isn't dying because of you. This is all fate. My ending is a happy one. I got to spend a wonderful time with my own kin. I have you and Xingqian. Without you two, even if I lived 100 or 1,000 years, it would still be a tragedy. Nanny Chun mustered all her remaining strength, raised her hand, and gently wiped the blood from Song Yanx's face. Take care of Xingqian, and take care of yourself. Remember, grandmother will be watching over you from above. You must live well. Don't waste this life. Nanny Chun extended her hand toward Oyang-pu, who understood, and placed his hand in hers. Take good care of her. Nanny Chun placed Song Yanx's hand into Oyang-pu's palm, clasping them tightly together. Gazing at the two so perfectly matched, she smiled softly, and slowly closed her eyes, her hand slipping gently to the ground. Grandmother. Nanny. No matter how Song Yinshi and Oyang-pu cried out, Nanny Chun's eyes never opened again. In the distance, Chu Yang heard the cries, and felt a jolt of alarm. In that moment of distraction, the woman seized an opening, her sword tip lunging straight for his chest. By the time Chu Yang snapped back to attention, the blade was already at his chest. He let the sword pierce his clothes, but his own hand didn't stop. He swung his long sword, slashing toward the woman's right arm. The woman focused solely on ambushing. Chu Yang never expected him to disregard his own life to strike at her. Caught off guard, her right arm was brutally severed by You're ruthless. The woman's sword had pierced Chu Yang's chest. Not deeply, but dangerously nonetheless. To survive, one must first embrace death. Surely you understand that principle. Worried about the situation on the ship, Chu Yang had no choice but to take the risk. A lesson learned. He'll come back for that arm of yours. You'd better not die before I do. After uttering her threat, the woman clutched her severed arm and stumbled away, disappearing into the distant plum grove. Chu Yang gazed at the woman, utterly unafraid of her seeking vengeance. His life was one lived on the edge of a blade, and the prince's enemies were naturally his own. I await your challenge, and I hope you're fortunate enough not to die before me. The woman offered no further reply to Chu Yang before her silhouette vanished into the distance. Ignoring his own injuries, Chu Yang flew back onto the ship. Seeing the crestfallen expressions on Song Yinshi and Oyang-pu, he knew something terrible had occurred. Nanny Chun lay motionless on the ground, surrounded by chaos, while the bodies of several burly men were strewn haphazardly across the bed. Chu Yang searched desperately for Song Xingqian and Chun Tao, but could only find Chun Tao cowering in a corner. Song Xingqian was nowhere to be found. It was dusk by the time they returned to the residence. Only when she and Oyang-pu were alone in her room did Song Yinshi dare to bring Song Xingqian out of her space. Nanny Chun's death had terrified her. What if there had been more assassins on the road? She had already lost her grandmother. She could not lose Song Xingqian too. Mother, how is great-grandmother? Song Xingqian emerged from the space, surprised to find himself back in Song Yanx's chambers. Grandmother. Song Yinshi didn't know how to break the tragic news. The child had always been remarkably independent, a maturity born from a life of heart. Now that he had finally grown attached to Nanny Chun, treating her as a beloved elder, Song Yinshi was at a loss for words that wouldn't shatter his heart. Great-grandmother is dead, isn't she? Tell me. His childish, tearful cries left Song Yinshi and Oyang-pu helpless, unsure of how to comfort him. Oyang-pu reached out to grasp Song Xingqian's shoulder, hoping to lend him strength, but the boy struggled with all his might, breaking free and rushing towards the door. You're lying to me. Great-grandmother can't be gone. You're liars, all of you. Song Yinshi also moved to hold him back. Unexpectedly, Song Xingqian suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood and collapsed rigidly backward. Oyang-pu, quick as lightning, caught him in his arms. Song Xingqian. Song Yinshi felt her strength waning, her consciousness threatening to slip away, yet she fought to stay grounded. Song Xingqian was her father's very lifeblood. She couldn't afford to falter now. A physician. Quickly fetch a physician. Oyang-pu took Song Xingqian from Song Yanx's trembling arms and laid him gently on the bed. Mu Yao, waiting outside, had heard Song Xingqian's cries. Though puzzled, he didn't dare delay a single moment and sprinted towards Physician Zhao's courtyard. Physician Zhao was the most skilled doctor in the residence, second only to Song Mo. Mu Yao hurried, and Physician Zhao didn't dare tarry either. Within the time it takes half a stick of incense to burn, he had arrived at Song Yanx's room. Where is Song Mo? Oyang-pu asked Mu Yao, seeing that it wasn't Song Mo who had come. Physician Song has returned to the capital, sir. He said he needed to go to the family's medicine vault to find an antidote for the consort. Song Mo was away at this critical moment. Ouyang Pu had no choice but to sternly instruct Physician Zhao. You must do everything in your power to save him. If anything goes wrong, you will be buried with him. Ouyang Pu had reverted to his cold, ruthless demeanor as the black-faced prince. Physician Zhao nodded, though his mind wandered to Song Mo, who usually handled such urgent cases. Now that he was gone, this perilous task fell to him. Rest assured, your highness. I will do my utmost. Please, consort, step aside so I may take his pulse. Physician Zhao was advanced in years and had served Ouyang Pu for a long time. He was methodical and composed and was not easily rattled by the prince's threats. Song Yinshi remained rooted by Song Xingqian's bedside, desperate to know what was wrong with him, but utterly helpless. This overwhelming sense of powerlessness left her in a daze, terrified that Song Xingqian might slip away from her forever. Seeing that Song Yinshi hadn't moved, Ouyang Pu gently pulled her into his embrace, clearing the space for Physician Zhao to work. Physician Zhao took a small cushion from his medical bag, placed it under Song Xingqian's wrist, and lightly rested his fingers on it. Song Yinshi and Ouyang Pu watched his face anxiously, only to see his expression grow grimmer and his brow furrow deeper with each passing moment. Song Yanxi's heart sank further into despair. A quarter of an hour passed before Physician Zhao finally finished his diagnosis. Song Yinshi felt as if all her strength had been drained, and she collapsed limply into Ouyang Pu's arms. Your Highness consort, the child has been poisoned. Unsure of Song Xingqian's exact status, Physician Zhao was cautious with his address. Poisoned? How could that be? He had been under such meticulous care these past days. How could he have been poisoned? Song Yinshi refused to believe it. Since his arrival, Song Xingqian had stayed in Nanny Chen's courtyard, with Nanny Chen personally overseeing his meals and daily needs. Nothing could have gone wrong. It's not a recent poisoning, it's a residual toxin. He was poisoned some time ago. Fortunately, it wasn't a deep dose, and the child is robust. Given time, it might have been expelled naturally. But today, with the internal injury and the sudden surge of rage, the double blow has overwhelmed his system. The toxin has resurfaced and is worsening rapidly. I fear. Physician Zhao couldn't bear to finish his sentence, looking at Song Yanxi's distraught face. Fear what? Tell me. Song Yinshi shouted at Physician Zhao. She couldn't bear the suspense, as she needed to know the exact truth about Song Xingqian's condition. This old man is incompetent. If Physician Song were here, there might be a way. But he is in the capital, thousands of miles away. Alas, forgive me, your highness. Physician Zhao knelt before Ouyang Pu and bowed his head heavily, awaiting his judgment. He was truly powerless. It pained him to see such a young child suffer, but perhaps it was fate. Are you saying that only Song Mo in this world can save him? Yes. The Song family is the most renowned medical clan, and Physician Song is the most outstanding doctor of his generation. Physician Zhao remained kneeling, filled with shame. You may leave now. Ouyang Pu waved his hand dismissively, without a hint of blame. After all, had it not been for Physician Zhao's intervention in his own childhood, he might not have survived to this. Ouyang Pu, I'm going to find Song Mo. Even if there's only a sliver of a chance, I have to try. But Physician Song has already returned to the capital. It would take a month or two to travel from Lingnan to the capital. Even riding a fast horse day and night would take at least 10 days. Mu Yao spoke, seeing the lost look on Song Yanxi's face. I can place him in my space. Time stands still in there. As long as I reach the capital and find Song Mo, he can be saved. I can't let anything happen to Song Xingqian. Ouyang Pu, I'm going to the capital. Help me prepare the travel gear. They'll leave right now. Song Yinshi didn't expect Ouyang Pu to accompany her, given that Song Xingqian wasn't strictly his child. He'll go with you. Well, set off immediately. Your Highness, you were exiled to Lingnan. Returning to the capital without permission is a grave crime. Mu Yao bravely stepped forward to block Ouyang Pu, determined to stop him from taking such a risk, even at the cost of his own life. Ouyang Pu, you must stay. Trust me, I can go alone. You cannot come with me. Song Yinshi was well aware of the stakes involved. Although Ouyang Pu lived a relatively carefree life in Lingnan, he was still a man under sentence. Returning to the capital now would be akin to handing the emperor evidence of his crimes. Even those who had previously pleaded for his life could raise no objection if the emperor ordered his execution outright. Do you truly think I would let you return to the capital alone? I am also this child's father. Whether you acknowledge it or not, this child is my flesh and blood. I will not stand. Mu Yao wished to argue further, but seeing the fury in Ouyang Pu's eyes, he knew he could not dissuade him. He could only bow and take his leave to prepare the carriage and horses. The further north they traveled, the lower the temperature dropped. Song Yinshi huddled inside the carriage, wrapping herself tightly in thick quilts. Though 2 charcoal braziers burned within the carriage, the biting wind howled in from every crevice as they raced along. Ouyang Pu, having abandoned his horse, sat beside Song Yinshi. Mu Yao lashed the horses relentlessly, their neighs ringing out without pause. They had been traveling day and night without rest, and exhaustion was etched onto every face. Chu Yang and Guang Xiu rode alongside, flanking the carriage. Chu Yang had been injured, so Ouyang Pu had originally planned to take only Mu Yao and Guang Xiu. Yet Chu Yang adamantly refused to stay behind. After all, the prince was returning to the capital, a veritable lamb walking into the tiger's den. And without the main force as escort, his worry only deepened. If he didn't follow, and something went wrong, Chu Yang would regret it for the rest of his life. Snow had fallen without cease since the winter solstice, blanketing the main road in thick drifts, making the carriages advance agonizingly slow. This was Song Yanxi's first experience of the desolate wilderness of ancient times, and the bitter cold far exceeded anything she had imagined. Song Yinshi was covered from head to toe in warming patches, moving stiffly like a robot. She had also ordered Ouyang Pu, Chu Yang, and the others to apply the patches to their joints. For warriors traveling through frozen wastelands was nothing new, but this was by far the most comfortable journey they had ever undertaken. With the warming patches, their bodies felt pleasantly warm, and the ordeal of travel was far less grueling than before. Finding a sheltered valley out of the wind, the group stopped to rest. Mu Yao and Guang Xiu went to gather firewood, while Chu Yang tended to the horses and carriage. Ouyang Pu helped Song Yinshi down from the carriage. She stretched her body, extending her arms and legs, and only then did her aching limbs begin to feel some relief. Xingqian, are you alright? Song Yinshi entered the spatial realm at regular intervals to check on Song Xingqian. His little face remained as pale as before, his breathing faint, but his condition had not worsened. Time moved slower within the space, and the air was fresher than outside. His condition was stable. The most urgent task now was to reach the capital, where he could be saved. His condition is stable, but he remains unconscious. I've gone in several times, and there's still no sign of him waking. Tears welled up in Song Yanxi's eyes as she spoke, betraying her resolve. I'll be fine. Well, hurry along, and he will pull through. Thank you, Ouyang Pu. Song Yinshi managed to smile at him. Chu Yang, do you have a tinderbox? Mine got soaked by the snow and won't light anymore. Mu Yao's voice rang out from nearby. Chu Yang produced his own tinderbox and handed. Mine's damp too. This snow won't let up, and the air is thick with moisture. There's no helping it. I don't know if mine will even spark. Without a fire, we'll be stuck eating dry wrap. Hearing their exchange, Song Yinshi pretended to rummage in her pocket and produced an exquisite windproof lighter in the palm of her hand. She handed the lighter to Chu Yang. Go light the fire. Chu Yang stared at the object in her palm, his eyes widening in astonishment. Light it. All right. She had forgotten that Chu Yang probably had no idea how to use a lighter. Song Yinshi walked over to the pile of firewood, pressed the lighter, and a small flame sprang up. Compared to the flame of a tinderbox, it was smaller, yet incredibly resilient. Even under the strong wind, she didn't need to shield it. The flame remained completely unaffected. Soon the fire was blazing fiercely. When traveling, one couldn't afford to be too particular. The group gathered in a circle around the fire, and Chu Yang brought down the dry provisions from the carriage. There were steamed buns, flatbreads, and air-dried beef. Though the beef tasted decent, nothing was more desirable than something hot to eat in such a biting, frigid place. Chu Yang, bring out the pot. Let's cook some noodles, Song Yinshi said to him. Chu Yang had been extremely obedient to her commands these past days. After all, she was the one with all the treasures. Yes, concubine. Chu Yang set the pot over the fire and was about to scoop up some snow to melt when Song Yinshi produced a large jug of mineral water. After all, snow water carried bacteria. If they fell ill from bad water, it would only delay their journey. Concubine, what exactly is inside this little sheet that makes it generate heat on its own? Guang Xiu took the water jug from Song Yinshi and helped pour it out. Throughout the journey, he had been dying to ask questions. He had so many he wanted to ask her. Now he finally... It's activated carbon. It produces heat when it comes into contact with air. Activated carbon. Air. Guang Xiu couldn't understand a single word, but catching the dangerous look in Ouyang Pu's eyes, he dared not press Song Yinshi with more questions. Song Yinshi brought out 7 or 8 packs of instant noodles along with canned luncheon meat and pickled vegetables, and added them all to the pot of boiling water. The distinctive aroma of instant noodles mingled with the rich scent of meat slowly wafted into everyone's nostrils. All of them swallowed hard. The fragrance of the noodles spread through the surroundings, seeming to warm the very air. A deep inhale made it feel as though warmth had spread all the way down to their... Song Yinshi ladled the noodles into a bowl and handed it to Ouyang Pu, adding a few extra slices of luncheon meat. Come on, it's nothing fancy. On a day like this, a steaming bowl of noodles is the greatest comfort. She served herself a small bowl and walked over to sit beside Ouyang Pu, giving Chu Yang and the other two some space. With her around, they wouldn't feel at ease eating. The moment Song Yinshi left, Chu Yang, Guang Xiu, and the others fell upon the food, wolfing it down in a fierce scramble. It was their first time eating instant noodles, so different from any noodles they'd had before. More fragrant, more chewy. On a freezing day, a piping hot bowl of instant noodles was the ultimate pleasure. It's a good thing you're here, otherwise would never be this comfortable. I'm reminded of that cat you always talk about. What was its name? Ouyang Pu lifted the noodles to his lips while chatting with Song Yinshi. Doryman. A super amazing cat. What an odd name. Do people in your era all name things like that? That's a Japanese name, not from our country. Song Yinshi rarely bantered with Ouyang Pu like this, and the weight in her heart lifted somewhat. But none of them noticed the figures slowly gathering around them, drawn by the irresistible aroma of the instant noodles. Someone's there. Ouyang Pu, who had been calm and carefree moments before, suddenly tensed up. He set his bowl on the ground, took Song Yanxi's hand, and rose to scan them. Chu Yang and the other two also sensed something amiss. The rustling sound of footsteps drew ever nearer, and by the sound of it there were quite a few people approaching, including a number of sturdy men. This was dangerous. They had no idea who these people were, or whether they meant to befriend or attack. Stay behind me. If things look bad, go straight into the space. Understood. Ouyang Pu, having learned from their last encounter, was now far more cautious. I understand. Let's see what happens first. You be careful too. Song Yinshi whispered from behind Ouyang Pu. The footsteps grew closer, and the firelight flickered unsteadily in the wind, heightening the tension in the air. Chu Yang Guangxiu and Mu Yao drew their long swords, holding them before their bodies as they formed a protective circle around Ouyang Pu and Song Yinshi. The shadows of several large trees swayed, and the crunch of footsteps echoed across the snowy ground. Which path do you brothers walk? We are merely travelers passing through your territory with no intention to disturb. If we have offended any of you, please forgive us. We will pack up and leave at once. Chu Yang chose to observe etiquette before resorting to force, hoping to discern the intentions of these strangers. At Chu Yang's words, several burly men slowly emerged from behind the trees. One by one more followed, men and women young and old, until as if by magic more than 20 people had appeared from the shadows of the forest. These people gradually encircled Song Yinshi and her companions, their eyes burning with hunger as they fixed their gaze upon the pot simmering over the fire. The burly men were clad in tattered rags, looking every bit like beggars. Despite the dead of winter, they wore only thin cloth shirts, their chests rippling with muscle. Otherwise they could never have withstood the bitter cold. The elderly and children at the back were somewhat better dressed, though their cotton garments were barely thicker, hardly enough to shield them from the bone-piercing wind. The children's cheeks were purple from the cold, their bodies trembling uncontrollably as they pressed close against the adults, desperately seeking whatever warmth they could find. Enough! Leave your money and food behind, and we won't cause you any trouble. The leader of the men shouted loudly. He appeared to be in his 20s with 3 or 4 jagged scars crisscrossing his face. He looked rather ferocious, and when his gaze swept over Ouyang Pu and Song Yinshi, it was filled with nothing but warning. What I hate most is being threatened. If you had spoken to me politely, perhaps I would have shared our food with you. But with that attitude of yours, I don't like it one bit. Ouyang Pu wore a defiant, haughty expression as he regarded the burly men. If you refuse the toast offered, you'll have to drink the penalty. Then don't blame us for being merciless. The burly men, frustrated by Ouyang Pu's uncooperative stance, grew angry and desperate. They were already at their limits. If they didn't eat soon, they wouldn't last much longer. With food right before their eyes, they were willing to take the risk. Then let our blades do the talking. Several of the men drew their swords, the glint of steel flashing in the howling wind, sending a chill down everyone's spine. Stay close to me. These people are clearly seasoned criminals. Bandits from the mountain come down to rob travelers. Even if we handed over our food, they wouldn't let us go. Since a clash is inevitable, I'd rather not give these thugs the satisfaction. Ouyang Pu whispered quietly into Song Yang's ear. Song Yinshi nodded, but as she looked at the elderly and children in the distance, her heart softened. Yet lacking the experience of Ouyang Pu and the others, she dared not voice her opinions rashly. Chief Chin, let's go. With just these 4 we can finish them off in no time. That woman isn't bad looking. We'll keep her for you as your bride. And the food will be enough to sustain us. The burly men urged the leader, a man surnamed Chin, who was the head of the bandits on this mountain. Well said. Brothers, prepare yourselves. After one good battle, we'll eat our fill and stay warm. Charge, brothers. No sooner had the rousing words left his mouth than the burly men brandished their blades and charged at Ouyang Pu and his companions. Chu Yang, Mu Yao, and Guangxiu each held their own against 4 or 5 burly men at a time. Though the bandits had numbers on their side, their attacks were wild and undisciplined, no match for the trained guards. Their only advantage was sheer quantity. Before long, several men broke through the guards' defense line and rushed toward Ouyang Pu. Song Yinshi had never seen Ouyang Pu's weapon before. Today he had brought it with. The weapon had been concealed within Ouyang Pu's sleeve all along. As a burly man raised his blade to strike, the weapon shot out from Ouyang Pu's cuff. Only then did Song Yinshi get a clear look at it. It was a peculiar 9-section whip with sharp barbs protruding from every joint. The whip coiled swiftly around the burly man's neck, and with a single tug from Ouyang Pu, the man let out a cry, clutched his throat, and collapsed to the ground in agony. The remaining burly men, now wary of Ouyang Pu's whip, dared not advance any further. Xiaoji! Wake up! Xiaoji! A woman's anguished wail echoed from the direction of the trees. Everyone was drawn to the sound. A figure broke away from the group of burly men in front. Hearing the woman's cries, he hastily dropped his blade and rushed to her side. Xiaoji, don't scare your mother. Wake up! The woman continued to wail, cradling a child of 7 or 8 in her arms. No matter how she shook him, the boy showed no response. The child's sallow, gaunt face was utterly devoid of color. His clothes were covered in patches with not a single decent spot on them. The man took the child from the woman's arms and wrapped him tightly in his own embrace, trying to share what warmth he could. But the boy's condition showed no sign of improvement. Everyone halted their fighting, turning to look at the family. Let him go. Are you trying to smother him? Song Yinshi stepped out from behind Ouyang Pu and rushed swiftly toward them. Ouyang Pu tried to stop her, but it was too late. He could only follow closely behind her, keeping a wary eye on those around them. Let go of him. He's suffocating. If you keep this up, he'll die from asphyxiation. Song Yinshi shouted urgently at the man, pulling a bottle of glucose water from her. What are you doing? Song Yinshi reached toward the child's mouth, but the man blocked her hand. Trust me, I mean no harm. If we don't save this child now, he's in grave danger. If you don't want him to die, don't stop me. Song Yanx's stance was resolute, her gaze unwavering. The man studied her for a long moment before finally relenting. He slowly placed the child into Song Yanx's arm. Song Yinshi poured the entire bottle of glucose water into the child's mouth, then tore off all the warm patches from her own body and pressed them against the outside of his. Watching Song Yinshi run out of warming patches, Ouyang Pu worried she might catch a chill. He quietly moved behind her. He spread his black fox fur cloak to block the biting wind, hoping to offer her some warmth. Yet Song Yinshi had no time to heed his gesture. A life hung in the balance. The child was in critical condition, clearly suffering from prolonged exposure to cold and hunger, leading to cerebral hypoxia and unconsciousness. Unfortunately, there was no bathtub here to immerse him in hot water. She could only pray the warming patches would suffice. Song Yinshi did not notice that Qin Laoda had also come up behind her, standing beside Ouyang, who his gaze complex as he watched her. No one dared speak. They all watched Song Yinshi busily working. A few minutes after drinking the glucose, the child coughed and slowly opened his eyes. His parents wept with joy, both scrambling to hold him in their arms. Everyone else breathed a sigh of relief. Mother, I'm so hungry. The boy's weak voice, accompanied by the growling of his stomach, put Song Yinshi at ease. Chuyang, bring a bowl of noodles for this child. Song Yinshi instructed over her shoulder. Chuyang was utterly reluctant. These people had come to rob them of grain. They were bandits. How could one sympathize with such scoundrels? And now Song Yinshi wanted to give them noodles. He hadn't even had a few bites himself. The noodles she had cooked earlier were all devoured by that big-mouthed Guangxiu, and just as he was about to eat, these intruders had interrupted. Yes. Though filled with reluctance, Chuyang dared not defy Song Yanx's command. He glanced at his own prince, who had been reduced to a human screen. What could the steaming bowl of instant noodles that Chuyang brought over seemed to awaken everyone's sense of smell. They sniffed the air, feeling even hungrier. Feed this to the child. He needs some warmth now. Song Yinshi handed the bowl to the boy's father. Damn, Chuyang had filled it so full, it was scalding hot. But she dared not show it. A face was too important in front of so many people. Why are you saving us? Qin Laoda finally spoke. He had been watching for a long time and had roughly figured out the hierarchy among these people. Apart from Ouyang Pu, it was Song Yinshi who seemed to be. They were the masters. We're all just unfortunate souls. If there were another way, who would choose to be a thief? Song Yinshi finished speaking and tugged Ouyang Pu's sleeve, leading him out of the crowd. She had just saved their child. Even if they were heartless, they wouldn't dare trouble her group. Can you give some food to the elderly and children? Qin Laoda grew anxious as Song Yinshi prepared to leave. She and Ouyang Pu stopped, but before they could speak, Chuyang, have you no shame? Our lady saved your child and gave him food, and now you brazenly ask for more. Even if Our Lady ran a charity, she couldn't keep supporting you. Guangxiu and Mu Yao chimed in. Exactly. Who knows how many lives you've taken? Should we feed you so you can continue robbing others? Qin Laoda's face turned ashen at these words. Several burly men around him stirred, ready to step forward. One hot-tempered man cursed and half drew his blade. Stop! Everyone calm down. Qin Laoda stood unmoved in the cold wind. His single roar made his subordinates quietly slide their drawn swords back into their scabbards. Boss, they've gone too far. How dare they speak to you like that? We can't take it anymore. Chuyang and the other two prepared for battle. Compromising with bandits was an insult to their military honor. He and his prince had campaigned north and south for years, facing countless ferocious enemies. A few bandits were nothing. I only ask that you give some food to the elderly and children. The mountain is snowed in, and they haven't eaten for days. If you can feed them, it'll do anything. Qin Laoda had lost all his earlier arrogance. From their first clash, he knew that even all his men combined were no match for these few. A forced fight would not be a mutual defeat. It would be a heavy loss for his side. But they had waited for days, and this group was the only one passing by. Judging by their appearance, they were well off and surely carried ample provisions. Anything at all. Song Yinshi looked intrigued, her gaze traveling over Qin Laoda's face and muscles. His face was average, but there was a wildness about him. A man like this would be a top seller in a fitness club. Tisk tisk, look at those muscles. If she had a few such brawny men escorting her, the drool from those fangirls around would surely drown her. This was a money-making tool. Song Yanx's mind wandered again. Ouyang Pu disliked the way she looked at Qin Laoda. He stepped forward, blocking her line of sight. Food is easy to arrange, but you must promise me you'll stop robbing. At these words, the burly men behind him grew panicked. Easy for you to say. If we don't rob, how do we survive? Will you support us? The line felt familiar, but Song Yinshi couldn't recall where she had heard it. I'll support you. Song Yinshi poked her head out from beside Ouyang Pu's arm, answering the big man. The man never expected this young lady to reply like that. He stammered, unable to form words. You? How can you support? All of us. The man actually blushed. It was the first time a woman had said she would support him. With just a few of you I think I can manage. But I don't keep idlers. Every one of you must work for your keep. Only then will you get food. I'm not foolish enough to feed and clothe you for free. Song Yinchi stepped in front of Ouyang-pu and looked solemnly at everyone around. Facing their hopeful gazes, she still couldn't bring herself to say insincere words. She was no bodhisattva, but right now she needed strength. She couldn't rely on Ouyang-pu forever. She had to cultivate her own power, so that if danger arose, she would have the means to fight back. Moreover, when the time came to leave Ouyang-pu, she would need the capital to survive in this ancient world. She couldn't expect him to protect her for the rest of her life. These bandits might look fierce, but they weren't wanted murderers. They had given their own food and cotton clothes to the elderly and children. How evil could they be? That was the most important reason Song Yinchi decided to help them. They were all unfortunate souls. Having been soaked by rain herself, she wanted to hold an umbrella for others. Ouyang-pu, is it alright for me to do this? Song Yinchi turned to look at him. She had acted on her own, she should have asked his opinion. Whatever you say, as long as you're happy. All those words were dripping with doting affection. Everyone around felt that this man truly doted on Song Yinchi. Song Yinchi, however, detected not a hint of sweetness in his words. She merely thought that Ouyang-pu was indeed a reasonable and considerate person. Alright. Thank you, Ouyang-pu. Filled with gratitude towards Ouyang-pu, Song Yinchi turned to address the crowd. I can give you grain, but from now on you must obey me. I have endless food here, but you must be loyal. If anyone harbors divided loyalties, the consequences will be severe. Those willing to stay can remain. Those who are not, I won't force you. You are free to leave now. Song Yanx's words carried great authority, yet in a place unseen by all, her hands were trembling uncontrollably. Apart from a school performance in elementary school, this was the first time she had addressed such a large crowd. Boss, well, I'll follow your lead. As long as you say stay, none of us. The surrounding people remained motionless, merely watching Chief Chin's reaction. Swear that you will not harm them, and that you will not do anything against righteousness. Chief Chin's voice still held some hesitation, but he had no better choice. Is there anything more against righteousness than you all being bandits? Ouyang-pu disliked Chief Chin's tone. Why should Song Yinchi have to swear an oath? These people demanded so much just for some benefits, it was simply outrageous. Of course not, I swear. Song Yinchi replied with complete composure. What exactly was against righteousness? She wasn't entirely sure. Probably it meant not making them do. Alright, from this day forth all of us at Qinhuang Mountain pledge our allegiance to Madam. We will follow your lead in all matters. It took immense resolve for Chief Chin to kneel on one knee and bow his head to Song Yinchi. For men of the martial world, bowing to a woman was a great humiliation. Yet to ensure his men could survive, Chief Chin lowered his head anyway. Qinhuang Mountain. The Qinhuang Mountain guarded by the old General Qin Huai. Ouyang-pu suddenly spoke up, looking at Chief Chin with surprise. If not for those scars, he would have found him quite familiar. My father was General Qin Huai. 5 years ago, he was sent to guard Qinhuang Mountain. Later, the emperor falsely accused him of rebellion and ordered our entire family executed. We risked our lives to escape the capital, gathered our old troops here at Qinhuang Mountain, and have been resisting the treacherous emperor ever since. Over the years, the emperor has attacked Qinhuang Mountain many times, but has never gained much advantage. Pride filled Chief Chin's face as he spoke of his father. Where is General Qin now? Can you take me to see him? Song Yinchi rarely saw Ouyang-pu this excited. It seemed this Qin Huai was someone he knew well. My father's old ailments flared up again last year, and he passed away. Many on Qinhuang Mountain died, or were wounded. Afterward, a great fire burned all our grain stores. When the emperor's troops charged up, if we hadn't fought desperately to break out, these people would have become wandering ghosts with no one to bury them. Regret and helplessness filled Chief Chin's eyes. Having always been sheltered by his father, he now found it overwhelming to bear the banner alone. His own death mattered little, but he couldn't let these old troops and their families be buried with him. What did you say? General Qin is no longer with us. Ouyang-pu hadn't expected this outcome. The man before him was the orphan son of General Qin. Fortunately, he hadn't struck with lethal force earlier, or he would have been riddled with regret. How could this happen? A wave of sorrow washed over Ouyang-pu. As he spoke of General Qin, everyone present also wore expressions of deep grief. Since you are General Qin's old troops, rest assured, I will definitely. Song Yinchi tugged at Ouyang-pu's arm, stopping him from finishing his sentence. Ouyang-pu, you're too late. They and him. Song Yinchi pointed at Chief Chin at the front. They are all my people now. You've missed your chance. Ouyang-pu was taken aback, about to say something, but then he reconsidered. Wasn't Song Yanx's his own? Since she herself was his, these people were indirectly his as well. As long as they could help General Qin's forces, it didn't matter whose people they were. Alright, I won't fight you over them. They're all yours. Song Yinchi smiled at the crowd, then produced 2 pouches of pills from her sleeve. She handed the pouches to Chief Chin and said sternly, We are but strangers who met by chance. One must be wary of others. These are poison pills. As long as you obey me, they will act as tonics. But should anyone harbor ill intentions or defy my orders, the pill will turn into a lethal poison that pierces the intestines. Song Yinchi narrowed her eyes, trying her best to look fierce. There is no antidote for this poison. Think carefully. Your entire lives will be in my hands from now on. Staring at the 2 pouches of brown pills in his hand, Chief Chin hesitated. But looking at Ouyang Pu and Song Yinshi, he gritted his teeth and swallowed a pill first. The taste was rather peculiar. Bitter yet a distinctive fragrance spread through his mouth. Seeing that Chief Chin had already taken the pill, the others filed up one by one, took a pill, and put it in their mouths. They weren't as resolute as Chief Chin. They held the pills in their mouths slowly, and the sweetness that followed the bitterness convinced them of Song Yanx's words. This was indeed a good thing. After taking it, they felt a surge of strength throughout their bodies. When did you get such miraculous poison? How come I didn't know about it? Ouyang Pu leaned closer to Song Yinshi and whispered in her ear. He was certain that a modern person like her had no idea how to make poison. So where did she get it? This isn't poison, it's chocolate pills. They're delicious. Try one. Song Yinshi and Ouyang Pu were standing very close his mouth, right by her ear. As she turned her head, she casually popped a chocolate pill into his mouth. The rich, fragrant taste lingered between his teeth. Since it was fed to him by Song Yinshi, Ouyang Pu found the chocolate even sweeter. This scene nearly scared Chu Yang, Mu Yao, and Guang Xiu out of their wits. Your Highness. All 3 cried out at once. This was poison, not candy. How could the consort just casually feed it to the prince? Your Highness, are you really willing to die under the peony's charm? Do you not value your own life? How can you just eat poison like that? The cry of, Your Highness, made everyone freeze in their tracks, not daring to breathe. Your Highness, which prince? Could he be sent by the treacherous emperor? In an instant, everyone's guts twisted with regret. Why hadn't they checked more carefully? Now that they had swallowed the poison, weren't they just fish on the chopping block, waiting to be... Chief Chin suddenly rose, brandishing his blade, and charged directly towards Song Yinshi and Ouyang Pu. The blade grazed past Song Yanx's hair in a dazed arc, but fortunately Ouyang Pu pulled her back just in time. That single pull saved her life, for otherwise she would not have known how she met her end. You bastard, are you a mad dog? You turn on people at the drop of a hat. Song Yinshi fumed as she watched a lock of hair drift slowly down beside her ear. Seeing the blade miss Song Yinshi, Boss Chin twisted his hand for another strike, but Chu Yang and his companions were already in motion. Guang Xiu and Mu Yao each seized one of Boss Chin's arms, while Chu Yang drove a kick into the small of his back. You ingrate. Our Lady has helped you so much, yet you repay kindness with enmity, and even try to harm her. Are you not afraid of rotting from within and dying a dog's death? Chu Yang followed up with a vicious punch to the back of Boss Chin's head. Seeing their leader humbled, the surrounding men rose to their feet, closing in to rescue him. You swindlers, you lackeys of the court, you tricked us into swallowing poison. I tell you, even as a ghost, I will haunt you to the end of days. Swindlers. Beasts. Shameless. Boss Chin continued his indignant tirade while Song Yinshi and Ouyang Pu exchanged bewildered glances. Who are you calling a lackey of the court? Are you delusional? If you're sick, go get treated early. Harming others is where you cross the line. Chu Yang, hold him down. Song Yinshi looked helplessly at the still struggling Boss Chin. I am Ouyang Pu. Ouyang Pu said no more, but at these words Boss Chin ceased his struggles. His pupils dilated, his face frozen in shock as he stared at Ouyang Pu. Your Highness, you are the prince. Truly the prince. Boss Chin strained against Mu Yao and Guang Xiu's grip, but failed to break free. He abandoned resistance, gazing at Ouyang Pu with tearful eyes. Your Highness, I have waited so long for you. Finally you have come. Song Yinshi had seen this scene on television. It was exactly like a young bride finally meeting her long-yearned-for lover. So you have a love debt too. Song Yanx's curiosity flared. This plot was bound to be intriguing. She was still nestled in Ouyang Pu's arms, and their hushed exchange was inaudible to others. Ouyang Pu's face darkened as he stealthily pinched her waist hard enough to make her wince. When had this man learned such feminine tricks? Ouyang Pu had no choice. He was furious at Song Yinshi but couldn't discipline her in public. Release our boss. Release him now. If you don't let him go, we won't go easy on you. The crowd pressed closer, weapons in hand, glaring at Guang Xiu, Mu Yao, and Chu Yang, who had kicked their leader. Everyone calm down. This is Prince Pu, the one my father told us to wait for. We found him, finally found him. Boss Chin struggled as he spoke, and only when Guang Xiu and Mu Yao sensed no malice did they release him. Your Highness, this is a letter my father left before his death, instructing me to deliver it to you personally. Boss Chin pulled an envelope from an inner pocket of his chest, knelt solemnly before Ouyang Pu, and raised the letter above his head. I arrived too late after all. You have suffered. Ouyang Pu took the letter and opened it immediately. Whatever the letter contained, Ouyang Pu fell silent after reading it. He withdrew alone into the carriage, and even when Song Yinshi knocked, the door remained shut. Song Yinshi ceased disturbing him. Court affairs were beyond her reach and beyond her concern. If Ouyang Pu wished to speak, he would. If he remained silent, he had his reasons. She would not pry. Instead, she shifted her focus to finding cotton-padded clothes and food for these people. Food was simple enough. Instant noodles and ham sausages were in ample supply. As boxes upon boxes of noodles were unloaded from the back of the carriage, the gathered men, women, and children stared in astonishment. How could the carriage possibly hold so much? How had those crates ever fit inside? Song Yinshi pulled out several down jackets and handed the first to Boss Chin. Boss Chin, I don't have any other kind of winter wear. Make do with these for now. My lady, please don't call me Boss Chin. My surname is Chin, given name Pan. Just call me Chin Pan. These clothes look precious. I should be thanking you, not complaining. Gone was Boss Chin's earlier sternness. Having found Ouyang Pu, he felt as though he had reunited with family, and he relaxed considerably in Song Yanx's presence. With identical down jackets adorning everyone, the scene almost felt modern, except for the robes peeking out from beneath, which lent a rather incongruous air. My lady, the wind and snow have eased. Shall we set out? With his identity now revealed, Chu Yang no longer concealed his role. Song Yanxi looked at the sky at his words. Snowflakes no longer drifted, and the wind had lost its earlier ferocity. It was safe to continue. Go ask the prince. If there's no objection, we'll depart. Hearing they were about to leave, Chin Pan grew anxious. He had finally found Ouyang Pu, and now they were leaving. His heart felt like a child who had just found his parents, and was about to be abandoned again. Were it not for propriety between men and women, he would have thrown his arms around Song Yanx's waist to stop them. My lady, must you leave so soon? What are we to do? Please let us come with you. Song Yanxi was at a loss. How could she possibly take all these people on the road? This was return to Qinlong Mountain. We will come for you later. As Chu Yang finished his report, Ouyang Pu stepped down from the carriage and walked towards Song Yanxi. But we have no provisions left. What will become of us? Chin Pan panicked. Why should he return to Qinlong Mountain? It was nothing but an empty shell now. Don't worry. They'll leave you enough food before I go. And take these. From her sleeve, Song Yanxi produced pouch after pouch of seeds. There were potatoes, tomatoes, green beans, eggplants, wheat, and corn. There are instructions on each. Plant them after the spring thaw, and you'll have more than enough to feed your people. When she finished, Song Yanxi drew Chin Pan close and whispered a few words into his ear. Chin Pan's eyes swept over the crowd, then suddenly widened with fury, as if struck by lightning, utterly incredulous. But lowering his head, he thought it over and quietly suppressed his emotions. Very well. My lady, your great kindness I shall remember forever, never to forget. Chin Pan kowtowed solemnly to Song Yanxi, then carried the fully loaded supplies toward the mountain. What did you say to Chin Pan? Ouyang Pu watched how close Song Yanxi had stood to him, a sour feeling stirring within. Still, curiosity won out. What had she said to provoke such a reaction from Chin Pan? What did General Chin's letter say? If you tell me, I'll tell you. A fair exchange. Song Yanxi had only meant to tease Ouyang Pu, but to her surprise, he composed himself and sat down beside her, beginning to speak. The carriage raced across the boundless snowfield, and whenever it slipped, Guangxiu was quick to rein in the horses. Thick cloth was wrapped around their hooves, which lessened the slipping considerably. The cold wind continued to pour into the carriage, yet Song Yanxi paid it no heed. Her entire attention was fixed on what Ouyang Pu was recounting. General Chin's letter concerned an old case he had investigated, one related to the death of Ouyang Pu's mother. Ouyang Pu had always believed she died of a sudden illness, passing before he could return with his troops, so he never even saw her one last time. Are you saying your mother's death was murder? Who would want to harm her? Though Song Yanxi was unaware of the exact identity of Ouyang Pu's mother, she had grown up watching palace intrigue dramas and could recount countless such schemes. The death of a concubine within the deep confines of the imperial harem was hardly an uncommon affair. General Chin only discovered that my mother's death was suspicious. Unfortunately, by the time I returned, she had already been entombed. And just as he wished to pursue the matter, he was dispatched to Qinlong Mountain. Ouyang Pu lifted the carriage curtain, gazing at the bright, full moon. His eyes held both guilt and confusion. Recalling how his mother had protected him in his childhood, he could not bear to let her death remain shrouded in mystery. All right, now it's my turn to tell you. Song Yanxi had never seen Ouyang Pu so dejected. She thought that changing the subject might distract him and ease his pain. What I told Chin Pan earlier was that there is a spy among them. I warned him to be wary of those around him, and I already know who it is. Oh. Ouyang Pu suddenly grew curious. How had Song Yanxi managed to detect the spy among them? He himself had not even noticed. It's because of the chocolate. Everyone ate my chocolate, but someone with a guilty conscience wouldn't dare to. When they were collecting their winter clothes, I noticed one person whose palm was covered in melted chocolate. He neither dared to eat it nor throw it away, so he could only hold it in his palm. He probably didn't realize the chocolate would melt from the warmth of his hand. The burning of all the provisions must have been his doing as well. I've asked Chin Pan to investigate that person thoroughly. You actually managed to catch that. Impressive. Ouyang Pu praised her, and Song Yanxi looked at him with a smug expression. Her small face was flushed red from the biting wind, and even a bit of snot hung from her nose. She sniffled it back with effort, and Ouyang Pu found her utterly endearing. While Song Yanxi went into the spatial realm to visit Song Xingqian, Ouyang Pu summoned Chu Yang to his side, gave him a few whispered instructions, and Chu Yang departed. When Song Yanxi emerged, Chu Yang was already gone. Knowing that Ouyang Pu had his own arrangements, she wisely refrained from asking. Ouyang Qing had not been idle these past few days. The little girl from before was right in this very courtyard. Truly, he had searched far and wide only to find her here. Though the price he had paid was considerable, Song Xingyu was genuinely annoyed by this man who came every day. He wanted nothing to do with him, yet the man kept hovering around him. Nanzheng, already irritated, had retreated into the house. Song Xingyu was doing horse stances in the middle of the courtyard while Ouyang Qing stood nearby, leisurely eating a plate of preserved fruit. What do I annoy you that much? Just tell me who your father is, and he'll leave you alone. Ouyang Qing took out a piece of preserved fruit and waved it in front of Song Xingyu. If I knew who my father was, do you think I'd still be stuck here? Song Xingyu was wise beyond his years. Who would guess that such words came from a child of 3 or 4? Then do you want to go find your father? Ouyang Qing's words were undeniably tempting. Song Xingyu stopped his horse stance, straightened up, and looked at Ouyang Qing with utmost. Are you telling the truth? Who are you? What is your purpose? Nanzheng had appeared behind Ouyang Pu without warning, a dagger pressed against Ouyang Qing's back. Nanzheng had already guessed Ouyang Qing's identity, but uncertain of his intentions, she had chosen to play ignorant. Now that he wanted to take Song Xingyu away, she could not. I know you went to the lotus pond that day looking for a way out. It's on the outermost edge of the palace. If you swam out from there, you could follow the moat all the way outside. You were trying to escape the palace, weren't you? Ouyang Qing dared not move a muscle. He raised both hands to shoulder height and spoke to Nanzheng in a calm tone. I can help you get out. You can trust me. Ouyang Qing pulled down the back of his collar, revealing a birthmark, identical to the one on Song Xingyu. Does this look familiar? You must have seen the same mark on her too. I am her kin. I would never harm him. Nanzheng looked into Ouyang Qing's sincere eyes, and her resolve began to waver. Especially after seeing the birthmark on the man, she decided to take a gamble. After all, escaping the palace was her most urgent goal. Once out, they would have the vast world before them, and she could take Song Xingyu somewhere no one would ever find them. Fine. As long as you can help us escape the palace, I'll believe you. Nanzheng sheathed her dagger, eyeing Ouyang Qing warily. I'll arrange the escape as soon as possible. My name is Ouyang Qing. What's yours? Nanzheng walked back toward her room, with Song Xingyu not even glancing back at Ouyang Qing. At least let me know your name so I know how to address you later. My master is Nanzheng, and I am Song Xingyu. You'd better remember that. Song Xingyu shot back a reply before following Nanzheng into the room. Once the door was shut, he looked at Nanzheng with a puzzled expression. Master, what are we going outside the palace for? His master had never mentioned leaving the palace before, and Song Xingyu had no idea what Nanzheng was planning. Adult matters. Children shouldn't pry. Nanzheng had reverted to her stern master persona. The new year was fast approaching, and everyone in the palace was bustling with activity. The most significant upcoming event was the New Year's Eve palace banquet. On that day, all civil and military officials along with their families would come to the palace for the feast. With crowds of people coming and going, palace security would be at its strictest, but that also meant it would be the easiest time for something to slip through the cracks. Naturally, it would also be the easiest time to blend in and sneak out of the palace. Why not go through the lotus pond? Nanzheng still felt it was too risky, as she didn't want Song Xingyu to take any chances. The lotus pond is too dangerous. What if I drown like I did that day? That would be a loss outweighing the gain, wouldn't it? Don't worry. With my status, getting the two of you out will be quite easy. Nanzheng had no idea where Ouyang Qing's confidence came from, but she still chose to trust him. She felt she must be mad, placing blind faith in a man she had never... Perhaps it was Ouyang Qing's harmless, innocent smile that had won her over. Just wait. He'll contact you when the time comes. As Ouyang Qing swaggered out of Nanzheng's courtyard, Song Xingyu watched his retreating figure with undisguised disgust. He didn't know why, but he loathed this man, and he couldn't understand why his master would put any trust in him. He must have been bewitched by his pretty face. It was almost New Year's Eve, and by tradition the city gates would be sealed on that day. To ensure the safety of the palace banquet, security would be tightened at all city gates in the coming days, with thorough inspections for those entering and leaving. To avoid trouble, they traveled day and night, hoping to enter the city a few days before New Year's Eve. When Song Yinshi entered the space today, she was delighted to discover that Song Xingchen had awakened lying on the bed she had prepared for him, staring blankly into space. Song Xingchen, you're awake. Do you feel any discomfort? Song Xingchen looked at Song Yinshi with big, tearful eyes, a smile on his small face, though the dark bruise around his mouth reminded her that the child was still poisoned. Mother, the air in this space feels so fresh. Breathing it in makes my whole body feel comfortable. With every breath, the pain in my body lessens. If I stayed here for 10 or 8 years, do you think the poison would just disappear on its own? Song Xingchen sat on the bed cheerfully, holding Song Yanx's hand as he joked. Then you wouldn't have to go out for the rest of your life. The poison would be cured without even needing an antidote, right? Song Yinshi gently tapped Song Xingchen's forehead with her index finger, her eyes full of affection. Mother, leave me more things to do. I'm so bored being here all... Song Yinshi nodded. She couldn't stay in the space with him all the time, and the child was truly pitiful being alone. I want seeds, farming tools, chicks, ducklings, and all kinds of small animals. I learned how to take care of these things in labor class at school, so now is the perfect time to put that into practice. Song Xingchen's eyes sparkled with excitement. Song Yinshi rummaged through the supermarket items, moving everything usable into the space for Song Xingchen. She also decorated the area around the bed to be warm and lovely, exactly like his bedroom back home. When Song Yinshi emerged from the space, the carriage had already arrived at Lixiang Town, the closest stop to the capital. Ouyang Pu, is it safe for you to enter the capital looking like... As long as I stay inside the carriage, it should be fine. Disguise techniques as they knew them didn't exist in this era. The best one could do was stick on a fake beard, or add a mole, but such clumsy attempts wouldn't fool anyone. The guards at the city gate weren't fools. Guangxiu took out a fake beard and handed it to Ouyang-pu. Your Highness, you should disguise yourself. It would be much safer. Song Yinshi looked at the beard in Guangxia's hand with disdain. Don't you people have any of those face masks? The kind where you put it on, and you look like a completely different person. Or that technique where you stick a big needle into the back of your head, and your appearance changes. What Song Yinshi described sounded too fantastical. Not only had Guangxiu and Mu Yao never heard of such things, even Ouyang-pu found them utterly unheard of. Ouyang-pu, do you trust me? Ouyang-pu hesitated. If he said no, Song Yinshi would probably be upset. But if he said yes, he had no idea what scheme she might be cooking up, and he'd likely be the one to suffer. I suppose I trust you. For the first time, Ouyang-pu found himself lacking confidence in his own words. Then trust me, and let me do your disguise. I guarantee, even those two won't recognize you. What do you say? Song Yinshi looked at Ouyang-pu with anticipation, her eyes blinking rapidly, flustering his heart. I didn't know the consort had such a secret skill. Truly a master is not easily revealed. Before Ouyang-pu could respond, Guangxiu Curious agreed on his behalf, earning a displeased glare from Ouyang-pu. I guarantee both of you will be stunned speechless. The more he heard, the more dangerous it sounded. Ouyang-pu began to regret his decision. The carriage stopped by a roadside tea stall. Song Yinshi shooed Guangxiu and Mu Yao off to have tea while she and Ouyang-pu climbed into the carriage. A thud echoed as something heavy was set down. Song Yinshi brought out her makeup case, and Ouyang-pu was stunned. It was the largest one he had ever seen. When the case opened, it revealed a dazzling array of colorful boxes and brushes of all shapes and sizes. Are all these for the disguise? Ouyang-pu casually picked up a bottle and pressed it. With a hiss, the perfume sprayed directly into his eyes, stinging so much he couldn't open them. Don't move. Song Yinshi was unusually serious, holding a powder puff like a true professional. Close your eyes and don't open them until I tell you to. Ouyang-pu obediently closed his eyes, looking like a lamb to the slaughter. Half an hour was indeed quite long. Guangxiu and Mu Yao had already made 8 trips to the outhouse, and still Song Yinshi and Ouyang-pu hadn't emerged. On their 9th trip back, they finally saw Song Yinshi come out. She was sitting at the tea stall sipping tea, but Ouyang-pu was nowhere to be seen. There were only a few people at the tea stall. Aside from the owner and his wife, there was a woman in her 20s or 30s drinking tea. She had a delicate, beautiful face exuding charm and allure, so captivating she could steal one's very soul. Even though she was seated and her height wasn't apparent, she looked exceptionally tall. Mu Yao, unable to contain his curiosity, walked up to Song Yinshi and whispered, "Consort, where is the prince? Why hasn't he come out?" Guangxiu also peered curiously toward the carriage. "Are you two blind?" Song Yinshi took a satisfied sip of tea, grinning mischievously at Guangxiu and Mu Yao. What? Did she mean the prince was right here? The two of them stared in shock at the beautiful woman at the next table, rubbing their eyes and looking again. That definitely wasn't their prince. How could that beauty possibly be him? "Your Highness." Mu Yao, mustering his courage, walked over to the beauty and whispered, "Get lost." It was a familiar voice, undeniably Ouyang-pu's. The sound emanating from this woman's body was utterly jarring. Although Ouyang-pu hadn't seen his own reflection, the expressions on Mu Yao's and Guangxia's faces told him Song Yinshi hadn't been exaggerating. Still, being made to dress as a woman was infuriating. Ouyang-pu didn't want to speak. Not a single word. When the carriage reached the capital's gate, the guards were indeed much stricter. Fortunately, Song Yinshi had disguised him before. Mu Yao and Guangxiu were usually shadow guards, so the capital's guards naturally didn't recognize them. Song Yinshi, having never been to the capital, was safe as well. When it came time for the inspection, Song Yinshi stepped down from the carriage first. As Ouyang-pu descended, she immediately sensed a shift in the atmosphere. Gasps and exclamations of awe rippled through the crowd around them. A woman this beautiful exists in the world. I've been living my life in vain. That little lady is quite a looker. If I could marry her, I'd never let her out of bed. Even the most prized courtesans of Yangzhou can't hold a candle to her. I've seen it all today. The murmurs of the crowd reached Ouyang-pu's ears, and his face grew even darker. The bowtie's half-annoyed, half-charming expression nearly drove every man around him to madness. "Madam, please step down from the carriage for inspection." The guard at the city gate leered at Ouyang-pu. It irked him that Song Yinshi wasn't asked to dismount, yet he was. Reluctantly, he complied and stepped down with Song Yinshi following behind. "Allow me to conduct the inspection myself, young lady." The guard sauntered over behind Ouyang-pu and placed his hand squarely on his buttocks. The guard's hand lingered, marveling at the unexpected firmness and perkiness of the lattice posterior. Ouyang-pu's face darkened to its limit, his fists clenched with audible cracks. Seeing the prince on the verge of eruption, Guangxiu flashed forward and pulled the guard's hand away into his own. The guard, initially annoyed, had his anger instantly quelled when he felt the hefty silver ingot Guangxiu pressed into his palm. "Sir, it's our first time in the capital. Would appreciate your leniency." Of course, of course." The guard withdrew his hand, discreetly pocketing the silver. Song Yinshi stifled a laugh, pulling the conspicuous Ouyang-pu back into the carriage. Only when the carriage began to rumble did she dare burst into laughter. As they entered the city, Song Yinshi lifted the curtain just in time to see the guard raise his hand to his nose, inhaling deeply. Ugh, how perverse. Men in this era truly are lecherous. The memory of that hand on his rear ignited a murderous rage in Ouyang-pu, and he felt an equally strong urge to strangle Song Yinshi, the cause of it all. Your Highness, shall we head directly to the Song residence, or to the villa? Guangxiu asked, riding up beside the carriage. To the villa. You two go scout the Song residence first. Once it's safe, we'll go. Ouyang-pu longed to fly to the villa and scrub off the suffocating scent of powder, desperate to escape the lecherous gazes and groping hands. This would surely harm. Guangxiu departed alone, leaving only Mu Yao to escort the two to the villa. I'll go find Song Imo myself. I've never been to the capital, so no one knows me. If you don't want to be harassed again, stay put. With that, Song Yinshi darted out of Ouyang-pu's room. His fury was palpable. She could almost feel his murderous intent. The next morning, Song Yinshi headed to the Song residence with Mu Yao. The villa was in the southeast of the capital, a bustling merchant district. Hidden in plain sight, it was easy to go unnoticed. The Song residence, however, was in the heart of the capital, an area of officials and nobles. The streets were tidy and less crowded, patrolled by guards offering maximum security. The gates of the Song residence were imposing, yet oddly no guards stood before them. Craning her neck, Song Yinshi saw the two giant characters for Song above her. To her surprise, the plaque itself was inlaid with gold. Truly, the Song family was ostentatiously wealthy. Song Yinshi mused that if Song Imo ever fell on hard times, he could easily live off the gold from just that plaque for the rest of his life. Mu Yao stepped forward and knocked. There was no answer. He knocked again, and only then did they hear the frantic patter of running footsteps. With a creak, the small side door opened a crack, revealing a young man's head. Who are you looking for? The youth, about 15 or 16, was dressed as a servant and wore a look of utter impatience. Young man, we're here to see Song Imo. Not here. The servant spat out the two words angrily and slammed the door shut with a bang. Hey, but the man gave him no chance to speak. Is everyone in the Song family this irritable, eh? Song Yinshi complained helplessly. It seemed she would have to do this herself. Song Yinshi knocked gently again. The same servant answered, his face now a mask of barely contained fury. Young man, I am a friend of Song Mo's. Please be so kind as to announce us so we may see him. Everyone claims to be the young master's friend. He can't possibly see everyone. Let me tell you, if you want to see the young master for a consultation, you'll need a more original excuse. This one is worn out. But we truly are his friends. Song Yinshi tried to interject, but the small door was mercilessly shut once more. No matter how much they knocked, no one answered. Why is it so hard to see Song Imo? Song Yinshi had arrived full of hope, even planning a celebratory feast for Song Xingqian's release from the space. Now she hadn't even laid eyes on Song Imo. Guangxiu, is there any other way to get into the Song residence and see Song Imo? There is a way, but it's a bit unconventional. Unconventional is fine. Anything to see Song Imo. As she suspected, Guangxiu led her to a secluded corner of the Song residence's wall. Forgive me, Your Highness. It's fine, just fly me over. Song Yinshi posed expectantly, just like in the dramas. Guangxiu looked at her strangely. Fly where? The path is here. He pushed aside the creepers on the wall, revealing a narrow opening, clearly a dog hole. It's the hole Dr. Song uses for his secret escapes. It's very hidden, and we always use it for rendezvous. It's the closest point to his core. After explaining, Guangxiu turned and crawled through the hole. Being a martial artist, he was far more agile at it than Song Yinshi. She wondered how these grown men managed to navigate such a narrow passage so freely. She, a slender woman, was stuck halfway, unable to move forward or back. She suddenly felt her 38D figure was a burden. Half in and half out, she must look utterly ridiculous, like a pair of legs sprouting from the Song family's wall. Song Yinshi dared not cry out for fear of alerting the household. Guangxiu, seeing her predicament, suppressed a laugh and tugged her arm with all his might, pulling her free. Song Yinshi felt her chest had been squeezed several sizes smaller. Couldn't this damn Song Imo have dug a bigger hole? Only after exiting did she feel she could breathe. Catching her breath, Song Yinshi and Guangxiu crept towards Song Mo's room. Dr. Song's courtyard is just behind. The courtyard was strangely empty. They hadn't seen a single servant on their way in, and upon entering the room, they found Song Imo wasn't there. We'll wait here for him to return. The Song residence is large, getting lost would be dangerous. Why is there no guard at Song Mo's door? Song Yinshi looked around the room. It was just like his herb hut in Lingnan, full of medicinal herbs, but nothing of any real value. Dr. Song is always looking to escape. How could he if he were surrounded by guards? Guangxiu's words were cut short by the sound of approaching footsteps. Two men by the sound of it. Father, you're breaking your word. You said if I listened to you, you'd give me the Crimson Lotus. I accompanied you to see the relatives, went through the matchmaking, and now you're going back on your deal. It was Song Mo's voice from outside, his tone clearly indicating he was speaking with someone else. The other person was undoubtedly Song Mo's father, the head of the Song family. In your dreams, the Crimson Lotus is a treasure of the Song family. You can't just take it whenever you please. Unless you have a compelling reason you won't lay a finger on it. Song Qingxi and Song Mo were indeed cut from the same cloth, arguing relentlessly in the courtyard. Fortunately, no one else was around, otherwise the head of the Song family, bickering with his son like a child, would have been a laughingstock. I told you it's to save Ouyang Pu's consort. The woman is poisoned, and only the Crimson Lotus can cure her. Song Mo argued his case, refusing to yield in it. Why are you so concerned about another man's consort? Song Qingxi stared into his son's eyes. He knew his own child well. In Song Mo's eyes, human life had never held much value. He saved people only on a whim. Besides his own family, Ouyang Pu's life was the only one he truly cared about. Now traveling a great distance for the sake of a woman's life, enduring the relatives he despised, and agreeing to meet the eldest miss of the Spring Garden Manor for an arranged marriage. None of this made any sense. Am I concerned? I'm not concerned at all. It's Ouyang Pu who's worried, so I just... Song Mo tried to defend himself, but Song Qingxi cut him off. Stop deceiving yourself. I'm just curious what this consort looks like to have captured the heart of the Song family's second young master. Father, don't speak nonsense. One must not covet a friend's wife. How could I ever do such a thing? Song Mo's voice betrayed a hint of guilt as he spoke. Besides, there's Ouyang Pu to consider. I just want to help a friend. Song Mo spoke with such rare solemnity that Song Qingxi was taken aback. Seeing the desolation in his son's eyes, he couldn't bear to strike another blow. All right, as long as you know where you stand. What about the Crimson Lotus? When will you give it to me? When you marry the eldest miss of the Spring Garden Manor, I will give you the Crimson Lotus. I won't break my word. Song Qingxi's words nearly drove Song Mo to a frenzy. But he knew he couldn't overpower his father, and outright theft was out of the question. He had no idea where the Crimson Lotus was stored in the vault. Even if he could slip in finding it amidst the countless treasures would take too long. His father would discover him within a single incense stick's time. Why not let eldest brother marry her? Your eldest brother is already betrothed. This girl is steady and suitable for you. Your mother has also approved of her. She was quite pleased. The old father's words were earnest. Song Mo himself had never been particular about family standing. Even a daughter from a humble household would have been acceptable. But this woman was already married, and to Ouyang Pu no less. Word had it shed, even born him a child. How could such a woman ever be welcomed into the Song family? Father. No matter how Song Mo protested, Song Qingxi remained firm. Inside the room, Song Yinxi and Guangxiu had overheard the entire exchange between father and son. Guangxiu smiled, awkwardly realizing she had stumbled upon some sort of explosive secret. Should she pretend she hadn't heard a thing? Song Yinxi, however, remained perfectly composed. After all, she was a mature woman who had been married and divorced. She had encountered every kind of romantic complication. Who hadn't had a few love affairs in their youth? Well, who would have thought Song Mo had such hidden depths? I never even noticed. I guess my charm is more powerful than I realized. Song Yinxi was still lost in her musings when Song Qingxi departed. The moment Song Mo opened the door, he froze. His mind went completely blank at the sight of Song Yinxi and Guangxiu. What are you two doing here? Song Mo wanted to ask if they'd overheard his conversation with his father, but voicing such a question would be too awkward. He decided to act as if. Song Mo wisely clamped his mouth shut. We came to find you. Song Xingchen has been poisoned. His life hangs in the balance. The physicians at the residence say you're the only one who can save him. You traveled all this way to find me. Even if I return now, would it be too late to save him? I brought him with me. Song Yinxi turned around, and there was Song Xingchen already lying on the soft couch in Song Mo's room. The boy clutched a small trowel, his face smeared with dirt, looking as though had just come in from the fields. Though Song Mo couldn't fathom how Song Xingchen had appeared before him, judging by his state, he didn't seem to be on the verge of death. Are you sure he's poisoned? And not just. Before Song Mo could finish his sentence, Song Xingchen's face turned visibly pale, and the dark purple hue on his lips deepened significantly. Quick, take his pulse. Song Yinxi grew anxious. She had tried on several occasions and discovered that not just anyone could enter that space. Only those connected to her could. Song Xingchen could enter, and so could Ouyang Pu, but others couldn't. She had no idea why. Song Mo wasted no time. He sat beside Song Xingchen and began a meticulous examination. After taking his pulse carefully, he nodded to Song Yinxi, who then sent Song Xingchen back into the space. He really is poisoned. Song Mo looked at Song Yinxi with a grave expression, uncertain how to break the news. I know he's poisoned. Can you cure him? I can, and I can't. Song Mo's unusually serious demeanor made Song Yinxi feel a bit uneasy. Stop being so cryptic. I hate it when doctors beat around the bush and make people guess. If you can cure him, how? If you can't, I'll go find someone else. He's poisoned with the same thing you were. I never thought this child would have survived it too. Then you can save him, right? Didn't you just say the Crimson Lotus could cure my poison? Damn it. Song Mo's heart sank in despair. Song Yinxi and Guangxiu had definitely overheard his conversation with his father. That explained why Guangxiu had been so quiet, eyeing him with such a strange look. The Crimson Lotus can cure you, yes. But I only have one, and it can only save one person. If I use it to save Song Xingchen, there will be nothing left to save you when your poison next flares up. You'd be left to die. Then find another Crimson Lotus. Our prince has influence across the land. Surely finding one herb shouldn't be too difficult. Guangxiu understood now. Only one of them could be saved, and it was a heart-wrenching choice. Do you think something that serves as the Song family's treasure could be found so easily? The crimson lotus blooms only once every 100 years. The one in our possession is likely the last one left in the world. Song Yimo, if I beg you to save Song Xingqian, would you do it? Song Yimo was in no hurry to give Song Yinqi an answer. He genuinely couldn't bring himself to decide whom to save or abandon. If he saved Song Xingqian, how could Ouyang Pu bear the devastation of losing Song Yinqi? But if he saved Song Yinqi, wouldn't Ouyang Pu and Song Yinqi resent him for the rest of their lives? Let's find the red lotus first. Father has hidden it too well. Oh, I simply can't. Are you really going to marry that young lady? Of course not. My own marriage is my decision alone. Then won't you never get the red lotus? With more hands at work, perhaps we can find it before the guards discover us. Let's go. Song Yimo didn't want to linger here a moment longer. The very air was thick with a scent. The treasure pavilion. Song Yinqi couldn't help but remark, you really aren't afraid of attracting thieves with this. Isn't that glaring sign just telling everyone this is where you keep your treasures? Do you think our Song family guards are pushovers? Song Yinqi looked at the 3 gilded characters and sighed. I've been thrown out more times than I can count. These guards are loyal only to my father, and their martial arts surpass ours. Our only chance is to buy time and find the red lotus before they discover us. Song Yimo led Guangxiu and Song Yinqi through the back window of the treasure pavilion. What greeted their eyes were racks twice a man's height arranged in neat rows that filled the entire room. Each rack was laden with exquisite boxes, all seemingly identical, their contents unknown. No wonder Song Yimo had never found the red lotus before. Song Yimo, what would your father do if I stole all these treasures? Song Yinqi asked, looking at him. Song Yimo, however, began to grow eager, a hint of excitement creeping into his voice. That old man would be so furious he'd spit blood, maybe even lose his appetite for days. Can you really do it? Song Yinqi gave a helpless smile, feeling a pang of pity for his father. How did he end up with such a son? It would have been better if he'd never had one. In the blink of an eye, the boxes filling the room vanished along with the various treasures embedded in the walls. These were riches that could take other great families generations to amass, yet now not a single piece remained. Well done. Let's go quickly. If the old man finds out, he'll wring your neck. The 3 of them sprinted off without a moment's pause, knowing full well the consequences of their outrageous deed would be severe. We have to crawl through this dog hole again. Song Yinqi looked at the opening with dread. Just get on with it. Since when are you so particular? Song Yimo shoved Song Yinqi into the hole without further ado. Predictably, she got stuck. Since she was in the lead, Song Yimo and Guangxiu behind her were also blocked. Hurry up. Why are you so slow? I've told you to eat less. This hole is big enough for the 2 of us men, but you, a woman, managed to get stuck. Song Yimo taunted. Suddenly the sound of urgent footsteps surrounded them. Quite a few people were coming. He had really stirred up a hornet's nest this time. He probably wouldn't dare come home for a long while. Think of something quick. Stop complaining. Song Yinqi was panicking too. Would the Song family resort to torture? If she were caught, would she be torn limb from limb? Forgive me. Song Yimo gritted his teeth and delivered a powerful kick to Song Yanx's backside, infusing it with some inner energy. She shot out of the hole and skidded a good distance on the path beyond, tearing a large hole in her clothes. Fortunately, she was wearing thick layers, or she would have been in for a bloody mess. I thank you from the bottom of my heart, you brute. Song Yinqi hissed through clenched teeth. Song Yimo and Guangxiu had already crawled out. With perfect synchronization, they each grabbed one of Song Yanx's arms and sped off towards Ouyang Pu's residence. Song Qingxi returned to his guard's courtyard, a look of smug satisfaction plastered on his face. Finally, he had some leverage over his wayward son. Why did the air even smell sweeter today? Wife, have the kitchen heat some wine. I'm in high spirits today, let's have a drink together. You seem so happy, husband. Has Moer agreed to the marriage? Song Mo's mother looked to be around 50 years old and appeared quite compatible with Song Qingxi. Both were dressed in plain brocade robes which seemed out of place amidst the extravagant splendor of the courtyard. Song Yimo bore a strong resemblance to his mother. Though she was no longer young, her face still held traces of her former beauty, clearly showing she had been a great beauty. Not yet, but soon. That boy needs something from me, and it'll make him pay dearly for it. I'm his father, after all. By the time Song Qingxi had finished his first cup of wine, he had already thought of a name for his future grandson. Master, something terrible has happened. A guard rushed into the room in a panic. Song Qingxi, unconcerned, leisurely poured himself another drink. Has that brat gone into the treasure pavilion again? Song Qingxi brought the cup to his nose and inhaled its aroma. The second young master has entered the treasure pavilion with his people master. So what if he brings more people? He could search until his head bursts, and he still won't find the red lotus. Song Qingxi said with an air of absolute certainty, downing his wine in one gulp. Young master has emptied the treasure pavilion, and the red lotus is missing. The guard's words made Song Qingxi doubt his own ears. With a splutter, the wine in his throat sprayed all over the table. What did you say? What do you mean, emptied the treasure pavilion? How could he have found the red lotus? I hid it. Song Qingxi's eyes blazed with fury as he grabbed the guard by the collar. Master, please don't be so agitated. Does Moer have such ability? Why not go and see for you? Getting anxious here won't solve anything. Song Mo's mother's words had a calming effect. Song Qingxi suppressed the raging qi in his chest, steadied his emotions, and followed the guard towards the treasure pavilion. His wife followed behind, worried that father and son might come to blows, and wanting to mediate. Opening the door to the now empty treasure pavilion, Song Qingxi realized he had truly underestimated Song Mo. Even the treasures hidden in the secret chamber had been fine. That brat has learned a thing or two. He'll issue an order for a citywide search. When he's caught, he'll face family discipline. Song Qingxi's unsteady stance frightened his wife, who moved to support him. But he shook off her hand, let out a booming laugh, and walked out of the treasure pavilion. Everyone wondered if Song Qingxi had lost his mind. Soon the rumor spread throughout the capital the second young master of the Song family had emptied his own family's treasure vault, driving his father to madness. When Song Mo heard the rumor, he was in the middle of searching through the boxes with the others for the Red Lotus. How is that possible? This treasure pavilion is just our family's smallest storage. Aside from a few precious herbs that are hard to transport, all the other valuables are in the Song family's ancestral home. My father wouldn't go mad over such a small loss. Song Yinxi was exhausted to the point of collapse. Everyone was helping, but there were simply too many boxes, making the search incredibly difficult. However, with every box she opened, Song Yinxi let out a gasp of amazement. These were priceless treasures, yet they seemed insignificant to Song Mo. She never expected Song Mo to be such a super rich heir. Song Mo naturally held such trifles in contempt. As the second young master of the Song family, there was little he hadn't seen, especially as he was also a renowned miracle physician. The dignitaries and nobles who sought his consultations stretched in a line from the capital all the way to Lingnan. Once we've used these to neutralize the poison, we should return them. I can't help but feel this isn't right. Though Song Yinxi was loath to part with such treasures, she felt that colluding with Song Mo to steal was indeed unbecoming. If Song Xingchen were to find out, wouldn't she be setting a terrible example? No need. Just keep them in your space. They can serve as a plaything for Xingchen. Song Mo replied while rummaging without even glancing at Song Yinxi. Since arriving at the villa, he had avoided her gaze, for his little secret was known to the very person involved, and even the most thick-skinned would feel awkward. If you like them, keep them. He'll handle Uncle Song. Ouyang-pu watched them with a grave expression. He had sensed something amiss with Song Mo since yesterday, while Song Yinxi seemed unchanged. As a man himself, he could easily guess what was on Song Mo's mind. But such matters concerning his good brother were best kept buried in his heart. Have you two decided? Who are you going to save? Song Yinxi hadn't given him a definitive answer yesterday, and this matter still required Ouyang-pu's input. Decide what? Ouyang-pu asked Song Mo, puzzled by his cryptic words. It was clear Song Yinxi hadn't told Ouyang-pu. She knew that if it were up to her, she would save Song Xingchen without hesitation. But with Ouyang-pu it wasn't so certain. She could see his affection for her, yet as a mother her child would always come first. It was a mother's instinct. It's nothing. Song Mo was about to continue, but Song Yinxi cut him off, pulling him aside to search for the Crimson Lotus. His hesitant demeanor only deepened Ouyang-pu's suspicions, but since Song Yinxi remained silent, his pride prevented him from pressing further. Aren't you going to tell Ouyang-pu? Song Mo whispered. Song Yinxi glanced at Ouyang-pu, who looked somewhat dejected, let out a long sigh, and shook her head. What good would it do? It would only add to his worries. Once we find the Crimson Lotus, just save Song Xingchen first. Don't say anything more. But Song Mo tried to interject, but Song Yinxi gave him no chance. Don't say another word. I've made up my mind. Her words were resolute, leaving Song Mo with nothing more to say. Physician Song, is this the Crimson Lotus? A delighted cry came from Guangxiu not far away. In the box he held lay a crimson flower as large as an outstretched palm. Its pistils were of vivid green, and the petals, though dried, had been preserved with a special technique at the time of blooming. To keep a flower so perfectly vibrant was a rarity, and Song Yinxi had never seen anything like it. Truly the world was full of wonders. To witness such a flower in full bloom must be a spectacular sight, but it only blossomed once a century. She doubted she'd live to see it. That's it. They all crowded around Guangxiu, marveling at the Crimson Lotus. The flower seemed to shift colors as soon as the box was opened, and Song Mo grew anxious. This box is made of a special material that keeps the Crimson Lotus fresh. Now that it's open, the flower must be used in medicine immediately, or it will wither and turn to powder in no time. Without further explanation, Song Mo took the Crimson Lotus to the apothecary to work his craft. The bond between Ouyang-pu and Song Mo was evidently extraordinary. Wherever Ouyang-pu resided, a room was always set aside for Song Mo's apothecary. It was clear they had been inseparable for years. What fate had brought them so close? In the imperial palace, tomorrow marked the grand banquet. The servants had already begun their frenzied preparations, with many destined to forego sleep, keeping a vigilant watch over the festivities to ensure nothing went awry. Ouyang-qing had also brought outfits for Nanjing and Song Xingyu. One was a simple palace maid's dress tailored to Nanjing's figure, which fit her perfectly. The other was a young eunuch's uniform. In the palace, it was common for boys as young as 5 or 6 to be castrated, while maids usually entered service around 10 when they were capable of labor. Young eunuchs primarily attended to their masters, and those raised within the palace from childhood were often deemed more trustworthy. The eunuch's uniform was a bit too large for Song Xingyu, who was a slender girl smaller than boys her age. Wearing it made her look like she was in theatrical robes with sleeves long enough to serve as water sleeves. Ouyang Qing snickered on the sidelines. Song Xingyu knew he was getting back at her. She had once given him a eunuch's outfit that was far too small, causing him great embarrassment. The courtesan teacher was right, men were indeed petty creatures. Tomorrow, once the banquet ends, we'll slip out of the palace hidden among the carriages of the officials' families. You must follow my lead, stay close, and don't wander off. Ouyang Qing spoke with gravity, but Song Xingyu didn't hear a word. Her mind was consumed with fantasies of the grand banquet. She had heard the New Year's Eve banquet was the most splendid event in the palace. She had never seen it in her life, and she cared little about escaping. She just wanted to witness its grandeur for herself. Nanjing nodded silently, and returned to the room to pack their belongings. Having lived there for 3 or 4 years, Nanjing looked around her simple room with reluctance. It was the most peaceful time in her life. No need to scheme about killing, no worry about where her next meal came from, no fear of waking to an assassin's blade. She folded a few of Song Xingyi's childhood keepsakes into a bundle. Her own possessions were meager, just 2 simple cloth dresses. At the back of the cabinet lay a long silver whip, her weapon. The dagger she usually carried could be attached to the whips in turning it into a dart chain, or they could be used separately, as 2 distinct weapons. It was a parting gift from her master on their deathbed. That person had a whip identical to hers. Gazing at it, his image resurfaced in her mind. Whenever she saw Ouyang Qing, she was reminded of him. After all, they were brothers, sharing many similarities. It was hard not to think of him. Song Mo was not only a master of medicine, but also an exceptional alchemist. Within half a day, he had already crafted a red pill. Yet Song Mo lingered in the medicine chamber, torn over whether concealing this matter from Ouyang Pu was right or wrong. Watching Song Yinshi die from the poison would bring agony not only to Ouyang Pu. It would devastate him as well. His father had been right. He had fallen for her without even realizing it. Now he finally understood the depth of this torment. Song Mo secretly kept 1 petal of the crimson lotus, telling no one. But without the complete flower, the antidote's potency would be greatly diminished. Even if Song Xingchen consumed the pill, a full recovery was not guaranteed. Yet knowing this all too well, Song Mo proceeded anyway. Song Yinshi waited endlessly by Song Mo's door, and despite Ouyang Pu's repeated reassurances, she refused to leave. He ordered the servants to bring the meal to the courtyard, but Song Yinshi still couldn't eat. Earlier she hadn't been this anxious, thinking it was just an ordinary poison like in TV dramas where a skilled master could wave a hand and cure it. She never expected this outcome, a grim choice between her life and Song Xingchen's. When Song Mo finally emerged, he wore a smile that didn't reach his eyes. Everyone could see he was forcing it, and they assumed he had failed to create the antidote. It's all right. Ouyang Pu rose to console him. If the antidote isn't ready, well, find another way. There's always a solution. Ouyang Pu had never seen Song Mo so crestfallen. Even when he himself had been poisoned or wounded countless times before, Song Mo had never seemed this distraught. Who said I didn't make it? Isn't this the antidote? In Song Mo's palm lay an exquisite box holding a single red pill within. Then give it to Song Xingchen right away. Song Yinshi, eager to cut short their conversation, willed Song Xingchen into existence with a thought. Song Xingchen appeared in shorts and a t-shirt, clutching an arm-length cucumber he was munching on. He had been inspecting his garden in the spatial realm, and suddenly found himself outside. With a sigh, he complained to Song Yinshi, "Mom, can you give me a heads up next time? This is..." Alright, I'll do that. But you won't need to stay in there anymore. Dr. Song is here to cure you now." Song Yinshi smiled and nodded at him. "Mom, here, have this." Song Xingchen shoved the cucumber into her mouth, eager to share the fruits of his hard labor with her. Delicious. This cucumber is sweeter than an apple. Song Xingchen, you're amazing. See, without phones and tablets, every kid can be truly resourceful. Of course. Come on, let's get you cured first, and then Mom will come see your harvest with you. Ouyang Pu also wanted a taste of the cucumber, but as he approached, Song Xingchen with a proud huff walked past him to stand by Song Mo's side. Song Mo understood immediately, and placed his fingers on Song Xingchen's wrist, concentrating on his pulse. "My." He let out a puzzled exclamation, making everyone around tense up. Had something gone wrong? Dr. Song rarely showed such a strange expression. Could there be a new complication with Song Xingchen's poison? What is it? Is there a problem with his poison? Song Yinshi looked at Song Mo, anxiously desperate to know what was happening. Yes, there's a change. His poison. It's much lighter than when I checked his pulse yesterday. It's truly baffling that the poison could recede on its own. Song Mo looked at the boy's face, which was noticeably rosier than yesterday, and the purple tinge around his lips had faded considerably. Could it be because of my spatial realm? The spiritual energy there is abundant. He works hard, sweating and metabolizing constantly, and eating the produce grown inside. With both factors combined, the poison gradually got neutralized. Song Yanx's guess was remarkably accurate, and everyone else found it quite plausible. Then perhaps this pill should be. Song Mo started, but Song Yinshi interrupted him gravely. Let's keep it for now. If any complications arise later, we can give it to Song Xingchen to ensure everything is safe. The hope that had kindled in Song Mo's heart was extinguished by Song Yanx's refusal. His mental defenses crumbled, and ignoring her protests, he roared in frustration. Why are you so stubborn? I told you Song Xingqian's poison is no longer a serious threat. Why won't you take the medicine? Do you have a death wish or something? It was the first time Song Yimou had ever yelled at Song Yinqi like this. Ouyang Pu was initially displeased, but upon hearing Song Mo's words his anger turned to shock. He stepped forward, grabbing Song Mo's wrist, his expression grim. What's this about dying? What are you two talking about? You better explain yourself, Song Yimou. Knowing Song Yanx's stubbornness, Ouyang Pu didn't bother asking her and demanded answers from Song Yimou directly. Fine, I'll tell you. Song Yinqi and Song Xingqian were poisoned with the same toxin, but I only have one Crimson Lotus. It can only save one of them. Song Yinqi has already decided to give up her own life to save Song Xingqian. A heavy silence descended upon them all. Everyone stared at Song Yinqi at a loss for words. It was Song Xingqian who reacted first. He rushed forward, wrapping his arms around her waist, shaking her angrily. Mom, how could you? Why didn't you discuss something this big with me? Take the antidote right now. Didn't Dr. Song say so? My poison can be cured slowly in the space. I don't mind staying there longer. Just listen to me, please take the medicine, okay? I can't live without you, Mom. Would you really leave me here all alone? His initial defiant tone dissolved into a plea, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. Song Yanx's heart ached at the sight, but she still shook her head. Once your poison is completely gone ill. Before she could finish, Ouyang Pu moved. His mouth was suddenly covered by the pill. Ouyang Pu had shoved the antidote into her mouth, without any explanation, seeing she was about to spit it out. Ouyang Pu, in a moment of desperation, pressed his hand against the back of her head and sealed her lips with his own. His tongue gently parted her lips and slid into her. Song Yinqi was helpless. She tried to push him away, but the man was as immovable as a stone wall. With Song Xingqian watching, she pounded and shoved at Ouyang Pu, but he didn't. Left with no choice, Song Yinqi swallowed the pill. A wave of bitterness spread through her body, and she couldn't help but scrunch up her face in disgust. Ouyang Pu. Song Yinqi never imagined that Ouyang Pu, a prince of the ancient times who was supposed to have 3 wives and 4 concubines, didn't even know how to kiss. She was truly grateful to him. After feeding her the medicine, Ouyang Pu still didn't release her, which was clearly taking advantage of her. Song Yinqi even began to wonder if he had been fully conscious when they first met. The situation was all too familiar, almost exactly like the first time. At this moment, apart from the two involved, everyone else pretended to look at the sky, deliberately distancing themselves from the couple's public display of affection. Song Xingqian's first instinct was to rush over and save Song Yinqi, but Song Yimou whispered in his ear, "If you go over there, your mother won't obediently drink her medicine. Do you want your mother to die?" This undoubtedly hit Song Xingqian's weak spot. The little boy clenched his fists tightly, looking exactly like Ouyang Pu did when he was a child. Anyone who dared to say Song Xingqian wasn't Ouyang Pu's biological son must be blind. Come on, let me taste those things you've grown. He'll have the kitchen prepare you some nice dishes later. Song Yimou half-dragged, half-coaxed Song Xingqian away. Ouyang Pu, are you trying to suffocate me? Song Yinqi felt her brain starting to lack oxygen, and Ouyang Pu's face before her was becoming increasingly blurry. Was she going to be the first woman in ancient times to be kissed to death by a man? Are you alright? Seeing Song Yanx's pained expression, Ouyang Pu hastily released her mouth. What do you think? Song Yinqi glared at Ouyang Pu without any goodwill. Seeing her rapidly swelling lips and her face turning a dark purple, Ouyang Pu knew he had hurt her. I'm sorry, I've never done this before, I didn't know. Song Yinqi let out a sigh. The medicine was already in her stomach now, and it was too late to spit it out. She hadn't expected Ouyang Pu to use such a method to make her take her medicine. Ouyang Pu's current appearance was just like an awkward high school student, a far cry from the cold-faced prince he usually was. Alright, it's no use saying anything now. Song Yanx's cheeks were flushed, and she wanted to run away. She knew Ouyang Pu's gaze all too well. In TV dramas, when the male lead had such a serious look, it was usually time for a confession. But Song Yinqi didn't want to be the female lead. All she wanted was to get rich, become prosperous, and raise her own child. She didn't want anything else, especially not marrying a prince and having to contend with various mistresses and concubines. Besides, given her current status, she was practically a concubine herself, so what leverage did she have to fight against others? Song Yanx's intention to flee was detected by Ouyang Pu. Before she could even take a step, he firmly grabbed hold of both her arms. Why wouldn't it work? I need to tell you, Song Yinqi, I know you were married and had a child in the modern world, and I don't mind any of that. What I like is you as a person. From the very first time you stood before me frantically treating my injuries, I was already deeply ensnared in your trap. Ouyang Pu, am a modern person. Our values are different, and we differ in so many ways. We're truly not suited to be together. I think we're great as friends. Our friendship will never change. You will always be that wise and mighty prince, and I am just a lonely soul from the modern world. Isn't that good? Why do you have to break this balance? Song Yinqi still didn't dare to voice her true thoughts, as such ideas were considered heretical in this ancient era. You keep talking about leaving. Can't you give me a chance? Not even a tiny one. Ouyang Pu's heart was bleeding. His first confession had ended so abruptly. Do you not like me? A sudden fear gripped Ouyang Pu. His greatest terror was that Song Yinqi didn't like him. Could it be that she liked Song Yimou? Then wouldn't he have no chance at all? Even when facing countless ferocious enemies on the battlefield, Ouyang-pu had never been as frightened as he was at this moment. You like Song Mo, don't you? The strength in Ouyang-pu's grip intensified. Song Yinshi felt the malice radiating from the man suddenly surge, as if her arm would be crushed by his claws the moment she answered affirmatively. No, I don't. I don't like anyone. Why should I like anyone? Ouyang-pu, can't you stop being so childish? Song Yinshi was getting angry and tried to use the surge of emotion to break free from Ouyang-pu's grip. But she underestimated his strength. She struggled several times without managing to budge him in the slightest. Song Yinshi, you better be telling the truth. I'm telling you, even if you don't like me, I won't let you leave me. I will make you fall for me, and you won't be able to leave me for the rest of your life. You can only be mine. Having said this, Ouyang-pu released her arms. Still struggling, Song Yinshi suddenly lost her support and stumbled. Ouyang-pu swiftly pulled her back into his. Remember my words. Next time I won't be so patient. Song Yinshi suddenly felt that Ouyang-pu was dangerous. A lofty prince and admired war god was destined to be a male chauvinist. His previous gentleness was just the preparation of a predator stalking its prey. Was this beast finally dropping its disguise? Song Yinshi was unaware that her interactions with Song Mo had deeply provoked Ouyang-pu. From the very beginning he had regarded her as his private property, but it was only now that he realized Song Yinshi had never belonged to him, nor to anyone else. She was an independent individual with her own thoughts. The jealousy in Ouyang-pu's heart surged like a flood or a beast threatening to devour him. Ouyang-pu, the way you look right now is truly befitting of a prince. Song Yang's words stunned Ouyang-pu, but before he could ponder them, Song Mo walked over with Song Xingchen. It wasn't that Song Mo wanted to interrupt them, but the longer Song Xingchen stayed outside, the more damage the poison would do to his body. Song Mo had no choice but to steel himself and return. Sorry to interrupt you two. Let's get this kid back first. You can continue your discussion afterward. Hearing Song Yinshi say she liked neither him nor Ouyang-pu, Song Mo felt a secret thrill. After all, this meant he and Ouyang-pu were on equal footing. In Song Yang's words, it was freedom of love, everyone had the right to pursue it. Song Yinshi regretted it. The modern ideas she had imparted to these two ancient men were now being used against her. Wasn't she just shooting herself in the foot? Mother, I'm not feeling well. Can you take me back to the space? Sensing the tense atmosphere between Song Yinshi and Ouyang-pu, Song Xingchen obediently played along. After Song Xingchen returned to the space, Song Yinshi locked herself in her room and refused to come out. Ouyang-pu also disappeared, leaving only Song Mo, Guangxiu, and Mu Yao to sort through the items they had plundered from Song Qingxi. Song Mo set aside the valuables for Song Yinshi to play with, while keeping the medicinal herbs and other items for himself, knowing that Song Yinshi had no interest in them. Guangxiu and Mu Yao felt that Dr. Song was truly good to the concubine. Indeed, having a friend who is a rich second generation felt wonderful. Looking at the mountain of treasures, Guangxiu and Mu Yao swallowed hard. The next day was New Year's Eve, the last day of the year, and the most important festival. Whether for the royal family or ordinary households, this day held extraordinary significance for everyone. Song Yinshi and Ouyang-pu appeared together, a rare occurrence. Although the atmosphere was somewhat awkward, Song Yinshi was good at lightening the mood. After all, everyone had traveled all the way to Jingxing for Song Xingchen's poison, risking their lives to find Song Mo with her. She was immensely grateful to everyone. If not for coming to Jingxing, the group would probably be in Lingnan now, where the entire household could have gathered together warmly for the new year. Now it seemed they could only celebrate the new year as a few people. If anyone threw a tantrum at such a time, it would be truly inappropriate. This courtyard villa was almost empty except for a few servants in the outer yard. Ouyang-pu had been exiled to Lingnan, and everyone thought he would probably never return in his lifetime, so they had become perfunctory in their work. Unexpectedly, Ouyang-pu did return. The few servants in the villa were caught off guard, and had not prepared what was needed. Thus this new year was destined to be less lively, as the city was already sealed off and fruits and vegetables from the suburban estates could not be brought in. The wealthy families had prepared enough food for more than half a month, while the poorer ones had also stocked up a lot of grain. Everyone has worked hard for Song Xingchen's matter these days. Today is New Year's Eve, and I'm treating you all to a barbecue. In the evening, we'll make dumplings together. Song Yinshi brought out all the vegetables that Song Xingchen had planted recently, handed them to the servants to be processed in the kitchen, and busied herself in the backyard. The backyard already had stone benches and a stone table, which made things quite convenient. Everything from the supermarket was ready. Stoves, charcoal, alcohol, and various skewers were all lying in the refrigerator. Naturally, there was nothing to prepare, just light the fire. A few big men sat there dumbfounded, watching Song Yinshi busy herself alone. They felt a bit guilty, but every time they tried to help, Song Yinshi sent them back, saying they only made things worse. It was better for her to do it alone. Ouyang-pu saw that after Song Yinshi lit the alcohol, the charcoal was not catching fire easily. She tried blowing on it clumsily with her mouth, but it didn't work, and her face became blackened with soot. He found it amusing. He found some easily combustible wood nearby, walked over to Song Yinshi, crouched down, placed the wood into the stove, and used a lighter to ignite the corner of the wood. The way he lit the lighter was quite handsome. Song Yinshi thought Ouyang-pu looked like a Korean celebrity, but she couldn't recall the name. Sure enough, there was much less smoke. Oyang-pu coolly put away the lighter, gave Song Yinshi a smile, and returned to the stone bench. Showing off, huh? Song Yinshi muttered to herself, I'm not a little girl anymore, such tricks don't work on me. Good looks can't be eaten. Song Yinshi took out a little of each skewer from the refrigerator and slowly grilled them over the fire. The enticing aroma filled the entire backyard. The others curiously gathered around to watch, each looking eager to try. Song Yinshi didn't stop them. Whoever wanted to grill could do it themselves, since there were plenty of skewers and charcoal. Suddenly Song Yinshi felt a sense of having a big family and a great enterprise. In the past, when she and Song Xingshan ate skewers, they always counted each one, since each skewer cost 2 or 3 yuan, and a meal would cost at least 2 or 300 yuan. Now that they could eat as much as they wanted, it wasn't as tasty as before. Concubine, should I add some salt to this? Mu Yao raised the lamb skewer in his hand and asked Song Yinshi. Song Yinshi nodded. Song Yinshi, what is this? It looks so strange. Song Mo held up a kidney skewer and asked Song Yinshi. That's a lamb kidney. Before Song Yinshi finished speaking, Song Mo directly threw the kidney skewer far away, not forgetting to wipe his hands. What are you modern people made of? How can you eat anything? Hey, you're really wasting a precious thing. This stuff is expensive. Song Yinshi walked over, picked up the lamb kidney, rinsed it with water, and put it back. This is a great tonic. Modern men all scramble to eat it. After eating it, they become vigorous and energetic. Every woman loves it. Are modern men really that weak? Song Mo asked curiously. Without another word, Song Yinshi ignored him, giving him a figure it out yourself look. Oyang-pu quietly took a kidney skewer and started grilling it at the far edge of the With a bang, a brilliant firework soared into the night sky, illuminating the pitch-black darkness. Although ancient fireworks lacked many colors and patterns at this moment, combined with the atmosphere of family reunion, the fireworks added a touch of splendor, making the scene breathtakingly beautiful. Song Yinshi sat on the stone bench, quietly watching the fireworks in the sky and the others playing and grilling. She felt that such a life was quite interesting. Whether in ancient times or modern times, as long as one worked hard, one could live a good life. The fireworks illuminated not only this villa, but also the imperial palace. The palace banquet had just begun. Ouyang Qing led Nanzheng and Song Xingyu to the outside of the main hall, where Nanzheng and Song Xingyu were stopped by the young eunuch guarding the gate. Since there were many guests today, servants and maids were not allowed into the palace banquet. They could only wait outside for their masters. Nanzheng was indifferent. After all, the emperor knew Song Xingyu and himself. If they went in, they might be recognized, which would be bad. It was better to wait outside. Song Xingyu was unhappy. She had been excited since morning, filled with anticipation, thinking she would get to see what a palace banquet was like. Unexpectedly, she couldn't even get through the door. Song Xingyu felt somewhat unwilling and suppressed her anger. She wore a dark face toward everyone. If anyone provoked her at this moment, she would explode on the spot. As luck would have it, an unlucky fellow appeared. This person was none other than the eunuch who had almost been beaten to death by Song Xingyu before, Ma Run. Ma Run, who had only recently recovered, was also riding high these days. Ouyang Sun trusted him more and more, and the heavy responsibility of welcoming the officials outside had actually fallen on his shoulders. This indicated that the position of the future chief eunuch was within his grasp. Ma Ren's mouth was almost stretched to the sky, and his eyes were on top of his head. He naturally looked down on those low-ranking officials. Song Xingyu, being small in stature, stood at the edge of the venue and had no chance to provoke Ma Ren. But there was always someone who didn't have eyes to see and bumped into Song Xing. The palace banquet commenced at the hour of Wei. Within the grand hall, ministers were seated in orderly rows on either side of Ouyang Sun, with their families placed further down according to their official ranks. Ouyang Qing sat just below Ouyang Sun. The emperor had little interest in women, keeping only the empress and 4 consorts in his harem. The empress, perpetually bedridden with illness, rarely attended such gatherings, leaving the affairs of the palace to consort to the foremost of the 4 consorts. Yet today, to everyone's surprise, the empress made an appearance. Naturally, consort dared not overstep her bounds, and took her seat below the empress, for only the empress was entitled to sit beside Ouyang Sun. The empress' face was devoid of any warmth. Ouyang Sun had assumed she would not come today, but her unexpected arrival was accompanied by the same cold, expressionless demeanor as always. Despite the emperor's efforts to please her, continuously offering her dishes and raising his cup with a smile in her direction, she remained utterly unmoved. Even when he poured wine for her, she simply covered her cup with her hand. "Your Majesty, I am not a strong drinker. I fear I cannot keep you company in this." The empress spoke without the slightest hint of fear. In fact, many observed a profound weariness in her eyes when she regarded Ouyang Sun. The ladies and young misses seated at the very back, however, were baffled. They thought their fathers must be blind. How could anyone think the empress disliked the emperor? If they themselves could be empress, it would be a blessing worthy of burning incense for their ancestors. They would surely laugh in their sleep. Why does it seem the empress holds no affection for his majesty? When Susu, the second young miss of the right vice minister of rights, turned quietly to her companion Hishami. "Haven't you heard the romantic tales of the empress and the various princes? In the capital, these stories have been written into picture books. It's called I Care Not for the World, Only for You. I've read it. But wasn't the heroine named Shuejian? The empress is called Qi Baiji. Are you foolish? If they used her real name, would we ever get to enjoy such a delightful story? Their whispers, though soft, did not go entirely unnoticed. The oblivious merely chuckled at their naivety, wondering how they dared discuss such matters in this setting. The more astute silently resolved to keep their distance from these two. The right Vice Minister of Rights had once been a supporter of Ouyang Pu. With Ouyang Pu now fallen from grace, the officials of his faction were naturally sidelined. The young ladies seated at the back were for the most part daughters of Ouyang Pu's former loyalists, or those who had once pleaded for his cause. I heard the Empress actually favored. Their gossip grew bolder until Song Yuqiao, the legitimate daughter of the left Vice Minister of Rights at the neighboring table, deliberately tipped her cup, dousing both of them with wine. Oh, my apologies. I'm so clumsy. Are you two ladies all right? Song Yuqiao immediately rose and hurried over to them. Fortunately, the emperor and the high-ranking officials were engrossed in the dancing and music, paying no attention to the commotion. Are you blind? My new dress. My stepmother just had it made for me, and now you've ruined it. Song Yuqiao had acted with good intentions, hoping to stop them from further shaming themselves, but when Susu was clearly ungrateful, her temper flared. I thought it was some rare precious fabric. My family, the Song household, is hardly lacking in such cloth. They'll have 2 new dresses delivered to your residence tomorrow. There's no need for you to curse at me here. Who wants your family's fabric? Don't pretend to be kind. You spilled that wine on me on purpose. Who knows what vile scheme you're plotting? These scenarios are all too common, and the second young miss had clearly read too many of those stories. The ones where a dress gets stained at a banquet, and the two parties end up entangled, forced into marriage. She had even fantasized on her way here about being the target of such a scheme, never expecting to encounter one so soon. Are you addled by those picture books? Song Yuqiao was almost amused by Wen Susu's twisted logic. Who are you calling addled? When Susu stepped forward to argue, but He Xiangyi subtly tugged at her sleeve. This is the New Year's Eve banquet. If you cause a scene at your father-whole lose face. You'll surely be punished. And if you disturb the emperor and empress, that would be a grave offense indeed. He Xiangyi's words reached Song Yuqiao, as well, who smiled and nodded. At least one of you has some sense. I advise you both to sit quietly. Your dress is wet. Go change. And while you're at it, reflect on what just happened. I hope you come back with a clearer head. Otherwise, I can only pity your father for siring a fool. You. When Susu could barely contain her fury, but He Xiangyi held her back from rising. Calm down. Your father works under her father. If you offend her, won't it be your father who suffers? He Xiangyi may have lacked social grace, but her mind was far sharper than Wen Susu's. This won't do, that won't do. How utterly infuriating. When Susu stormed away from her seat, too afraid to confront Song Yuqiao directly. Her dress was soaked, and she dared not complain to her stepmother. After all, she was only at the banquet because the legitimate daughter was ill, and she, the concubine's child, had been allowed a rare glimpse of the world. If she made any mistake, she might never leave the manor again. Burdened by her frustration, she slipped out of the hall, for she sat near the entrance and doubted anyone would notice her absence. She would return after changing her clothes. What rotten luck running into that tactless fool at a fine banquet. When Susu dabbed at the wine stains on her dress with her handkerchief, oblivious to Song Xingyu lurking in the shadows. Song Xingyu and Nanzheng stood at the very back of the crowd, waiting for the banquet to end. The longer they waited, the more bored they grew. Nanzheng remained patient, but Song Xingyu, ever restless, was already dozing off. Nanzheng paid her no mind, leaning against the tall stone steps. Song Xingyu had long since drifted into dreamland. The servants and maids nearby were likewise chatting idly, or nodding off. Ma Ren, seeing nothing else to do, was about to head into the main hall to attend to duties. What is this? When Susu, not watching where she stepped, trod directly onto Song Xingyu. Startled awake, Song Xingyu felt a sharp pain in her hands and stomach from the impact. When Susu fared no better. The shock of stepping on someone made her lose her balance, and she tumbled toward the hard marble floor. If her face hit the ground, it would be ruined. The marble was unforgiving. Nanzheng reacted instantly, using her foot to cushion Wen Susu's waist. When Susu twisted around, saving her face, but her waist and arm took the brunt of the fall. Her already damp dress now tore open with a large gash. You wretch! That Song girl bullies me, and now a servant like you dares to do the same. When Susu looked at the hole in her skirt, her eyes rimmed with red. This was her most valuable garment, the one she had planned to flaunt before the friends who never got the chance to attend the palace banquet. Now it was utterly ruined. I'm telling you, if you don't compensate me for my skirt today, I'm not letting this go. When Susu's fiery temper flared up as she planted her hands on her hips, standing before Nanzheng and Song Xingyu. Nanzheng completely ignored Wen Susu's provocation. Instead, she bent down to help the pained Song Xingyu to his feet, carefully checking his body to ensure he was unharmed before lifting her gaze to meet Wen Susu's eyes. That single glance nearly drained Wen Susu of her bravado. Staring at me won't change a thing. You have to pay up? You tricked me and still think you're in the right. I'm telling you, if you don't compensate me for my skirt today, I'm not letting this go. When Susu craned her neck, her face full of pride as she stared at Nanzheng. The commotion drew Ma Ren, who was heading toward the main hall. Seeing Ma Ren approaching, Nanzheng sensed trouble. Ma Ren had seen her before and knew Song Xingyu as well. If he spotted her, it would be disastrous. As Ma Rin drew closer, Nanzheng picked up Song Xingyu and attempted to flee, but when Susu grabbed Song Xingyi's hair. With a sharp tug, Song Xingyu cried out in pain and instinctively bit down on Susu's arm. When Susu released Song Xingyi's hair, just as his mouth made contact, but Song Xingyu had no intention of letting her off. Wasn't she so distressed about her clothes? Let her see what true damage meant. Song Xingyu let out a cold laugh and tore a large piece of fabric from Susu's sleeve with his teeth. As Nanzheng ran with him in her arms, she couldn't see his face, but Song Xingyu peeked over her shoulder, grinning triumphantly at Susu, who was now clutching the torn strip of cloth with a pained expression. The two quickly melted into the crowd, and by the time Susu tried to find them, they were gone. When Ma Rin arrived, he saw only an infuriated Susu with no trace of Nanzheng or Song Xingyu. Miss Wen, what happened here? Ma Rin gazed at Susu's ruined attire, bewildered by how a proper young lady could end up in such a state. Eunuch, someone bullied me and ran away. Look at my dress. Could you possibly find me a change of clothes? Susu naturally recognized Ma Rin. Her father and his legal wife had treated him with great deference when they came, so she dared not offend him. But at this moment she had no choice but to seek his help. If her father and stepmother saw her like this, she would face severe punishment at home. Of course we have clothes. Please follow me, Miss Wen. Ma Rin led Susu toward a small side door of the side hall. Watching Ma Rin leave, Nanzheng let out a long sigh of relief. Today's opportunity was rare, and she could not afford any more complications. Master, I need to relieve myself. Song Xingyu watched the retreating figures of Ma Rin, and Susu, his eyes narrowing dangerously. A smile spread across his small face, but it was a smile that sent a chill down one's spine. A chilling expression utterly incongruous on a 3- or 4-year-old girl. All right, Master, we'll go with you. Nanzheng set Song Xingyu down and prepared to take him to find a place. No, Master. You wait here for Ouyang Qing. If he comes out and can't find us, hell worry. He'll just go behind that door and take care of it. He'll be right back. Song Xingyi's reasoning left Nanzheng with no counterargument. Seeing his pained expression, she knew he was holding it in with great difficulty. Fine, go ahead. Be careful. If anything happens, call for Master. Got it, Master. Song Xingyu called out sweetly, and then ran off, his mind fixated on the two figures Ma Rin and Susu. Miss Wen, there are spare clothes for guests here. Go in and change yourself. They'll wait for you outside. Ma Rin had been quite courteous to Susu, even personally escorting her to change. His master had mentioned that the emperor had recently praised a certain minister from the Ministry of Rights, though he didn't know who. Susu's father was in that ministry, and if he happened to be that favored official, perhaps he would remember this favor to the one family's daughter. What Ma Rin didn't anticipate was that Susu was not a legitimate daughter, but merely an overlooked concubine's child in the Wen household. Thank you, eunuch. Susu performed a graceful bow and walked straight into the room. The space was small, sparsely furnished with only a table and a screen. On the table lay 3 palace gowns, one pale yellow, one light pink, and one dark green. Though none of the colors were the most vibrant, they were all from the imperial household, boasting fine fabrics and craftsmanship. Susu had never worn such high-quality material in her entire life. She tried each one on and loved them all, unable to bear the thought of taking them off. But she knew Ma Rin outside would never allow her to take all 3. Besides, these palace gowns had to be returned tomorrow. Reluctantly, Susu removed the last gown and made her decision, she chose the light pink dress. It was her favorite color. Ma Rin was growing impatient outside. The fireworks were about to begin, and the emperor would lead everyone to the Tian Terrace to watch. Miss Wen, let's hurry, or we'll miss the fireworks. Eunuch, you'll be ready in a moment. Song Xingyu, who had followed the pair at a distance, stopped nearby. He didn't dare get too close, afraid Ma Rin would notice him. Eunuch, I'm done. Susu opened the door and stepped out slowly, making Ma Rin's eyes light up. Though he was a eunuch, the love of beauty was universal. Susu in the palace gown looked like a butterfly, so enchanting that Ma Rin was momentarily dazzled. This gown truly suits you, Miss Wen. It seems tailor-made for you. You flatter me, eunuch. I will remember your great kindness today. In the future I will repay your kindness, even if it means tying straw and carrying rings. Susu gave a slight bow, and Ma Rin actually blushed. You two really do make a perfect couple. Then I shall grant you both your wish. Song Xingyu carefully selected a packet of powder from his small pouch, and slowly crept toward Ma Rin and Susu. Miss Wen, it's too late to go to the main hall now. The fireworks are about to start. Let's go to the Tian Terrace and wait there. When the emperor arrives with the officials, we can blend into, as you say, eunuch. Susu had become quite docile by now. On the Tian Terrace, only a few palace maids were arranging braziers to keep the emperor and empress warm when they arrived. As Ma Rin and Susu approached, they caught a whiff of a strange floral scent, but it vanished as quickly as it came. Neither thought much of it. When the first firework burst into the sky, the crowd surged toward the Tian Terrace. But what met their eyes was not the dazzling spectacle of fireworks, but 2 figures intertwined together. Ma Rin's eunuch attire was the most conspicuous. Ouyang Sun, walking at the very front of the procession, naturally saw it most clearly. Although he couldn't make out the eunuch's face, the robes alone indicated a rank of considerable seniority. Susu had already torn half of Ma Rin's robes from his body, revealing the pale, tender skin beneath. Her own pink outer skirt had been pushed down to her ankles, leaving her clad only in a light pink bodice and snow-white undergarments. The alluring curves that the bodice could not contain were rendered exceptionally radiant under the glow of the fireworks. The two, panting heavily, remained entwined, utterly oblivious to the fact that they had become the center of attention for the gathered crowd. Instead, they seemed thoroughly engrossed, continuously shifting their postures with great enthusiasm. It wasn't as if Ma Run had never engaged in such acts with palace maids before. Though he was a eunuch, his lack of ability didn't equate to a lack of desire. His practiced techniques earned him silent admiration from the onlookers. The spectators were utterly stunned by the scene. Outrageous. Ouyang Sun's fury had reached its absolute limit. The chief eunuch Qin Yuanxuan had shouted, "The emperor has arrived," multiple times upon spotting the pair from afar, but to no avail. They seemed deaf to his warning. Ouyang Sun understood that Qin Yuanxuan's shouts were a desperate attempt to give the two a chance to flee, thereby preserving some shred of royal dignity. But these two seemed determined to discard all sense of shame and propriety, appearing utterly reckless. Qin Yuanxuan was truly at his wit's end to commit such lewd and despicable acts in broad daylight. "Guards, seize them both. I wish to see who possesses such audacity to behave in this manner within the palace walls." Ouyang Sun could no longer contain his rage. Even as the emperor, he could not command the respect of these two individuals. "Yes, your majesty." Qin Yuanxuan was the first to rush onto the Tian terrace, followed by a squad of imperial guards. Their eyes bulged like copper bells, each man eager not to miss a single detail. Such an incident was a rare and tantalizing spectacle. Qin Yuanxuan, however, was deeply troubled. He recognized at once that the eunuch was his own disciple and adopted son, Ma Run. With such an offense committed, Ma Ren's future was surely ruined. Qin had nurtured him for years, treating him like his own flesh and blood, and now it seemed all that effort had been in vain. "You beast!" Qin Yuanxuan, burning with fury, delivered a heavy slap to Ma Run, who was still lost in his reckless abandon atop when Susu. "You worthless wretch! They'll beat you to death." Qin Yuanxuan's slap didn't jolt Ma Ren back to his senses. Instead, when Susu, looking up at the man before her, found him strangely familiar. After a moment's thought, she realized it was the old eunuch who served the emperor. A sudden jolt of clarity shot through her mind, dispelling most of the effects of the drug. "Eunuch?" When Susu murmured, her voice soft and alluring, so much so that even the nearby guards felt their legs weaken at the sound. "Get up now. Do you both want to die?" Qin Yuanxuan lowered his voice, snapping at the now lucid Wen Susu. Only then did she realize she was surrounded by guards armed with sharp blades, and worse, she was barely clothed, lying exposed on the Tian terrace. The sheer shame was overwhelming. When Susu, disregarding everything else, mustered all her strength to shove Ma Ren aside and scramble towards the nearby bushes. But the guards gave her no chance. Several of them rushed forward, and after a brief struggle, pinned her to the ground. Shoved aside, Ma Ren met the ground with a harsh impact, scraping large patches of skin on his arms and face. The pain jolted him back to a semblance of sobriety. Seeing his adoptive father before him, Ma Ren knew things had gone terribly wrong. In his current state, he understood he had been set up. If his adoptive father was here, then the emperor must be here as well. "Father, save me. I don't want to die." Ma Ren clung to Qin Yuanxuan's leg, whispering desperately. But Qin Yuanxuan knew that with everyone watching showing favoritism, would be signing his own death warrant. He was no fool. Bind these two, and bring them before the emperor. After a moment's calculation, Qin Yuanxuan decided his priority was self-preservation. "As you command." The guards hastily bound the two prisoners. In particular, there was a scramble to restrain when Susu, with the guards vying for the chance to touch her, seizing the opportunity to cop a feel. After all, a beauty like this was rarely within their reach. "Your Majesty, the prisoners have been apprehended." The guards followed Qin Yuanxuan to stand before Ouyang Sun, forcing the two captives to kneel at his feet. "Lift your heads. I am curious to see which eunuch has such exquisite taste and boldness to engage in such amusements during the New Year's Eve palace banquet." Behind Ouyang Sun, the ministers and their families craned their necks, eager to see which noble lady had such peculiar tastes as to fancy a eunuch and commit such an outrageous act on the Tian terrace. Only the right vice minister of rights and his wife were trembling with anxiety, their palms sweating and their backs drenched in perspiration. Their concubine-born daughter had disappeared early in the evening, and a search around the area had turned up nothing. They could only pray fervently that the woman before them was not there. Mara. Ouyang Sun's heart jolted as he looked at the two faces. He didn't recognize the woman, but the man was certainly Ma Ren, the eunuch who served him daily. This was a bitter irony. That one of his own attendants would commit such an act was a direct slap to his face. "Your Majesty, spare me. I was drugged. I didn't do—" Ma Ren, his face streaked with tears, and Snot tried to crawl towards Ouyang Sun, but was firmly pinned down by the guards behind him, unable to move an inch. As the guards forced Wen Susu's chin up, a murmur arose from behind Ouyang Sun. "Isn't that the young lady who came with the right vice minister of rights? She's quite accomplished, isn't she? With her father in the Ministry of Rights, she commits such a scandalous act. What a disgrace. It's her. Humph, indeed, good advice is wasted on those who are destined for ruin." The speaker was none other than Song Yuqiao, who now regretted ever helping this woman in the past. "It's over. Husband, it really is that wretch. What do we do? What do we do, husband? This lament came from Wen Susu's legitimate mother. Minister Wen had been struck dumb with fear upon seeing her face, a wave of despair washing over him. His official career was surely over. Which minister's daughter is this? How audacious. Ouyang Sun laughed, but it wasn't a laugh of amusement. Judging by her attire, he knew she was one of the young ladies who had entered the palace for the banquet. He was curious as to what kind of family could raise such a woman. Your servant is guilty. Your servant deserves death. Minister Wen, leading his wife, stepped out from the crowd and fell to his knees with a thud before Ouyang Sun. Oh, Minister Wen, your Ministry of Rights has certainly given me a surprise tonight. Your Majesty, please be clear. This is all due to my failure in disciplining my... It was my negligence that allowed this beast to commit such an act within the palace. All the fault lies with me, Your Majesty. Please see clearly. Of course he had to take the blame himself. If the Ministry of Rights were implicated, not only he, but his entire family would be torn apart by the other officials. Since Minister Wen puts it that way then. Ouyang Sun had long been looking for an opportunity to remove these supporters of Ouyang Pu, but he hadn't dared to act too openly for fear of being accused of discarding loyal servants once their purpose was served. Now that this Minister Wen had walked right into the trap, it wasn't his fault. Your Majesty, Minister Wen is a veteran of the Ministry of Rights. His daughter's actions have caused him great pain. I beg Your Majesty to show mercy. Indeed, Minister Wen has served the Ministry of Rights diligently for years. How can the mistakes of his children implicate his entire family? The elder ministers stepped forward one after another to plead for Minister Wen. If Ouyang Sun continued to punish him severely at this point, he would be seen as heartless. Very well. Since so many have spoken on your behalf, I shall bow to the will of the people. The right Vice Minister of Rights, having failed to discipline his daughter, who disrupted the New Year's Eve banquet, shall be granted an early retirement, due to his advanced age. As for this woman, since she is so fond of Ma Run, I shall bestow her upon him as his wife. As for Ma Run, for his misconduct his legs shall be broken, and he shall be cast out to a place beyond my sight, never to leave the palace for the rest of his life. Eunuchs upon reaching old age were allowed to leave the palace to retire, receiving a substantial pension, much like a modern civil servant's retirement package. Now Ma Run had destroyed both his present and future prospects, doomed to spend his remaining days within the dark, sunless palace walls. When Susu and Ma Rin attempted to plead further, but Ouyang Sun waved his hand, and the guards dragged them both away. Whether Minister Wen's family could return to their hometown was entirely up to Ouyang Sun's whim, and he clearly had no such kindness in his heart. Forgive me, you had to witness such a sordid affair. Ouyang Sun turned to look at Chi Baiji, whose face was devoid of expression. He reached out to comfort his empress, but she turned her head away, avoiding his hand. You remain as ruthless and cold as ever. With that, Chi Baiji walked over and sat on a chair beside the brazier. Ouyang Qing watched her profile, a turmoil of emotions churning within him. Chi Baiji was the niece of the late empress. Since the late empress had been unable to bear a child, she had brought her niece to the palace, intending to marry her to one of the emperor's 3 princes. Naturally, that prince would be the future heir, ensuring the position of empress remained within the Qi family. When Chi Baiji first entered the palace, she was bright and radiant like a beam of sunlight piercing the gloom of the imperial halls. Both Ouyang Qing and Ouyang Sun were smitten with this vivacious girl. Ouyang Sun boldly declared his affections, yet was always rejected by Chi Baiji. Ouyang Qing, burdened by his own insecurities about his origins, never dared to confess his love. But Chi Baiji's heart belonged to the cold and aloof Ouyang Pu, and no matter how hard she tried, she could not thaw the ice around his heart. Recalling these old memories, Ouyang Qing's eyes were filled with endless regret and lament. But it was too late now. Chi Baiji was the empress, and he was merely a prince of leisure. Brilliant fireworks burst continuously in the sky, but Ouyang Qing had lost all interest in watching them. Brother, tonight is New Year's Eve. I wish to go out for a stroll. I shall take my leave now. Ouyang Qing rarely acted so willfully. Ouyang Sun glanced at Chi Baiji's profile, knowing full well the reason for his brother's strange behavior, and felt a surge of smug satisfaction. The woman every man desired had ultimately chosen to stand by his side, and no matter how much his younger brother suffered, he could only watch with envy. Ouyang Sun, very well, go on then. Have a good time, and perhaps you'll find a woman who catches your eye. Otherwise, while the rest of us are in pairs, you remain alone, and your sister-in-law will worry. Isn't that right? Ouyang Sun draped his arm over Chi Baiji's shoulder, but she showed no reaction, merely nodding at Ouyang Qing. Take care. Ouyang Qing walked out of the main hall dejected. Nanzheng immediately noticed his troubled expression, but since it was his personal affair, he refrained from Let's go. Song Xingyu had just been dragged back from Tian Terrace by Nanzheng, a look of discontent still on her face. She hadn't seen what had become of those two, and her master had yanked her away before the story concluded. What a pity to miss the ending. Don't worry, those two won't come to any good end. Seeing the look in Song Xingyi's eyes, Ouyang Qing walked over and muttered quietly. He had spotted her grinning mischievously in the corner of the crowd. This wasn't her first time playing tricks on Ma Ren, and his instincts told him today's events were her handiwork. Song Xingyu looked at Ouyang Qing in astonishment. This man seemed to know everything. Damn it. If her master found out what she had done, would she be severely punished? What do you know? Song Xingyu looked up at Ouyang Qing with fear in her eyes. I know everything you've done. If you dare tell my master, I'll kill you. Song Xingyi's eyes were full of menace. Ouyang Qing knew she was a woman of her word. That depends on my mood. Ouyang Qing was in a foul mood today and had no desire to play games with Song Xingyu. He didn't say another word to her until he boarded the carriage. Are we leaving the city directly? Nanzheng carried Song Xingyu into the carriage with Ouyang Qing's guards at the reins. The city gates won't open tonight. I have a manor outside the city. We'll rest there for the night and leave tomorrow when the gates open. Ouyang Qing answered absent-minded. So where are you planning to take us? Lingnan. Nanzheng hadn't expected Ouyang Qing to want to take them to Lingnan. Who was there was obvious. You want to find Ouyang Pu, don't you? Today's Ouyang Qing was unlike the man she knew. Nanzheng felt she hardly recognized him. No, she had never truly understood this man. No one from the royal family was ever simple. The carriage creaked along the quiet streets of the officials' quarter heading towards the bustling merchant district. When I was young, my eldest brother gave me a manor. I haven't been there in years. I wonder what it looks like now. I'd like to go back and see. This estate was a gift from Ouyang Pu on Ouyang Qing's 15th birthday. He had purchased 2 adjoining properties so that the brothers could live side by side. He hadn't told Ouyang Qing at the time, wanting to surprise him. But then so many things happened, and the opportunity never arose again. Ouyang Qing often sent people to clean the place. The estate remained as it was, but it lacked the warmth of life, feeling somber and oppressive, much like a haunted house shrouded in a pervasive gloom. Most children would be frightened in such a place, some even crying out in terror. But Song Xingyu was different. The moment she stepped inside, she felt an inexplicable fondness for it, drawn to its mysterious and eerie atmosphere. The carriage stopped in the middle of the courtyard. Song Xingyu jumped out and immediately wanted to run off to explore. Nanzheng moved to stop her, but Ouyang Qing interjected. Let her go. The grounds are safe, as she can do as she pleases. Master Nanzheng, come have a drink with me. It's New Year's Eve after all. Let's keep watch together. Nanzheng nodded and followed Ouyang Qing into the main hall. At this hour, Song Yinshi and her group were still having a barbecue in the backyard. The aroma of roasting meat mingled with the smoky scent of burning charcoal drifted through the courtyard and wafted gently into Ouyang Qing's yard. Song Xingyu, who had been exploring the courtyard, was immediately drawn by the scent. As a frequent guest of the imperial kitchen, she had tasted every delicacy imaginable, yet this aroma possessed a strange allure that guided her step by step to the edge of the yard. The wall here was low, thickly covered with ivy. Being petite, Song Xingyu grabbed a vine, slipped over the wall with a flick of her body, and landed in the neighboring courtyard. The yard was indeed lively, filled with the voices of both men and women. This must be a family gathering to see out the old year and welcome the new one. Song Xingyu crept stealthily toward the source of the commotion. The aroma of food grew stronger. She crouched beside a rock in the yard, carefully observing the men and women before her. Song Yinshi was seated on a stone stool, meticulously brushing sauce onto chicken wings. Several men surrounded the grill, each holding a few lamb skewers grilling. Though she couldn't quite acquire a taste for the beer itself, paired with the barbecue, it truly proved more flavorful than liquor. Song Yinshi wouldn't dare entrust the delicate art of grilling chicken wings to them. After all, they had already ruined most of the skewers shed provided, though their enthusiasm for barbecue was certainly undeniable. Humans will forever be captivated by novelty. Alright, take your flawed creations and step aside. They'll handle the rest. At Song Yanx's command, everyone tactfully cleared the space for her. Song Yanx's skill came from a lifetime of grilling since childhood, enhanced by her signature sauce. Soon a new aroma began to drift through the yard like a seductive envoy that captured everyone's attention, drawing their gazes irresistibly toward it. Unconsciously, Song Xingyu drew closer to Song Yinshi, gazing at the sizzling, glistening chicken wings over the fire. No matter how she swallowed, she couldn't seem to quell the saliva pooling in her mouth. The wings in Song Yanx's hand were perfectly grilled, and when Song Xingyu suddenly appeared before her, Song Yinshi showed little surprise. Song Xingyu had changed out of her eunuch robes in the carriage. Nanzheng had prepared a set of boys' robes for her, and her hair was styled to resemble a young man's. She looked almost exactly like Song Xingchen. No wonder Song Yinshi hadn't noticed anything amiss. Song Yinshi had been thinking that if only Song Xingchen were here, this New Year's Eve feast would truly be meaningful. So when she saw Song Xingyu, she believed her space artifact in its thoughtfulness had delivered Song Xingchen to her. Here, take this. Try the wings your mother grilled. This is your favorite flavor. Mother. Song Xingyu was startled to hear Song Yinshi addressing her. Hesitation and panic flickered in her eyes. She had been so focused on the food that she hadn't realized she had wandered into the yard right up to Song Yanx's presence. This woman wasn't afraid of her at all. She even claimed to be her mother. Song Xingyu thought the woman must be mad. Why are you standing there in a daze? Eat up. Mother will grill you a few of your favorite buns. Hurry before those big mouths snatch everything away and you're left with nothing. Without giving her a chance to protest, Song Yinshi pressed 4 or 5 wings into Song Xingyi's hands. She then produced a wet wipe and gently cleaned the smudges from Song's. You've been messing with those vegetables again, haven't you? Look at this mess. You could plant crops on that face. You little grub. There was little reproach in Song Yanx's tone. It was filled instead with affection and warmth. This left Song Xingyu, who had yearned for maternal love her entire life, utterly at a loss. Her master loved her too, but having never been a mother, their bond was defined more by strictness and expectation. This image of a mother like Song Yanxi was something Nanjung had never provided. Song Xingyu stared at the food in Song Yanxi's hand, reluctant to eat it, but her brain was soon conquered by her taste buds. She took the wings and devoured them voraciously. The flavor was divine, more delicious than anything she had ever tasted. She ate so hastily that a piece lodged in her throat, sending her into a violent coughing fit that brought tears to her eyes. The meat slid down to her stomach, yet the tears in her eyes refused to stop. What's wrong? Why are you crying? Are you frightened? Don't be afraid. Mother is right here. Seeing Song Yanxi's worried expression, the men also drew near. What's the matter with the child? Why is he crying? This was the second time Song Mo had seen Song Xingchen cry, the first being when Song Yanxi was injured. This child was always so resilient. Even when poisoned, he hadn't shed a tear. What could be wrong now? Don't cry, mother is here. Come, let mother hold you. Song Yanxi continued to soothe Song Xingyu, and the men followed her lead, trying to comfort the child. Don't be scared. Father is here. No one will dare bully you. Ouyang Pu gently placed his hand on Song Xingyi's head. She looked up at him. This man seemed strangely familiar. Don't worry, Uncle Song is here. If anyone dares to harm you, he'll go give them a beating. Song Mo found it amusing and reached out to pat Song Xingyi's head, but she dodged. Hey, has the kid changed his ways? He used to despise you, and like me. How is it the tables have turned? Dr. Song, perhaps the child was frightened by you. Mu Yao teased Song Mo from the sidelines. Song Xingyu feared that if she stayed any longer, she'd be exposed. Though she adored Song Yanxi and longed to remain by her side, staying any longer would only lead to an awkward encounter when the real child appeared. Song Xingyu nodded, took the bun Song Yanxi had given her, and sat quietly on the stone stool, eating, while her eyes constantly searched for a chance to escape. Just as everyone turned to help Song Yanxi, Song Xingyu seized the moment. With a single leap, she sprang from the stool and dashed back the way she came, without a moment's hesitation. Yet she didn't drop a single piece of food, clutching it all tightly to her chest. The child ran away. Guangxiu, standing at the back, watched Song Xingyu sprint away. He wasn't sure how to react, but the girl's agile movement struck him. Who ran away? Mu Yao, with a chicken wing in his mouth, turned to look in the direction Guangxiu pointed. Song Xingyu had already scaled the wall and was about to leap over. Freedom, almost safe. Song Xingyu breathed a sigh of relief atop the wall. But before she could fully relax, she was caught by a pair of large hands, and in a few quick bounds brought back to the center of the yard. You little brat, where do you think you're going in such a hurry? The capital is a dangerous place. Who told you to run off on your own? Song Xingyu squirmed, and Ouyang Pus grasped her heart, pounding with terror. This is it. Have I been found out? Let me go, you villain. If you don't release me this instant, it'll make you die a most miserable death. These words enraged Ouyang Pu. As Song Xingchen's nominal father, how dare the boy speak to him in such a manner? This was an intolerable insult. With a sharp crack, Ouyang Pu's large hand landed on Song Xingyi's backside, the sound echoing loudly through the yard. Song Xingyu, a girl, had never been spanked by a grown man before. Humiliated and enraged, she tried to pull a dagger from her bosom, but Ouyang Pu's strength was too great. She couldn't move an inch in his arms. Song Xingyu began to panic. Had she encountered the kidnappers people often talked about? Would they sell her away? Would she never see her master again? It was only then that Song Xingyu began to tremble in fear. She struggled desperately in Ouyang Pu's arms, crying out loudly, "Master, save me. Master, master. I've been caught by a bad person." Her cries were desolate and sorrowful, brimming with terror. Everyone wondered why didn't Song Xingchen call for Song Yanxi to save him, but instead shouted for some master. Song Yanxi approached Ouyang Pu, intending to rescue Song Xingyu, when a sharp dagger flashed with cold light and flew straight toward her brow. Song Yanxi had never practiced martial arts. Naturally, she couldn't dodge such speed. Ouyang Pu was startled. A long whip flew from his sleeve, clashing with the dagger with a crisp sound. The dagger was knocked to the ground. Song Yanxi stepped back, nearly falling, but was steadied by Song Mo, who arrived just in time to support her arm. Before the group could figure out what was happening, a figure flew over the courtyard wall. It was none other than Song Xingyi's master, Nanjung. Seeing the whip that had knocked down her dagger, she recognized it instantly. She had seen it countless times in her dreams and yearned for it countless times in this life. Nanjung shed her earlier aloofness, leaping to Ouyang Pu's side and throwing herself into his arms. At that moment, Ouyang Pu held both a child and a woman in his arms, presenting the perfect image of a family of three. "Senior brother, I've finally found you." Nanjung's tears flowed uncontrollably in Ouyang Pu's arms. Both Ouyang Pu and Song Xingyu were stunned. "Nanjung, master." The two called out simultaneously. Nanjung's tears dripped onto Song Xingyi's face. Song Xingyu had never seen her master cry before, and after calling out, "Master," she stared at Nanjung in bewilderment. "Senior brother, I've finally found you. How wonderful. I never want to leave you again. When our master passed away, he told me to find you, but by the time I reached the capital, you were all—" Nanjung was about to continue, but Ouyang Pu pushed her out of his arms, glancing nervously at Song Yanxi standing nearby. Only then did Nanjung notice several other people beside Ouyang Pu, especially a woman. In the past, her senior brother had never had any woman by his side except herself. Nanjung eyed Song Yinchi warily. At that moment, Ouyang Qing also arrived. His martial arts were naturally inferior to Nanjung's. When he heard Song Xingyu cry for help, Nanjung had already vanished. Ouyang Qing only now came running. Big brother, is it really you? Big brother. Ouyang Qing could barely contain his emotions. Seeing Ouyang Pu's appearance, he could hardly believe his eyes. Big brother, I thought I would never see you again in this life. Ouyang Pu had just set Song Xingyu down when his arms were occupied by Ouyang Qing. What is this, a grand family reunion scene? Ouyang Pu sure has a lot of relatives. Song Yinchi didn't want to get involved in Ouyang Pu's affairs. The look Nanjung had given her made her feel very uncomfortable. Song Yinchi walked over, took Song Xingyi's hand, and wanted to go back to rest. Son, let's go? It's too chaotic here. Mother will take you back to rest. Unexpectedly, Song Xingyu shook off Song Yanx's hand and hid behind Nanjung. Song Yinchi was furious. What was wrong with everyone? What do you think you're doing? Don't throw a tantrum now, or I'll spank you. Nanjung shielded Song Xingyu behind her. Who do you want to spank? I'm disciplining my own son. What business is it of yours? Song Yinchi was also getting angry. How dare she hug Ouyang Pu? Was Ouyang Pu hers to hug? Although Song Yinchi verbally refused Ouyang Pu, her heart might not match her words. Her mouth was not necessarily honest. Ouyang Pu, seeing the two women at daggers drawn, grew anxious. Ignoring Ouyang Qing, who was still expressing his longing in his arms, he stepped between the two women to separate them first. Calm down, both of you. Don't scare the child. Nanjung of course refused to yield. Senior brother, she wants to hit my child. I can't calm down. Who is this person? Song Yinchi felt a sense of déjà vu. In her modern life, Song Yamo had barged in with his mistress just like this. The mistress' words were exactly the same as this woman's. She wanted to take over her house, steal her child, and drive her out. Tears welled up in Song Yanx's eyes. The memories of her past life merged with the present scene, and Nanjung's face overlapped with that mistress' face. She could almost hear Song Xingchen's hysterical cries and merciless taunts. They'll say it one last time, give me back my child. As a mother, Song Yinchi felt her body surge with power. Her burning gaze seemed ready to devour Nanjung alive. Ouyang Qing pushed aside, looked at Song Yinchi, and suddenly understood. This woman must be Song Xingyi's mother. So Big Brother had an affair with her. Indeed, this woman looked very much like Qi Baiji. Big Brother had said he didn't like Qi Baiji. It was all lies. Ouyang Qing stared at Song Yanx's face, his mind. The courtyard was now a mess, each person harboring their own thoughts. Guang Xiao and Mu Yao couldn't make sense of the situation. What exactly was the relationship between all these people? Hadn't their prince always been ascetic? How did so many women suddenly appear? Song Yinchi calmed down. Nanjung is not a bad person. Song Yinchi completely ignored Ouyang Pu. Song Yamo stepped forward to try to persuade her, but she wanted to see him even less. Every single one of them was annoying. You can have your family reunions all you want. I just want to take my child away. Whether he's a good person or not is none of my concern. Then you should first see if the child is willing to... Nanjung couldn't bear the way Ouyang Pu looked at Song Yinchi. He had never looked at her like that. Song Xingchen, are you coming with me or staying? Song Yinchi also found it strange. Usually Song Xingchen was the most clingy to her, but today his gaze felt unfamiliar, even carrying a hint of resentment. Song Xingyu, do you want to stay with your master or go with that woman? I want to stay with my master. The child's voice struck Song Yinchi like a thunderbolt. Song Xingyu. Song Yinchi heard Nanjung call the child's name. What was going on? She stepped back 2 paces and ran toward her own room, not far away. Could it be that this child was not Song Xingchen? But he looked exactly like Song Xingchen. At this point, she just needed to check the space to find out. There were strangers outside as Song Yinchi didn't want the secret of the space to be known by unfamiliar people. Once back in her room, she entered the space directly. Inside the space, Song Xingchen was leisurely reading a comic book surrounded by snacks and drinks. Wouldn't children all over the world envy such a life? Seeing Song Xingchen lying on the bed, Song Yanx's feelings were indescribable. Had she just been thinking of taking that child? No wonder the boy looked at her like she was a villain. This misunderstanding was rather significant, but that child truly bore an uncanny resemblance to Song Xingchen, so much so that even his own mother could mistake him. Mother, why are you here? Is something the matter? Noticing Song Yanx's grim expression, Song Xingchen affectionately wrapped his arms around her waist and nuzzled against her. This was how Song Xingchen always comforted her whenever Song Yinchi was unhappy. Compared to that other child's gaze, Song Xingchen's eyes were filled with more kindness. That girl's eyes were like those of a venomous snake lying in wait. Song Yinchi was reluctant to think such thoughts about a child, yet she couldn't help herself. Why was there a child who looked so much like Song Xingchen? This question plagued Song Yinchi. Hadn't that female assassin mentioned she had another child? Could this child be that one? But such a coincidence seemed unlikely. Moreover, if this child were meant to be leverage against her, would he be so easily encountered? Then there was another possibility: this child was born to that woman Nanjung and Ouyang Pu. Being half-siblings with the same father would explain the striking resemblance. Song Yinchi felt this explanation was more plausible. Yet her heart refused to accept it. She suddenly felt her emotions spiraling out of control, unsure of what was happening. Nanjung had so much she wanted to say to Ouyang-pu. They had been martial arts disciples under the same master since the age of 5 over a decade ago. If Ouyang-pu hadn't had to return to the palace, they wouldn't have been separated for so long. Senior brother, have you been well all these years? Nanjung and Ouyang-qing were led by Ouyang-pu into the main hall, with Song Xingyu closely following Nan. I've been well, but I've been so busy with court affairs that I never had the chance to visit you and master. Hearing Ouyang-pu mention their master, Nanjung felt a surge. After you left, master's health declined steadily. 5 years ago his old ailment recurred, and he passed away. Before he died, master told me to visit my family, and then find you. But when I returned to the capital, I learned you had been exiled to Lingnan. I've always wanted to go to you, but I was held back. I'm glad we've met again now. Nanjung was usually a woman of few words, and Song Xingyu had never seen her speak so much. Stay by my side from now on. He'll protect you just like when we were. Although Ouyang-pu was speaking to Nanjung, his gaze was fixed on Song Xingyu the entire time. Brother, when did you arrive in the capital? Ouyang-qing felt a bit neglected. He used to be the one clinging to Ouyang-pu, but this time he sensed something different about his brother. I arrived yesterday, and will leave tomorrow. Ouyang-pu glanced at Ouyang-qing, his expression complex, but it quickly softened into a benevolent look. Brother, take me with you this time. The capital is dreadfully boring. I want to roam the world freely with you. Ouyang-qing looked at Ouyang-pu with sincere eyes, but Ouyang-pu only shook his head. I'm going into exile, not on a pleasure trip. I only returned to the capital out of unavoidable necessity. You are now a proper prince. Guard your title, well, find a good princess, and live out your days in peace. Isn't that good enough? Brother, you know me. I have no one I love and no desire for power. I just want to follow you like we were as children. Ouyang-qing spoke with heartfelt sincerity, but Ouyang-pu remained unmoved. No, you must go back. But Ouyang-qing was no longer the child he once was. He was an adult now, and Ouyang-pu couldn't control him anymore. I won't go back unless I'm dead. I've already left the palace and I won't return. I'm sticking with you for life. Ouyang-pu was at a loss against Ouyang-qing's unwavering determination. Fine, do as you wish. Just hope you won't regret it later. Ouyang-qing was overjoyed at getting his way. Just then a servant brought in the dumpling filling that Song Yinshi had instructed to be prepared. A large basin of filling emanated the fresh fragrance of pork and chives along with other enticing aromas that stirred one's appetite. Your Highness, the secondary consort instructed that everyone should make dumplings together at midnight. This is the filling this servant has prepared. Secondary consort. Nanjung doubted her ears. Secondary consort? Whose secondary consort? Had Ouyang-pu taken a wife? Then what about her? Nanjung's face turned increasingly grim. Song Yinshi had already emerged from her room. Though hesitant, there were matters she had to face. I asked him to prepare the filling. Since the prince has no time now, I'll just move it to my room. Song Yinshi signaled to Song Mo and Mu Yao, and they silently worked together to carry the flour and dumpling filling. Stay? We're all family here. Let's make dumplings together. Ouyang-qing walked over to Song Yinshi, enthusiastically inviting her to join. I heard in the capital that my brother had married a virtuous and kind secondary consort. Seeing you today, you are not only virtuous, but also stunningly beautiful. My brother is truly fortunate. Ouyang-qing's flattery was sweet, and Song Yinshi, charmed by him, immediately broke into a smile, her earlier sullen expression vanishing. Smiling, she walked over to Nanjung, who still regarded her with hostility. I apologize. He is not my child. I mistook him because they look so alike. Since you've come, stay and live here peacefully. Though it's not my place to say this, you needn't have any concerns. Giving the child a complete happy family is the most important thing. Rest assured. Song Yang's words left everyone baffled. What was she talking about? Ouyang-pu also looked at her strangely, but Song Yinshi offered no explanation, simply urging everyone to make dumplings together. The only thing everyone gathered from her words was that this child was indeed not Song Xingyu. But heavens, the two boys looked so incredibly alike that even Song Yinshi, the real mother, had been fooled. How could that not be strange? When Song Yinshi said Song Xingyu was not her child, Song Xingyu was surprised to find a hint of disappointment in his heart. It seemed he truly had wished Song Yinshi were his mother. Within the imperial palace, Ouyang Sun sat half-drunk on the dragon throne watching Chun Yuanchuan enter. Have they left? Yes, your majesty. They have left the palace. They will surely go to Ouyang-pu. This time he is doomed. What his mother failed to do, let her child finish. Master, do you like that prince? Lying on an unfamiliar bed, Song Xingyu found it hard to fall asleep. She snuggled into Nanjung's arms and asked her master, for the way Nanjung looked at Ouyang-pu was markedly different. Before others, Nanjung was a ruthless bounty hunter, but in front of Ouyang-pu, she reverted to that vibrant youthful girl. It was as if they had returned to those happy days of learning martial arts on the mountain. Yes, your master has loved him since she was your age. Through all these years, he has been the pillar that— What about me then? Song Xingyu felt a pang of jealousy. So she wasn't her master's only one. There was someone in this world even more important than her. It's different. You are like my own child. I will do everything in my power to be good to you. These words pleased Song Xingyu, and he stopped dwelling on the relationship between Nanjung and Ouyang-pu. He fell asleep peacefully in Nanjung's arms, but Nanjung herself was sleepless that night. At dawn the sounds of firecrackers echoed throughout the city. Ouyang Pu and the others rose early to pack their belongings. Song Yinshi made a large pot of wontons in the kitchen, serving everyone a big bowl. When Nanjung brought Song Xingyu out, everyone was astonished by the sight of the boy dressed as a girl. They hadn't expected that the mischievous brat who had tried to climb over the wall yesterday was actually a girl. I didn't introduce her yesterday. This is my disciple Song Xingyu. She's actually a girl but quite lively and mischievous. I apologize for the trouble she caused yesterday. Song Xingyu. Song Yinshi placed the bowls before them, but inwardly she was puzzled. The child's surname is Song. Whose surname did she take? Could it be that this Nanjung is also surnamed Song? Whose surname does the child go by? I recall you are surnamed Nan. Ouyang Pu was also curious. The child's background intrigued him greatly. Moreover, he had noticed the birthmark on the back of the child's neck. It was the mark of the Ouyang family. I don't know. When Ouyang Sun handed her to me, she only had a swaddling cloth with the words Song Xingyu written on it. I know nothing else. Oh no. Song Yinshi and Ouyang Pu exchanged a knowing glance, understanding settling in their hearts. The child Ouyang Sun gave to Nanjung is named. There was only one possibility: this child was the one Song Yinshi had lost before. The fact that she looked exactly like Song Xingchen made sense. They were twins, so of course they would look identical. Song Xingyu. Song Yinshi crouched down and approached the girl. Song Xingyu paid no heed to the adults' conversation. She was completely captivated by the wontons on the table. As far as she was concerned, what the adults were saying had nothing to do with her. She was carefully eating the wontons with a spoon, nibbling around the edges because they were hot, her manner both adorable and endearing. In her past life, Song Yinshi had always wanted a daughter. After divorcing Song Mo, she had lost faith in men and never had the chance to have a girl. Although Song Xingyu was born to the original owner of this body, the bond of blood was undeniable. Song Yinshi felt the same deep connection with this child as she did with Song Xingchen. Let's leave the city first. We can discuss the rest later. Ouyang Pu took Song Yanx's hand and gently shook his head, pulling her away from Song Xingyu. The city gates would open early in the morning, and to avoid any unforeseen complications, it was best to leave the city as soon as possible. Alright, I understand. Song Yinshi nodded to Ouyang Pu. Nanjung watched their clasped hands, feeling a twinge of discomfort, but she forced herself to remain composed, and led Song Xingyu onto the carriage. Song Yinshi, Nanjung, and Song Xingyu shared one carriage with Mu Yao driving. Ouyang Qing, Ouyang Pu, and Song Mo rode in Ouyang Qing's carriage with a guard on the driver's seat. Guangxiu rode on horseback at the front of the procession. The two carriages headed towards the city gate one after another. There were few guards at the gate today, but many people were leaving the city. After all, the city had been sealed for days, and people were eager to go to their estates outside to stock up on food. Some officials' families who had come from the capital for the palace banquet were also taking advantage of the holiday to return to their hometowns. The most conspicuous was the carriage procession of the Right Vice Minister of Rights. A dozen carriages lined up in a row, taking up a large stretch of the official road. Such a grand procession on the first day of the new year. Whose entourage is this? Song Mo looked at the long line of carriages outside with curiosity. Minister Wen is a good man, just a bit unlucky. Ouyang Qing recounted the events of the New Year's Eve palace banquet, naturally omitting Song Xingyi's little antics. He is indeed innocent. But retiring to his hometown might be for the best. Serving the emperor is like lying beside a tiger. You never know when you might get bitten. After saying this, Song Mo glanced secretly at Ouyang Pu. A man like Ouyang Sun would even frame his own brother, let alone a minister. It was no different from crushing. Minister Wen has spoken up for me many times before, and he is an upright and honest man. Guangxiu, follow behind Minister Wen's carriage. We will escort him part of the way. As it happened, Minister Wen's hometown was not far from Lingnan, so escorting him wouldn't take them much out of their way. Because of the heavy traffic, the guards at the gate simply let everyone through without checking each carriage. This saved Ouyang Pu a great deal of trouble. Besides, with Ouyang Qing accompanying them, they wouldn't have to worry about inspections along the way. The atmosphere in Song Yanx's carriage was rather strange. Nanjung sat upright, but she was secretly observing Song Yinshi. She was curious. This woman seemed ordinary, with nothing particularly special about her aside from a bit of beauty. Why did her senior brother value her so highly? Song Xingyu was also secretly observing Song Yinshi. Her master liked Ouyang Pu, and this woman was Ouyang Pu's concubine. That made her master's rival in love, and her master's rival was her enemy. Song Xingyu mentally categorized Song Yinshi as an enemy. Meanwhile, Song Yinshi was still thinking about how to get closer to Song Xingyu, unaware that the girl had already placed her 10,000 miles away. Children are easy to win over after all. Since Song Xingchen and Song Xingyu were twins, they probably liked the same things. Song Yinshi took a strawberry-flavored lollipop from her bosom, slowly unwrapped it in front of Song Xingyu, then popped it into her own mouth, savoring it with an expression of pure bliss. Song Xingyi's attention was immediately drawn to the colorful wrapper of the lollipop. Song Yinshi took out several more flavors. Apple, orange, blueberry. Which? Song Yinshi muttered to herself. Song Xingyu stared at the lollipops and swallowed hard. I can't decide. Help me pick one, and the rest are yours as a thank you. Song Yinshi suddenly turned to Song Xingyu. who quickly sat up straight and pretended to look outside the carriage. Huh, you don't like them? Then I'll just have to eat them all myself. Song Yang's movements were exaggerated, but her eyes were full of sincere warmth. No, Song Xingyu after all was just a child and had no resistance to candy. But she didn't dare take it directly out. Instead, she looked at Nanzheng with pleading eyes. Such a well-behaved demeanor was a rare sight. Nanzheng smiled and nodded. My lord, the road has been peaceful enough. Why are you still so fearful? Lord Wen and his lawful wife rode in the first carriage while their daughter sat in the second. What would you know? The emperor is cruel and vindictive by nature. Many of the old ministers who once aided Ouyang-pu have been eliminated by him under various pretexts. Even if our family had not been implicated by Susu's affair, we would likely have faced reckoning after the new year. Lord Wen, whose given name was Qing, had married the eldest legitimate daughter of the Wang family. Though the Wangs were no prominent clan, Lord Wen had never treated her unjustly. As the saying goes, a man who wrongs his wife shall never prosper. Lord Wen harbored no ambitions of wealth or glory. He wished only for familial harmony, a peaceful tenure until his retirement, and a natural end to his days. Little did he expect that a single palace banquet would change everything. Then what shall become of our daughter? I do not fear death. At my age, what is there to fear in dying? But Wei Wei is only 16. She has not yet been betrothed. My lord, if calamity befalls us, how will she survive? The more Lady Wang spoke, the more agitated she became, her grip on Lord Wen's hand tightening repeatedly. So do you think I am not worried? But our lives rest entirely in the emperor's hands. Who can sway his will? I have only brought suffering upon you and our daughter. Tears welled in Lord Wen's aged eyes as he patted Lady Wang's hand and closed his eyes. Lord Wen's carriage traveled for over 10 days in constant trepidation, yet no imperial envoy came. He had begun to believe they had escaped the emperor's wrath, until just before reaching Qinhuang Mountain, disaster struck. On that day, the party arrived at the borders of Qinhuang Mountain. The first month of the new year was nearly over, and the snow upon the mountain had melted completely. Though the wind still carried a chill, it was far more bearable than before the new year. Pedestrian merchants had begun to appear sporadically along the official road of Qinhuang Mountain. Lord Wen would even offer provisions from his own stores to weary traders they encountered. By the journey's progress, their grain supply had dwindled considerably, and Lady Wang grew anxious at the sight of the less than full cart. Wen Weiwei had never fully recovered from a prior illness. When she learned that her father had been forced into early retirement for Wen Susu's transgression, she blamed herself for the family's misfortune. Grief festered within her throughout the journey, worsening her condition. Her cough grew more violent, and she was plagued by recurring fevers. Miss, you're burning with fever again. This servant will inform the master and mistress. The maidservant Chuier looked anxiously at Wen Weiwei, who lay in a daze upon the carriage. This was already the second fever today, yet the young lady had forbidden her from telling the master and mistress. They had not encountered a single physician along the road. If the young lad's condition worsened from this delay, how could she ever bear the responsibility? Stop! Wen Weiwei summoned the last of her strength to sharply halt Chuier. I told you not to trouble my parents. I know my own body well. A dose of medicine will suffice. Brew some herbs in the carriage. Do not utter a word of this, or I shall have you sold immediately. Wen Weiwei had always treated Chuier with great kindness. This was the first time she had ever spoken so harshly. Chuier, being only 10 years old, was frightened into obedient silence, remaining in the carriage and daring not to alert Lord and Lady Wen. At noon, the carriage procession halted to rest. 5 or 6 maids and serving women began to light fires and prepare meals while 4 or 5 young servants cleared the surrounding area. Ahead lay the most perilous stretch of Qinhuang Mountain, rumored to be infested with bandits. By the time they finished eating, dusk would be approaching. The caravan dared not travel at night, especially through this region. Several guards stood vigilant with drawn blades. Lord Wen helped Lady Wang down from the carriage. The weather was uncharacteristically mild that day, wearing their padded jackets, they even felt a slight warmth. Lady Wang, concerned for her daughter, made her way toward Wen Weiwei's carriage. Before she even reached it, a pungent odor of medicine assailed her nostrils. A sense of unease crept into Lady Wang's heart. Weiwei had taken medicine before, but never in such heavy concentrations. The smell was reminiscent of the air in a dying elder's sick room. Weiwei, are you alright? You haven't come down from the carriage these past few days. Mother has come to see you. Lady Wang called out from outside the carriage. The heavy curtain was pushed aside, but it was Chuier who emerged. My lady, where is the young miss? Lady Wang's anxiety deepened. The young miss is still sleeping. Chuier's eyes darted evasively, and Lady Wang's Weiwei has never been one to sleep late. It's already past noon. How could she still be asleep? Step aside, I shall see for myself. Lady Wang moved to board the carriage, but Chuier blocked her path desperately. My lady, the young miss truly is sleeping. Please do not disturb her. How could Chuier's small frame possibly hold back Lady Wang? Seeing Chuier's behavior, Lady Wang was certain the girl was hiding something. Insolent girl. I am going to see my own daughter. How is that a disturbance? Seize her. With a sharp crack, Lady Wang struck Chuier across the face. She called out to the surrounding maids and serving women, who abandoned their tasks and rushed to the carriage. Chuier, clutching her stinging cheek, was pinned firmly to the ground. Freed from obstruction, Lady Wang mounted the stool and climbed into Wen Weiwei's carriage. The moment she pushed open the door, the overwhelming stench of medicine assailed her eyes, making them water. A gust of cold wind swept into the carriage, triggering a violent fit of coughing from Wen Weiwei within. Fanning away the thick medicinal odor, Lady Wang finally laid eyes on her daughter. Her face was as pale as paper. From the moment Lady Wang opened the door, Wen Weiwei's coughing had not ceased. Fearing her mother would hear, she pressed a thick quilt over her mouth, burying half her face within its folds. "My child, what has happened to you?" Lady Wang rushed into the carriage and pulled Wen Weiwei out from beneath the quilt. Wen Weiwei had assumed Chuyer had entered, never expecting her mother. At a loss, she tried to speak, but her body felt as though it were engulfed in flames. Only ceaseless coughing brought any relief. Yet each cough made breathing more difficult, as if something were constricting her throat. Even swallowing saliva was agonizing. It felt as though her very organs might be coughed out. "Mother! Cough, cough, cough. Why have you come in?" "I. Cough, cough, I'm fine. Cough, cough, cough." Wen Weiwei could not manage a single complete sentence. Her throat felt as though it were about to burst into flames. "My child, you were perfectly fine the day before yesterday. How have you become like this? That wretched Chuyer. You're this ill, and she didn't report it. Just wait, I'll flay her." Lady Wang pressed her hand to Wen Weiwei's forehead and instantly recoiled. The temperature was scalding. Her daughter's brow burned like a live coal. Lady Wang's alarm grew even greater. "Mother, I told her not to say anything. Please don't blame her. We're almost home. We can find a physician then. Don't let me delay the journey." Wen Weiwei grasped Lady Wang's hand and shook her head. She had overheard the conversations between her mother and father. Every day of delay meant greater danger for the entire family. "What nonsense are you speaking? What could possibly be more important than your life? Your father and I have only you as our daughter. If anything were to happen to you, how could we go on?" Madame Wang's eyes held both anger and heartache. Wen Weiwei's complexion had worsened after being exposed to the cold wind. Madame Wang pressed down the carriage curtain tightly, then anxiously went to find Lord Wen. Wen Qing remained on the carriage reviewing the account books. The recent expenditures had indeed been substantial. His official salary was meager, and supporting so many people had become quite difficult. Fortunately, the incident with Wen Susu had provided an excuse, and both her birth mother and another concubine had been sold off by Madame Wang. Such troublemaking concubines were better off not kept around. "My lord." Madame Wang flung aside the curtain and scrambled directly to Wen Qing's feet. Madame Wang was always composed. Even when the emperor was enraged, she had never appeared so utterly panicked. "My lady, what has happened?" Wen Qing helped Madame Wang up, noticing her ice-cold palms and the glistening tears welling in her eyes. "My Lord Weiwei's cough has worsened severely, and her forehead burns to the touch. The child's condition is truly frightening. What are we to do? If we don't find a physician soon, I fear the worst is inevitable." Madame Wang looked at Wen Qing with desperate hope, having exhausted her own options. She could only rely on her husband now. "In this desolate wilderness, where are we to find a physician? Beyond Mount Qinhuang lies a small town where physicians are certain to be found, but..." Wen Qing looked up at the darkening sky. Even setting out now, they couldn't cross the mountain before nightfall. The mountain was not only plagued by bandits, but deeper within towering cliffs formed a narrow pass, known as One-Line Sky. If someone were to ambush them, there not a single soul in this convoy would escape. "My lord, what, but? Can you bear to watch Weiwei die? My lord, I beg of you." Madame Wang sat up straight, shaking Wen Qing's leg in desperate supplication. Outside, the maidservants and elderly matrons overheard their master's conversation, their faces reflecting a mixture of complex emotions. "My lord, my lady, I am willing to go ahead and fetch a physician for the eldest young lady." Chuyer pushed through the crowd behind, rushing to the front of Wen Qing's carriage and calling out loudly. Wen Qing lifted the curtain and stepped out. Chuyer knelt before the carriage. "This servant is also willing to go and find a physician for the eldest young lady." Several more maidservants and matrons knelt down. Several young attendants and guards also knelt, volunteering. "Rather than one person taking the risk alone, let us all go together. If we combine our efforts, perhaps we may still find a glimmer of hope." Wen Qing could not bear to let these servants risk their lives. Every life was precious, and how could he, for the sake of his own daughter, allow these innocent people to lose theirs? By the time the Wen family's convoy reached the foot of Mount Qinhuang, night had already fallen. Darkness enveloped everything, and with the cliffs blocking the way, even the moonlight could not penetrate this place. The occasional hoot of an owl echoed through the surroundings, heightening the tension in everyone's hearts. Madame Wang moved into Wen Weiwei's carriage to personally attend. Wen Weiwei's condition had deteriorated severely. Her coughs were weak and feeble, her breathing grew increasingly labored, and a raspy, wheezing sound emanated from her throat, like an old worn-out bellows, wrenching at the hearts of all who heard it. Madame Wang wiped the sweat from Wen Weiwei's face while tears streamed down her own. This was the first time she had seen her daughter like this. How could such a vibrant, lively young girl have become like this in just 2 days? Ouyang Pu's convoy had been following Wen Qing's at a steady distance all along. Ouyang Pu had intended to remain inconspicuous. His only goal was to safely escort Wen Qing back to his hometown, after which he could rest easy. Little did he expect that this very negligence would nearly lead to irreparable consequences. Wenqing's carriage traveled through the one-line sky pass where the cold wind squeezed through the narrow gap, became even more biting and piercing. Numerous torches had been lit on the carriage, but they only illuminated the immediate path. Just then a faint rustling sound arose in the silent valley like birds taking flight from leaves or rabbits scurrying. Numerous torches had been lit on the carriage, but they only illuminated the immediate path. Just then a faint rustling sound arose in the silent valley like birds taking flight from leaves or rabbits scurrying frantically across the ground. The guard was about to rein in the horses when Wenqing shouted, "No one stop. Speed up. Nobody is to halt." The guard raised his whip high and lashed it down mercilessly upon the horses' flanks. The convoy, which had been slowing, suddenly surged forward at a frantic gallop. A sharp whistling sound cut through the air, and the guard who had just been wielding his whip slumped over onto the driver's seat. Wenqing felt warm blood splatter across his face along with the guard's unwilling cry as he lost consciousness. Startled by the sound of arrows, the horses neighed wildly and bolted forward in reckless abandon. The carriage could not withstand such speed, swaying violently from side to side, like a drunken man stumbling along the road. "My lord!" The guards behind witnessed the commotion and shouted loudly, but the wind roaring past Wenqing's ears drowned out all other sounds. "My lord, what's happening?" Madame Wang, hearing the horses' frantic neighing from inside, pushed aside the curtain and leaned halfway out onto the driver's seat. "My lord's horses have bolted." The people behind had not seen the guard struck by the arrow. All they could see was the carriage careening wildly out of control ahead. "Quick, find a way to save my lord." Madame Wang shouted from the driver's seat, instinctively grabbing the arm of the guard driving the carriage. "My lady, I..." Before the guard could finish his words, an arrow pierced through his chest. He spat out a mouthful of blood and collapsed onto the driver's seat. Madame Wang was frozen in terror. Where had these arrows come from? Someone was trying to slaughter them. She didn't know how to drive the carriage. What were they to do now? Was her entire family destined to perish in this desolate wilderness? Kill them all. Leave no one alive. From the dark shadows, a dozen black-clad assassins suddenly emerged. They must have been lying in wait here all along, their black garments blending seamlessly into the darkness. Who could have possibly spotted them? Then came the sounds of carriages overturning, horses neighing, and terror-piercing screams of men and women, helpless cries for help, and the sickening sound of blades slicing through flesh, all rising and falling in a cacophony throughout the valley. Wenqing and Madame Wang's carriage, thanks to the bolting horses, inadvertently escaped the assassin's slaughter. The horses, sensing the immense danger, desperately tried to flee this terrifying place. But just as they were about to reach the exit of the valley, several black-clad figures leisurely stepped out from the shadows ahead. The man at the front had his bow drawn taut, his arrow aimed directly at Wenqing on the carriage. "Lord, would allow me to escort your entire family to the Yellow Springs." The assassin spoke, then released the bowstring. The arrow flew relentlessly toward Wenqing. The sound of the arrow was even more piercing within the valley, its whistling flight striking fear into the heart. "My lord!" Wang Shi, clutching desperately to the reins of the carriage behind, cried out in helpless terror, shutting her eyes tightly. In that critical moment, a great saber flew out horizontally, striking the arrow. With a clang, both blade and arrow fell to the ground a mere 3 inches from Wenqing. "Halt! How dare you commit murder and robbery on my turf? Did you even ask my permission?" The man's thunderous roar scattered the birds in the vicinity. "I don't care who you are. Meddle in our affairs, and you've signed your own death warrant." The black-clad man cast his bow aside, seized the long sword at his side, and charged toward the source of the voice. "The rest of you go after Wenqing. He'll deal with this meddlesome fool." The other assassins acknowledged the order and split into 2 groups, rushing towards Wenqing's carriage. The carriage continued its frantic gallop. Even as the assassins drew near, the horses showed no sign of stopping. Their long swords could not match the carriage's speed, making it difficult to reach Wenqing. The 4 assassins in the lead exchanged glances. 2 of them sped ahead of Wenqing's carriage, swords drawn, while the other 2 veered towards Wang Shi's carriage. With a sickening thud, 2 flashes of cold light swept before the carriage. The horse's legs were cleanly severed from both sides by the assassins. Losing its support, the carriage careened towards the cliff wall. With a deafening crash, it smashed against the unyielding stone, the immense impact shattering the carriage into. Wenqing clutched his head and leaped from the carriage just as it struck the wall. He tumbled across the ground, slammed into the rock face, and felt wooden splinters pierce his arm. His head finally cracked against the stone, and the series of impacts plunged him into unconsciousness. Wang Shi and Wen Weiwei inside the carriage fared no better. When the horse's legs were severed, the violent jolt knocked them out. Wen Weiwei, already gravely ill, coughed up blood from the impact before collapsing into oblivion. The assassins, however, were elated. They cared not whether their targets were dead or alive. A single finishing blow would complete their mission. They rushed forward, raising their long swords high, aiming for the trio's heads. With a whoosh, a long whip cut through the air, knocking the swords from their hands before snapping back. As it retracted, its barbs caught several assassins, dragging them down as a bone. "Bastard! Where did you come from, you meddling dog?" The wounded assassin clutched his injury and cursed loudly. The whip's maker was truly vicious. The barbs were shaped like inverted triangles, and though the wounds looked small, they were deep, blood pouring out in streams. Whatever substance coated the whip only made their arms grow heavier and more agonizing. A pack of cowards striking from the shadows and bullying the helpless. What honor is there in that? Guangxiu, charging to the front, drew his long sword and lunged with. Behind him came Ouyang Pu coiling his whip and Mu Yao poised to advance. Song Yimou stood with arms crossed watching alongside Ouyang Qing with the air of spectators, showing no intention of joining the fray. From the rear carriage, Song Yinchi and Song Xingyu poked their heads out to observe the battle. It was too dark to see clearly, and Song Yinchi grew anxious. She had never witnessed such a thrilling spectacle before. Nanzheng's heart was fixed solely on Ouyang Pu. The fate of the others mattered not to him. He lifted the curtain, his gaze never straying from Ouyang Pu. "It's too dark, I can't see a thing," Song Yinchi muttered, pulling a flashlight from her supermarket, as if she had drawn it from her sleeve. This was the latest long-range spotlight. Once switched on, it could illuminate everything within 100 or 200 meters, as bright as day. The assassins had never encountered such a device. The pitch-black valley suddenly turned to daylight, and as they followed the blinding light, searing pain shot through their eyes within seconds. Had they gone blind? Meet your end. Guangxiu effortlessly dispatched the nearest assassin without breaking a sweat. By the time the assassins realized what was happening, it was too late. Mu Yao's longsword was already upon them, and 2 more heads were cleanly severed. The bloody scene made Song Yanx's skin crawl. Fighting back nausea, she turned away and instinctively covered Song Xingyi's eyes. "Don't block me. This is the first time I've seen such a thrilling execution." Song Yinchi rolled her eyes, inwardly wondering what this child had been through over the years. How was she so unlike other girls? "Lend me that thing you've got. I want to play with it." The remaining assassins were swiftly eliminated by the trio without any suspense, and the anticlimactic outcome bored Song Xingyu, who turned her attention to the flashlight in Song Yanx's hand. "Here, have fun with it. Just remember, don't point it at anyone's eyes. ITLL blind them." The atmosphere in Song Yanx's carriage was rather strange. Nanzheng sat upright, but she was secretly observing Song Yinchi. She was curious. This woman seemed ordinary with nothing particular. "Really? You're giving this to me?" Song Xingyu asked in disbelief. "If you like it, it's yours." Song Yinchi was unusually generous at that moment, knowing she had an endless supply from her supermarket. Giving one to the child was nothing. Thank you." It was the first time Song Xingyu had ever said those words, awkward but sincere. With that, she jumped off the carriage to play. Song Yinchi produced another flashlight and followed Song Xingyu off the carriage. Nanzheng, unable to stay put any longer, watched as Guangxiu and Mu Yao helped Wen Qing up and checked his breathing. He was still alive, though his breath was unsteady. Wang Shi and Wen Weiwei were left to Song Yanx's care, as propriety dictated the men keep their distance. Song Yinchi approached Wang Shi and Wen Weiwei, bending down to examine them. Wang Shi had merely been knocked out by the force of the impact, suffering only minor scrapes. Wen Weiwei, however, was in far worse condition. She had been inside the carriage when it struck the wall, and the immense force had injured her internal organs. She also had a fracture in her lower leg. Not severe, but requiring prompt treatment to avoid lasting complications. Song Yimou, ever the conscientious physician, knew this was his moment to step forward. He produced a small porcelain bottle from his sleeve, poured out 3 pills, and tossed them into the mouths of the 3 injured. Then he stood still, watching Song Yinchi with curiosity. Song Yinchi knew exactly what he was thinking. He wanted to see how modern medicine would handle such a situation. "Do you need my help?" Nanzheng's sudden offer caught Song Yinchi completely off guard. Wang's injuries were lighter. Song Yinchi handed a bottle of saline to Nanzheng, teaching her how to rinse the wounds before applying iodine and cotton swabs. Nanzheng mastered it after a single demonstration, though with the numerous wounds on Wang's body, she would need considerable time herself. Song Yinchi went to thoroughly examine Wen Weiwei's injuries. The fracture was not severe, as she found a wooden board to immobilize the limb and rinse the area around the wound with saline. Gradually, Song Yinchi noticed something amiss with Wen Weiwei's complexion. Why was her face so flushed, unlike any normal person's? Song Yinchi placed her hand on Wen Weiwei's forehead. The moment she touched it, she was startled. The temperature was alarmingly high. No wonder her face was so flushed. Song Yinchi leaned close to Wen Weiwei's chest and listened. There were rattling sounds in her breathing. Judging by the condition, it was almost certainly pneumonia. At this stage, intravenous fluids were the fastest option and antibiotics the best course of treatment. But her medical kit contained no 4-drip equipment whatsoever. If pneumonia went untreated in time, it could be fatal. "I'll have to try everything I can. It's all up to fate." Song Yinchi wasn't confident, but she had to give it a try nonetheless. The kit did contain ready-made anti-inflammatory pills. Song Yinchi broke a pill in half and tried to push it into Wen Weiwei's mouth. Unfortunately, Wen Weiwei's tongue was pressed firmly against her teeth, and no matter how Song Yinchi tried, she couldn't pry her jaws open. At that moment, Song Yinchi found herself in a real bind. If she didn't act quickly, the fever could damage her brain. There's no other way. Song Yinchi resorted to her old trick, putting the pill into her own mouth. But Ouyang Pu, with lightning speed, snatched the pill right out. "What are you doing?" The bitter taste in her mouth made Song Yinchi frown. Ouyang Pu clutched the pill tightly, refusing to give it to her. He knew exactly what she intended. This wasn't the first time she had tried such a stunt. Did feeding medicine always have to fall on Song Yinshi? Ouyang Pu had a strong sense of propriety. In his eyes, Song Yinshi belonged to him alone, and she could only feed medicine to him. No one else, not even a thought. Song Yinshi circled around Ouyang Pu, trying to snatch the pill from his hand. With a flick of his wrist, Ouyang Pu tossed the pill to Song Yimo. This. Men and women should keep their distance. I'm not exactly the right person for this, am I? No way, no way. Song Yimo tried to toss the pill back to Ouyang Pu, but it vanished midair. Where's it going? He'll do it. The pill landed obediently in the newcomer's hand. The speaker looked vaguely familiar, yet no one could quite place who he was. Master, your highness, don't you recognize me? The man gazed at Ouyang Pu and Song Yinshi with warm familiarity. Song Yinshi stared at him puzzled. You? Are you Qin Pan? After racking her brain, Song Yinshi realized Qin Pan was the only one who would call her master. But the Qin Pan she remembered had a bushy beard, a face as dark as charcoal, and a haughty, cold demeanor. A completely different man from the one standing before her. Yes, master still remembers me. Haha, you promised you'd come find me. I've been waiting here for so long. Finally you've arrived. Qin Pan looked at Song Yinshi with tearful eyes. If Ouyang Pu hadn't been standing between them, he probably would have rushed forward to embrace her. You look so different from before, I hardly dared to recognize you. Haha. They said this appearance would be more pleasing to master's eyes. Do you know how much has happened since you left? The mountain has completely transformed. Enough, we'll talk about that later. First, give her the medicine. Song Yinshi cut Qin Pan off, knowing that if she didn't stop him, he could talk for 3 days and 3 nights. But the question of who would administer the medicine remained. What's so hard about feeding medicine? He'll do it. Qin Pan was eager to prove himself in front of Song Yinshi. When there was a task to be done, he'd step up first. He couldn't let his master be troubled. Thank you for your trouble. Song Yinshi glanced at Ouyang Pu, who showed no sign of compromise, and reluctantly gave in. After all, a life was at stake. How do I... Mouth to mouth. What? Qin Pan now only wanted to say one thing. He regretted this. Could he back out? You'd better hurry. This girl's condition can't afford any delay. Wait any longer, and she'll be meeting the king of hell. The consequences were too grave for Qin Pan to bear, yet he felt deeply wronged. He was still a young, unmarried man. Had never even held a girl's hand, let alone had a wife. And now his first kiss was about to be taken from him. Qin Pan was reluctant, though. He took some solace in the fact that the girl was at least decent-looking. Had she been some hideous creature, he doubted he could have brought himself to do it. Resigned to his fate, Qin Pan tossed the pill into his own mouth, pressed his lips to Wen Weiwei's, and pushed the pill down her throat. Only when he felt her swallow it did he finally lift his head with relief. How far is your stronghold from here? Song Yinshi looked at Qin Pan, thinking that the 3 injured people couldn't possibly travel with him on the road. This was Qinhuang Mountain territory, and taking shelter at Qin Pan's place was the best option. It's right up the mountain, not far at all. Qin Pan was naturally overjoyed that Song Yinshi would come to his stronghold. He would have loved to beat drums and gongs to welcome her up the mountain in grand style. The 3 injured people squeezed into Ouyang Pu's carriage, while Qin Pan hitched a ride in Song Yang's. Once aboard, he launched into a vivid animated account of everything that had recently happened on the mountain. Song Yinshi felt that Qin Pan was truly cut out to be a storyteller. His talent for spinning tales was remarkable. Song Xingyu listened even more intently than Song Yinshi. She rarely took a liking to anyone, but right now she adored Qin Pan, especially that mouth of his which made every story so entertaining. By the time Qin Pan led everyone back to the stronghold, they were all utterly exhausted. All around them lay crumbling walls and rubble. A scene of complete. Qin Pan directed several strong men to clear out the largest building first, so everyone could make do there for a few days, while they slowly repaired the other rooms. Put all the food in the kitchen and keep a close watch on it. If anything happens again, the entire stronghold will starve to death together. Qin Pan ordered his men to gather all the distributed food in one place, and assigned 2 people to guard it exclusively. Not content with that, he also had 2 more men watching from the shadows, keeping a particular eye on Ma Yuqing among the crowd, a top priority surveillance target. For the first few days, everything went smoothly. Everyone worked tirelessly repairing the buildings, and all was orderly. A fox always shows its tail eventually. On the 8th day, Ma Yuqing could no longer contain himself. He kept sneaking toward the kitchen, eagerly helping the cooks chop firewood. Qin Pan went to inspect the firewood and found it coated with fire oil. The slightest spark would set it ablaze instantly. He was clearly trying to pull the same trick again. Qin Pan and a few of his brothers quietly swapped the firewood for ordinary wood. Certain that Ma Yuqing would make his move within the next few days, Qin Pan hid on the kitchen rooftop every night waiting for him to take the bait. Ma Yuqing's patience far exceeded Qin Pan's expectations. He had to work during the day and keep watch all night. Several men were on the verge of giving up, and when everyone had reached their limits, Ma Yuqing finally made a move. After dinner, everyone returned to their own rooms to rest. The houses had been mostly repaired over the past few days, so they were now separated. The kitchen maids cleaned up and left one after another. The kitchen was pitch black. Suddenly a spark flew in from the back window, thrown with practiced precision, landing directly on the woodpile. Qin Pan's eyes were heavy with sleep, but the sudden change startled him. Fortunately, he was agile. When he leaped to the back window, he saw Ma Yukai running toward his own room. Where do you think you're going? Qin Pan threw a punch with fierce momentum, striking Ma Yuqing squarely on the nose. Boss Qin, spare me. Ma Yuqing's nose was crooked from the blow. His speech was slurred and blood gushed out uncontrollably. You damn bastard, trying the same old trick again. I've finally caught you, this rotten apple in the bunch. The other brothers extinguished the fire in the kitchen and came running over. Ma Yuqing's expression gradually turned to despair. He quietly slipped the dagger he had hidden behind his back back into its sheath. Boss Qin, what should we do with this traitor? Several burly men pinned Ma Yuqing to the ground. Qin Pan waved his hand. Go summon everyone to the main hall. I will hold a public trial for this traitor. By now Ma Yuqing knew he had no escape. He said nothing, only glaring viciously at the men. Qin Pan sat at the far end of the hall, clenching his teeth as he stared at Ma Yuqing kneeling on the ground. If Song Yinshi hadn't warned him before leaving not to act rashly, he would have torn the traitor limb from limb to honor the brothers who perished in the fire. Ma Yuqing, when you were starving to death, my father took you into the stronghold. How could you repay kindness with enmity? Have you no shame before the brothers who died? Qin Pan's words successfully ignited everyone's fury. All crowded into the hall to watch him judge Ma Yuqing. In this life there are too many people we let down. But the one we must never betray is ourselves. As long as I help them capture the stronghold, they'll give me a minor official post. Greed and shamelessness gleamed in Ma Yuqing's eyes. An official position, something I never dared to dream of. How could you, Boss Qin, who sits high above, ever understand someone like me? I want to be above others to command them too. I would never trade my brothers' lives for my own advancement. Qin Pan couldn't believe Ma Yuqing would utter such shameless words. His eyes turned red, his grip on the broadsword tightened. He wanted to kill Ma Yuqing right then. Never had he seen such brazen depravity. If they die for my future, that's their merit. Qin Pan, wasn't your father an official too? I don't believe you don't want a position. Release me, and he'll put in a good word for you at court. Maybe you'll get an official post too. Listen to me, everyone. Surrender obediently, and the court will give us a good life. Blasphemy. Qin Pan could no longer stomach Ma Yuqing's words. His blade flew from his hand, piercing straight through Ma Yuqing's chest. The others surged forward, fists and knives raining down as if they wanted to tear him apart to avenge their loved ones. Qin Pan looked at Ma Yuqing's corpse, a sense of loss washing over him. He recalled how prosperous the mountain had been when his father was alive, and what it was now. Qin Pan fell to his knees beside the table. Everyone rushed to support him. Brothers, I have failed you. I've made you suffer and go hungry. What are you saying, Boss Qin? Since General Qin passed away, we have recognized you as our leader. Whether it's through fire and water or wealth and honor, we will follow you. That's right. Your words are too heavy for us. Our lives are already good now. Compared to the days when we were cold and hungry, this is nothing short of luxury. Everyone chimed in to comfort Qin Pan. Hey, what's that? The men were kneeling around the table. The one closest noticed something odd beneath it. There were characters carved on the underside. Most of the people couldn't read, so they had no idea what it said. Boss Qin, there are words under the table. Take a look. These were all rough men, who would bother crawling under a table. Fortunately, the hall was at the outermost part of the stronghold, so the table had survived the Dongshan 18 Caves. As Qin Pan read the words, several women stood up. I know the Dongshan 18 Caves. It's the largest cave on the mountain. They say something unclean lurks there, so no one dares go. Unclean things. Qin Pan didn't believe in ghosts or spirits. The only ones who had sat in this position were himself and his father. Could this be a clue left by his father? Early the next morning, Qin Pan led a group of brothers to the eastern mountain. The 18 Caves was not the 18th cave, it was named so, because it was enormous, larger than the other 18 caves combined. Who will come inside with me? Some in the crowd were timid. Qin Pan didn't force anyone. A few young men followed him into the cave while several older ones stayed outside to guard the entrance against any ambush. Inside the cave, even in broad daylight, it was so dark you couldn't see your hand in front of your face. Fortunately, Qin Pan and his men had brought torches. The wind howled through the cave like someone wailing and crying. The flames on the torches flickered unsteadily. The sound pierced straight to the heart, making even the bravest. Boss Qin, what's that? The young man in front suddenly ran back and hid behind Qin Pan. Boss Qin, it's... Qin Pan patted his shoulder, raised his torch, and strode forward. Dead bodies. Human bones. Another voice cried out. Qin Pan quickened his pace. When he reached the front, he held the torch high. Don't be afraid. Qin Pan peered ahead. At a three-way fork, 3 corpses lay silently. It was impossible to tell when they had died. The bodies had mummified, leaving only tattered cloth wrapped around bleached bones. Don't worry, they're just corpses. Qin Pan tilted the torch toward the bones, making the marks on them clearer. I recognize these people. Someone in the crowd shouted. I've seen their clothes before. These 3 were close friends with Ma Yuqing. They said they were going back to their hometown to visit family, but they never returned. So they died here. They were all killed with a single blow. Such skill on the mountain could only belong to one person. My father. When the old General Qin was on his deathbed, his condition suddenly worsened, and he passed away before he could say anything. His health had been failing during that period, so Qin Pan had no reason to suspect anything. Now the whole affair had become even more perplexing. Curiosity overriding their fear, they steeled their nerves and continued deeper into the cave. Brother Chin, this is General Chin's personal mark. After 2 more forks in the path, they found the unique insignia left by the old general in a hidden spot among the rocks. So my father came here before he died. Chin Pan moved with urgency, desperate to uncover what the old general had discovered and whether it had led to his demise. Brother Chin, look. As they turned another corner in the cave, the space suddenly opened up before them. They were all stunned. The innermost cavern was enormous, larger than 2 football fields. Inside, countless wooden crates were arranged neatly, and at the far end there were stacks of sacks that appeared to hold grain. Is this what the bandits of Qinhuang Mountain left behind? When the old General Qin was stationed at Qinhuang Mountain, a band of brigands had occupied the area. They had ruled the roost there for 3 generations, terrorizing the local populace with their cruelty and violence, earning the moniker Living Yama of Qinhuang Mountain. One of the first things the old general did was eradicate this scourge. Little did they know the bandits had left behind such a trove of treasures and supplies. Let's see what's in the crates. Chin Pan and his men pried open a few of the outermost boxes. They were filled with pearls, agates, jade, and precious stones, along with exquisite porcelain and chests overflowing with silver and gold. We're rich, Brother Chin. This is more than enough for our brothers on the mountain to live comfortably for a lifetime. This is ill-gotten wealth. We cannot use it. Chin Pan had his principles. Forced into banditry by the court, he had never harmed a single commoner. If he were to take these spoils now, how would he be any different from those? This money should be used for something more meaningful. Chin Pan had made up his mind. This wealth was bought with his father's life. If not for the clues he left behind, Ma Yucheng would have likely killed everyone on the mountain and absconded with this fortune. Are you sure the court doesn't know about this? Song Yinshi felt a twinge of worry after hearing about Chin Pan's recent ordeal. Ma Yucheng must have wanted to keep this for himself. The fact that it hasn't been touched since we left the mountain confirms that. With this money you could take your people to a town, live under assumed identities, and lead a prosperous life. Song Yinshi didn't hold the old-fashioned views of the era. If this money could secure their future, only a fool would refuse it. I don't want it. Chin Pan's stance was resolute, his gaze fixed on Song Yinshi with unwavering determination. I know the prince is planning to overthrow Ouyang Sun's tyranny. If this money were given to him, he could better equip his army and establish a new order sooner. That would be it could save more people from a life of misery. That would be far more meaningful. You're a true brother. Song Yinshi was at a loss for words to describe Chin Pan. Don't worry. As long as you stay loyal to me, I'll ensure everyone on the mountain enjoys a good life. Yes, I believe in you, master. Song Yinshi felt her knack for making grand promises was improving. Don't call me master, it's awkward. Call me Sister Song. We'll treat each other as siblings from now on. Back at the stronghold, when Qin and Madame Wang had woken up in the carriage, seeing Ouyang Pu brought them some relief. When Wei Wei's injuries were severe, she was still unconscious after taking her medicine, though her fever had subsided considerably. All the Wen family's servants had been slaughtered by the black-clad assassins, leaving only the 3 masters. Several women from the stronghold volunteered to help care for them. Madame Wang went with the women to a room, but when Qin stubbornly refused to rest, Ouyang Pu knew he had something to discuss. Chin Pan led them to the main hall. After everyone was settled, he deliberately left Song Yinshi without a room. Song Yinshi knew Chin Pan had something on his mind. Sister Song, would you like to see the cave? Ever since discovering the cave, Chin Pan had been restless, fearing his brothers might turn against each other over the treasure, or that the court would come to seize it, bringing disaster upon them. Alright, let's go. Song Yinshi informed Mu Yao, who was at the hall's entrance, and set off with Chin Pan towards the eastern mountain. In their haste, they failed to notice a little tail following behind them. Song Xingyu had been itching with curiosity after hearing Chin Pan's story, eager to see the mountain of treasures. So when Nanzheng went to rest, she made an excuse about needing the restroom and trailed after Song Yinshi. Nanzheng was well aware of Song Xingyi's intentions. He figured Song Yinshi would protect her, so he turned a blind eye. After all, Song Yinshi was Song Xingyi's mother, and she had yearned for one for as long as she could remember. Letting them spend time together might be good for her. Sister Song, this is the cave. Chin Pan led Song Yinshi to the 18 caves of the eastern mountain. For young men stood guard at the entrance and torches had been lit inside. Sister Song, I've distributed some of the grain to our people. I haven't touched a single piece of the gold, silver, or valuables. The 3 corpses inside had been removed. When Song Yinshi followed Chin Pan to the innermost chamber, despite her mental preparation, she was still taken aback by it. Was even bigger than a museum. Moving all these crates, even one by one, would take dozens of days. Sister Song, you should take these things. We have a few carts on the mountain, and with yours we could probably transport everything within half a month or a month. I really can't stand guarding this treasure anymore. It's too much of a burden. Chin Pan's voice was almost tearful. He had truly come to see Song Yinshi as his own sister, revealing his vulnerable side only to her. You're sure you don't want it? Absolutely certain. Song Yinshi couldn't help but ask once more, for this was a fortune beyond measure. No, take it away. Alright, I'll oblige you. Song Yinshi waved her hand grandly. In the blink of an eye, countless crates vanished into thin air, leaving only the grain behind. There, I've taken it all. If you ever want it back, you know where to find me. Leave the grain for the people on the mountain. Qin Pan had always known Song Yinshi was mysterious, but he never expected her to possess such a secret art. This only solidified Qin Pan's conviction that following Song Yinshi was the right choice. When Song Xingyu entered, she quietly slipped into a crate nearby to avoid detection. When Song Yinshi waved her hand, she didn't just take the crates. She also swept Song Xingyu, who was hiding inside one, into her spatial realm. As they exited the cave, Qin Pan instructed several young men to summon others, and together they brought out the grain stored inside. When everyone surged into the cave and saw the mountains of grain, they were overjoyed. This stockpile could feed the mountain people for over a decade, and they would no longer have to worry about food. However, a few young men were somewhat disappointed. Earlier, this place had held treasures tens of thousands of times more precious than grain, but now they were all gone. Though curious about how Qin Pan had moved them, they dared not ask. After all, these items were spoils won by General Qin himself, and they should not covet them. Yet wealth stirs the heart. How could they not think about it? Observing everyone's expressions, Qin Pan felt that his decision was correct. Since ancient times, sharing hardship has been easier than sharing wealth. If he had kept those treasures, who knows how many traders like Ma Yuchang would have emerged. When Song Yinshi returned, Ouyang Pu had already finished speaking with Wenqing. Ouyang Pu's expression was extremely grim. Song Yinshi felt that Wenqing must have spoken of something momentous. She hadn't expected that a minor official from the Ministry of Rites would possess a secret concerning the prince. Your Highness, if there is nothing else, I shall go see my wife and daughter. Thank you for saving my life. If there is ever anything you need from me, I will devote myself entirely. Minister Wen left those words and walked away directly. Song Yinshi leaned in her gossipy gaze, not escaping Ouyang Pu's notice. This matter is of great importance. I will tell you when there is an opportunity. Song Yinshi had said that spouses should be open with each other, and he wanted to do that, but now was not the time. Seeing the disappointment in Song Yang's eyes, Ouyang Pu could only hurry away, afraid of being conquered by her gaze. Meanwhile, Song Xingyu had been hiding inside the chest for a long time. Only after she could no longer hear the voices of Song Yinshi and Qin Pan did she quietly open the lid and climb out. But the scenery before her was no longer inside the cave. Surrounding her, besides rows of large chests, there were actually rows of vegetables and all kinds of plants. She had never been outside before and didn't know what these colorful things were. Compared to the treasures in the chest, Song Xingyu was even more curious about where this place was. She hid behind the chests and carefully observed her surroundings. Only when she confirmed no one was there did she dare to step out boldly. She had clearly followed Song Yinshi into the cave just now. How had she ended up here? Song Xingyu was full of questions. Just then a childish voice rang out behind her. Who are you? How did you get in? The speaker was Song Xingchen. He had just gotten up when he noticed a furtive figure in his vegetable garden. From the back, it looked like a child about his age, but Song Yinshi would surely have told him if she were sending someone in. How could she have sent a child in without a word? Seeing the chests scattered around, Song Xingchen suspected that this person had sneaked in by hiding in one of them. That made him an uninvited guest. Who I am is none of your business, Song Xingyu retorted without courtesy. If she couldn't handle a child, she wouldn't be worthy of being Nan Zheng's disciple. But when she turned around, Song Xingyu was bewildered. The person behind her was a boy who looked exactly like her, wearing shorts and a vest in a rather indecent manner. However, all of Song Xingyu's attention was on his face. Why do you look exactly like me? Song Xingyu hated it when others had something identical to hers. Seeing that face, which was a perfect copy, made her irritated. Oh, she wanted it. I should be asking you that. Why do you look so much like me? The two children were like fighting cocks, bristling with tension. I'm the one asking you. I asked first, so you answer my question. Do you think you'll answer just because you tell me to? Who do you think you are? Song Xingchen really disliked this person's attitude. It was the first time he had met someone so unreasonable. You asked for trouble. Let me show you what I'm capable of. Song Xingyi's principle was if she couldn't win an argument, she would fight. If she couldn't win a fight, she would run. She preferred to use her fists rather than her mouth. Poor Song Xingchen. He had never encountered anyone like this. Though they had the same small frame, how could she be so strong? Worse, she knew martial arts. A few minutes later, Song Xingyu was sporting two black eyes, her face bruised and purple with tears and snot streaming down. Holding his stomach, he shouted at Song Xingyu. You lunatic. This is my home, my territory. How dare you be so arrogant? They'll call my mom to deal with you and kick you out. Coward. I despise men like you, always crying for mommy. And you call yourself a boy. Song Xingyi's words pierced Song Xingchen's pride precisely. Song Xingchen said, you just know some martial arts. Wait until I learn it. It'll knock your teeth out. Song Xingyu looked at his skinny arms and legs and scoffed. With your kind, I could take on 8 of you with one finger without breaking a sweat. Give it a rest. Lying doesn't cost you anything. If you don't believe me, teach me martial arts. Once I learn, we'll spar again, and I will definitely defeat you. Then if I win, you call me big sister. If you win, I'll call you big brother. Deal. Children's friendships are simple, aren't they? Sometimes they start with a fight. Just moments ago they were at each other's throats, but now they looked like they admired each other. Song Xingyu followed Song Xingchen to his sleeping quarters, where there were toys and all sorts of novel gadgets. They immediately captured her attention, and she no longer thought about teaching Song Xingchen martial arts. Interesting, right? The vegetables you saw were all planted by me. I've been studying how to graft new varieties recently. Don't let the slow passage of time fool you. The spiritual energy here is abundant, so plants grow fast and well, and they taste delicious. Song Xingchen didn't forget to show off his achievements. This place is really fun, even more interesting than the Imperial Palace. Song Xingyu liked it here very much, especially Song Xingchen, who seemed to have endless stories to tell. In all these years, Nanzheng had never spoken to her as much as Song Xingchen had in this one visit. You've been to the Imperial Palace. Song Xingchen had visited the Forbidden City in Beijing, but that didn't exist in this era. He was also curious about what the Imperial Palace of this time looked like. I grew up in the Imperial Palace. It's huge, but very boring. No one plays with me, I play alone. I can't even leave my own courtyard, or else master will scold. I don't like the palace. I like it here. Children's minds are simple. Song Xingyu began to like this chattering little boy in front of her. My mother said I have a younger sister, but she's lost now. You look exactly like me, so be my little sister. I will treat you well. Song Xingchen had never had siblings, he had grown up alone too. The more he looked at Song Xingyu, the more familiar she seemed. Brother, can you tell me where this place is? How did I end up here? Song Xingyi's words were sweet, having already changed how she addressed him. This is my mother's space. I don't know how you got in, but you appeared along with these boxes. Mother probably accidentally swept you in when she collected them. She's always so absent-minded. Song Xingyu dared not confess that she had secretly followed Song Yinshi and slipped into the box herself. A guess formed in Song Xingyi's mind. This brother must be Song Yanx's child. I suppose so. But how did you get in? Were you locked in here by your mother as pun? Not at all. I was poisoned, and staying here slowly cures me. You were poisoned? Song Xingyu felt even more sympathy for Song Xingchen. She never imagined this little brother had endured such a fate. What kind of person would poison such a young child? Brother, when I find the one who poisoned you, I will definitely avenge you. Nanzheng assumed Song Xingyu was with Song Yinshi, and Song Yinshi assumed she was with Nanzheng. They all tacitly didn't search for her. Time and the space passed even slower, so Song Xingyu spent 3 days and nights inside, without anyone noticing. 3 days later, while Ouyang Pu and the others were packing their belongings, Nanzheng finally realized Song Xingyu wasn't with Song Yinshi at all. Only then did panic set in. The area was surrounded by deep mountains and dense forests. A little girl of 3 or 4 like Song Xingyu would be in grave danger. They dared not imagine what perils she might encounter. While everyone was searching the mountains for her, Song Xingyu and Song Xingchen were each happily munching on a large piece of fruit. When Song Yinshi entered, she saw the 2 little children sitting side by side chatting and laughing. The sight of 2 identical faces was truly uncanny. Song Xingyu, do you know everyone is searching the mountains for you? And here you are. Song Yinshi was naturally anxious too. Song Xingyu was like her own child. Nanzheng was still out on the mountain looking for her. She thought it best to send someone to bring everyone back first. You were the one who brought me in, and now you're blaming me. Nonsense. I don't recall ever bringing you in here. Song Yinshi was provoked by the child's attitude. So many people cared for her, yet she felt not a shred of remorse. Mother, don't scold little sister. You did accidentally bring her in. Don't be angry. They'll massage your back, it'll need your shoulders. Song Xingchen was the best at soothing Song Yinshi. Every time he did this, her temper would vanish. It never failed. Alright, come on. Come out with me to meet your master. He's nearly frantic with worry. Song Yinshi reached for Song Xingyi's hand to leave, but the girl pulled away and hid behind Song Xingchen. I'm not leaving. I want to play with brother. Brother? Song Yinshi was surprised the 2 children got along so well. Mother, I'm so lonely by myself. Let sister stay with me for company, Song Xingchen pleaded on her behalf. Well, I'll have to ask her master's opinion. You 2 stay put and behave. Song Yinshi was secretly delighted. That the 2 children got along so well was beyond her expectations. If Song Xingyu were to stay by her side in the future, she would need Song Xingchen's consent. When Song Yinshi came out, the others were all gone. Only Qin Pan had just returned from the mountains disheveled. Clearly he had been searching for the child in beast dens around the... Qin Pan, go call everyone back. The child has been found. Qin Pan looked at Song Yinshi, as if she were a deity. Their group had searched for days without a single clue, yet she had found the child in just a moment. It was utterly astonishing. Since she wants to stay, let her stay. That child has a mind of her own. There's nothing I can do. When Nanzheng returned, Song Yinshi could only reveal the secret of her space to her, and explain that the 2 children were getting along, while hoping they could spend more time together. Nanzheng would be following Ouyang Pu from now on anyway, so she didn't mind Song Xingyu staying with Song Yinshi. Still, there was a slight ache in her heart. After raising the child for so long, watching her grow so close to someone else stung a little. Ouyang Pu had been away from Nanling for far too long. If he didn't return soon, and Ouyang Sun's people discovered it, there would be trouble. When the day of departure came, when Qin desperately wanted to go with Ouyang Pu, but when Wei Wei's condition was still unstable, and neither his own health nor Wang Shi's could endure a long journey. When Qin truly wished to return with Ouyang Pu, yet he couldn't bear to leave his aging wife and daughter. Seeing his dilemma, Song Yinshi decided to give him something to occupy his time. Lord One, with your many years of official experience, you must be very skilled. I have an impertinent request. Would you be willing to help? Your Highness, please speak. If this old man can do it, I will give my all. Wen Qin was deeply respectful towards Song Yinshi, for she had saved his daughter's life. Lord, when you see the Qinhuang Mountain people are descendants of loyal ministers, but they are all warriors with no experience in managing a mountain. I intend to develop the mountain for business, so I would like you to manage it. The word manage was quite novel. Wen Qing had never heard it before. It was probably similar to his position at the Ministry of Rights, so it should be familiar territory. Don't worry, you won't work for nothing. Once this is established, it'll give you 50% of all profits. Don't underestimate that 50%. Once the business grows, it'll be a fortune flowing in daily. Song Yinshi had picked up Wen Qing's account book by the carriage earlier. The records were concise, clear, and impeccable. Wen Qing was truly a rare managerial talent, and she desperately needed people like him to strengthen her ranks. Lord, when this is a good opportunity, you should consider it. Ouyang Pu also put in a good word for Song Yinshi. Though he was reluctant to lose Wen Qing's talents, he had to respect Song Yang's wishes. Yes, Lord, Wen, stay. Qin Pan, who had been silent until now, also urged Wen Qing to stay. Song Yinshi looked at him curiously. Our Qinhuang Mountain truly needs someone who knows how to manage things. Haha. Though Qin Pan spoke to Wen Qing, his gaze wandered nervously. It was obvious he had ulterior motives. Song Yinshi understood at once. Qin Pan was hoping to keep Wen Wei. This boy was looking for love, wasn't he? Very well, since the concubine holds me in such high regard, I Wen Qing shall accept with pleasure. After Wen Qing agreed, the one who rejoiced most was not Song Yinshi, but Qin Pan. Hey, when did you and Wen Wei start? As the crowd dispersed, Song Yinshi sidled up to Qin Pan and asked him mysteriously. What do you mean by start? Sister Song, what are you saying? A young lad's reputation must not be trifled with. Song Yinshi saw him feigning ignorance and decided to You already kissed her, yet you care about her reputation. When you kissed Wen Wei earlier, you weren't so righteous. Song Yinshi was only focused on talking to Qin Pan, unaware that there were others nearby. With a thud, the sound of a body hitting the ground reached their ears. Song Yinshi and Qin Pan turned to look and were stunned. They had only meant to tease each other, never expecting the person involved to be right there. This was disastrous. Everyone had tacitly agreed not to tell Wen Wei about this matter. In these times, boundaries between men and women were strictly observed. If she found out, she might do something rash. What was meant to be a good deed could turn into harm. You? Wen Wei's face was flushed as she stared at Qin Pan, stammering for a long time without knowing what to say. Miss Wen, please listen to me. Qin Pan couldn't let Wen Wei hold a grudge against him. He had to explain clearly. Don't talk to me. I don't want to see you. Tears fell from the corners of Wen Wei's eyes. She had come out to get some fresh air. Song Yinshi had thoughtfully asked Qin Pan to make her a pair of crutches to help her move around. Her fracture still needed time to heal, but her pneumonia had greatly improved and fresh air would benefit her recovery. Today Wang Shi was not with her. She was wandering around the courtyard by herself when she overheard such a conversation. She had been unconscious, and yet such things had happened. Wen Wei was overwhelmed with shame and anger, wishing she could tear Qin Pan apart. A man who would take advantage of her in such a state was utterly despicable. Qin Pan tried to continue explaining, but Wen Wei couldn't bear to look at him another moment. Her crutches fell to the ground, and she stumbled toward the house, without even bothering to pick them up. Song Yinshi shouted from behind. Be careful of your leg. If you keep this up, you might end up with a permanent limp. Song Yinshi was not exaggerating. Qin Pan knew she always spoke her mind. With a determined grit of his teeth, Qin Pan hoisted Wen Wei onto his shoulder. Scoundrel, put me down. Let me go. Wen Wei struggled on Qin Pan's shoulder, and he gave her a firm slap on the backside. You can be angry with me, but you can't take it out on your own body. I'll take you back to your room first, and then you can do whatever you want of me. But not now. If you don't behave, I'll carry you in my arms. This threat worked even better than the spanking. Wen Wei immediately quieted down. There were people everywhere. She had better keep her voice down. If Qin Pan could get her back quickly, fewer people would see them. If she kept making a fuss, more people would see, and she would never be able to clear her name. Seeing Wen Wei's obedient demeanor, Qin Pan smiled, adjusted her to a more comfortable position, and carried her back to her room. Wang Shi was sitting on the bed tidying things up. When she saw Wen Wei being carried in on Qin Pan's shoulder, her first instinct was that something had happened to her daughter. She rushed over in a few quick steps. Wei, what happened? Young Master Qin, what's wrong with Wei? Seeing the worried look on Wang Shi's face, Qin Pan smiled reassuringly. It's nothing, Madam Wang. Miss Wen tripped in the courtyard, and I happened to see her, so I brought her back. Isn't that right, Miss Wen? Wen Wei was still angry and did not answer when Qin Pan spoke. Madam Wang, unaware of the situation, expressed her profuse gratitude to Qin Pan. Mother, why are you thanking him? If it weren't for him, I wouldn't have fallen. Wen Wei wanted to mention what had happened before, but considering the many troubles the family had already endured, Wang Shi was already exhausted. Sharing her own problems would only add to her worries, so she decided to keep silent. What happened? Tell me clearly. Wang Shi was curious, but Wen Wei no longer wanted to talk. It's nothing. I said a few things that upset Miss Wen. Madam Wang, if you want to blame someone, blame me. Miss Wen, I apologize. Qin Pan had intended to admit his mistake and accept whatever punishment came his way. But to his surprise, Wen Wei did not mention the incident. Madam Wang, actually, it was better to confess on his own terms than to have Wen Wei tell her mother, who might then confront him. Actually what? Mother, it's nothing. He really didn't mean it. Please don't blame him. Do you think your mother is unreasonable? He brought you back, so why would I blame him? What kind of person do you think I am? Wang Shi was endlessly grateful to Qin Pan. He left the room in a daze. Wang Shi saw him out. Qin Pan looked back at Wen Weiwei, whose eyes were full of warning. He took the hint and kept his mouth shut. Song Yinshi, who had been hiding in a corner, saw Qin Pan come out. She waited until Wang Shi had gone back inside before quietly approaching him. So, did you confess? Did Madame Wang hit you? No. Qin Pan looked at Song Yinshi and asked, Miss Wen didn't tell her mother. Sister Song, what should I do? Silly boy, do you like her? Qin Pan had little experience with girls and didn't know what liking someone felt like. Song Yanx's suggestion that he liked Wen Weiwei made him start reflecting on the past few days. Ever since I gave her the medicine, I've been wanting to see her. I want to talk to her. I keep wondering how her injury is healing. I always try to find out. Sister Song, is this what liking someone feels like? You're done for, boy. You really do like her. No wonder you wanted to keep her whole family here. You're thinking of being close to the water and getting the moon first, aren't you? If you want to chase a girl, he'll give you a secret weapon. Song Yinshi did have a treasure. A friend had once bought a book called 108 Ways to Woo a Girl and left it with her. Whenever she had time to kill in the supermarket, if you want to chase a girl, he'll give you a secret weapon. Song Yinshi did have a treasure. A friend had once bought a book called 108 Ways to Woo a Girl and left it with her. Whenever she had time to kill in the supermarket, she would read a bit. Now it finally came in handy. Thank you, Sister Song. Qin Pan's gratitude towards Song Yinshi was overflowing. Song Yinshi waved her sleeve and walked away, vanishing without a trace of fame. Qin Pan had just opened the first page, which read, Be thick-skinned. He was good at that. Just as he was about to read on, a large hand snatched the book away. Prince. The newcomer turned out to be Ouyang Pu. Let me borrow this book first. He'll return it later. Song Yinshi felt that Ouyang Pu had been clinging to her lately. Whenever she got out of the carriage, he would hurry over to hers. Nanjung knew when to make himself scarce. Whenever Ouyang Pu appeared, he would quietly go find Ouyang Qing. Being a third wheel was truly unbearable, especially watching his own man grovel before another woman. It was a sight he simply couldn't bear. Ouyang Pu, have you been possessed by something? What's gotten into you? You don't like it. But the book says girls prefer gentle and considerate men. What nonsense book? You actually believe something like that? Who gave you such a book? He'll crush them. Song Yanx's head throbbed. How could a dignified prince turn into... She preferred the man with the cold, aloof expression. The book you gave me, 108 Ways to Court a Woman. I've only used the second technique, and you're already cracking up. Song Yinshi suddenly remembered. She had indeed given such a book to Qin Pan, never expecting it would end up in Ouyang Pu's hands. How did this book end up with you? It's just child's play. This book isn't suitable for you. Truly, you should just give it back. Song Yinshi had read the book before. It was filled with ridiculous, jaw-dropping ideas. If Ouyang Pu tried them all on her, wouldn't she be shooting herself in the foot? Song Yinshi absolutely could not allow that to happen. This prince finds this book quite amusing. He'll return it once I've finished studying it. And, from now on, if you come across such treasures, I must be the first to know. If you dare give them to another man again, I will not forgive you. Ouyang Pu walked back to his carriage feeling refreshed and lighthearted, while Song Yinshi trudged back to hers utterly deflated. Song Yinshi had been quite close to Qin Pan, while at Qinhuang Mountain, which had deeply unsettled Ouyang Pu. Now the weight in his chest finally eased. What were the two little ones inside the space doing at this moment? Each of them was gnawing on a spicy duck, necks sweating profusely. They kept drinking water, yet couldn't resist grabbing another one. SSSS, this is so satisfying. How can something taste this good? I envy you. You have access to all sorts of delicious things. Song Xingyu had become Song Xingqian's devoted little follower. Apart from sleeping, she spent every waking moment with him, planting vegetables and enjoying good food. Days like this were simply too blissful. Eat as much as you want. Whatever you crave in the future, I'll have my mother send it in. Song Xingqian was not a stingy child. He had long since come to regard Song Xingyu as his own little sister and naturally shared everything he had with her. Unlike other children their age, the two were far more mature. Having a mother is wonderful. Don't you have a mother? Song Xingqian was curious. Song Xingyu never seemed to mention her mother. I don't have a mother. I only have my master. We depended on each other. But ever since my master met that man, he's become the only one in her heart. Same here. There's always some man buzzing around my mother like a fly. It's so annoying. Song Xingqian voiced his own grievance. It's that detestable Ouyang Pu, like a pest. I loathe the sight of him. Song Xingyu couldn't help but curse Ouyang Pu. What? Song Xingqian realized the man they both hated was the same person. That man is also Ouyang Pu. The man Song Xingqian and Song Xingyu despised was indeed the same person. Brother, the one pestering your mother is also Ouyang Pu. Do you want him to stop bothering her forever? A cunning little plan formed in Song Xingyi's mind, and a smug grin spread across her face. Of course I do. You have an idea. Naturally. When Song Xingyu shared her plan with Song Xingqian, he found it absolutely brilliant. It would satisfy everyone involved. He couldn't help but admire how someone so young could come up with such a scheme. Song Yinshi found it strange. Today when she entered the space, Song Xingyu actually asked to be brought back outside. Song Yinshi figured a child would eventually grow bored of being cooped up. She readily brought Song Xingyu back out. When Nanjung saw Song Xingyu, who had visibly plumped up, he was inwardly pleased, but put on a stern face pretending to be angry. Without saying a single word to her, he returned to his carriage. Watching Nanjung's retreating figure, Song Xingyu didn't feel upset. Instead, she smiled sweetly and said, "Master, you may be angry now, but one day you'll be grateful." It took 5 more days for the group to reach Lingnan. Song Xingyu had been biding her time all along. She was a born hunter, a mere 3 or 4-year-old child with such remarkable patience. Song Yinchi had been feeling uneasy lately, as if someone was secretly watching her. The sensation had grown stronger, but they were at Ouyang Pa's estate. Who would be spotted? She brushed the thought aside. She was already swamped preparing goods to be sent to the capital. She had no time for idle speculation. After the new year, all sorts of novel trinkets swept through the capital, all of them originating from Fansheng. Everyone took pride in owning one of these newfangled items. A fortune poured into Fansheng's pockets. By the time Ouyang Sun sensed something amiss, Fansheng's shops were empty, yet a steady stream of strange and wondrous goods continued flowing into the capital. Every shop sold them, but tracing their source was how dare he? Ouyang Sun swept his teacup and writing implements off the table onto the floor, seething in silent fury before his desk. "Your Majesty, please don't be upset. They're just trinkets. Let it go." Chun Yuanchuan dutifully brought another cup of tea, trying to soothe the emperor. "What do you know? These items are worth a fortune. Half the capital's wealth has been traded for them. Such a lucrative business must be under my control. And those craftsmen, have they still not figured out how to make that lamp?" The mere mention of the solar lamp made Ouyang Sun's stomach churn with frustration. A legion of craftsmen had toiled day and night for so long, yet they couldn't even figure out how to reassemble it after taking it apart. Now every noble household had installed solar lamps. Ouyang Sun had spent a small fortune to acquire his own, and now he felt like a complete fool. The thought alone made Ouyang Sun want to wring Fansheng's neck. "Have you found Ouyang Qing?" He sighed and finally let the matter go. "Yes, he went to Lingnan with Nanjung, and is now with Ouyang Pu." "Excellent. This time we have a double guarantee. Ouyang Pu, let's see how you survive this." The emperor's mind is truly meticulous. Ouyang Pu never dreamed he would die at the hands of his most trusted confidant. Qin Yuanchuan did not forget to flatter Ouyang Sun. The thought of Ouyang Pu's unseeing eyes brought a sense of relief to Ouyang Sun. Indeed, with Ouyang Pu dead, everything felt right in the world. Issue the decree. Begin levying a poll tax nationwide. From this day forth, every subject of the Xia dynasty, be they noble or commoner, shall pay an annual head tax of 500 won. Your Majesty, this. Since Ouyang Sun ascended the throne, oppressive taxes and levies had already been numerous, driving the people to destitution. Adding another tax would surely ignite widespread resentment. They have spare money to spend on such frivolities. Then let us tax them more. Let's see who can still afford such indulgences. All the wealth of the Xia dynasty must rest in greed, and ruthlessness gleamed in Ouyang Sun's eyes. For him, money was the ultimate security. "You may leave. I wish to rest." Lately, Ouyang Sun would dismiss everyone for extended periods. Qin Yuanchuan had no idea what he did alone, nor did he dare to inquire. He was wise to the ways of the world. To live long, one must feign ignorance. Qin Yuanchuan obediently withdrew with all the eunuchs and maids. Ouyang Sun stepped down from his seat, paced around the door twice, and only returned to his chair after confirming no one was around. Ordinarily, Ouyang Sun never allowed anyone easy access to this room, not even the maids who swept the floors. Everyone assumed the emperor feared their clumsiness would disturb his memorials and books. In truth, this room harbored Ouyang Sun's greatest secret. He approached his chair, cautiously fumbling beneath the seat until his fingers found a round object. After twisting it creakily, twice a section of the smooth wall behind him slid open, revealing a hidden door. The chair was immovable, for it was connected to the secret door in the wall. Ouyang Sun stepped into the hidden passage with satisfaction. With a creak, the door sealed shut behind him, fitting so seamlessly that even the most careful observer would never suspect a door existed in that wall. Only Ouyang Sun knew of this place. The craftsmen who built it had been silenced permanently, along with their entire families. Every last one killed to ensure no trace of the secret remained. What is most reliable? Human hearts. Brothers. Impossible. Money, of course, is the most reliable. This was a spacious open room of about 80 or 90 square meters. Dozens of candles lined the walls, their flames illuminating the space as brightly as day. In the center stood dozens of wooden racks upon which rested not books or scrolls, but row upon row of palm-sized gold bars. Yes, gold bars. All of it gleaming brilliant gold and nothing else. For other emperors, wealth resided in the national treasury. But Ouyang Sun's wealth was in his own hands, all of it stored in this private vault. Not only the treasury's money, but even the fortunes of his ministers were not safe from Ouyang Sun. Those guilty of bribery, extortion, or embezzlement, if discovered by the emperor's secret assassins to possess wealth, would find themselves dead within days. Their homes. People assumed these were the works of bandits. Who would ever suspect that their own exalted emperor was the one committing murder and robbery in the dead of night? Corrupt officials in the Xia dynasty lived in constant peril, their days filled with dread. For whether it was bandits or mountain brigands, someone seemed dedicated to wiping out corrupt officials. In recent years, dozens had lost everything and died, without even a complete corpse. In modern times, a ruler like Ouyang Sun might be hailed as a paragon of justice, a model in the fight against corruption. His philosophy was simple: all the money in the nation belongs to me. Touch my money and you die. If Song Yinchi were to lay eyes on Ouyang Sun's vault, she would surely drool a waterfall of envy. At that moment, Song Yinchi was arranging for the cleaning of Grandmother Chen's courtyard. Since the elder's passing, no one had lived there. Song Yinchi had found it comfortable before and wished to return. The place held traces of her grandmother, and she could not bear to leave. Since Song Xingqian would not be released for some time, she decided to redecorate his room in the meantime, so it would be ready when he emerged. Chuntao had not seen Song Yinchi in a long while, and had much to say. Song Yinchi missed her as well. My lady, since you've been away so long, let me handle these dirty chores. You should rest. Song Yinchi looked at Chuntao, who had grown so thin, and felt a pang of sympathy. You have suffered since grandmother passed. All these years you've been by her side caring for her. You've worked so hard. Song Yinchi led Chuntao to the table, speaking to her with heartfelt sincerity. It was no hardship. The madam treated me well, dearer to me than my own mother. My mother and I depended on each other, and when she passed, the madam was the only one who cared for me. Now she too is gone. At this, Chuntao's tears flowed freely. She had wept countless times in recent days, yet speaking of Madam Chen still left her sobbing uncontrollably. I understand. I know exactly how you feel. Grandmother is gone, but you are not alone. From now on you will stay with me. She was my family in this world, and now you shall be my family too. Stay by my side without worry. I will never let anyone harm you. In comforting Chuntao, Song Yinchi was also comforting herself. Madam Chen held a unique significance in her life, and her grief mirrored Chuntao's own. My lady, I finally found you. Master Nanjing has urgent matters and requests your presence at her courtyard immediately. The young maid arrived, breathless with urgency. Song Yinchi felt a flicker of confusion. Her interactions with Nanjing had been minimal, especially since the woman had sequestered herself in the courtyard. Ouyang Pu had assigned her, never venturing out. Why such an urgent summons now? Song Yinchi asked no further questions, gave Chuntao a few brief instructions regarding the courtyard, and followed the maid to Nanjing's residence. As she reached the courtyard, strange sounds emanated from within. Song Yinchi thought little of it and knocked on the door. No response came. Puzzled, Song Yinchi looked at the maid, about to ask a question when the girl suddenly pushed her toward the door. My lady, Master Nanjing is waiting inside. Please go in quickly. Before Song Yinchi could react, she was shoved through the doorway. The maid vanished as if into thin air, fleeing the courtyard. What is this about? Song Yinchi had barely uttered the words when she saw two figures intertwined upon the bed. As an adult, Song Yinchi had witnessed such scenes before, but here in Nanjing's presence it was a rare occurrence indeed. Song Yinchi intended to turn away awkwardly, but when the man on the bed turned his face, she was spellbound. It was Ouyang Pu. Song Yinchi could hardly believe her eyes. The man who had professed his love for her was now lying in another woman's bed. Song Yinchi stared blankly at the two on the bed, as if frozen by a binding spell, her body immobile. On the bed, Nanjing wore a bashful expression, her cheeks flushed like peach blossoms. Her hands roamed over Ouyang Pu's body like a desert wanderer searching for water, her entire form pressed against him in apparent distress. Ouyang Pu fared no better, his expression twisted with a strange conflict as he grasped Nanjing's wandering hands, seemingly wanting to push her away, yet lacking the Finally summoning some strength, Song Yinchi turned and made to leave. Save me. Ouyang Pu's eyes lit up with hope upon seeing Song Yinchi, but as she turned to depart, he knew he couldn't let his lifeline slip away. Song Yinchi halted, her mind in disarray. She thought she had heard Ouyang Pu speak, but wondered if it was merely a hallucination. Save? Ouyang Pu could no longer form complete words. Nanjing had found his face like a source of water, and was incessantly drawing from it, sucking greedily. Song Yinchi steadied herself. She had indeed heard Ouyang Pu cry for help. Her mind cleared, and as she looked at the entangled pair on the bed, doubt began to creep in. Though she didn't know Nanjing completely, Song Yinchi had come to trust her character through their time together. How could she behave so brazenly with Song Yinchi standing right there? It wasn't like Nanjing at all. Even a modern person wouldn't be so unabashed. Ouyang Pu, what's wrong? Song Yinchi sighed deeply and approached the bed, attempting to separate them. Nanjing paid her no heed, still pressing closer to Ouyang Pu. Ouyang Pu was in slightly better shape. The hand Song Yinchi grasped was slick with sweat. Heaven knew how hard he was fighting to resist. Had she not arrived, he might have succumbed. Song Yinchi, take me away now. Ouyang Pu leaned close to her ear, his scorching breath sending tremors through her entire being. Her body began to betray her, and her mind felt like it was about to explode. Nanjing crawled back, her martial artist strength far beyond what Song Yinchi could counter. Pulling Ouyang Pu free was now impossible. Song Yinchi, save me. Ouyang Pu looked like an innocent maiden seized by a brute, his pleading eyes utterly pitiful. A surge of heroic valor swelled in Song Yinchi's heart, and a single thought crystallized: she must rescue Ouyang Pu from Nanjing's clutches. Ouyang Pu, let's go. Song Yinchi shouted, channeling all her strength into the cry. Her sole intention was to get him out of there. In a flash, Song Yinshi grabbed Ouyang Pu's arm, and in an instant they were no longer in Nanjeng's room. When she opened her eyes, she found she had indeed escaped with him, but they weren't in her spatial realm. Instead, they were in the place she knew best, her large supermarket. How had they ended up here? Previously, she had tried countless times to enter, but could only take items out. Now she could step inside. Had her spiritual power grown that much stronger? Song Yanx's mind wanted to analyze further, but her body protested. Ouyang Pu was now in the same state as Nanjung had been writhing against her like a worm. Ouyang Pu, snap out of it. Song Yinshi racked her brain, but had no idea how to counteract the poison. Song Yinshi, save me. Ouyang Pu repeated those words, and suddenly Song Yinshi wondered if he meant something more than just taking him away. Her thoughts were still muddled. Ouyang Pu had already carried her to the small room within the supermarket. How could a frail woman like her withstand a man of his formidable build? Song Yinshi was a modern woman unbound by the strict conventions of antiquity. At this point, certain things were inevitable, but she still wanted to confirm one thing with him. Ouyang Pu, will there ever be another woman in your life? Before now and in the future, there is only you, Song Yinshi. You are the only one I want. Everything I have belongs to you alone. His magnetic voice echoed in her ears, and such heartfelt words of love caused her last defenses to crumble. In this most familiar of places, Song Yinshi gave her heart and body wholly to Ouyang Pu. He was a man of ancient times with deeply ingrained beliefs, yet she chose to gamble once more. Though she had failed before, she wanted to be brave this time. Time moved slowly within the supermarket. Whatever potent drug Ouyang Pu had been given, even as Song Yinshi drifted into unconsciousness, his eyes remained of fear. When she awoke, she found Ouyang Pu lying beside her, his hair disheveled, his body covered in bruises, his lips purple and drenched in cold sweat. Alarmed, Song Yinshi reached out to feel his breath. Thankfully, it was steady. Whoever drugged him must truly hate him to use such a potent dose. She thought about getting up to fetch some honey for him, but the moment she moved, her body ached as if it had been shattered. She abandoned the idea, still unable to get past Ouyang Pu. When the two finally emerged, only the time it takes to burn a stick of incense had passed outside. There were no ancient garments in the supermarket, so Song Yinshi found a set of modern men's clothes for Ouyang Pu. Their previous outfits had been torn to shreds by the man who had transformed into a beast. When they reappeared in Nanjang's room, Song Mo was already administering acupuncture to her. Though her complexion was still poor, she had clearly regained consciousness. Song Mo had arrived just in time to see Song Yinshi and Ouyang Pu vanish together. He had expected them to be gone for at least a day and night, given the severity of the drug. To his surprise, Ouyang Pu reappeared looking refreshed within the span of a cup of tea. Song Mo looked him over, a teasing remark ready on his lips. That was quick. Do you need me to brew you some strengthening medicine? The implication was clear. Ouyang Pu's deathly glare, however, proved effective. Song Mo wisely fell silent upon meeting his gaze. Hidden in the corner, Song Xingyu began to feel uneasy. It seemed he had overplayed his hand. Not only had his master failed to win over Ouyang Pu, but she had also sent his brother's mother to that beast. How was he supposed to explain this to his brother? His master must be furious right now. Song Xingyu was at a loss. After racking his young brain for a solution, and finding none, he decided to ignore the problem entirely, retreating to his room to sleep it off. Song Yinshi and Ouyang Pu couldn't bear the weight of Song Mo's gaze any longer. Both were too proud for that. With her eyelids heavy with fatigue, Song Yinshi decided the best course of action was to retreat to her room and rest. Ouyang Pu attempted to follow her, but a single sharp glare from Song Yinshi stopped him in his tracks. Annoyed by Song Mo's presence, Ouyang Pu retreated into his own. He had also intended to rest, but he noticed something amiss in his study. His desk was not as he left it. Ouyang Pu had meticulous habits, always arranging his books and documents in a specific order. He had a touch of obsessive-compulsive disorder. If things weren't perfectly aligned, he would feel intensely uncomfortable and restless. Thus, a single glance was enough to tell him his belongings had been disturbed, for most people wouldn't be as particular as he was, who had entered his room. It couldn't be his own household staff. His rules were strict, and anyone sneaking in would face punishment. Ouyang Pu initially thought to check the secret compartment in his room to see if his correspondences with court officials were still there. But as he reached out, he stopped. Wouldn't that be admitting guilt? Ouyang Pu's anxiety subsided. He didn't know the intruder's purpose or what they sought, so he decided to feign ignorance and observe their next move. He informed the guards of his plan, and they acted as usual, while Ouyang Pu waited in the shadows for the trespasser to walk into his trap. The one who arrived, however, was not the thief he had expected, but Ouyang Qing. Since arriving in Lingnan, Ouyang Qing had been living a life of leisure. His days were spent playing chess with Song Mo or exploring the region. The scenery here was vastly different from the capital, and it was his first visit. As he often said, it would be a disservice to himself not to eat and drink his fill. Big brother, you've been so busy lately that I haven't even had a chance to share a drink with you. You can't escape today. Ouyang Qing raised his cup and flagon, a cheerful grin on his face reminiscent of their childhood days, when he would pester Ouyang Pu to drink with him. Big brother, it's been so long since we've had a proper heart-to-heart. All these years you've been away at war, and even when you return you stay in your own residence. We haven't truly talked as brothers in far too long. Since you're in the mood, third brother, let's drink until we're drunk tonight. Big brother, this first cup is to you. Ouyang Qing filled Ouyang Pu's cup and raised his own. Good. Ouyang Pu raised his glass. The aroma of this wine was unlike anything he had tasted before, but the toast was sincere, and the glass hung in the air for a long moment. Ouyang Pu couldn't bring himself to refuse. He downed the cup. The wine was rich and mellow, a warmth spreading through his body. This is excellent wine, third brother. What kind is it? It's nothing special, just some newer hong I stumbled upon. Ouyang Qing's expression flickered, but Ouyang Pu, now slightly dazed from the drink, failed to notice his brother's change in demeanor. Big brother, I have a question for you. Ouyang Qing suddenly became serious. Ouyang Pu drained his glass, a faint flush blooming on his cheeks. Alright, go ahead and ask. Footsteps sounded from outside, clearly those of a woman. Ouyang Pu, feeling lightheaded, had his senses dulled, and didn't notice the newcomer. Song Yinshi had intended to ask Nin Zheng about the events of that day, but she wasn't familiar with him, and felt it would be awkward to approach him directly. She decided it would be better to have Ouyang Pu investigate the matter. As she reached the door, she heard Ouyang Qing's voice from inside. Just as she was about to push the door open, she heard him ask Ouyang Pu, Big brother, do you truly love Baiji? That sounded like a woman's name. Were the brothers discussing a woman? Song Yinshi paused, uncertain whether to enter or leave. Chi Baiji. I have never loved her. Now that she is the esteemed empress, I would never harbor any inappropriate thoughts about her. Though Ouyang Pu said this, Ouyang Qing didn't believe a word. Then why did you find a woman who looks so much like her? Woman? Who? Song Yang's mind raced through the women in the household. Don't you dare deny that you found her to be a replacement. Ouyang Qing's emotions were escalating. I have never thought that. As for Song Yang's appearance, she is herself, and she has never been a substitute for anyone. Though Ouyang Pu was somewhat inebriated, his words were still clear. It was only then that Song Yinshi realized the woman Ouyang Qing was referring to was none other than her. That Chi Baiji is the current empress. So Ouyang Pu had such a past romance. She wouldn't have guessed he was such a sentimental man. I know you love Chi Baiji, but not everyone has to love her. Just because you think she's wonderful doesn't mean everyone else does. Since you cherished her so much, why didn't you fight for her? Why did you let someone else take her away? Ouyang Pu's sharp retort left Ouyang Qing speechless. I wanted to fight for her, but she has always loved you, big brother. Even if I gave everything for her, she would never see it. Her eyes and heart have only ever held you. Ouyang Qing's voice grew louder. He knew Song Yinshi was outside. Humph, wasn't Ouyang Pu so fond of Song Yinshi? He didn't believe she wouldn't be angered by these words. Would she still care about Ouyang Pu after this? It's all in vain. My heart belongs only to Song Yinshi. Before I met her, I never knew what love was. But it wasn't until I met her that I realized I too could love someone and wish to be with her forever. Well said. Song Yinshi nodded approvingly from outside, affirming Ouyang Pu's words. This man was truly worthy of her trust. She felt like giving him a thumbs up. Indeed, wine reveals the truth. Lost in her thoughts, Song Yinshi was startled by a large hand landing on her shoulder. Eavesdropping was hardly a noble act, and her sneaky demeanor had been fully observed by the person behind her. Startled by the sudden touch, she spun around to find Song Imo standing there with his arms crossed, a knowing smirk on his face. How utterly annoying. Receiving Song Yang's glare, Song Imo remained utterly unruffled, his smile as charming as ever, casting a mischievous look. This only fueled Song Yang's fury. Being caught eavesdropping was embarrassing enough, especially with Song Imo, the biggest blabbermouth, as the witness. Hearing a stir from outside, the people within seemed to rise and approach the door. Song Yinshi couldn't let Ouyang Pu discover she had been listening in. Without a moment's hesitation, she sprinted out of the courtyard, not forgetting to shoot Song Imo a vicious glare as she fled. Brother Song, what brings you here? The door was opened by Ouyang Qing. Inside, Ouyang Pu was already half drunk, reclining on a chair, raising his cup to pour wine down his throat, paying no heed to Song Imo at the door. Drinking without inviting me. How unfriendly. I won't be your friend anymore. Song Imo made himself at home, pulling up a chair to sit beside them. Finding no cup, he went to fetch one from Ouyang Pu's room. Nothing could stand between him and his drink. This wine. He took a sip, and immediately sensed something off, yet he couldn't quite pinpoint what it was. After all, Song Imo was no connoisseur of wine. He was more accustomed to medicinal brews, and this tasted nothing like those. This is a jar of newer hong I stumbled upon, said to be made with a secret formula. How is it? Not bad, right? I only brought it out for brother's sake. Ouyang Qing was visibly nervous. After all, Song Imo was a physician. If he discovered what was in the wine, his plan would be ruined. Such a rare treasure. Then I must have a few more cups. Don't you two try to hog it all. That depends on whether you've got the skill for it. Ouyang Pu downed another cup. He wasn't usually a heavy drinker, but today the wine seemed bewitched, compelling him to drink cup after cup without stopping. Song Imo, suspecting nothing, grabbed the flagon and refilled his cup. The three clinked glasses and drank, and before long the entire large flagon was drained dry. Brother, you've had too much. Let me help you to bed to rest. Though Ouyang Qing and Song Imo had also drunk plenty, they remained clear-headed. Ouyang Pu, however, could barely walk straight, unable to string together a coherent sentence. Ouyang Pu, since when did your tolerance for wine become so poor? Is it that you're lacking in everything now? Song Imo couldn't resist teasing. No man could stand being called incompetent, and Ouyang Pu was no exception. You? Before he could finish, Ouyang Pu suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. The event was so sudden that neither Ouyang Qing nor Song Mo had anticipated it, and both were splattered with blood. Ouyang Pu stared at the two before him, their faces blurry. He swayed unsteadily before collapsing entirely. Fortunately, Song Mo reacted swiftly, darting to his side and catching his body. Ouyang Pu, what's wrong with you? Song Mo shook him, but there was no response at all. Ouyang Qing, standing nearby, called out in panic. Brother, are you alright? Don't scare me. Ouyang Pu seemed to have fallen into a deep slumber, oblivious to their... Song Mo laid him on the bed and felt his pulse. Huh, how can this be? Song Mo found the pulse even more puzzling. It was steady and normal with no signs of any problem. So why would he suddenly vomit blood and fall into a coma? A flicker of panic crossed Song Mo's face. What is it? Brother Song, how is my brother? Ouyang Qing asked, nervously, noticing Song Mo's strange expression. His pulse is fine. But how could this have happened? Strange, truly strange. Watch over him. They'll go search the medical texts for any record of this. Alright, Brother Song. Go quickly. They'll keep an eye on him here, nothing will happen. Song Mo was a medical fanatic, especially when it came to Ouyang Pu. He hurried off to his medicine hut at a brisk jog. The guards outside, unaware of the events within, only saw Song Mo rush off in a hurry. Hearing no commotion from inside, they remained at their posts. Now only Ouyang Qing and the unconscious Ouyang Pu were left in the room. Hehehe, Ouyang Pu, look at you now. Only after Song Mo's footsteps faded did Ouyang Qing dare approach Ouyang Pu. His complexion was worsening, pale as paper, his vital signs growing weaker. He was like a corpse, his body slowly stiffening. Aren't you the mighty war god prince? Aren't you invincible in every battle? Seeing you like this brings me such joy. Ouyang Qing's expression twisted into something sinister and ferocious. The carefree, leisurely prince he once pretended to be had vanished completely. Ouyang Pu, do you know? I've hated you since childhood. But my mother was only the lowest-ranking concubine. Without you and your mother, I would have died countless times. But your greatest mistake was being so exceptional. The more outstanding you were, the more my mother envied, and the more she despised me. Ouyang Qing stepped closer to Ouyang Pu's bed. Her constant refrain was, why isn't Ouyang Pu her son? Why did she give birth to me, Ouyang Qing? Ouyang Qing rolled up his sleeve, revealing a dense network of scars, old and new. Do you see these? Every time you earned merit, every time you were praised by the emperor, was my most painful moment. All these wounds are because of you. My mother would beat me because of you, sliced my skin with a knife, burn wounds onto my flesh, using every means to make me suffer. Standing by the bed, Ouyang Qing looked at Ouyang Pu. This face haunted his dreams 1,000 times. His deepest desire day after day was to kill Ouyang Pu with his own hands. See this dagger? It's stained with my mother's blood, my father's blood. And soon it will taste yours. Haha, the very thought is exhilarating. A sinister grin spread across Ouyang Qing's face. The dagger in his hand glinted coldly, its reflection on his visage making it all the more terrifying. It's a pity your mother was poisoned by me, so I couldn't get her blood. A shame. But don't worry, you'll see her soon. They'll send you to reunite with your family right now. Ouyang Qing raised the dagger high, aiming it at Ouyang Pu's heart. His hand trembled. He didn't know why. Even when he killed his own mother, he hadn't been this nervous. Back then he had stabbed her repeatedly, slashed her mouth dozens of times, feeling only excitement. But now with Ouyang Pu it was different. Ouyang Pu, I truly care about you most of all. Ouyang Qing tightened his grip on the dagger. Summoning all his strength, he drove the blade down towards Ouyang Pu's chest. Unconscious and oblivious to the danger, Ouyang Pu didn't stir even as the dagger closed in on his heart. At the critical moment, Chu Yang shattered the window and entered, using his long sword to deflect the dagger in Ouyang Qing's hand, sending him staggering backward. Don't you dare harm my master. Chu Yang's eyes burned with fury. He had been away for barely a month, yet such a calamity had befallen them. The moment he uncovered the truth behind the Grand Dowager's death, a sense of impending doom seized him, and he had ridden back with relentless haste, not daring to pause for even a moment's rest. Yet he was still a step too late, allowing Ouyang Qing the chance to harm his master. Whether I harm him or not, he won't survive. I was merely granting him a swift and merciful end. Ouyang Qing toyed with the dagger in his hand, his eyes gleaming with smug satisfaction. Your master is now nothing but a walking corpse on the brink of death. If you know what's good for you, you'll kill him for me. He'll credit you with the greatest merit, and if you follow me, I promise you a life of wealth and glory. Ouyang Qing attempted to persuade Chu Yang, but Chu Yang's heart and mind were entirely consumed with Ouyang Pu's well-being. Not a single word Ouyang Qing uttered registered in his ears. Who wants your wealth and glory? Take them to hell with you. Chu Yang lunged at Ouyang Qing with a sweeping slash of his sword. The sounds of the struggle within the room roused the guards stationed outside. Uncertain of what was unfolding, they moved towards the door to investigate. In a flash of blinding speed, cold blades were already pressed against their throats. Silently and swiftly the guards were dispatched, leaving only Ouyang Qing's own men standing in the courtyard. Everyone assumed Ouyang Qing had come with but a single attendant, yet his personal guards had long since infiltrated Lingnan in secret. In recent days, Ouyang Qing had been surreptitiously ushering them into Ouyang Pu's residence one by one. No one suspected that beneath the tranquil facade of the manor lurked a hidden peril. Your martial arts are impressive, but I doubt you can overcome all of us at once. The door swung open. Chu Yang assumed the reinforcements had arrived, but as he took in the faces of the newcomers he realized he recognized none of them. Blood stained their blades. If they had managed to reach Ouyang Pu's chamber, then the guards outside had likely met a grim fate. Kill him. Ouyang Qing commanded in a voice cold as ice, then stepped back to watch Chu Yang engage his guards in a desperate struggle. As the first guard who had stood by Ouyang Pu since childhood, Chu Yang's martial prowess rivaled his master's. Even with so many assailants they found it nearly impossible to land a blow on him. As the saying goes, a single fist cannot withstand four hands. No matter how formidable Chu Yang was, he could not hold out forever against their relentless onslaught. His strength was beginning to wane. Chu Yang stood guard before Ouyang Pu's bed, pouring every ounce of his remaining strength into protecting his master. But he knew not when he would finally succumb. His only hope now was that the other guards would notice the disturbance and come to his aid. It was in this moment that he felt the profound absence of Mu Yao and Guang Xiao. Ouyang Pu, there is something of grave importance I must tell you. After leaving Ouyang Pu's courtyard, Song Yinshi could not resist seeking out Nanjing only to find him gone. Seeing the letter on the table, she surmised that he had left in shame over the earlier incident. When Song Yinshi arrived with Nanjing's letter in hand, the courtyard was eerily silent save for the clamor of combat emanating from within the building. Mu Yao had been shadowing Song Yinshi all along, as was his custom, to protect her in secret. At this moment he abandoned all pretense and charged directly into the room, throwing himself into the fray. Chu Yang bore several wounds so deep that bone was visible. The floor was slick with blood, both his own and that of the fallen guards. Ouyang Qing was growing anxious. He commanded his men to finish the fight quickly, knowing that if they were discovered his own escape would be far from assured. What are you doing? Song Yinshi, arriving at the doorway, spotted the strangers inside. Her gaze fell upon Ouyang Pu on the bed, and one look at his pallid complexion told her something was. Though Mu Yao, one of Ouyang Pu's three greatest martial artists, was not as skilled as Chu Yang, his combat prowess was not to be underestimated. His arrival significantly alleviated the pressure on Chu Yang. The guards' fortunes took a turn for the worse. Just as victory seemed within reach, another formidable opponent had appeared. Ouyang Qing knew that a prolonged fight would draw even more experts to the scene. But his eyes fell upon Song Yinshi, and a malicious scheme began to form in his mind. Listen to me, Song Yinshi. Ouyang Pu is poisoned by my hand. If you come with me willingly, I might consider giving you the antidote. Though Ouyang Qing had never witnessed Song Yang's mysterious space, he had heard rumors of her uncanny abilities. Unless she went willingly, he knew he might not be able to. Ouyang Qing, you despicable wretch. He is your own elder brother. Song Yinshi could not believe that the always courteous and affable Ouyang Qing could be so vile, and that he had harmed Ouyang Pu. Her heart was filled with anger and regret. There is no kinship in the royal family. It's either him or me. Blame your own foolishness. Enough talk. If you don't come with me now, I will destroy the antidote, and Ouyang Pu will remain a living corpse for the rest of his days. You bastard. Song Yinshi truly had no choice. Ouyang Pu meant so much to her. She could not bear the thought of him spending the rest of his life in a comatose state. If I go with you, will you truly give me the antidote? Song Yinshi met Ouyang Qing's gaze with unwavering determination. Naturally. But not now. After you've come with me, I will have my guard deliver it. If I gave it to you now, would you still come? Fine, I agree. Consort, don't. Consort, if our master wakes and learns you traded yourself for the antidote, he will regret it for the rest of his life. Both Mu Yao and Chu Yang tried to dissuade Song Yinshi. They knew that Ouyang Pu cherished her above all others. If harm befell her, they dreaded to think what he might do. Don't worry, you'll be fine. With her space and supermarket at her disposal, Song Yinshi was confident in her ability to protect herself even in Ouyang Qing's clutches. The most pressing matter now was saving Ouyang Pu. Ouyang Qing departed with a satisfied smirk, leading Song Yinshi away, leaving only Mu Yao and Chu Yang. Mu Yao was still uneasy about Song Yinshi, but Chu Yang was utterly exhausted, bearing wounds that were a gruesome sight. He could not simply abandon him. Hold on, Chu Yang. I'm going to find help. Tell our master that I will bring the consort back, no matter what it takes. Before the words had even faded, Mu Yao had dashed out of the room, leaving only a hurried silhouette behind. Before Chu Yang could even respond, he collapsed to the floor. Ouyang Qing's expedition had proven quite fruitful. His spies had learned that the remarkable goods appearing in the capital all originated from Ouyang Pu, but he suspected most were channeled through Song Yinshi. The woman was a wellspring of secrets. He wondered if he could trade her for the utterly useless Qi Baiji. Ouyang Qing was confident that Ouyang Sun would not consider this a loss, and would surely agree to the exchange. This trip was truly worthwhile. Not only did I get rid of that thorn in my side, Ouyang Pu, but I also have you in my grasp. On the carriage, Ouyang Qing looked at Song Yinshi with a smug expression. Ouyang Qing hadn't bound Song Yinshi, knowing she wouldn't run without the antidote for Ouyang Pu meant far too much to her. I really underestimated you. I never imagined you managed to deceive Ouyang Pu for so many years. Song Yinshi gazed at Ouyang Qing across from her, her eyes filled. That's because he's a fool. They all thought I was useless, that I only hid behind them like a simpleton. I wanted them to realize that I am the one who controls their destinies. Not a single day passed in all these years without Ouyang Qing expanding his influence, driven by the desire to prove to everyone that he was the most powerful. Then why don't you become emperor? Was it you who killed the old emperor? Song Yinshi had heard that Ouyang Sun ascended the throne after the emperor's sudden death, but the emperor was in his prime. How could he have died so abruptly? Let Ouyang Sun be emperor if he wants. Ouyang Qing wiped his hands with a handkerchief while looking at Song Yinshi, then tossed the handkerchief out of the carriage. I don't believe you don't want to be emperor. This mess now. Whoever becomes emperor has to clean it up. I'm not that foolish. Of course, Ouyang Qing wouldn't reveal his plan to Song Yinshi. Everything he did was for that throne, but he needed everything to be justified, which was why he had put in so much effort. He who sows injustice reaps calamity. Be careful or retribution will strike. Song Yinshi turned her head away, ignoring Ouyang Qing. If retribution comes, I'll face it. He'll slay anyone who stands in my way, even a Buddha. Song Yinshi had never met anyone so shameless. She could only feel pity for Ouyang Pu. Both his brothers were plotting against him, and he had no one who truly cared for him. The carriage jolted along until it finally left Lingnan territory. With no pursuers behind, Ouyang Qing finally relaxed. It seemed Ouyang Pu was too preoccupied to give chase. After leaving Lingnan, Song Yinshi rode alone in one carriage, Ouyang Qing in another, surrounded by his guards. Even if Song Yinshi grew wings, she couldn't escape. After 5 days, Song Yinshi grew impatient. Ouyang Qing showed no sign of giving her the antidote, and she had no intention of returning to the capital with him like this. Ouyang Qing, come here. Throwing open the carriage curtain, Song Yinshi shouted at the front carriage, without caring about her dignity. The guards were startled and rushed to her carriage, trying to push her back inside. Let go of me. Ouyang Qing, you're breaking your word. Didn't you promise to give me the antidote? Song Yinshi struggled against the guards while continuing to yell toward Ouyang Qing's carriage. Let me tell you, the most important thing for a man is to keep his word. Otherwise everyone will despise you. The front carriage remained silent, creaking forward. Ouyang Qing, I despise you. Despise you. Exhausted, Song Yinshi mustered her last strength to shout a few more times. Just then the rear door of Ouyang Qing's carriage burst open, and he flew out without warning, landing directly in front of Song Yinxi's carriage. Before Song Yinshi could react, still struggling with the guards, Ouyang Qing seized her by the throat. Her voice and breath were choked off completely. She couldn't make a sound. Her hands clawed frantically at his arm, but it was useless. Ouyang Qing was like a demon possessed, glaring at her with murderous eyes, as if she were already dead. Song Yinxi's strength slowly ebbed, and her vision began to blur. Ouyang Qing had no intention of killing her outright. When he saw she was at her limit, he gradually loosened his grip, still controlling his strength. Otherwise her neck would have snapped. His hand still lingered on her throat when a long sword sliced through the air toward his arm. The sharp whistle of the blade put him on alert. He released Song Yinxi's neck, sidestepped to dodge the flying sword, and turned to charge toward its origin. The guards, now alert, split up. Some stayed by Song Yinshi, while others followed Ouyang Qing. Mu Yao flew out of the forest, throwing a punch at Ouyang Qing. His long sword was already gone, leaving him no choice but to fight hand-to-hand. So it's you, Ouyang Pusguard. Impressive that you caught up to me. A pity, today is your death day. After trading a few blows, Ouyang Qing retreated behind his guards. Sometimes there was no need to dirty his own hands. Why else would he spend so much money raising so many? Kill him. No survivors. Ouyang Qing's voice was devoid of emotion. The others clenched their weapons eagerly. Hold. Song Yinshi, who had just been on the carriage, suddenly appeared beside Ouyang Qing. Everyone was stunned. What kind of sorcery was this? She could teleport in an instant. In truth, Song Yinshi had simply entered her spatial realm, and then used her will to reappear beside Ouyang Qing. This ability of the space only worked within a range of 100 or 200 meters, beyond that it was useless. But even this was enough to terrify these ancient people. You? What divine art is this? How can you vanish and reappear? Ouyang Qing knew Song Yinshi was strange, but he hadn't expected her to possess such a secret, a mere trifle. Ouyang Qing, you'd better keep your promise and give me the antidote for Mu Yao to take back. Otherwise I'll leave with Mu Yao right now and you'll end up losing both, the lady and the prize. Song Yinshi was still willing to gamble. Ouyang Qing clearly had use for her, or he would have killed her earlier. Aren't you afraid Ouyang Pu will die? Ouyang Qing hated being threatened, but deep down, he felt a twinge of unease. I forgot to tell you, one of my secret arts is detoxification. You must have heard that my son was poisoned, but didn't die, right? I can cure any poison, it's only a matter of time. Then if I give you the antidote, you'll run away. That would truly be losing both the lady and the prize. I swear if I get the antidote and escape, may Ouyang Pu die from the poison really and truly. The guards exchanged helpless glances. Who makes an oath using someone else's life? Even if she ran, it wouldn't affect her at all. Yet Ouyang Qing was convinced that Song Yinshi truly would not flee. Though their acquaintance was brief, he had come to understand the man's character and temperament well enough. Song Yinshi was a person of profound loyalty and faith, holding Ouyang Pu in the highest regard. Why else would he have risked his life to follow her? Very well, I trust you. Ouyang Qing nodded to the guard beside him, who produced a small brown bottle from his person. Song Yinshi mused that these ancient people had no creativity whatsoever. Every medicine bottle was brown. How on earth did they tell them apart if placed together? Did they sniff each one? Or perhaps taste them? Give it to him. At Ouyang Qing's command, the guard tossed the bottle toward Mu Yao. Mu Yao, take the antidote back to Ouyang Pu and tell him I will be fine. If they dare lay a finger on me, he'll take them all down with me. Concubine. Mu Yao remained reluctant to leave. It wasn't that he refused to save Ouyang Pu. He had finally located Ouyang Qing and his crew. If he left now, he dared not imagine what fate awaited Song Yinshi. Ouyang Qing was a man who would kill even his own kin. How could he show mercy to Song Yinshi? Mu Yao felt that had he not arrived in time, Song Yinshi would have been dead already. If you don't leave now, I might just change my mind. Ouyang Qing grew irritated. Song Yinshi spoke of mutual destruction. What an ill omen. And this man was truly troublesome, still trying to take Song Yinshi away. Utterly insatiable greed. Go now. Wake Ouyang Pu and have him come rescue me. Tell him I will wait for him alive. Song Yinshi turned away from Mu Yao, vanishing in an instant before reappearing on the carriage. Ouyang Qing, let's go. Aren't we heading to the capital? I've never been there. Time to broaden my horizons. Mu Yao stepped back, realizing he truly could not save Song Yinshi. With a soft sigh, he turned and departed toward Lingnan. This time Song Yinshi caused no trouble at all. Although Ouyang Qing no longer watched her as closely, the two fell into a leisurely rhythm, like travelers enjoying the scenery. It was the season of blooming spring, and as they journeyed north, the landscapes shifted with each passing day. By the 4th month, the blossoms of the mortal world had faded, while the mountain temple's peach flowers were just beginning to bloom. Spring in the north always arrived later than in. By the time they reached the capital, the grass was only just sprouting green. When they had departed Lingnan, wildflowers of every color had already blanketed the hillsides. Song Yinshi was a northerner by birth, and the capital's climate suited her perfectly. It felt almost like coming home. Upon his return, Ouyang Qing threw himself into a whirlwind of affairs, consolidating his power. With Ouyang Pu no longer a threat, his next move was to bring down Ouyang Sun. After that, nothing would stand between him and the throne. Back in Lingnan, when Mu Yao returned to the residence with the antidote, he found white funeral banners hanging everywhere. Everyone wore a dazed, grief-stricken expression, and servants at the gate were busy draping white cloth over the entrance. Who in the household has died? A sense of dread coiled in Mu Yao's chest, but he dismissed it, convincing himself he was overthinking. It's the prince. Wah. The prince passed away the night before last. Wah. How could such a good man die so young? Heavens above, why are you so unjust? So many wicked men live on, so why must our prince die? The servant wailed at the gate, but Mu Yao paid him no further heed, striding straight toward Ouyang Pu's courtyard. A single thought consumed him: impossible. The prince cannot be dead. He was a war god who had weathered countless dangers on the battlefield, blades flashing and arrows flying. How could he fall now? Mu Yao refused to believe it. Not a single word of it. But the sight within the room chilled his heart. White mourning curtains draped every surface, and at the center stood an immense black coffin. Xu Yang and Guang Xiu were clad in coarse white mourning robes, while over a dozen servants knelt before the casket, weeping uncontrollably. At the very front knelt Song Xingyu, her face utterly devoid of hope. Her master had departed, entrusting her to Ouyang Pu. Now that Ouyang Pu was dead, she was expected to wear mourning garments for him as well. Her expression matched the grim scene perfectly. The only one missing was Song Mo. He who had once been inseparable from the prince was now nowhere to be seen. Mu Yao dragged his heavy steps into the courtyard, and Xu Yang and Guang Xiu rushed out to meet him. Well, did you find the concubine? After all they had been through, Song Yinshi held the same place in their hearts as Ouyang Pu. Seeing Mu Yao return alone only deepened their worry for her. Is the prince truly gone? Mu Yao clenched the medicine bottle in his hand. He had arrived one step too late. The prince had not lived to receive the antidote. Are you blind? The prince is truly gone. What about the concubine? Did you find her? The two of them, seeing Mu Yao's grief, were desperate for news of Song Yinshi. They grabbed him by the arms, shaking him from either side. Speak up. How is the concubine? The concubine is safe. She sent me back with this antidote. Mu Yao opened his palm, revealing the bottle. Now utterly. Then why didn't she return with you? She went to the capital with Ouyang Qing. She said she's waiting for the prince to come and save her. Mu Yao could not bring himself to say another word. Pushing past Guang Xiu and Xu Yang, he rushed to Ouyang Pu's coffin. He tried to pry open the lid, but it had been nailed shut with iron spikes. He pushed with all his might, yet the coffin did not budge an inch. Helpless, Mu Yao pounded against the casket. My prince, how could you leave like this? The concubine is still waiting for you to save her. If you die, who will rescue her? If you die, what are we to do? Wake up, my prince. Look at me. I came too late. It's all my fault. If I had returned just a few days earlier, you wouldn't have died. You wouldn't have died. A grown man weeping like a child beside the coffin, tears and snot streaming down his face. Song Xingyu, visibly disgusted, shuffled aside to give him some space. The servants, whose sobbing had just begun to subside, were stirred up anew by Mu Yao's grief. Their cries rose and fell in waves, echoing through Ouyang Pu's courtyard, a sound that would move even the hardest heart to sorrow. A head peeked over the courtyard wall, surveying the scene within. Hearing the wails, the figure smirked with satisfaction. The man dropped down from the wall, slipped into a small outer building, and grabbed a homing pigeon. After fastening a note to its leg, he released it into the sky. The milky white pigeon carried the message and flew northward. Before long, news of Ouyang Pu's sudden death in Lingnan spread like wildfire through the capital. The tidings robbed countless people of sleep, and some even held private memorials in their homes at midnight. The revered war god prince, dead. Hidden in the shadows, Song Mo watched the pigeon fly far into the distance, then turned to look at the man beside him with helplessness. I never would have guessed it. Your men aren't just skilled in martial arts. They're such brilliant actors, every one of them. They truly have a gift for the stage, playing their parts. If you weren't standing right next to me, I'd have genuinely believed you were dead. Whether you believe it or not doesn't matter. What matters is that the bigwigs in the capital believe it. Ouyang Pu narrowed his eyes slightly. If it weren't for the years of tacit understanding between him and Song Mo, he would have fallen right into Ouyang Qing's trap. Still, turning the scheme against them wasn't a bad move. Letting Ouyang Sun and Ouyang Qing let their guard down would only make his own work easier. It also bought him more precious time. The one thing they hadn't counted on was Song Yinshi. Your woman has gone to the capital. Aren't you worried? No, wait. Not just your woman, but your son too. And yet I get the feeling you're the one who's more worried. Ouyang Pu turned and walked away, casting a meaningful glance back at Song Mo. Hey, why can't you appreciate kindness? I'm only worried about you. Ouyang Pu didn't turn back. His voice was firm as he said, I believe she can protect herself. Now we need to focus on what we must do. That's the only way to rescue. Alright. You're always right. I'm off. Go get busy. My good intentions are wasted on you. Ouyang Pu and Song Yinshi had been quietly working behind the scenes, shipping massive quantities of instant food and bottled water to the garrison station southwest of the capital. Though the garrison commander had always appeared loyal to Ouyang Sun, he was in truth one of Ouyang Pu's secret agents planted in the capital. Combined with the troops Ouyang Pu had been training over the years, they might just have enough to contend with Ouyang Sun. Though his army was vastly outnumbered by Ouyang Sun's forces, Ouyang Sun had long lost the people's support through his tyrannical rule. The common folk were weary of being enslaved. Song Yinshi and Ouyang Pu had devised a plan to rally recruits along the way, infiltrate the enemy ranks as scattered irregulars, and gradually erode the enemy's strength from within. Despite Ouyang Sun's numerical advantage, his soldiers hadn't been paid in 3 years. They were underfed and ill-clad, utterly devoid of any will to fight. If a few infiltrators were to sow discord among the ranks at this moment, more than half of Ouyang Sun's army would likely desert. As Ouyang Qing led Song Yinshi into the imperial palace, the carrier pigeon landed in Chun Yuanchuan's hands. The fresh, piping hot news arrived on Ouyang Sun's desk along with Song Yinshi herself. Song Yinshi pays respects to your majesty. Song Yinshi performed the ritual salute the way she had seen it done on television. Ouyang Sun had never seen such a salute before, so peculiar and utterly graceless. How on earth did she manage to make it look that awkward? I never expected you to come back. Ouyang Sun's words left Ouyang Qing utterly bewildered. Rise. You didn't carry out your mission well, but the end result is satisfactory, so I won't hold it against you. You may remain here in my service from now on. Ouyang Pu actually knew Song Yinshi, and knew her well. Judging by the tone of it, was Song Yinshi someone Ouyang Sun had dispatched to Ouyang Pu's side? Ouyang Qing could hardly believe his ears. What on earth was going on? If Song Yinshi was sent by Ouyang Sun, then why had she gone out of her way to protect Ouyang Pu so fiercely, even trading herself for the antidote to save him? Was this woman insane, or did she have some hidden agenda? Ouyang Qing's mind was in turmoil. His earlier plan to use Song Yinshi as a bargaining chip had evaporated. All he wanted now was for Song Yinshi to die, and quickly. He feared she might see through his intentions and report him to Ouyang Sun. If Ouyang Sun ever grew suspicious of him, all his carefully laid preparations would crumble. Third brother, you've rendered great merit by slaying Ouyang Pu. What reward do you desire? Ouyang Sun looked at Ouyang Qing with smug satisfaction. This was the happiest they had had in years. Ouyang Pu was dead. He was so overjoyed he could throw open the city gates and set off firecrackers in celebration. Slaying? Are you saying Ouyang Pu is dead? Song Yinshi had just risen to her feet when the explosive news hit her. She stared in disbelief into Ouyang Sun's eyes. No, that couldn't be right. Hadn't the antidote already been delivered? How could Ouyang Pu still be dead? Song Yinshi glared at Ouyang Qing with murderous fury. If Muyao hadn't been the one in danger, then the antidote Ouyang Qing had given her must have been fake. The antidote you gave me, it was fake. Seeing the look in Song Yang's eyes as if she wanted to devour him alive, Ouyang Qing felt genuine regret. If this woman blurted out something treasonous, would it cost him his life? Of course it was fake. If it were real, how could Ouyang Pu still be dead? Ouyang Qing knew full well that Ouyang Pu had to die. There was never any real antidote. The aphrodisiac Song Xingyu had fed Ouyang Pu earlier, combined with his special wine, became a lethal poison. Once consumed, death was guaranteed within 3 days. Not even a celestial immortal could save him. The antidote was merely a ruse to lure Song Yinshi to the capital. You tricked me. They'll kill you. Song Yinshi lunged with every intention of tearing Ouyang Qing apart, but before she could even move, he struck her with a single chop to the neck, and she crumpled unconscious to the ground. How could Song Yang's martial arts have deteriorated so badly? Ouyang Sun looked at Song Yang's limp form collapsed on the floor, his face full of confusion. She knows martial arts. Ouyang Qing was equally taken aback. Throughout their journey together, had observed her to be nothing more than an ordinary woman with no ability to defend herself at all. She was the top expert among my spies, capable of taking on 100 foes single-handedly. Do you think I would send a helpless frail woman to Ouyang Pa's side? Ouyang Sun stepped down from his dragon throne and walked over to Song Yinshi. She was sent to Lingnan for two reasons. First, her resemblance to the Empress made it easy for Ouyang Pu to accept her, and second, her fighting prowess. Killing Ouyang Pu would have been no challenge for her. Ouyang Sun studied Song Yang's face, confirming she was indeed the agent he had dispatched. But why had she ended up colluding with Ouyang Pu? It seems she's betrayed you, brother. How do you intend to deal with her? Traitors deserve only death. If I let her live, and everyone follows her example, then I might as well abdicate the throne. Ouyang Sun raised his hand ready to end Song Yang's life himself, but Ouyang Qing stopped him. Brother, why dirty your hands with a traitor? Hand her over to me. He'll make her regret ever being born. Ouyang Qing spared Song Yang's life only because he wanted to uncover the secrets she carried. Perhaps that secret would make his path to the throne far easier than had him. Song Yinshi lay groggy in the carriage as Ouyang Qing brought her back to his own residence. She was bound hand and foot to a chair with several female guards stationed around her, watching intently to ensure she couldn't escape.